Ling Yun was in a deep coma, so of course he couldn't hear what Qin Dongshu said, nor could anyone speak. Copy address access. At this time, Ling Yun is traveling thousands of miles, and he seems to have countless incarnations. He is dreaming, a long, long dream. This dream is composed of countless shots, and in each shot, there is a Ling Yun. In those various shots, Ling Yun participated in it personally, but also seemed to be completely out of it, just an invisible spectator. He couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. Boom! Ling Yun broke through. Haha. It turns out that this is the Qi training period. Introducing Qi into the body, I didn't expect it to be so simple. It's not as difficult as the legends say. In the big world of comprehension, in a hidden and nameless valley, Ling Yun, a 12-year-old boy, slowly opened his eyes. A pair of handsome eyes shone with undisguised excitement. Ever since he got the spiritual pivot, Ling Yun has tried to start practicing, to induce Qi into the body. It is said that it is very difficult to generate a sense of Qi in the body. It only took 7 days to successfully break through the Qi training period. At this moment, I haven't realized at all how bad my physique is. As a strange onlooker, Ling Yun could not help but comment with a smile. He was very clear that it was from this moment that he embarked on a journey of self-cultivation against the heavens. Brother, wait for me, I can't catch up with you. A little girl with pink makeup was chasing after a little boy of the same age. Plop! The little girl slipped on her feet and accidentally fell to the ground. She couldn't help but burst into tears. The little boy had no choice but to stop, turned around and ran back, helped the little girl up from the ground, patted the dust off her body, and wiped away her tears. Ling Yu, why are you so careless? Why are you always chasing after me? The little boy is very handsome, with clear and clean eyes. Full of innocence, but at this moment, she is obviously dissatisfied because of her little sister. Brother, I want to play with you. Ling Yu pouted her pink mouth and said very aggrieved. Ling Yu? Could this be Ling Yu's childhood? Well, that little boy. Onlooker Ling Yun was a little shocked, because this was not something he experienced at all. At this time, he has become a complete spectator. Don't run away, kid. If you dare to steal my master's Qi training pill, let's see how I deal with you. For 17 or 18-year-old boys flew with their swords in the air, struggling to catch up with a 13-year-old boy in front of them. Their faces were a little panic-stricken. The young man in front was naturally Ling Yun. He had just learned how to fly with a sword at this time, so he went to the Qi training sect and stole his Qi training pill, only to be discovered by the disciples of the Qi training sect. Chasing after him. Ling Yun was still not used to flying with Yujian. Standing on the flying sword he refined, his figure was crooked, as if he would fall off at any moment, but he ignored it, and poured the Qi training pill like beans while galloping, sending pills into his mouth madly. I chased me for hundreds of miles in one breath. I said, what about you? Isn't it just 3 bags of Qi training pills? When I learn alchemy in the future, I will return you dozens of bags. He kept teasing the 4 disciples who practiced Qizong. Ling Yun quickly swallowed 2 bags of Qi training pills, wiped them clean, his realm soared instantly. He suddenly accelerated, got rid of the 4 disciples of the Qi training sect, and went to find a place to retreat and practice. What 4 idiots? Onlooker Ling Yun said with some amusement. He remembered it very clearly. Later, Ling Yun was about to condense the golden core, and these 4 guys were still struggling in the Qi training period, and none of them could successfully build a foundation. Of course Ling Yun didn't break his promise. After the golden elixir was completed, he went to the Qi training sect himself and gave hundreds of foundation building pills to the Qi training school, which shocked the entire Qi training school completely crazy. In the 3rd grade of elementary school, after school. Who dares to bully my sister? I will fight with you. 9-year-old Ling Yun stubbornly stood in front of Xiao Lingyu, clenched his fists tightly, and said fiercely to several children who wanted to bully Ning Lingyu. "Sister, don't be afraid, don't worry, my brother will protect you." After the fight, Ling Yun, whose nose was bruised and face swollen from the beating, forced a smile, and patted Ning Lingyu's small shoulder to comfort her. "Brother, are you in pain?" Ning Lingyu's pretty face turned pale with fright, and she gently stroked Ling Yun's little face with a cry in her voice. "It doesn't hurt." Ling Yun grinned and patted Ning Lingyu's small shoulder. "Brother, will you protect me forever?" Ning Lingyu asked expectantly, staring at a pair of dreamy big eyes. "Of course." Xiao Lingyun straightened his chest, and his tone was full of firmness. "Damn it, it turns out that this kid wasn't bad when he was a kid." Onlooker Ling Yun couldn't help being a little surprised and slightly shocked when he saw the scene. Boom. 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 Ling Yun's golden elixir is a big achievement, and he is fighting against the 3 major cultivation masters of the nascent soul stage. The 3 major cultivation masters of the nascent soul stage come out together, and Ling Yun is actually 1 against 6. De Yan Gathering Star Treasure. The Body of Thousand Illusions, Tiangang Fumo Fist. Ling Yun used the De Yan Gathering Star Treasure Ju, carrying the magic attacks of the 3 nascent souls, and turned into 36. Each Ling Yun blasted a Tiangang Fumo Fist at the 3 masters themselves. The deities of the 3 nascent soul stage masters were smashed to pieces by Ling Yunhong on the spot. The 3 nascent souls were terrified and wanted to flee. "I can't run anymore." Pure Yang Lock God Formation. Ling Yun laughed wildly, waved his hand suddenly, and a huge cage composed of dazzling white light suddenly appeared between the sky and the earth, directly enveloping the 3 nascent souls. "Die." Ling Yun raised his hand to grab the void, pulled out a spiritual vein directly from the ground, and slapped it into his body suddenly. His body was filled with immortal light, and with a sudden wave of his palm, 3 pure yang swords appeared out of thin air, and they slashed down at the 3 nascent souls. The 3 nascent soul stage masters didn't even have time to beg for mercy, and their bodies and spirits were completely destroyed. With a move of Ling Yun's mind, he put all the magic weapons stored by the 3 into his own space ring. "Hey, you want to steal my magic weapon? Don't you know that I am the patriarch who kills people and seizes treasures?" After succeeding, Ling Yun smiled treacherously. As a spectator, Ling Yun also smiled treacherously. "Brothers and sisters?" "A joke. Her surname is Ning. Your surname is Ling. How can you be brother and sister? Either you are a bastard, or she is a bastard. Anyway, one of you is a bastard." 12 years old, 5th grade, a classmate ruthlessly exposed this cruel fact face to face. This time, young Ling Yun's eyes spewed fire, his face flushed red. But unable to refute, he chose to remain silent. "Elder brother." Ning Lingyu, who had grown into a beauty embryo, looked at the silent Ling Yun with a worried face. The young Ling Yun didn't agree for the first time. Onlooker Ling Yun could completely feel the young man's psychological activities at this time. He could empathize with him and knew what was in his heart. "Lingyu is not a wild species, I am a wild species." "Dad, Mom, where are you? Why do you not want me?" "One day in the future. I must find you and ask for clarification." At that moment, the young man's pain was so intense, he felt extremely inferior, and wanted to find his biological parents very strongly. The spectator Ling Yun couldn't help yelling into the young man's ear, "Don't feel inferior, our family is in the capital, and our father is Ling Xiao. Our mother is a demon sect saint, and they are all first-class figures in this world. We don't need to feel inferior, we should be proud. It's a pity that this is just a scene and a fragment of memory, Ling Yun is just a spectator." Of course, it was impossible for the other party to hear what he said. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun was instantly shocked and stunned. He was obviously talking about him. Why did he use us? Haha, Dao artifact. I can refine Dao artifact. There are 9 more super spiritual veins. This is really cool for him. You can hit the 5th realm of Shenwu Chunyang Shenjue. Oh my god, I've sent it out now. This is the cave left by a master of the Desheng period. Damn it, it's time to cross the catastrophe again. What kind of catastrophe will fall in the nascent soul stage? This time we have to prepare well. Hey, Ice and Snow Maiden, can you stop chasing me all the time? Didn't I just go into your Ice and Snow Temple for a stroll? No, the Promised Star Palace actually sent more than 80 masters of the tribulation period to chase and kill me. I quickly hide. 15 years old, 3rd grade. In the past 3 years, Ling Yun has become more and more silent, his personality has become more and more cowardly, his body has become worse and worse, and he is already too fat to die. Sister, this is the pocket money my mother gave me. I'm about to take the high school entrance examination. You need to supplement your nutrition. I'll give you all the money. Ling Yun was obese, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and timidly said to Ning Lingyu. This is the money my mother gave you. I don't need it. You can keep the flowers for yourself. I hope they won't be robbed this time. Ning Lingyu is slim and graceful, like a flower and jade, her pretty face is like a dream, but her eyes are extremely cold, and her tone is obviously sarcasm. Ling Yun was at a loss immediately, not knowing what to say. However, Ling Yun, who has seen countless scenes in the past 3 years, has long understood that Ning Lingyu hopes to use this aggressive method to cheer up Ling Yun, who is becoming more and more cowardly and inferior. I'm going to be admitted to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Ling Yun could see the anticipation in Ning Lingyu's eyes, but he was speechless and silent. Ning Lingyu gradually despaired in her beautiful eyes, turned to leave. Ling Yun bit her lip, and silently watched her back until she entered the classroom. Only then did Ling Yun sigh, turn around and walk towards the outside of the school. As a spectator, Ling Yun had absorbed most of Ling Yun's memories and emotions at this time, and he knew that he was going to the store to buy medicine. But as soon as he left the school, Ling Yun was beaten up by several students who had been waiting for a long time, and all his money was taken away. The spectator Ling Yun was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Transcend robbery period. It's time to cross the tribulation again, hee. This is the real tribulation crossing. As long as I succeed in crossing the tribulation, I will be able to ascend to the fairy world, right? Ling Yun has finally reached the stage of crossing the catastrophe. For crossing the catastrophe, he is very ambitious and full of confidence. After being fully prepared, Ling Yun retreated for 6 years and reached the late stage of crossing the catastrophe. Magical treasures, pills, talismans, formations, all prepared, Ling Yun made a strong exit and began to cross the tribulation. Countless world-destroying god thunders crazily struck down. 16 years old, in high school. Ling Yun was very puzzled. Compared with Ning Lingyu, who was number 1 in the whole class, he was not even considered garbage. Why did his mother, Qin Qiuyue, spend money to let her go to such a good high school and enter the same school as her sister? Ling Yun was moved. That girl is so beautiful. Spectator Ling Yun smiled. It turned out that he fell in love with Chao Shanshan at first sight. It was love at first sight. Fatty man, I'll tell you clearly, I like your sister Ning Lingyu. If anyone dares to chase her, you tell me, I will beat him until he doesn't even know his own mother. Tang Meng leads people, viciously threatening the obese Ling Yun. Ling Yun, why do you always skip classes? It's almost the 3rd year of high school, can you study hard? Chao Shanshan took the initiative to find Ling Yun. Ling Yun blushed like blood, unable to utter a word because of the excitement. Ling Yun, you absolutely can't go on like this, I have to make a home visit. After a preliminary test, Kong Shouru, the beautiful homeroom teacher, frowned, looked at Ling Yun and said. Ling Yun remained indifferent. Ling Yun, you should be taking the college entrance examination soon, right? You can't take it with me every day. If you don't pass the college entrance examination, then don't blame you, Sister Su. The proprietress of Speed Bar, Su Bingyan, with worried eyes, persuaded Ling Yun to go back to class. It's okay, Sister Su, I can't be admitted to university, why don't I help you here? Ling Yun didn't dare to look into Su Bingyan's eyes, and said with flickering eyes. Su Bingyan glanced at a certain seat near Ling Yun as if nothing had happened, then suddenly leaned over and lay on Ling Yun's shoulder. Her full chest was tightly pressed against Ling Yun's shoulder. She leaned into his ear and exhaled like blue, whispering, I feel someone has been staring at you for the past few days, so you must be careful. Thank you, Sister Su, I know, I will be careful. Ling Yun replied in a panic with a slight strangeness in his body. The spectator Ling Yun smiled and remained silent. Memory. The memories of the past life, the memories of the present life, and all the fragments of memories are presented in Ling Yun's mind like mountains and seas. The memories and emotions of this life have not disappeared, they were all released in the dream, and Ling Yun felt them one by one. Accompanied by countless memory fragments, those arrogant, cowardly, complacent, and inferior life emotions are all filled into the depths of Ling Yun's brain. He can see it, he can hear it, he can feel it, the past and present are all one. Ling Yun had a long, long dream. A dream of past life and present life. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Yun was still unconscious. 8 days have passed since that night when the celestial light shined on Qing Shui. In 8 days, the huge turmoil caused by the terrifying thunderstorm and the dazzling celestial light that night in Qing Shui City has gradually subsided. In the past 3 days, Qing Shui City has had a torrential downpour. This belated heavy rain finally allowed the despondent Qing Shui City officials to find a suitable excuse for the terrifying thunderstorm that night. The mouths of countless citizens. However, the entire 4th district of Qingxi Villa District, especially the vicinity of Villa No. 1, is still heavily guarded, with 3 steps for 1 post and 5 steps for 1 sentry. There are special police and armed police with live ammunition everywhere, including some plainclothes. Without giving any reason, the 4th district of Qingxi Villa District was completely isolated and became a real restricted area. Naturally, this order was personally issued by Tang Ming's father, Tang Tianhao, and the execution was personally supervised by Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, and Lu Jinlai, the director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau. With such a strong martial law, it is of course impossible for anyone to get close to Villa No. 1. Of course, except for the people in Villa No. 1. In the courtyard of Villa No. 1. Hey! I have worked so hard to reach the 5th level of the innate realm, and I thought I was such a great person. Now it seems that I was really a frog at the bottom of the well, and I watched the sky from the well. Wang Feihu shook his head and smiled wryly, then sighed. At this time, Wang Feihu was sitting in the courtyard of the villa, facing the rippling swimming pool, quietly recuperating. With the heaven-defying healing talisman, Wang Feihu's trauma has already healed, and now he is recuperating. He is repairing the meridians and treating internal injuries. These days, whenever Wang Feihu thought of the terrifying battle that night, he was still unavoidably thrilled, feeling like he was alive after a catastrophe, and thankful for his good fortune. Wang Feihu swore it was only on that night. He used up all the shock and fear in his life, and that was the craziest night of his life. The legendary First 9 Masters, the legendary Demon Sect, the legendary Blood Clan, and what's more, Hamba Fox Demon, crossing the catastrophe. Wait for the unimaginable and impossible. He was in it and watched it all over. Suddenly like a dream. But after Wang Feihu swollen his thigh countless times, he had already confirmed that it was not a dream, it was an iron-like fact. Because that night, Wang Feihu desperately protected the people in Villa No. 1 several times at critical moments, and also took the lives of 2 brothers. Wang Feihu has been completely recognized by the people in Villa No. 1, so he can now use his identity and attitude as the master. Stay here to recuperate. In the small warehouse in the backyard of Villa No. 1, there are still several people being imprisoned at this time. Among them are of course the 2 brothers Chen Jiangui and Chen Sen, who are completely desperate, as well as the 2 other Two Sticks, the Liang Daoist from Longhu Mountain and Mo Zongtian. Holy Sun Sikong Wuji. There is another one that can be ignored, Chen Sen's former evil slave thug Black 3. These 5 people don't need Wang Feihu to take care of them now, they are all served by Ling Yun's blood servants. Paul and Jester, who had already been promoted to Earl at the same time, stared at him. In the shocking battle that night, none of the people who attacked Villa No. 1 could leave alive. The Nether Sect, the Blood Demon Sect, and the Heavenly Slayer, there are 3 waves of masters in total. More than 100 people were killed by Baixianer 90% from the very beginning. As for those who were seriously injured, they were all killed by the furious Baixianer. As for the 5 marquises who came with the Grand Duke Dracula at the end, they were even surviving the thunder and lightning, and the aura of the Yellow Fairy. As well as Ling Yun's final Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, all 3 died tragically, leaving nothing left. However, the mysterious and yellow immortal spirit energy released by Ling Yun through the Spirit Jade Box was not wasted, and was all divided up and absorbed by everyone in Villa No. 1. Among them, the 4 who benefited the most were Ning Lingyu, Yao Rou, Paul and Jester. Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, her body automatically absorbs the Xuanhuan fairy aura, and was able to directly advance to the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian, but she was worried about Lingyun at the time and did not choose to break through. Yao Rou's performance was the most terrifying. Her physique was originally of the 5 elements belonging to the earth, and she practiced the Huangquan Earth Emperor, Kung Fu. Almost as soon as the Xuanhuan Immortal's aura was released, she began to make a breakthrough. She broke through the innate realm in an instant, and then soared all the way. The realm finally stabilized at the peak of the 3rd level of innate. The 2 vampires, Paul and Jester, of course absorbed the most aura of the Xuanhuangshan, and they successively advanced to become Earls of the Vampire. Of course, the Xuanhuan fairy aura is fairy aura after all, and other people in Villa No. 1, especially Qin Dongxue, Baixianer, Miao Xiaomiao, Tai Xiaohu, Shui Mining and others, after passively absorbing these fairy auras, their respective strengths also increased. But not as scary as the 4 above. Wang Feihu looked at the pool water in a daze, talking to himself, but no one responded to him. A big black Benz came galloping and rushed directly into the courtyard of the villa. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu got out of the car at the same time. Both of them came from Villa No. 9 in Qingshui Bay. Their faces were gloomy and livid, but they managed to force a smile when they saw Wang Feihu. Tang Meng came to Wang Feihu's side with big strides, and lightly patted his shoulder. "Old Wang, are you out to bask in the sun again? How is your recovery?" Wang Feihu smiled lightly. "What's wrong with my injury? How is Ling Yun doing now?" Tang Meng's face immediately darkened. "Brother Yun is still the same, he has been in a coma for 8 days, and there is no sign of waking up at all." Wang Feihu frowned, shook his head and said, "Hey, the last golden thunderbolt is really scary." After saying this, the 3 of them fell silent at the same time, speechless for a long time. In the silence, Tang Meng glanced around and found that Wang Feihu was alone in the front yard. He couldn't help frowning and asked, "Why are you alone? Where's that magic stick Mo Wudao?" After that night, Maoshan Taoist Mo Wudao did not leave, but took the initiative to stay in No. 1 villa. Of course, he was brought back by Ling Yun. No one knows why Ling Yun brought him back. Everyone in Villa No. 1 disagreed. In Tang Meng's eyes, what Mo Wudao has done these days is an out-and-out magic stick. Because after Mo Wudao stayed, Villa number 1 began to burn incense for the first time, 3 sticks of incense every morning, noon, and evening. His reason was that he had to respect the Taoist Sanqing. And Mo Wudao also said that more than 100 people died in the yard at once, and there was also a drought. The whole yard was too dark and evil, so it must be expelled, and last night there was a decent altar in the backyard. A ceremony. Isn't this a magic stick? However, due to Ling Yan's coma, everyone in Villa number 1 is basically in Qingshui Bay these days. There are mainly 2 blood clans here, Wang Feihu and Mo Wudao. No one restricted Mo Wudao's actions, so everyone just let him go and let him make troubles. Speaking of Mo Wudao, Wang Feihu couldn't help but smile. That guy has been elusive these days, and he's still talking, and I can't hear what he's talking about, but since he made it clear that he won't run away, I'm too lazy to bother, let him do as he pleases. Finished. Wang Feihu pointed at the west corner of the villa, and said with a smile, "No, after making the first 7 for those dead people last night, he made those things overnight, and went out again early this morning." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked in the direction of his finger, and were stunned and dumbfounded. There were 3 identical lanterns placed side by side. The lanterns are exquisitely made and have a very special style. They are long white paper lanterns, and there are some sinuous ghost characters drawn on the lanterns. When Tang Meng saw it, he immediately flew into a rage. "Fuck, isn't this the kind of lantern that hangs in front of the coffin of the dead? Brother Yun is not dead yet. This grandson made this?" Tai Xiaohu's face also became extremely ugly, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. "Fuck, Tang Meng, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is the soul-inducing lamp that I worked so hard to make, for your boss to summon the soul." When Mo Wudao came back, he happened to hear Tang Meng cursing, and immediately stared, unceremoniously scolding Tang Meng. The other 3 were taken aback for a moment, turned their heads at the same time, and looked towards the gate of the courtyard, just in time to see the strange little Taoist, with a mouth full of grease, wandering and carrying a package. Soul lamp? What the hell? Tang Meng was so anxious that he didn't bother to quarrel with Mo Wudao and asked the key points directly. Mo Wudao glanced at Tang Meng lightly. "Without further explanation, you will know when the time comes." After a pause, Mo Wudao suddenly straightened his expression, and said to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, "I've almost finished dealing with this yard. You 2 should tell the other side that tomorrow night, Ling Yan will be sent here, come." Tang Meng couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Send Brother Yun here? Why?" Mo Wudao smiled mysteriously. "Didn't I tell you just now, summon his soul?" Tang Meng was furious when he heard that, rolled up his sleeves and chased after Mo Wudao to beat him, and shouted violently, "You are a god stick, Brother Yun is not dead yet, you just call him soul, see if I don't beat him, die you bastard." Mo Wudao was at the 9th level of acquired heaven anyway, so of course it was impossible for Tang Meng to hit him. He dodged lightly, his eyes brightened, and said seriously, "Who said Ling Yun is dead? I mean, he looks like this now. It looks like he was struck by lightning and lost his soul. We have to find a way to get his soul back, so that he can wake up." Tang Meng was dumbfounded, and asked in astonishment, "You are superstitious, does it work?" Mo Wudao smiled slightly, "Superstition? Blood race, Hamba, fox demon, your boss Dujia. You have seen it all with your own eyes, right? Why do you say that our Maoshan Taoism is superstition?" Mo Wudao asked back, stupefied Tang Meng for a moment, and then said with a smile, "I dare not say whether it works or not, but you have to try it." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other, gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. "Fuck, try it. But don't blame me for not reminding you, if it doesn't work, I guarantee you will die ugly." Mo Wudao was full of disdain. Ling Yan was in a coma for the 9th day and was secretly sent back to Villa number 1. In the evening, Mo Wudao solemnly took a shower and changed his clothes. After everything was ready, he began his magic stick performance. Start chasing people as soon as you come up. A man is too young, he can't stay here tonight, he can go as far as he can. There are too many people here, and it won't work if there are too many people. We can only keep 3 women. In the end, Mo Wudao left behind Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou, and handed over 3 soul-inducing lamps to them respectively. After explaining to the 3 of them in detail, Mo Wudao finally said, "You 2 are in this yard, do everything according to my instructions, don't make any mistakes. Ning Lingyu, follow me." In the dark night, Mo Wudao took Ning Lingyu away in a car, and the place they went would definitely surprise anyone. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Tang Meng was responsible for driving Ning Lingyu and Mo Wudao. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. There were very few vehicles and pedestrians on the road, and it was unimpeded. Tang Meng was driving very fast. Because what Mo Wudao did tonight was really unreliable and unimaginable, so the atmosphere in the car was very depressing and no one spoke. After walking a few kilometers, Tang Meng couldn't help frowning slightly, and finally broke the silence in the car. "Isn't this the direction to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School? Why are we going there?" Mo Wudao sat in the co-pilot's seat with a dignified look on his face, and he didn't say a word at all except occasionally to give directions. Hearing Tang Meng's question, he said casually, "Just drive your car well and do what you have to do later. Don't ask about other things now." Tang Meng slammed the door and didn't refute. He simply shut up obediently and focused on driving the car. In the afternoon, according to Mo Wudao's arrangement, Tang Meng's task tonight is also very important, so he will drive. That Lin Menghan was born in a cloudy year, a cloudy moon, and a cloudy day, and she has a purine body, so I chose her to summon Ling Yun's soul. As for Yao Rou, I heard that the exercises she practices are related to the earth. The sky belongs to Yang and the earth belongs to Yin, so I chose her as well. As for you, Ling Yu, it's nothing else, just because you and Ling Yun are the closest, so this most important part is entrusted to you to complete. Mo Wudao told Tang Meng to shut up, but explained some key things to Ning Lingyu seriously. He could feel Ning Lingyu's uneasiness. The black dashed forward all the way, and soon walked a distance of 5 kilometers. Mo Wudao suddenly asked Tang Meng to stop. Mo Wudao raised his hand, pointed to a crossroad 500 meters ahead, and said calmly, "That's right there, Tang Meng, you have too much yang energy, you can't go there." "There," I said. Mo Shinju. "You are too ridiculous, right? Brother Yun was injured and unconscious in Villa No. 1. How could he lose his soul here?" Tang Meng was very astonished, with an unbelievable expression on his face. He simply couldn't believe that the intersection in front of him was about 10 kilometers away from Villa No. 1, but it was less than 1 kilometer away from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Even if Ling Yun really lost his soul, it's impossible to throw it so far. Ning Lingyu was also very surprised at this time. His face was full of doubts. Unexpectedly, Mo Wudao had an unfathomable expression on his face. Avoiding answering Tang Meng's question, he took the lead to open the door and get out of the car, and signaled Ning Lingyu to get down quickly. Then Mo Wudao said to Tang Meng in the car, "Now, let's start clearing the field." Clearance. That's right. Tonight, Mo Wudao assigned Tang Meng only one task, which was to clear the field, and to clear the field all the way. They came by car, but they can go back. But Ning Lingyu needs to turn on the soul lamp and walk back to Villa No. 1 step by step. Not only must all the street lights be extinguished, but also no cars or pedestrians can be seen on the road. Tang Meng turned his head from the driver's seat, stared at Mo Wudao with examining eyes for a while, and then spoke suddenly. Seriously, said Mo Wudao, clearing the venue tonight is a very important matter. If it weren't for Brother Yun, I would definitely not be able to talk to my father about it. If what you did tonight is useless, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Tang Meng's extremely serious eyes, Mo Wudao's heart tightened. He frowned, but said to Tang Meng in an instant, I can only say that I will do my best. I really can't guarantee anything else. Tang Meng sighed in his heart, but he also knew that Ling Yun was like this now. Even Miracle Dr. Xue couldn't do anything about it. Mo Wudao said that he wanted to summon Ling Yun's soul. Could he really refuse? Moreover, everything was ready, so naturally it was impossible to give up halfway. Thinking of this, Tang Meng no longer asked Mo Wudao. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Tang Meng picked up the phone, and the first one called Tang Tianhao, who was waiting in full force, and the second one called Qinglong Ba Se Bing. There was no nonsense, only 2 words, clear the field. With an order, almost half of Qingshui City took action instantly. First of all, on the way they drove here, all the street lights on both sides of the road went out, and at the same time, there were also the lights on the shops on both sides of the road and the houses in the community. From Villa Number 1 to the crossroads in front of Tang Meng at this moment, everywhere they pass, there is a complete blackout. At the same time, all nearby intersections on this road were put up with no traffic ahead signs to prevent any vehicle from passing. Hundreds of green dragons rushed out of every nearby intersection. Brother blocked. The places where Qinglong's people are inconvenient to come out are replaced by the police. So far, the surrounding area of more than 10 kilometers has been completely blocked. Generous. Absolutely a big deal. In the darkness, Tang Meng watched Mo Wudao and Ning Lingyu walking towards the intersection ahead, then he turned around in silence, and drove back slowly along the way he came from, while checking the entire road. Brother Yun, you must wake up. If you don't wake up again, something big will happen. Tang Meng drove the car silently, praying in his heart. Mo Wudao and Ning Lingyu soon came to the intersection. Not only Tang Meng and Ning Lingyu were surprised, but even Mo Wudao was very surprised. For the past 9 days, Mo Wudao has indeed not been idle. He has tried his best through the Maoshan secret technique. He has calculated it many times, but the conclusion is the same, that is, Ling Yun just lost his soul here. Mo Wudao didn't answer Tang Meng, not because he didn't want to answer, but because he really couldn't answer, because even he couldn't understand the reason. Ling Yun obviously fell into a coma in Villa Number 1, how could his soul be left in this place? Mo Wudao doesn't understand, but if it's Ling Yun or Chen Sen who is being imprisoned in No. If Ling Yun recalls his soul, they will be stunned in shock, and they will regard Mo Wudao as a celestial being. Because this intersection is not any other place, it is the place where Ling Yun was knocked down by that stair truck when he came out of the extreme speed internet cafe. The street lights at the intersection, as well as the lights in all the surrounding shops and buildings, went out, and it was pitch black here. Mo Wudao signaled Ning Lingyu to stop. He first took out a white candle from the bag, put it in the lantern and lit it, then took out a bracelet made of red thread from the bag, and put it on Ning Lingyu in his hand. He gently tightened the knot. Living souls are easily frightened. You have to light the lanterns all the way. Keep calling Ling Yun's name, don't stop, walk slowly, and never extinguish the lanterns. You must remember this. Mo Wudao was solemn like never before. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman, as long as it's a living person, there will be yang energy on its body. But the aura on your body is too complex and heavy, so I can't see through it. This knot is called the Sinomorium knot. It will lock part of the yang energy in your body, so that it is easy to call the soul. After you wear this Suayang knot, no matter what situation you encounter, you can't act rashly. In this way, the yang energy will fluctuate. If you break this knot, it will be very bad for your health. These are all taboos for calling the soul, Mo Wudao told Ning Lingyu one by one, and then he said, I will leave immediately, when you can no longer see me. Start calling Ling Yun's name, and then return step by step. Villain number 1, I will protect you around. Ning Lingyu nodded lightly, and asked in surprise, this still needs a guardian. Mo Wudao smiled and said nothing. Because of the taboo involved, he didn't say much to Ning Lingyu. Lingyun. Ning Lingyu waited for Mo Wudao to go out of sight, and began to stand at the crossroads. He whispered Ling Yun's name. Standing on the spot and shouting for about 7 or 8 minutes, she felt that it was almost done, so she started to pick up the soul lamp and walked slowly back to villain number 1 along the way she came. She has to walk 10 kilometers. Boom boom boom. Cultivate the big world. Lingyun crosses the calamity. 9 days and 9 nights have passed. This is a terrifying catastrophe that has never been seen before. The first thunder and lightning that fell on the first day was the purple divine thunder. Every day after that, the power of the thunder catastrophe doubled. Ling Yun has been gritting his teeth and struggling. All kinds of calamity clouds rolled over, gathered and scattered, scattered and gathered again. Endless. I'll wipe your uncle's thief. God, isn't I just going through a catastrophe? Are you so ruthless? Ling Yun finally couldn't hold it anymore. In the purple thunder light, Ling Yun's clothes were all torn, pointing at the sky with one hand, and yelling. He could see that this was the rhythm of his death. At this time, all the formations Ling Yun laid down had already been smashed to pieces, all the panaceas and the space magic weapons were exhausted, all kinds of treasure talismans, second talismans, and even the 12 immortal talismans were all used up, and there was not a single defensive magic weapon left. Onlooker Ling Yun smiled wryly. He already knew the ending, looking at himself in the endless thunder of the world-destroying god, relying on his physical body to resist the catastrophe. He waited for the earth-shattering purple divine thunder to land. Boom. The purple divine thunder finally landed, striking at Ling Yun, who was already exhausted. De Yan gathering star treasure. Dragon elephant power. Ling Yun used all means to try to defy the sky. However, it didn't work. The world is turned upside down. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the earth shakes and the mountains shake. In the land where Ling Yun crossed the catastrophe, a terrifying hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was blasted out by the purple divine thunder. Ling Yun was beaten to death. In the moment of life and death, he separated an extremely weak trace of soul. Boom. Another scene appeared in Ling Yun's mind, the scene of him flying into the night sky and being struck down by the golden lightning. The past life, the present life, everything, in the divine thunder that exploded almost at the same time, they were perfectly fused together. Ling Yun who has been against the sky in the world of cultivation, Ling Yun who has memories from birth on the earth to the moment he was hit by stare, and the spectator Ling Yun at this time, all merged in his mind, and Ling Yun lost consciousness in an instant. When consciousness regained consciousness again, Ling Yun found himself surrounded by darkness, as if he was in an endless nothingness, but far ahead, there was a ball of dazzling white light. That ball of white light was soft and full of inexplicable attraction. Ling Yun couldn't help following its guidance, and drifted forward step by step. That's right, it was floating. Where is this going? I'm not really going to die this time. Is it going to report to the underworld? A strange feeling appeared in Ling Yun's mind. It was not his voluntary consciousness, it was completely subconscious. He instinctively resisted, but his body was completely out of control, and he was still floating towards the white light. Seeing that Ling Yun is about to float into the ball of white light. Suddenly, 3 voices rang in Ling Yun's ears at the same time. Ling Yun, Ling Yun, Ling Yun. It's Sister Ning Lingyu. It's Dream Cold. It's Ruer. Hearing the call, Ling Yun suddenly woke up and regained control of his body in an instant. Villain number 1, in Ling Yun's bedroom on the 2nd floor, Ling Yun, who had been lying quietly on the bed all this time, slowly opened his eyes. To be continued. Ling Yun opened his eyes slightly, probably because he had slept for too long, or because the light in the room was too dark. he only felt that his eyes were blurred, and he could only see 3 hazy figures standing beside the bed. Copy address access. At this moment, Ning Lingyu, Lin Menghan, and Yao Ro were standing beside Ling Yun's bed, holding soul lamps, and they kept calling Ling Yun's name. Brother! Brother is awake. He has opened his eyes. Ning Lingyu was most concerned about Ling Yun's state. She was the first to find out that Ling Yun had woken up, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ling Yun! When Lin Menghan and Yao Ro heard the words, their delicate bodies trembled at the same time, and they all looked at Ling Yun on the bed. When the two of them saw that Ling Yun had indeed opened their eyes, tears filled their eyes instantly. Surrounded by joy and surprise, they became at a loss for a while, not knowing what to do. Don't touch him yet. A voice came, and immediately after, Mo Wudao rushed into Ling Yun's bedroom and came directly to Ling Yun's bedside. Mo Wudao held a long red rope, raised his hand and wrapped it around Ling Yun's hand, and whispered at the same time, Ling Yun is not fully awake at this time, just in case, I have to give him a call first. Soul lock knot. Unexpectedly, before he could entangle him twice, Ling Yun clenched his fist slightly, withdrew his hand, and said weakly at the same time, no need, I'm already awake. Mo Wudao pulled the red rope with both hands, his face full of astonishment. This, so fast? This is unscientific. Everyone has 3 souls and 7 souls. In Mo Wudao's opinion, Ling Yun must have been in a coma for so long, his soul must have been split by the golden divine thunder, causing the soul to leave the body, so after so many days of research, he came up with such a wonderful method of calling the soul. Although Ling Yun's soul has been called back now, it is still unstable in a short period of time, and his work has not been completed, so Ling Yun's soul has to be locked. But as soon as Ling Yun woke up, he said directly that he didn't need it. In an instant, the hero Mo Wudao was useless. Ling Yun regained consciousness. His eyes gradually focused, and he quickly adapted to the darkness in front of him. His vision gradually became clear from being blurred. Ling Yu. Menghan, Ruer. Ling Yun tilted his head slightly, his eyes started from Ning Lingyu. Sweeping over one by one, he resisted the needle-like headache. Called out the names of the 3 people. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu had already burst into tears. When she heard Ling Yun calling out her name, the lantern in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and she was about to grab Ling Yun's hand as soon as she lowered her delicate body. No. Mo Wudao was shocked. He hurriedly made a noise, stopping Ning Lingyu's movements. Ning Lingyu woke up suddenly. She was afraid of bumping into some taboo. He stopped quickly and turned to look at Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao pursed his lips slightly, looked at Ning Lingyu's hand, and said quickly, I have to untie your sinomorium knot before I can touch him. This sinomorium knot is definitely not just torn off after use, it must be untied in a certain order. Otherwise, there will definitely be big problems. While talking, Mo Wudao made a move at the same time, and helped Ning Lingyu untie the sinomorium knot in her hand extremely skillfully. Ning Lingyu was cold all over, her face was ashen, and her teeth were chattering. Mo Wudao was actually extremely shocked. With the xuanhuan knot tied, part of the yang energy in Ning Lingyu's body was locked. Under such circumstances, she walked slowly for 10 kilometers on the dark street, and it took nearly 3 hours to walk back. Dilla 1. This requires great perseverance, patience and courage, and Ning Lingyu's feelings for his brother. How far has it come? You need to be warmed immediately. After untying the xuanhuan knot, Mo Wudao couldn't bear it, and said softly to Ning Lingyu. It was only at this time that Ling Yun felt that the room was extremely cold, like being in an ice cellar. Ling Yun endured the pain as if his head was splitting open, and immediately began to run the yin-yang art, trying to stimulate the pure yang power in his body. The white lantern, the sinomorium knot, and then think of the calls in the coma. Others don't understand, but Ling Yun, who is well informed in the big world of cultivation, is very clear about these simple Taoist techniques that Mo Wudao is using at this moment. When he was cultivating in the big world, Ling Yun even killed many ghost cultivators. It's okay not to activate the yin-yang art, but after this activation, Ling Yun found that his body was actually empty, and he couldn't mobilize a trace of true energy, so he smiled wryly for a moment. Ling Yun didn't know how long he had been in a coma, but since he couldn't even use the yin-yang art of qi, it could only mean one thing: the period of weakness for him to use the dragon elephant divine energy must not have passed yet. Moreover, Ling Yun also knew that the troubles caused by his use of the dragon elephant divine power, this time, were definitely more than a simple period of weakness. His overdraft of the potential in his body, this time, is really too great. In the state of dragon elephant power to hit such a big pass, and to cross the calamity in the state of dragon elephant power, that's all. Ling Yun is still in the state of dragon elephant power, and at the critical moment of crossing the calamity, absorbing the pure yang energy of Hamba in one fell swoop, he broke through the second small realm of the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, and finally resisted the most powerful golden thunder with his weakest body at the moment when the effect of the dragon elephant's divine energy disappeared. If it weren't for Ling Yun possessing the physical body of the second peak of the Dianjuxing treasure art, and the powerful soul of the Transcendence tribulation period, the last golden thunder would definitely be able to beat him to death, and he would never be reborn forever. Thinking of the dazzling white light in his mind, Ling Yun felt lingering fear. His life was taken for nothing, and it could also be said that it was forcibly snatched back from Lord Yin. It's lucky that I can still be alive now, and my consciousness can wake up, and I will talk about the rest when I can get down to the ground and move around. Play an ordinary fire talisman. Hearing Ling Yun's reminder, Lin Menghan and Yao Ro subconsciously touched the place where they usually put the talismans, but they were soon dumbfounded, because Mo Wudao had asked them to put down all the talismans on their bodies before calling their souls. Where can I touch it? Ling Yun's headache eased. He noticed the expressions of the two women. He couldn't help laughing at himself. Mo Wudao was going to use Sinomorium not for Ling Yu. How could it be possible for them to wear something with the attribute of blazing fire like a fire talisman? Meng Han, Rower, don't worry, I'm fine, you help Ling Yu out. First wrap something around Ling Yu, and then call Xiener. Seeing that Ling Yun was really awake, Lin Menghan and Yao Ro didn't bother to say those words of concern for a while. They immediately obeyed Ling Yun's arrangement and helped Ning Ling Yu out, who was covered in cold. Watching the three of them leave the room, Ling Yun slowly retracted his gaze. He moved his stiff body a little, only then did he realize that he was holding something on his right hand. Refining God Taishu stone. I said how the pictures I saw in my dream were so clear that even my memories of this life were completely integrated. Everything is vivid in my mind. It turned out to be the effect of this stone. Ling Yun sighed, and subconsciously clenched his right hand tightly. At this time, Ling Yun, the memories and emotions of the past life and the present life are completely integrated, and there is no need to distinguish each other. He is Ling Yun, and Ling Yun is him. I owe you my life. Ling Yun stared at Mo Wudao, and didn't say thank you conventionally, but directly told the truth. You are crazy. Mo Wudao also stared at Ling Yun. His eyes were extremely bright, and there was indescribable shock and horror in his eyes. But he didn't even mention Ling Yun's life debt, as if he had never heard of it. This time I played too much. I almost killed myself. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and then said, Is it the art of summoning souls? Mo Wudao was taken aback for a moment, and said in astonishment, How do you even know this? Ling Yun didn't explain. His eyes were curious and more appreciative. After my accident, why didn't you leave? I believe that if you explain the cause and effect clearly, if you want to leave, they shouldn't stop you. Let me tell you the truth, as long as you leave, I won't be able to wake up this time, and you will have avenged your teacher. Mo Wudao stared at Ling Yun for a while, then suddenly grinned. Hey, you're so much fun here, I'm not willing to leave. The most important thing is that I have learned skills from my master for so many years. Now that you are lying there like a living dead, I really can't help itching. It's on your body, that, after practicing. After Lingyan heard it, he was completely speechless. He endured it again and again, but in the end he couldn't hold it back, and angrily cursed at Mo Wudao. I'm so stupid, are you doing an experiment with my life? Mo Wudao shrugged, spread his hands and said, whatever you say, I dragged you back from the gate of hell. Lingyan's affection for this grandson dropped to the lowest point in an instant. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, snorted from his nostrils, and began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Suddenly, Lingyan remembered something, and he asked, how long have I been in a coma? Seeing that Lingyan was fine, Mo Wudao was about to get up and go out. When he heard this, he immediately turned around and said, 9 days and 9 nights. What? When Lingyan heard this, he almost jumped up from the bed. Brat! Ling Yun! Brother Yun! At this time, all the people who left Villa number 1 3 hours ago, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, etc., all rushed back to Villa number 1 like crazy. They shouted excitedly, although their voices were outside the courtyard. Even Ling Yun, who had just woken up in the room, could hear them clearly. Hearing the voices of his relatives, women, and brothers again, Ling Yun smiled, and he lay back gently. When I wake up, I don't have to think about all the troublesome problems. The people I desperately want to protect are still there. This feeling is very good. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Are you sure you're okay? Mo Wudao saw Lingyan lying back again, finally stood up, and asked with concern. Well, it's okay, don't worry. Lingyan lay on the bed, closed his eyes slightly, and tightened the Taishu stone of refining God in his hand. Mo Wudao nodded, then turned his head left and right, looked around in the dark, as if there were other things hidden in this empty room. Then his heart moved, and he said to Lingyan intentionally or unintentionally, then I will go out first. Because of you tonight, there is too much commotion, causing a lot of trouble. I have to find a way to send them away. There was too much movement and trouble, and what Mo Wudao was talking about sending them away was not about Qingshui City. Unexpectedly, Lingyan on the bed just smiled slightly, and said calmly, well, it should be given away, but it is not easy for everyone, and there is no need to hurt them, you should suffer more. A cultivator and a Maoshan Taoist were playing charades in the dark. Neither of them could figure it out, but they both understood what the other meant. Mo Wudao was overwhelmed. He glanced at Ling Yun on the bed as if he was looking at a monster, and said to himself that you understand all this. Tonight, Ning Lingyu walked for 3 hours in the dark with a soul-inducing lamp, crossing half of Qingshui City, causing quite a lot of trouble. Otherwise, Ning Lingyu's body would not be so cold. Awesome. Mo Wudao shook his head, turned and left, and went to do what he should do. Brother Lingyun. Bai Xian'er was the best in lightness kung fu, so naturally she came the quickest. With a flash of her figure, she rushed into Ling Yun's room and came to the side of the bed. Ling Yun opened his eyes again, looking at Xian'er with a smile on his face. Xian'er, Brother Ling Yun was impatient, and you didn't let you kill that Hamba to take revenge. You won't blame me, would you? Bai Xian'er stood beside the bed pretty. The two slightly long and narrow foxy eyes were red. If she didn't know Ling Yun's body was weak, she would have jumped on Ling Yun's body long ago. Bai Xian'er held back her tears, pouted her lips, and said duplicity, it's because you obviously have other ways. But you must. Ling Yun smiled and waved his hands, stopping Xian'er from continuing, it's too late. I dare not take risks. What Ling Yun said was the truth, yes. He didn't dare to take risks, and he couldn't risk the lives of those in Villa number 1. The 2 lines of tears fell, and Bai Xian'er said in a sobbing voice, but, Brother Ling Yun, you almost died. Ling Yun laughed and said, Xian'er, don't worry, I'm already awake. Suddenly there was a voice at the door, humph, don't worry about the brat, we won't worry if you don't let us worry. Qin Dongxue stepped into the room, with a hint of anger on his haggard face. In fact, Qin Dongxue was not slow in coming, but as soon as she entered the villa, she went to Ning Lingyu first. I sent some fire talismans to the three of them, so they came a little late. Ling Yan smiled wryly. Of course he knew how much pressure Qin Dongxue had endured these days. Auntie. Don't call me auntie. Qin Dongshue's eyes were red, and she stared at Ling Yun on the bed seriously, and said angrily. Galilialu. Ling Yan's stomach groaned in disbelief. No water or rice had been eaten for 9 days and 9 nights, and now that he woke up, it was no wonder he wasn't hungry. Hey auntie, I'm hungry. Qin Dongshue's heart softened when she heard this, and she instantly forgot about her anger. She immediately turned her head and shouted towards the door, Ling Yun is hungry, hurry up and bring the porridge here. Qin Dongxue didn't name anyone, and there are plenty of people in Villa No. 1 now. As for porridge and rice, they must all be ready-made. Everyone is looking forward to Ling Yun waking up all the time, and of course they have already prepared these. I heard that Ling Yun wanted to eat. Miao Xiaomiao, who had rushed to the second floor of the villa, immediately flew downstairs and went straight to the kitchen, only to find that there were already people in the kitchen. Miao Xiaomiao's delicate body froze, and she knew it was Chao Shanshan just by looking at the back. The stove was blazing brightly, and the 8-treasure porridge that had been boiled for a long time was heating up. Chao Shanshan stood on the edge of the stove with her back to the door, her graceful and delicate body trembling, and she was still panting heavily. Shanshan, Ling Yun is awake, go up and see him, leave it to me here, and when the porridge is ready, I'll send it up to him. Miao Xiaomiao stepped forward gently, stood side by side with Chao Shanshan, and said softly. In the flickering flames, Chao Shanshan turned her head, her cheeks were haggard, her beautiful eyes were full of tears, she smiled and said, no, it's too crowded there, he just needs to wake up. It's so beautiful. Miao Xiaomiao sighed inwardly, and said with a smile, yes, there must be a lot of people there now, so let's heat up the meal here, and bring it to him together when we're done. Chao Shanshan bowed her head, 2 lines of tears finally shed, and said quietly, I can't do anything for him now. Miao Xiaomiao raised her hand, gently wiped Chao Shanshan's tears away, and said with a smile, Ling Yun definitely doesn't think so. Chao Shanshan was grateful and raised her head with sincere eyes, Xiaomiao, thank you. Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly and said, no need. Hey, Dad, my brother Yun is awake, it's all right, yes, hurry up and ask them to send the electricity. Ah, you don't need to come here, there are enough people here, you can do your business first, and we can talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to do. While running wildly into Ling Yun's room, Tang Meng called Tang Tianhao, his voice was so excited. Hanging up the phone quickly, Tang Meng looked at the tower-like figure in front of him and said, I'm so stupid, Tai Xiaohu, wait for me. Ling Yun was in a coma for 9 days and 9 nights, and finally woke up. Who wouldn't be excited in Villa No. 1? When Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng rushed into Ling Yun's room, they found that the room was already full of people, completely surrounding Ling Yun's bed. Brother Yun, you've woken up, never thought that magic stick method really works, hee. As soon as Tang Meng rushed into the room, he immediately yelled excitedly and squeezed desperately towards Ling Yun's bed. Tang Meng, can you give me a better future, kid? Looking at Tang Meng, who was panting heavily, Ling Yun laughed and cursed weakly. Divine Doctor Shui was sitting beside Ling Yun's bed, taking Ling Yun's pulse to feel his pulse. He felt relieved, but the trace of worry in his eyes could not be completely erased. Divine Dr. Shui looked at Ling Yun, Taoist techniques do have their uniqueness. I admire it, but... Miracle Dr. Shui couldn't feel a trace of true energy in Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun suddenly coughed softly, ahem, Grandpa Shui, I'm fine, I can go to the ground tomorrow. Ling Yun knew what Miracle Dr. Xue was going to say, and he didn't want everyone to worry about him anymore. Divine Dr. Xue understood what Ling Yun meant, and didn't say much. Wei Wei nodded, and slowly took his finger off Ling Yun's pulse. In a minute, Tang Meng received a message from Tang Tianhao, saying that Villa number 1 had been powered on. Brother Yun, my dad said there is a call, you can turn on the light now. Ling Yun smiled and said, of course it's fine. His body is weak and his true qi is completely exhausted. Ling Yun's current physical condition is not even as good as that of an ordinary person. He can't use his spiritual consciousness, let alone use his yin and yang divine eyes. He can only roughly see the outline of everyone in the dark. Been in a coma for so long. He wanted to take a good look at everyone. Xuanhuan immediately went to turn on the light, and with a click, Ling Yun's room was instantly as bright as day. Ling Yun immediately closed his eyes and opened them again after adapting to the light for a while. By Sianer, Qin Dongxue, Xuanhuan. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu. Everyone, without exception, had red eyes, extremely haggard looks, tears in their eyes, and excited smiles on their faces. Just standing beside Ling Yun's bed. All looked at him. You. At that moment, Ling Yun didn't know what it was like for him. He opened his mouth slightly and wanted to speak, but his nose was sore and he couldn't say a word. Qin Dongshua's shoulders shook, but she tried her best not to cry. She forced a smile and said, I asked everyone to tell the outside world that you have retreated. Therefore, except for Uncle Xue, no one else knows about your situation. Although the turmoil in Qingshui City has temporarily passed, Ling Yun has undoubtedly offended a more powerful enemy. Qin Dongshua's handling method is naturally the most appropriate. Qin Dongxue told Ling Yun these things, of course, to reassure him and not to let him think too much and waste his mind. You don't have to worry about anything now, take a good rest and recover from your injuries. I will take care of everything else. Well, as long as everyone is okay. Ling Yun said softly, he knew that Qin Dongxue would definitely handle everything well. 9 days and 9 nights have passed, Ling Yun can't even get out of bed now, even if he wants to worry, he has no power to do so. The porridge is ready. 5 or 6 minutes later, Miao Xiaomiao and Chao Shanshan came to Ling Yun's room together. Miao Xiaomiao was very straightforward, and directly brought a pot of porridge over, while Chao Shanshan took a spoon and a bowl. Everyone moved away from the bed one after another. Chao Shanshan carefully served the 8 treasure herbal porridge for one night, and went straight to Ling Yun's bedside, and sat on the seat where Miracle Dr. Xue had just sat. Shanshan. Ling Yun put down the god-refining Taishu stone, supported his body, and tried to sit up. Don't move, just lie down peacefully. Chao Shanshan was going to feed Ling Yun porridge, but with so many people watching, she blushed with embarrassment. It's not that empty. Ling Yun blinked at Chao Shanshan, but still sat up. Xuanhuan hurriedly took 2 pillows and put them behind Ling Yun. After the memories and emotions of this life have been completely integrated, Ling Yun feels that she can't get enough of Chao Shanshan now. There is an unspeakable throbbing in Ling Yun's heart. This is the first love in this life. Not hot, just right. Chao Shanshan didn't dare to raise her head. She scooped a spoonful of porridge carefully, and gently brought it to Ling Yun's lips. Inadvertently, she noticed the way Ling Yun looked at her, and her heart suddenly beat wildly. Of course Ling Yun is still the same Ling Yun, but this look is so familiar to Chao Shanshan. In Chao Shanshan's memory, this look has disappeared for a long time, but now, it reappeared. Ling Yun stared at Chao Shanshan for a long time, then blinked at her suddenly, and said with a chuckle, it's something that the squad leader can feed himself, this is something that I never dared to dream of before. The squad leader called Chao Shanshan's heart fluttered, and tears flowed down her face. She smiled, glared at Ling Yun, and shyly said, drink the porridge to be continued. Congee is a good porridge, it is a medicinal diet prepared by divine Dr. Xue himself, it is absolutely great for the body. Ling Yan drank 5 bowls in a row, and Chao Shanshan fed him 5 bowls in a row. During the process, the eyes met, and the heart was shaking. It was hard for others to understand without being in the middle of it. After feeding the porridge, Chao Shanshan felt her heart was full, her delicate body was weak, and she almost couldn't stand up. However, Ling Yan felt that there was a lot of strength in his body, and he was not as weak as before. I'm full, nourishing both qi and blood, Grandpa Xue, let you worry about it. What kind of person is Ling Yan? He just smells it with his nose, and he knows what medicinal ingredients are added to the porridge and what effect it has on the body. Of course, he knows that this kind of medicinal diet can only be prepared by Master Xue. Well, you boy, when will you be able to get down to earth, so that I, an old man, can live a more stable life? Miracle Xue used a reproachful tone, but expressed the old man's worry and distress. Hey, it's safe now. Ling Yan said with a smile, thinking that his body was in serious trouble, even if he wanted to be unsteady, he couldn't do it. Well, then I'm relieved. With you young people here, I won't get involved. I'll go home and rest. Miracle Dr. Xue was very straightforward, he left as soon as he said, and disappeared in a flash. Boy, I have plenty of good medicinal materials in my collection, and the dragon saliva you gave me hasn't been touched at all. If you need anything, just go and get it. Miracle Dr. Xue left quickly, but before leaving, he did not forget to give Ling Yan a secret explanation. Boy, you can't just drink porridge, do you want to have some other staple food? Qin Dongxue looked at Ling Yan, afraid that Ling Yan wouldn't care if he just drank porridge, so he asked with concern. Ling Yan shook his head and said, no need, Auntie, I'm full now, let's eat tomorrow. Then, he raised his head and turned his eyes, scanning the haggard faces of everyone in the room. He said softly, I know that you all must have not had a good night's sleep these days. Now that I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me anymore. You all leave here immediately and go back to your room to have a good rest. No matter what, wait until you have a rest tomorrow. Ling Yan looked at the haggard faces under the light. Pairs of red, swollen and bloodshot eyes are very distressing. He couldn't help saying that he forcibly drove them away and asked everyone to go to sleep. Okay. When Ling Yan said this, everyone agreed very well, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and they refused to move. Seeing this, Ling Yan had no choice but to lower his face, and looked at Qin Dongxue, Auntie. Qin Dongxue was helpless. Sighing, he said with a smile, okay, I know everyone is concerned about this brat, but since he's already awake, there's no need for us to stay here anymore, let's all go back and rest now. Qin Dongxue knew that he survived like this for 9 days and 9 nights. Even hardworking people can't bear it. Everyone has already reached their limit and must take a good rest, including herself. After Qin Dongxue spoke, everyone finally left reluctantly and went back to their rooms to rest. But in the end, there was still one person who stayed in Ling Yan's room. Bai Xian'er refused to leave this time, no matter what anyone said, it was useless, Ling Yan had no choice but to let her. After everyone left, Bai Xian'er slapped the door, closed the door, and twisted her delicate body. Fei got on the bed and came to Ling Yan's side. Ling Yan stretched out his arms, gently embraced Bai Xian'er into his arms, and said helplessly, Xian'er, you are the most disobedient. Bai Xian'er was crouching in Ling Yan's arms like a cat, a satisfied smile appeared on her charming face, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she said softly, Brother Ling Yan, you scared Xian'er to death. Ling Yan knew that Bai Xian'er was talking about crossing the heavenly tribulation, so he hugged Bai Xian'er's soft and beautiful body even tighter, and comforted her, what is there to be afraid of? On Daogui Island, we even have such a terrifying, the catastrophe has been carried over. This kind of catastrophe is nothing. Crossing the catastrophe to kill Han Yan and Dracula, Ling Yun is indeed crazy enough, but it doesn't mean that Ling Yun is really clueless. He actually knows that if his life is really in danger, the Emperor's pen, the Earth Emperor's Shenong tripod and Badizi, these heaven-defying magic weapons, will definitely come out scrambling to protect the Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so stupid as to resist the catastrophe and do such crazy and dangerous things. After all, although he is sure to kill the two powerful enemies before the effect of the dragon elephant's power disappears, he has no way of knowing when the heavenly tribulation will end. If the time for the dragon elephant's divine power is up, and the heavenly tribulation still continues, the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor will definitely come out to protect the Lord and protect him from death. Ling Yun has absolute confidence in this point. Bai Xian'er Bingxue is smart, so she naturally thought of this, nodded slightly, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Ling Yun, have you reached the realm of qi refining now?" Of course, Ling Yun can confirm this point 100%, he said with a smile. "Well, I did break through to the qi refining realm that night, otherwise, the heavenly tribulation would not have come down, it's just a little miscalculation." Ling Yun didn't expect that the moment the effect of the dragon elephant's power disappeared, the body was at its weakest moment, and the last catastrophe happened, and the human emperor's pen, the earth emperor and other artifact spirits obviously didn't have time to come out to protect the Lord, so Ling Yun only then did he suffer this catastrophe of life and death. Since Ling Yun survived the catastrophe, his state is naturally firmly at the qi refining level, but the physical problem is not small. He needs to find a way to solve it, and it will take a certain amount of time. Ling Yun picked up the god-refining Taishu stone again, continued to rest his mind for a moment, at the same time moved his body, pressed his head on Bai Xian'er's tall and plump but extremely soft chest, and closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying the tenderness. He lazily said, "Xian'er, release a little breath." Bai Xian'er only felt her tender body soften for a while, her pretty face blushed, and she obediently responded, releasing some of the aura of the celestial fox. Ling Yun felt the powerful aura of the sky fox, but he found that his body could not absorb this aura into his body. "Hey! It seems that the trouble is much more serious than expected." Ling Yun sighed slightly in his heart, knowing that he had overdrawn the potential in his body too much, so he had to give up temporarily. During the qi refining period, the first level of qi refining has been reached, but he doesn't even have any true energy in his body, and he doesn't have the spiritual consciousness to look inside. He succeeded in breaking through, but he became a cripple in the qi refining period. "Brother Ling Yun, what's wrong with you?" Bai Xian'er noticed Ling Yun's expression and asked worriedly. "Fine." Ling Yun smiled lightly. He casually asked, "Xian'er, our 3 spiritual herbs, are they all right?" He said that we will talk about everything tomorrow, but besides worrying about the safety of everyone in Villa Number 1, Ling Yun is most concerned about the 3 spiritual grasses in Villa Number 1. How can he not ask at this time? Bai Xian'er smiled happily. "I knew you would ask this, don't worry, the 3 spirit grasses are all fine. Especially the 2 yin-yang grasses are growing vigorously now. It seems that they are about to mature." "Well, it's fine." Hearing that none of the 3 spiritual grasses were destroyed in the catastrophe, a big stone in Ling Yun's heart was finally let go. When it comes to the qi refining period, Ling Yun can, of course, start alchemy and some of the simplest refining tools. He plans to wait for the 3 spiritual grasses to mature, and immediately start refining the yin-yang pill and long-ling pill, which will be used as medicines at that time. For training or promotion? Bai Xian'er asked curiously, "Brother Ling Yun, what exactly is the realm of refining qi?" Ling Yun smiled. He replied casually, "The realm of refining qi, for a cultivator, is generally divided into 2 stages, namely, introducing qi into the body and refining qi to transform into a god. In the early stage of the qi refining realm, the main thing is to draw qi into the body. You can absorb the aura of heaven and earth to strengthen yourself and use it to condense your spiritual consciousness. At this stage, practitioners can not only refine alchemy, but also perform some basic refining tools, such as refining some defenses. Magical artifacts, or attacking magical artifacts such as natal flying swords. Of course, due to the condensed spiritual consciousness, the talismans produced are also more magical, and they are useless. At the mid-stage of Qi refining realm, you can integrate your natal flying sword into your body. The natal flying sword can change in size according to your own will, and you can fly with the sword even more quickly. As for the late stages of the Qi refining realm, at that time, the spiritual consciousness was already very strong. A cultivator can not only fly in the air, but also without any medium, and move his hands and feet to become samadhi true fire, thunder, and lightning. You can also make some space-like magic tools, Nasumiyu mustard, arbitrary storage. Ling Yan's space ring was forged by borrowing the immortal spirit energy from Renhuang's pen, and reached the 9th level of Qi training in an instant. Ling Yan explained slowly. Baixianer was fascinated by what she heard, her heart was fascinated, her beautiful eyes blinked again and again, and she was shocked. Wow, then brother Ling Yun will be very powerful in the future? That's nothing. Ling Yun closed his eyes and smiled. Brother Ling Yun will reach the golden core stage and nascent soul stage after he builds the foundation in the future, then he will be truly powerful. Reaching the golden elixir stage, forming a golden elixir, you can live for thousands of years, you can destroy mountains and rivers with every move, you can shrink the earth into an inch, and you can travel tens of thousands of miles a day. In the eyes of ordinary people, you are a real fairy. Baixianer was excited when he heard that, and hurriedly asked, Brother Ling Yun, can Xianer become as powerful as you in the future? Ling Yun opened his eyes, looked at Baixianer's peerless appearance, and said with a smile, of course. When Xianer comes out with 6 tails in the future, she will be about the same as my foundation building period. Tail, after becoming a real 9-tailed celestial fox, its strength should be higher than that of a cultivator who has cultivated a nascent soul. Baixianer was not satisfied, and continued to ask, what about the future? Ling Yun felt that Xianer at this time was like a child full of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. He said with a smile, after that? Then we have to go through the real catastrophe, get rid of the 6 reincarnations, and become a real fairy. Baixianer was pleasantly surprised. Xianer can also become a fairy? As long as you get rid of the 6 realms of reincarnation, people will no longer be humans, and monsters will no longer be monsters. Xianer will definitely become a fairy. When it comes to the end, Ling Yin himself is fascinated. If he fails to cross the tribulation in the great world of cultivation, can he become a fairy in this life? Brother Ling Yun, how long do we need to practice before we can become immortals? Ling Yun was full of herbal food and lay softly in the gentle place, only to feel drowsy from eyelid fights. He said vaguely, it should be a long time, it just depends on luck. After speaking, Ling Yun gently turned over, found the most comfortable sleeping position, raised his hand to press on Baixianer's high chest, and fell into a deep sleep. Baixianer's beautiful eyes sparkled, her beautiful face blushed, and she quietly shrank into Ling Yun's embrace. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. This time, Ling Yun only slept for about 3 hours, and he opened his eyes at 5 o'clock the next morning. Now that the summer solstice has passed, and half of the small heat has passed, it is the longest time of day in a year. At 5 o'clock, the sky is already bright outside the window. Ling Yun didn't move, but closed his eyes again and felt his body carefully. The next moment, Ling Yun's face became extremely exciting, sad, gloomy, self-deprecating, angry, depressed, and all kinds of miserable expressions appeared on his face almost at the same time. Running a Qi Yin-Yang Ju, there is no reaction in the Dantian, the meridians are exhausted and dry, and there is no flow of true energy. Unable to use divine sense, unable to use Yin-Yang divine eye, and of course unable to look inside, what is going on in the body, I can't detect it at all. But it's just the above, that's all. What made Ling Yun unacceptable the most, and what made Ling Yun feel sad was that he slept sweetly all night with such a stunning beauty like Bai Xian'er, such a graceful and sexy body. On this summer morning, he didn't even have the most normal physiological reaction of a man. I don't care, what kind of exhaustion must the yang qi in this body have to make me look like this? This guy is too empty. Ling Yun felt completely hopeless in an instant, and after being angry for a long time, he cursed secretly in his heart before he had to accept this cruel fact. Excessive overdraft, exhaustion of true qi, the magical dantian and meridians collectively went on strike. It seems that the next step is to recuperate the body and let the qi yin yang art work again. Ling Yun knew in his heart that he had reached the realm of refining qi, and he had completely accomplished the one qi yin yang ju. Now his Tai Chi Yin Yang fish-shaped dantian was actually the perfect form of I Qi Yin Yang Ju. The rotation of the dantian means that the I Qi Yin Yang Ju is operating on its own, but now, my dantian must not be rotating. As long as one's dantian is rotated, the yin and yang qi in the body can be self-generated. And as long as there is yin and yang true energy flowing in the meridians, one's own consciousness, yin and yang eyes, and everything else will naturally be restored. The key to the problem now is naturally Ling Yun's dantian, or his I Qi Yin Yang art. Then comes the most important question. How can I make my dantian start to rotate again? It should be put in the past, relying on Ling Yun's sky-defying physique. He only needs to absorb the aura for a period of time, use it to practice, and stimulate his own dantian, but after the test last night, Ling Yun's current body can't even absorb the aura of the outside world. Ling Yun is a cultivator who has reached the transition period. Of course he knows what is going on with his heaven-defying physique. It is all because of Ling Yun's acupoints against the sky. Ling Yun can absorb the aura of heaven and earth, of course not by relying on the skin, bones, blood, internal organs, and so on, but all the acupuncture points in his body. Ling Yun used the Dragon Elephant Divine Strength to increase his combat power by 10 times, not only depleting the true qi in his dantian and meridians, but also all kinds of aura stored in the acupoints of his body. Also squandered everything. For example, if the dantian is the sea, the meridians are the rivers, and the orifices are the lakes, the two meridians of Ren and Du can be connected, and the water can flow in the rivers, lakes, and seas by itself. Perfect loop. But now in Ling Yun's body, all the rivers, lakes, and seas have dried up, all the meridians and acupoints in the dantian are on strike, the internal qi is not generated, and the external world's vitality is not entering. This is the price Ling Yun paid for using the Dragon Elephant Divine Strength to overdraw his physical potential and increase his combat power by 10 times for half an hour. Certainly. If he just used the Dragon Elephant power to fight, even if he increased his combat power by 10 times the limit, Ling Yun would not have to pay such a painful price. At most it would be a period of weakness, after which he was still alive and well. But he broke through in the state of Dragon Elephant Divine Strength, and then crossed the tribulation, and then absorbed the power of burning pure yang, and broke through a small realm of Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue in one go. You know, letting Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue break through a small realm is more difficult than Ling Yun's impact on Qi training period. But Ling Yun paid such a high price, and finally killed Han Ba. If Ling Yun didn't use such a once-in-a-lifetime breakthrough opportunity, then he wouldn't be Ling Yun. Hey, I made it all myself. As soon as Ling Yun thought of his huge gains, he immediately threw the miserable situation in front of him out of the blue. Of course, Ling Yun made a lot of money in that crazy battle, and he never did money-losing business. The body can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, can't I eat it with my mouth? Thinking of this, the corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a smile. He quietly removed the palms that were pressing on Bai Xian'er's tall and soft chest, turned over and got off the bed. Bai Xian'er woke up immediately, but without opening her eyes, she murmured, "Brother Ling Yun, you're awake." Well, I woke up and slept for 9 days and 9 nights. I've had enough sleep. Ling Yun responded. He knew that Bai Xian'er must not have had a good rest these days, so he said with a smile, Xian'er, continue to sleep as long as you want. Don't worry about me. Seemingly greedy for Ling Yun's breath left on the bed, Bai Xian'er replied in a daze, and sure enough, she continued to sleep again. When Ling Yun got out of bed, he felt that his body was still a little weak. He stood for a while and walked a little to get used to it. He felt that his physical strength was not bad, and he could already move normally. Ling Yun put the god-refining Taishu stone on the head of the bed, then went straight to the bathroom, took a good hot shower, brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth, then dried himself, and walked out, feeling refreshed. After finding a suit of clothes and getting dressed neatly, Ling Yun pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom. During this period of time, everyone in Villa Number 1 was exhausted. At this time, everyone was still sleeping soundly. Ling Yun walked softly through the door of each room without waking anyone up. He quickly went down to the first floor, walked through the living room, and came directly to the courtyard of the villa. Originally Ling Yun thought that he was the first to wake up, but when he came to the yard to take a look, he found that someone was earlier than him. That person was of course Wang Feihu. Wang Feihu was punching a set of punches under a tree, as if he was afraid of disturbing other people's sleep. His footwork was light and agile, his movements were neither fast nor slow, and he didn't make a sound. Hearing the movement, Wang Feihu immediately retreated. After standing still, he turned his head and looked back. When he found out that the person who came out was Ling Yun, he was stunned. Ling Yun. You'll be fine so soon. Wang Feihu was unavoidably startled and stunned. Ling Yun was struck down by the golden divine lightning. Not to mention the external injuries, the internal injuries must be serious, otherwise he would not have been in a coma for so long. He just woke up last night, and today he is as normal as a normal person. Ling Yun looked at Wang Feihu. Slightly smiled, it's not so fast, it's just barely able to walk on the ground. Wang Feihu was shocked when he heard this. Hurry up and support Ling Yun, and said cautiously, oh, then why did you come out by yourself, why don't you lie down and rest? I've had enough of lying on the bed. It's early in the morning. Come out and breathe some fresh air. Ling Yun spoke directly, and did not refuse Wang Feihu's support. Come here and sit down. Wang Feihu couldn't help but walk to the swimming pool with Ling Yun on his arm, where there was a row of bamboo chairs. It is used for people who are tired from swimming to rest and enjoy the scenery. Of course, these are all new ones bought after the war. Ling Yun smiled and stopped, shook his head and said, no, it's good to stand up and move around. Seeing that Ling Yun had no intention of sitting down, Wang Feihu had no choice but to stop pushing. He let go of Ling Yun's hand, but he didn't dare to move away. Carefully waiting on the side. Ling Yun raised his arms, stretched a lot, and walked a few steps casually before stopping. Wang Feihu, the situation was urgent that night. After I rushed back, I didn't bother to talk to you. It's no wonder. Seeing that Ling Yun spoke so politely to him, Wang Feihu was shocked when he heard that, and hurriedly said, young Master Ling, what are you talking about? That night, you saved our lives with all your might. It's too late for me, Wang Feihu, to thank you, Ling Yun waved his hand to prevent him from continuing. Your 2 brothers died because of protecting Villa Number 1. I am very sorry and grateful. If you have any requests, please feel free to mention them. Ling Yun was indeed very sorry. Wang Feihu and the others, before he rushed back, they were able to desperately protect the people in Villa Number 1 in such a critical situation, which he never expected. Even until now, Ling Yun didn't even know the names of those 2 people. Speaking of the death of the 2 brothers, Wang Feihu's eyes dimmed suddenly, his eye circles were red, and he lowered his head and said, young Master Ling, you don't need to care about this at all. The three of us used to be the guest servants of the Sun family, and later we were accepted by the Sun family. Assignment: I came here to trouble you without knowing what to do, and after being captured by you, since I have decided to follow you, how can I care about life and death? Ling Yan was silent, and after a while, he said, I will bury your two brothers generously, and give each of them 50 million to settle down. In addition, I will give you another 100 million as a reward. It's up to you to handle their burial. I'll let Tang Meng transfer the 200 million to your account today. Wang Feihu was shocked and said dumbfounded, Young Master Ling, what are you doing? Ling Yan waved his hand, that's how the restriction is set for you, and I will let someone undo it for you as soon as possible. Your internal injury, I will personally recuperate you. After the restriction is lifted, your injury will definitely recover soon. When you heal your injury, you can go. Plop. After Wang Feihu listened, he faced Ling Yan without hesitation, knelt down on the ground, and said with a dismal expression, Young Master Ling, could it be that I, Wang Feihu, did something wrong to you? Wang Feihu never dreamed that the first thing Ling Yan did after waking up was to drive him away. Ling Yan stepped forward, bent over, trying to help Wang Feihu up, and at the same time said, Old Wang, you didn't do anything wrong, but you did it very well. However, Wang Feihu insisted on kneeling and refused to get up, and asked puzzledly, then why did young Master Ling drive me away? Ling Yan said seriously, I'm not driving you away, but I just don't want you to follow me at the risk of life and death. You must have seen it that night. The first 9 masters, the demon sect, the blood clan, and even my enemies, Hamba, are all unimaginable existences in this world. If you follow me, you are in danger of being instantly killed at any time. We met by chance, and if we don't share love, you can't do it at all. Wang Feihu knelt down and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic, Young Master Ling, if you really drive me away because of this, then I, Wang Feihu, will now make a blood oath to follow you to the death. Ling Yan pondered and asked, no regrets, no fear. Seeing Ling Yan's intention to accept him, Wang Feihu immediately said, Wang Feihu is willing to follow Ling Xuanhuan, willing to do anything, and never regret it. Ling Yan smiled, in that case, please get up, Mr. Wang. Ling Yan's address to Wang Feihu changed. Wang Feihu was overjoyed, but he didn't stand up, and asked nervously, then young Master Ling agreed? Get up and walk around with me. Ling Yan was very satisfied, and said with a smile. To be continued. What's up with those policemen outside? Ling Yan kept doing chest expansion exercises, moving his muscles and bones as much as possible, walked towards the backyard of the villa, and asked, casually. Of course he noticed the policeman standing guard at the gate of the villa. Wang Feihu followed closely, and replied with a smile, the attack on the villa that night shocked the entire senior management of Qingshui City. These police officers were sent by them to protect us. Since you were seriously injured and unconscious, you have never left until now. Ling Yan just smiled when he heard this, and said in his heart that it seems that Uncle Tang was really furious this time. The two soon came to the backyard. Ling Yan swept his eyes and found that the entire backyard was completely changed. A large number of trees in the yard were chopped off countless times by sword chi and knives because of the fierce fighting that night, and then suffered thunderstorms, and the bare trunks were scorched black. The lawn in the entire backyard was almost completely destroyed, and the green grass withered and died. There were droughts, some were blown up by fire talismans, and some were struck to death by lightning. But there is no green grass cover anymore, and it is extremely bare and ugly. Looking at the ruined courtyard, Ling Yan's face was very gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, What the hell, I've hit my house, I'm sorry if I don't kill you all. Wang Feihu felt terrified in his heart, and said with a smile, they really deserve to die. They just hang out in the society outside, and they know how to obey the rules. They know that their wives and children are worse than their wives. A villa, that's really crossed the line. Ling Yan hummed, and came to the place where the 3 spiritual grasses were planted, stopped and observed the 3 spiritual grasses carefully. The Tianyang grass, the earthine grass, and the ambergris grass are all exactly as Baixianer said. Not only are they safe and sound, but they all grow strong and luxuriant. The growth is very gratifying. Especially Tianyang grass and earthine grass, according to Ling Yan's observation, they will almost mature in half a month. Exactly, before leaving Qingshui City, whether the body can recover or not depends on you. Ling Yan observed the growth of Yin-yang grass. After estimating when the 2 herbs would mature, he made up his mind. Just waiting for the 2 spiritual grasses to mature, they immediately began to refine the yin-yang pill. Brush. Ling Yan only felt that there was a blur in front of his eyes, and there were 2 tall figures beside him. Wow, I bought cakes, honorable boss, you can be regarded as awake, thank you, Satan Demon God. The 2 blood races rushed out of the small warehouse in the backyard of the villa. Before he could stand still, Jester immediately screamed and roared strangely. Count Paul, greet your honorable master. Compared with Jester, Paul is much quieter and more stable. He was a perfect gentleman, but no matter how calm he was, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. I can wake up, I have a fart relationship with your Satan Demon God Jester. Can you please lower your voice, they are still sleeping, your voice wakes everyone up. Ling Yan glared at Jester first, then looked at Paul, changed his expression, and said with a smile, Count Paul said so, that night, both of you broke through to Earl. Yes boss, we are both Earls now. And I broke through first, my good partner Mr. Paul, a little slower than me. Jester was glared at by Ling Yan, and his voice suddenly dropped a lot. But he still couldn't restrain his excitement, and praised himself there happily. Ling Yan heard it a little funny, and frowned slightly. Jester, are you so shameless? You fought with me in Xianrenling for several days, and gained so many benefits. It's only a little while earlier than Paul's breakthrough. What to brag about? Jester felt a little embarrassed by Ling Yan's furious criticism, but was speechless, so he raised his hand and scratched his head. Paul smiled and helped him out. Boss, Jester's current strength is indeed stronger than mine. He just got a little too excited to see you awake. Ling Yan nodded, hummed, and then asked again, you too, can you use the magic of the Blood Clan now? Paul and Jester were silent for a moment. They looked at each other, shrugged at the same time, spread their hands and said, Boss, unfortunately, we still don't know how to do it yet. Ling Yan sighed in his heart, it seems that if the Blood Clan can use magic, they must reach the Marquis level. Don't worry, take your time. When you get to the capital, you see Edward, and learn the magic of Blood Clan from him. These are the 2 Blood Clan masters, created by himself. Ling Yan has high expectations for their future. As for the promotion of these 2 blood races, Ling Yan has already made plans. He will know the xuanhuan scriptures. It is only a matter of time before the level is raised. Up to now, Ling Yan already has 1 marquis and 4 earls under his command. Paul and Jester nodded excitedly, only to hear Ling Yan smile again and say, also, I didn't hit you too, but I heard that as a blood race, an earl can't be self-proclaimed. At least an earl is needed. Only the Grand Duke can confer on us. This rule was learned by Ling Yan from Pierce and Joyce. Paul didn't mind after hearing this, but just smiled awkwardly, but Jester didn't care. Wow, Master, I admit that what you said is true, but you must know that the 2 servants standing in front of you are the future masters of the Blood Clan. The more Jester talked, the more proud he was, shaking his head and saying, we are the lords of the Blood Clan, so why do we need a Grand Duke to give us titles? Ling Yan was speechless, glanced at Jester, snorted, and said, you have to shudder. After finishing speaking, he raised his chin towards the small warehouse, and asked lightly, who's in there? When Ling Yan asked something serious, Paul didn't dare to neglect, he immediately whispered, report to the boss, now there are those 2 sticks in the small warehouse, as well as the 2 brothers of the Chen family, and the Black 3. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched, revealing a cruel smile full of evil spirits, and asked, "They are all alive?" Jester chuckled and said, "Yes, boss, they are all still alive, but their lives are not good, life is worse than death." "Oh." Ling Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. Paul spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with me." Jester was full of evil, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes, and explained to Ling Yun, "Actually, it has nothing to do with me. It is your good brother, Mr. Tang Meng, who is giving orders. I am only responsible for helping." Ling Yun was in a coma for 9 days and 9 nights. As long as he didn't wake up for a day, no matter how late or busy Tang Meng was, he would definitely come to Villa number 1. He didn't do anything else, just to ravage the 5 cripples and vent his anger. Hearing that it was Tang Meng, Ling Yun understood it instantly. He could even imagine a horrific scene of a ruthless Tang Meng and a jester who claimed to be a demon, torturing those 5 people together. How did this kid become so bad? Ling Yun frowned and muttered, but his heart was overwhelmed. Go, and see our guests." Ling Yun raised his feet and took the lead towards the small warehouse in the backyard of the villa. Well. Before entering the door, Ling Yun covered his nose without hesitation. "What does this smell like?" The strong smell of blood, the fetid smell of festering wounds, mixed with the smell after incontinence, the smell of killing people and disgusting people is simply indescribable. Ling Yun doesn't have any skills right now, and in a waking state, naturally he can't switch from external breathing to innate internal breathing. He couldn't stand the unpleasant stench at all, so he resolutely didn't enter the house. He held his breath hard, only took a quick glance at the door, then turned his head and walked away. One glance is enough. The 5 guests in the small warehouse, the current appearance is simply horrible. Liang Daoist and Sikong Wuji, the 2 of them are riddled with holes and rotten, and I don't know how long it has been since they have eaten. They are skinny and skinny lie there. As for Qin Jiangui, 2 of his thighs were cut off by Ling Yun, and he was attacked by Xuan Huangshan's aura. His rank dropped directly from Earl to Baron. Looking at his shriveled mouth lying there, it is estimated that all his teeth have been pulled out. Chen Sun was also attacked by Xuan Huangshan's aura. He didn't know what kind of pain he had experienced, but he almost lost the characteristics of the blood race. In contrast, Chen Sun's thug Black 3 became the best one. "Damn him, I'm disgusted to death. Tang Meng, you are awesome." At this time, Ling Yun didn't care about his weakness, and trotted all the way out of the range of the small warehouse at the fastest speed he could reach. After rushing a certain distance, Ling Yun released his hand covering his nose, pointed to the roof of the villa, and said to Wang Feihu, "Old Wang, send me up." To be continued. When they came to the roof, Ling Yun waved his hand to signal Wang Feihu to go down, then he sat down cross-legged facing east. Before starting to practice, Ling Yun tried his best to concentrate his thoughts and tried to sense his space ring, but found that the space ring still had no response, so he couldn't help but shook his head and smiled wryly. "The mind is too weak, and I still can't really concentrate. It seems that I want to use the space ring, and it will take a few days." Ling Yun thought silently in his heart. The space ring can be said to be the most precious magic weapon that Ling Yun can use at present, and it can be made and used by practitioners who have reached the stage of refining qi. It is certainly convenient to use a space ring with spiritual consciousness, but this does not mean that people without spiritual consciousness cannot use a space ring. When Ling Yun was at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, before breaking through the middle stage of physical training, he had the space ring and could use it normally. At that time, he did not have divine consciousness. This is because, to use a space ring, the most important thing is to rely on the owner's mind or idea. Consciousness and mind are fundamentally 2 different things. Spiritual consciousness, the simplest description, is the perception that people can have without seeing with eyes or hearing with ears. As for the range and clarity of perception, it depends on the strength of spiritual consciousness. But thoughts are a person's subjective thoughts or intentions, which are what he wants to do. This is the will. Using the space ring is nothing more than that I want to put something in the ring, or in other words, I want to get something out of the ring, which of course only needs the idea. Then when using the space ring, why is it more convenient to have spiritual consciousness? That's because the space rings are big or small, so there are naturally as many things as there are in them. If you have spiritual consciousness, if you want to take something from the space ring, you can use your spiritual consciousness to perceive it clearly and clearly at a glance. It's the same as someone trying to get something out of a storage room and having to see it first. And you can only take it out after you find it, the reason is the same. Therefore, although Ling Yun has no consciousness now, he can still use the space ring, but he has become a blind man feeling the elephant. What he touches is nothing, or what he thinks is nothing. Fortunately, the space in Ling Yun's space ring is not too big. There's not much to store. His memory is insane. Temporarily without consciousness, it can't cause him much trouble. Then why can't Ling Yun use the space ring now? There is only one answer, that is, his mind is not concentrated enough, nor strong enough. People have ideas, but it does not mean that what I want to do, I will be able to make it. It is impossible for things to fly out of the space ring by themselves, except of course the heaven-defying magic weapons such as the human emperor's pen, the earth emperor's Bodhi sun, the Shinong tripod, etc., which must have autonomous consciousness. If Ling Yun wanted to get something out of the space ring, he had to concentrate his mind. Use your own thoughts to move, whether it is stored or taken out, the reason is the same. At this time, the strength of the mind is equivalent to the strength of the strength. Ling Yun has just woken up from a coma, and now his thoughts are too weak and his strength is not enough, so he is temporarily unable to use the space ring. This is Ling Yun after waking up. It's just that the God-refining Taishu stone was placed on the bedside, but the reason why it wasn't put into the interspatial ring. But Ling Yun has woken up now, his thoughts have begun to recover, and are gradually becoming stronger. In a few days, he will be able to use the space ring normally. There is dragon saliva in Ling Yun's space ring. There are 120 pieces of Qiao Dan, as well as 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old fleeceflower root and other treasures that can be used to replenish spiritual energy. At that time, just take them out and eat some, so that the body will have spiritual energy, and all troubles will naturally be solved. So Ling Yun is not in a hurry, he is just not used to it. Ling Yun went up to the roof early in the morning. Of course it was to practice his great expansion gathering stars secret art. The weather is fine today, cloudless, and the sun is about to come out. Ling Yun breathed slowly, closed his eyes slightly, tried to empty his mind as much as possible, and began to meditate on the exercises of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju in his heart, and began to absorb the Dari Jinghua. Dian Gathering Stars Treasure Ju, a pure body training method, only needs to absorb the power of the sun, moon and stars, to practice. What is tempered is the skin, muscles, bones, internal organs, etc. of the body, and it also tempers the invisible dantian and meridian orifice. No matter what time it is, the body is the capital of cultivation. Therefore, in Ling Yun's eyes, the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju is one of the highest cultivation skills along with Ichi Yin Yang Ju and Shenwu Chen Yang Xian Ju. Of course, with Ling Yun's current physical condition, the only thing he can practice is this one. There is no true energy in the body, and all the meridians and acupoints in Dantian are exhausted. It is extremely difficult for Ling Yun to absorb the great sun essence fire, and the amount of great sun essence fire that can be absorbed into the body is even less, but this difficulty cannot stop him. Cultivating against the sky, facing up to difficulties, being able to stand up even after falling down thousands of times, this is Ling Yun. Ling Yun only practiced for 2 hours. After 7 o'clock in the morning, the sun had risen completely, and he slowly opened his eyes. Ling Yun felt warm all over. He squinted his eyes slightly, looked at the dazzling sun, and smiled. It's so hot. It was the scorching heat, and although the sun had just risen, the sunlight was not hot enough, but Qingshui City was already scorching with heat. Ling Yun stood up from the roof and waved to Wang Feihu in the yard. Old Wang is troubled, take me down. Wang Feihu had been waiting on the ground for a long time. He flew to the roof, and jumped with Ling Yun in his hand. The two of them fell back to the ground lightly. Young Master Ling, don't be so polite when you talk to me in the future, just call me Feihu. Wang Feihu let go of his hand and said in embarrassment. Ling Yun smiled lightly. It's better to call him Lao Wang. We will be a family from now on, so there is no need to be so particular. Old Wang, tell Jester to wash Chen Jiangui's body clean. I will ask him for something in person later. Wang Feihu nodded, and then asked, then you? Ling Yun smiled and said, I'm so hungry, I'll go get some breakfast. After practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Bao Ju for 2 hours, the 5 bowls of medicinal food that Ling Yun drank last night have already been digested. Now he is so hungry that his chest is pressed against his back. He thinks he can swallow a cow. Ling Yun and Wang Feihu separated, and went straight to the living room by himself. After he practiced, he felt that his body recovered a lot of strength, his footsteps were no longer vain, and his walking figure gradually became more stable. Ling Yun originally planned to make some breakfast by himself. But before he got to the kitchen, he heard the sound of jingle, ding, chi, 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 chi. It was obvious that someone was already busy in it. Roar? Why did you wake up so early? Ling Yun went into the kitchen and found that Yao Ro was in the kitchen, and she was preparing breakfast. Yao Ro was frying eggs. When she heard the movement, her delicate body trembled slightly. Immediately turned around and glanced at Ling Yun. Instantly smiled, I slept for 5 hours, I've had enough rest, I'll get up and make you breakfast. Ling Yun stepped forward quickly, gently hugged Yao Ro's waist, and blamed him distressedly, I can make breakfast myself, you'd better go back to your room and sleep a little longer, your eyes are red. Yao Ro lowered her head slightly, 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks, and said softly, Ling Yun. From now on, don't work so hard. Ling Yun's heart was touched, he raised his hand, gently wiped away the tears on Yao Ro's face, and said with a smile, got it, am I already awake? Yao Ro nodded, she was enjoying the tenderness and sweetness that Ling Yun brought her at this moment. He asked in a low voice, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Ling Yun went to wash his hands and said with a smile, of course I'm starving, I feel like I can swallow a cow now. Let's cook together. Yao Ro smiled, and gently pushed Ling Yun out of the kitchen, okay, you don't need to do it, you go to the dining table and wait. It will be served to you right away. How could Yao Ro be willing to let Ling Yun cook? She is now at the peak of the 3rd innate realm, and already possesses divine consciousness. She had already noticed it when Ling Yun woke up in the morning, and got up immediately. She carefully prepared 2 hours, medicated porridge, milk. Soy milk, bread, eggs, fruits, and other meals have already been prepared, just waiting for Ling Yun to come over to eat. Ling Yun had already fed his stomach last night, and his stomach was stretched open. When breakfast was served, he was immediately swept away. This time, he drank 6 bowls of medicinal porridge in one go. I'm full. Ling Yun ate and drank enough, hiccuped and pushed away the milk that Yao Ro handed over, expressing that he couldn't take any more. He patted his belly and stood up, walked a few steps, and felt that his physical strength had increased a bit, and his mental state was also better. He smiled and said to Yao Ro, Rower, should you feel relieved now? You also have some breakfast, and then go back and sleep in the cage again, be obedient. Then, Ling Yun amplified his voice, and yelled at the top of his voice, Auntie, Ling Yu, Menghan, I know you can all hear me now, don't worry about me, just continue to sleep until you all get enough sleep, let's go out to have a big meal together, and then move. Before Ling Yan finished speaking, there were a lot of charming laughter in several bedrooms on the first and second floors of the villa. Yarou blushed like blood. Ling Yan turned around, reached out and took Yarou's tender body into his arms, lowered his head and kissed her fragrant lips lightly, then patted her back lightly. Eat some breakfast and go back to sleep, so that Menghan can sleep well too. Ling Yan strode out of the living room and came to the courtyard again. Wang Feihu came over and said, "Young Master Ling, everything is done." Ling Yan nodded, raised his hand and pointed, "Get Qin Jiangui under that big tree." Jester carried Qin Jiangui, who was still dripping with water all over his body, and quickly came to Ling Yan. After Ling Yan gave the order, Jester didn't dare to be negligent, and directly charged Qin Jiangui with a water gun for watering the lawn. After flushing for more than half an hour, Qin Jiangui was completely washed, and now there was not even a trace of the disgusting smell left on his body. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Jester threw Qin Jiangui, who had lost his legs, at Ling Yan's feet. Ling Yan lowered his head and looked down at Qin Jiangui, who was lying on the ground. After watching for a long time, he suddenly smiled. "Chen, I gave you so many opportunities, and you didn't run away. Now your legs are gone, your wings are gone, and even your teeth have been pulled out. It's all over. Do you think you are a bitch?" Qin Jiangui's heart was already ashamed. He opened his toothless mouth, his eyes were pleading, and he moved and said, "Ling Yan, please, give me a happy one." He has no teeth, and his speech is full of leakage, which is almost impossible to hear clearly. Ling Yan smiled brightly and shook his head. "I said before, killing anyone will not kill you. I was the first to look for you, just to ask for something on your body. Take out your blood yuan bead." After Ling Yan finished speaking, regardless of the despair in Qin Jiangui's eyes, he directly instructed Jester, "Dig it out 3 points below his navel." Puff! Jester squatted down, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and suddenly grabbed Qin Jiangui's lower abdomen, directly grabbing a large piece of flesh from the belt. A horrible blood hole immediately appeared on Qin Jiangui's lower abdomen. He struggled desperately and screamed in pain. Jester ignored it at all. He tore up the piece of meat with 2 hands, and suddenly found a blood-red bead. The bead is the size of a longan, and its shape is not round but like a chestnut. The whole body seems to be clotted with blood, and the surface is covered with a layer of scarlet halo. When you look closely, it looks like blood is flowing. Inheritance of the Qin family, the blood yuan zhu. The blood yuan bead is scarlet red, and the blood is extremely thick. It was dug out from Qin Jiangui's flesh, but it didn't stick to any pieces of meat or blood, as if it came out of mud without being stained. "Boss. What you want?" Jester stood up and handed the blood yuan zhu to Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan took the blood yuan bead, put it in his palm, spread out his palm, stared at it carefully, and then clenched his fist. "This bead belongs to me. To be continued." Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Dandy Immortal Doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and tell me quietly. Ling Yan, kill me. Qin Jiangui lost his family's blood yuan bead, and his heart felt ashamed in an instant. He opened his dark red eyes, his eyes were absent-minded, and they were extremely empty. "Qin Jiangui, I really can't take your life. Your life can only be taken by the Chao family." Ling Yan lowered his head, looked at Qin Jiangui, who had lost everything, and slowly shook his head and said, "It can be said that the current Qin Jiangui has no value to Ling Yan anymore. It doesn't matter if Ling Yan kills him or not." 10 members of the Chao family were embraced by Qin Jiangui and turned into a blood family. His blood must be used as the main medicine to cure the blood poison, and Ling Yan had already collected enough blood from Qin Jiangui. All that blood was collected by Ling Yan in a jade bottle, and that jade bottle had always been in Ling Yun's space ring. Moreover, after Ling Yun became more and more aware of the efficacy of xuanhuan qi, he seemed to have vaguely found a way to dissolve the blood poison of the 10 members of the Chao family. Because now, another unlucky member of the Chen family, the blood traits of Chen Sen, have almost been completely erased. What's more, Ling Yun got the blood yuanju again now. Blood element, as the name suggests, is the essence of blood, or the essence of blood, and the blood element bead is the essence of blood. Ling Yun didn't need to ask Chen Jiangui at all. He knew that this blood yuan bead has many magical and unimaginable effects such as hematopoiesis, blood exchange, blood production, blood coagulation, bloodthirsty, blood sucking, and so on. It has the blood of Chen Jiangui and the true energy of xuanhuan. With the blood yuanju and the combination of the three, Ling Yun is absolutely sure to save the 10 members of the Chao family. Whether Chen Jiangui is dead or not has nothing to do with Ling Yun. But Ling Yun would not kill him, because he knew that the 10 members of the Chao family in the capital had a blood feud with Chen Jiangui. They wished they could swallow Chen Jiangui alive, so Ling Yun wanted to hand over Chen Jiangui's life to someone from the Chao family. Before taking you back to the capital, I'm not going to let anyone torture you anymore, because that's no fun anymore. If you really want to die and have the ability to kill yourself, then it's up to you. After Ling Yun finished these 2 sentences, he waved his hand lightly, signaling gesture to take Chen Jiangui back to the small warehouse. Ling Yun returned to the 2nd floor of the villa, and once again held the god of refining Taishu stone in his left hand. Then went downstairs and returned to the living room of the villa. At 3 poles in the sun, the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju could no longer be practiced, let alone other exercises, so Ling Yun could only hold as many Taishu stones as possible to calm his mind. Then Ling Yun went straight to his room, went in, and turned on the Apple computer. The network is linked. Ling Yun is actually very familiar with computers and the internet, but it is obvious that Ling Yun, who has 18 years of memories and emotions in this life, now turns on the computer. Everything will be very different. Now Ling Yun has many people and things in his mind, childhood playmates, friends from elementary school, middle school, and high school, what he has read and learned before, and his love and hatred for this world. Happiness and pain, discouragement and persistence. The internet, favorite websites, favorite video movies and novels, favorite music, QQ account password, own email, online games you have played, friends you have communicated with, addictions, and virtual battles. In short, 18 years of life suddenly appeared in his mind, and these 18 years were so real that it was impossible to distinguish them, and there was no need to distinguish them. Past life and present life are completely integrated, and he is him now. It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun's look last night made Chao Shanshan mesmerized and ecstatic. Different is different, no matter how powerful a stranger is, it has nothing to do with another ordinary person. This is easy to understand. For example, if you are the President of the United States, or you are the richest man in the world, or what an awesome person you are, an ordinary person living in the world, what relationship can you have with these awesome people? Of course, contact and involvement can naturally trigger many changes, but those are also different changes. For the whole morning, Ling Yun spent the whole morning on the internet, listening to soothing music, visiting his favorite stations, occasionally watching the news, and paying attention to some medical and health information. But the most important thing for him was to open the websites of the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Water Resources, go in and browse around, frowning. Because Mr. Cui told Ling Yun that the Ling family can barely get a share of the pie in these 2 Qingshui yamen. After going to the capital this time, let's listen to the opinions of Grandpa and second uncle. Ling Yun closed the page, muttering inwardly. Then, for a long time, Ling Yun stared at the penguin image on the computer screen, dazed. To open, or not to open? Just when Ling Yun was hesitating whether to log into his QQ account, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Brother Yun. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu woke up and came to look for Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at the time. It was already 11:30 in the morning. These two guys actually slept for more than 10 hours at a stretch. One can imagine what they have endured in the previous 9 days and 9 nights. Are you awake? Ling Yun turned his head, glanced at the two of them, and finally fixed his eyes on Tang Meng, with a half-smile. This boy Tang Meng was furious when Ling Yun looked at him. He immediately lowered his head, checked himself up and down carefully, and finally confirmed that he was dressed neatly and that there were no horns on his head. Then he wondered, Brother Yun, what are you staring at me for? Ling Yun smiled wickedly. Tang Meng, after a long sleep, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be some festival between the two of us. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment. Stunned, what? Is it a holiday? After a while, Tang Meng seemed to remember something. His mouth grew bigger and bigger, and the smile on his face became more and more embarrassing and flattering. Hey, Brother Yun, don't scare me with jokes. Our brothers are friends of life and death. What's the festival? I can't remember. Ling Yun sneered, and stood up. Well, that's right, we are indeed brothers of life and death now, but you know me well, and you Brother Yun has always been revengeful. It frightened Tang Meng. The body shrunk straight to Tai Xiaohu's back, looked at Ling Yun, as if a mouse had seen a cat, shivered and said, Brother Yun, those are all trivial things in the past, why are you bringing up those things now? It's still your body that matters. Ling Yun laughed aloud. Tang Meng. Let me tell you, I have lost all my skills now. The combat index is not much different from yours. I remember you threatened me at the beginning. How do we settle this account? Should I practice alone? Tang Meng used to be one of the 4 villains in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, while Ling Yun was once the most famous good-for-nothing in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. It is absolutely impossible to say that Tang Meng never bullied Ling Yun during the 3 years of high school. It's just that Ling Yun only remembered Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue at that time, and didn't know anything about other personnel. But now, he has remembered it all. When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yun was going to challenge him one-on-one, immediately, his face was full of bitterness, and he said plaintively, Brother Yun, after such a long time, I thought you were magnanimous, and you don't care about such trivial matters at all. Of course, even in his dreams, Tang Meng couldn't figure out the twists and turns. Since Ling Yun rose against the sky, he really thought that Ling Yun just didn't care about the student grievances between the two of them. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun revealed this again today. He poked Tai Xiaohu's back with his hand, wanting Tai Xiaohu to help explain a few words, but Tai Xiaohu just looked at Ling Yun and giggled, purely watching the fun and not afraid of big things. Ling Yun was very happy in his heart, and he said with a gloomy face on purpose, this matter is big or small. Tell me, how do you plan to make up for it? Tang Meng was so forced that he had no other choice, so he simply came to a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, and began to play tricks. Hey, Brother Yun, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I even went to Grandma's house by mistake, I will do whatever you want. Can it be dealt with? Ling Yun pondered for a while. Well, I will keep this account for you for the time being, idiot, you have blocked me more than a dozen times with someone after school. Tai Xiaohu was dumbfounded, he didn't understand until now what Ling Yun and Tang Meng said just now. After being stunned for a while, Tai Xiaohu glanced at Tang Meng beside him, and gave him a look that deserved to die. Xiaohu, how are you doing? Have you broken through the 7th floor of Hotian? After Ling Yun finished teasing Tang Meng, he immediately became concerned about Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. Tai Xiaohu immediately straightened his expression. Brother Yun, after the battle that night, I benefited a lot, and now I can break through to the 7th floor of Hotian at any time. In fact, that night, when Xuan Wangshan's aura overflowed the courtyard, Tai Xiaohu also got a lot of benefits, and he was able to break through on the spot, but when he saw Ling Yun being knocked into the air, he was angry and worried, and he lost that mood. After a delay, it was delayed until now. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded, and said, then take a good rest for 2 days, recharge your energy, and I will personally guide you to break through when the time comes. Tai Xiaohu laughed. Ling Yun asked the two of them again, is everyone awake now? Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu nodded at the same time. Tang Meng had just escaped a catastrophe, and when he was in shock, he said again, Brother Yun, everyone is in the living room now, and there are some things that need to be dealt with by you. Ling Yun turned off the computer, then stood up and said, let's go out together. The three got up and walked out of the room. Ling Yun said as he walked, Tang Meng, call your father and ask him to withdraw the police outside, it's unnecessary. Tang Meng immediately agreed, okay Brother Yun, there is really no need for it. Qingshui City is definitely the safest city in China now. Oh? As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he felt that there was something in Tang Meng's words. He smiled slightly and said, what's going on? Tang Meng chuckled, and said what he most wanted to tell Ling Yun, Brother Yun, Uncle Li came back from the capital, and he told my father one thing. What's the matter? Tang Meng said excitedly, the number one person in China said, those people in the ancient martial arts world, if anyone dares to come to Qingshui City to make trouble again, the Tianzu and Longzu will all be mobilized, and their sects will be wiped out directly, and no one will be left behind. Ling Yun's body was shocked, and he opened his mouth wide and said, this is so awesome, account number, just enter Dread, join now. Everyone has a prize, now immediately follow the Dread WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Dandy Immortal Doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account enter Dread, and tell me quietly. Really awesome. Ling Yun experienced life and death battles and paid such a high price to kill all the invading enemies in Qingshui City, but it was not as good as the words of the number one person in China. It was just an order, and Qingshui City was completely safe. Ling Yun stopped, turned to look at Tang Meng and asked, Tang Meng, according to your analysis, do you think the person above gave this order for the peace of Qingshui City, or for our safety? The order is not important. Why this order is important? When Tang Meng heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes, gave Ling Yun a helpless look of you think too much, and then said, Brother Yun, if I say it's for our safety, do you believe it? Ling Yun shook his head without hesitation. Tang Meng chuckled and said, if it's really for our safety, why wait until you are seriously injured? The news that China's ancient martial arts circles rushed to Qingshui City, in fact, China's senior management has long known, but they didn't care. Ling Yun frowned slightly, his thoughts flashed. If everything is really as Tang Meng said, then the idea of the higher-ups really needs to be carefully considered. From Qingshui to the capital, and then from the capital to Qingshui, Ling Yun made a lot of noise this time around. It is absolutely impossible to say that the higher-ups are not aware of it. And since he noticed something, the person above assumed an attitude of ignoring Ling Yun and ignoring him. What does this mean? The heart of heaven is unpredictable. Ling Yun smiled wryly in his heart, but didn't think about it anymore. But he suddenly understood one thing, the two big families of Sun and Chen in the capital must have lost their power, and these two families are being completely marginalized. Of the 7 major families in the capital, the Ling family is in turmoil, the Chao family is almost destroyed, and if the Sun and Chen families are marginalized. No doubt. The balance of the 7 major families in the capital over the years. It has been completely broken, and all forces in the capital are about to face a reshuffle. If a family declines, there will inevitably be a rise of the family, and there will be some brand new family forces coming from behind the scenes to the foreground. Began to join forces vertically and horizontally, making waves. Brother Yun. Brother Yun? What are you thinking? Seeing that Ling Yun was in a daze, Tang Meng didn't speak for a long time, and couldn't help shaking his hand in front of Ling Yun's eyes. Ling Yun raised his hand and slapped Tang Meng's claws away, smiled slightly, and continued to walk towards the living room, but said in his heart, "Use me as a gun? There is no need for that at all." The three of Ling Yun came to the living room and found Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and Bai Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou were all waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Ling Yun coming out, all the beauties immediately stood up and looked at Ling Yun with complicated expressions. Excited, worried, distressed. There are all kinds of eyes. Auntie. Lingyu. Ling Yun smiled and greeted them one by one. He could tell that after 10 hours of sleep, everyone's complexions and spirits were much better. Basically, they are all in good spirits. "Brat, how are you feeling now?" Ling Yun replied with a smile, "It's much better, but the body is still very weak, and I can't raise my energy." Ling Yun didn't tell all about his physical condition, he just gave a rough outline so that everyone would not have to worry about him any longer. "Well, that's good. You just woke up. It's good to be able to walk on the ground. Let's take a good rest for a while, before we talk about it." Qin Dongshua's heart, that was always on his mind, finally felt a little more at ease. But if she knew that it wasn't that Ling Yun couldn't raise his skills, but that the true energy in his body was completely exhausted, she would definitely die in a hurry. "Come and sit down." Qin Dongxue stepped forward, took Ling Yun's wrist, naturally, and led him to the sofa to sit down. She pointed to the things piled up on the coffee table, and said to Ling Yun, "Look, what to do with these things?" "There are many things on the coffee table." Ling Yun knew most of them, but there were also some who didn't. The string of Buddhist beads that suppressed Hamba, the demon-suppressing drum of Taoist Liang, and the 18 dragon and tiger pills. In addition, there are white and red pills, which are packed in 2 medicine bottles. If there were any gains in that night's battle, then apart from the string of prayer beads, everything else was Ling Yun's gains. So many dragon and tiger pills? Ling Yun had seen dragon and tiger pills on the top of Longmen Mountain, and he naturally recognized them, so when he counted and found 18 dragon and tiger pills, he was unavoidably a little excited. Qin Dongxue smiled slightly. "Well, 18, Taoist Liang is very generous." Ling Yun was so happy that he laughed straight away, and said that Lai Ri is definitely the best porter this year. He traveled thousands of miles and brought the Jinyao drum and 18 dragon and tiger pills to Villa No. 1. His performance was really good. "What are the white and red pills?" Shui Mining spoke quickly, and immediately replied with a coquettish smile, "Brother Ling Yun, the white one is the Yangqi pill, which was also found on Liang Daoist, and the red one is called the Blood Ning pill, which belongs to that big villain of the demon sect." "Yangqi Dan?" Ling Yan's eyes lit up immediately, he raised his hand without hesitation, picked up the medicine bottle containing the white pill, uncorked the bottle, poured out 2 pills in his hand, and watched carefully. Longhu Mountain's alchemy skills are pretty good. This Yangqi pill should be a pill refined by Lai Sun Daoist using the Yangqi of that Hamba. Although it's not high, it's still an ordinary pill above the middle class. As he spoke, Ling Yun shook his hands unceremoniously, and threw 2 pills into his mouth. The pills melted in his mouth, instantly turned into a pure yang aura, and poured into Ling Yun's body. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and they were all stunned, especially Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. If Ling Yun hadn't moved too fast, they would have already shot to stop him. "How can you eat this kind of thing?" Qin Dongshue's pretty face flushed anxiously. How could he pour the pill into his own mouth, just after looking at it casually? Ling Yun felt the changes in the breath in his body, he didn't care and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Auntie, have you forgotten what I do?" Ling Yun is a celestial doctor and a master of alchemy. Of course, he can't make mistakes when looking at elixir. Hey, the elixir is average, but the potency is too weak. The mud cow has entered the sea. The yang qi transformed by the 2 yang qi pills disappeared without a trace after entering Ling Yan's body. For Ling Yan, who had broken through the realm of qi refining, eating these 2 elixirs was no different from a crocodile swallowing a mosquito. But even so, it's better than nothing. It was much more effective than Ling Yan drinking dozens of bowls of medicinal porridge continuously, and he felt that his strength had recovered a lot. The blood coagulation pill is useless for now, but it must be a good thing. Keep it, it will be useful in the future. Qin Dongxue nodded, paused, and said, I also found some talismans on Lyri Daoist, but you were in a coma at that time, so Mo Wudao gave it to you. Ling Yan smiled and said, I owe him my life, so I will give him whatever he wants, don't make us seem too stingy. Tang Meng listened and murmured, Brother Yun, is it really the magic stick calling you back? I thought he was a blind cat and a dead mouse. Ling Yan turned his head and glared at Tang Meng, who do you call a dead mouse? Tang Meng knew that he had said something wrong, so he immediately shut up obediently. The Buddha beads and the Zhenyao drum, Auntie, you will keep them first, the dragon tiger pill and the blood congealing pill. Let them be kept by Xianer first. Ling Yan put away the yang qi pill, and handed over the remaining spoils to Qin Dongxue and by Xianer for safekeeping. Ling Yan would not let Xianer keep the string of Buddhist beads, because he was worried that Xianer would be attacked by the Buddha's power. Fuck, there is no space ring, is he really upset? The space ring couldn't be used anymore. Ling Yan immediately felt all kinds of troubles. Forget about that kind of awkwardness. Auntie, is this the only thing? Are there any other treasures? Ling Yan was not satisfied. More than 100 people died that night, how could there be only so little profit? Qin Dongxue sighed, yes, they are weapons, all kinds of weapons, and hidden weapons. They are all piled up in the gym. The weapons used by masters above and born level are made of fine steel, black iron, and various precious metals. Of course they are good things, and it is impossible to just throw them away for nothing. Ling Yan said, well, you must keep these weapons, I will use them in the future. What does he want these weapons for? There is no doubt that Ling Yan will try to refine his own flying sword when he reaches the 2nd level of Qi refining realm. Now that there are so many metals, Ling Yan should have no problem refining a flying sword. Then, is there anything else? Like, money? When Zheng heard this, she couldn't help laughing coquettishly again. Qin Dongxue stretched out her catkin, lightly poked Ling Yan's forehead, and said coquettishly, greedy ghost, congenital masters are very poor, how can I have spare money with me? For the innate masters who have opened up the 2 veins of Ren and Du and achieved the unity of man and nature, they are not very rare at all about the yellow and white property of the world. As long as they have a little money, they will try their best to make pills and by cultivation methods, all poor jingle. After listening to Qin Dongshua's explanation, Ling Yan suddenly realized, and said in his heart that this is the case. Ling Yan can understand this kind of thing best. After reaching the late stage of qi refining, Ling Yan will have to sacrifice everything in his body for a little bit of what is necessary for cultivation. That's why there are fights in the cultivation world, and resources have to be grabbed. Of course, the same is true of the ancient martial arts world. So much war profit is actually very rich, and it doesn't matter whether it is money or not. Ling Yan raised his head, glanced at everyone left and right, and said with a smile, "You haven't eaten breakfast, you must be hungry now? Today we eat the most expensive and best, where do you think we can eat?" Everyone was chattering, but they quickly reached an agreement, the Triumph Hotel. This is Ling Yan's own restaurant, you don't even need to make a reservation, you can eat whatever you want when you go there. If you don't like the food, you just open the chef and no one dares to say anything. Okay, then go to eat in Triumph, and we will be counted as Triumph. Holding the god of refining Taishu stone in his left hand, Ling Yun stood up and rushed out of the living room. In the courtyard, the scorching sun was in the sky, and the summer cicadas neighed. It's a great event to drop pie in the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow up /Chinese official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow now WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the dandy immortal doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and tell me quietly. When everyone came to the yard, Tai Xiaohu, Chao Shanshan, and Shui Mining went directly to the garage to get the car, while Tang Meng stood there busy on the phone. Ling Yun came to Wang Feihu's side, and asked him with a pleasant smile, "Old Wang, why don't you come in? Let's go out for lunch together?" Wang Feihu smiled awkwardly, and quickly refused, "No need, young Master Ling, I'd better stay at home and take care of the house, just eat whatever you want at noon." Wang Feihu has enough self-knowledge. Compared with people like Tang Meng Tai Xiaohu, he is always an outsider. How can he have the right to go out to eat with Ling Yun like this? Moreover, when Wang Feihu was seriously injured and captured, it happened at the Kaishan Hotel. That was his sad place. He had sworn a long time ago that he would never set foot in that place again. Wang Feihu didn't want to go, and Ling Yun didn't force him. He just smiled and said, "It's fine, then you can eat something good at noon, and now you are recuperating, don't treat your body badly." Wang Feihu nodded in relief and said, "Thank you, young Master Ling." Tang Meng quickly finished the phone call, followed him, and said directly to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, I have made arrangements for the hotel, and I also called my father just now, and asked him to call the policeman standing guard outside." They all withdrew. Ling Yun nodded, hummed. The three cars drove out. Ling Yun and Tang Meng sat in the big black Mercedes driven by Tai Xiaohu, and the other beauties got into the car. Ling Yun waved to Ning Lingyu and let her sit in the same car with him. When Ning Lingyu saw his brother calling him over, he was filled with joy, and before he could say hello to Qin Dongxue, he rushed to the side of Deben, bending his waist. Got into the car. Qin Dongxue looked at Ning Lingyu's back with eyes full of love, and couldn't help smiling, but in an instant, she thought of another thing, and a look of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. The 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family is almost here, when the time comes. Qin Dongxue bit her lips lightly. After thinking about it for a while, he finally sighed quietly. Sit in the car driven by Chao Shanshan. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu sat beside Ling Yun, her heart beating like a drum for no reason, her pretty face blushing. Ling Yun agreed softly, patted Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulder lovingly, and then let Tai Xiaohu start a big run. The engine of the car roared, Tai Xiaohu stepped on the gas pedal, and dashed straight towards the gate of the villa. Two other luxury cars followed. Hard work, everyone has worked hard these days. Thank you, everyone, for making everyone tired. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to drive slowly first. He lowered the car window and waved to the orderly criminal police and special police officers on the side of the road after receiving orders to express his gratitude. With Tang Tianhao's order, these policemen have been guarding outside Villa No. 1 for more than 10 days, day and night. They really worked hard, and Ling Yun expressed his gratitude at this time. As it should be. The entire 4th district of Qingxi Villa district has been under martial law these days, and the policemen standing guard at the place closest to Villa No. 1 are all Tang Tianhao's direct descendants, and they all participated in the night of the Qingming festival. Ling Yun fought against the Sun family in Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs, beheading the Battle of the Four Masters. Although they lost their memories of the scene where Ling Yun was infused with the spiritual energy of the immortal emperor's pen and appeared on the body of 9 dragons, they all knew Ling Yun's face. Of course Ling Yun also remembered their looks. As for the more than 100 masters who died horribly in Villa Number 1 in the middle of the night 10 days ago. Of course, these policemen dealt with it overnight. Seeing Ling Yun expressing his gratitude to them, these criminal police officers felt that their hard work had not been in vain these days. They all waved at Ling Yun with knowing smiles on their faces. There were 2 or 3 more daring criminal police officers who even joked that Ling Yun would dinner. Tang Meng is of course more familiar with these criminal policemen. He sat on the co-pilot, poked his head out of the car, and counterattacked with a smile, "Uncle Li, Uncle Lu, you dare to ask for a treat when you are performing a mission. Dad is going to make a small report." Some detectives who are very familiar with Tang Meng certainly don't like him, and they joked, "Stinky boy, your skin is itchy again. If you want to make a small report, you can go there and see if the boss is looking for trouble for you." Still looking for trouble for us. Tang Tianhao is the chief of the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui City, and these people are all his direct descendants. They all call him Boss Tang Tianhao in private. Seeing that he couldn't control the family, Tang Meng suddenly became numb, and said with a hey smile, my fault, that's fine. After these 2 days of busy work, I can't treat you well, you can choose the place at that time." Hearing that the kid confessed, everyone inside and outside the car laughed happily. Just joking all the way, the 3 luxury cars drove out of the Qingxi Villa area, got on the right road, and drove towards the Triumph Hotel one after another. "Ling Yu, you suffered a lot last night, did you get scared?" Ling Yan already knew that last night, it was Ning Ling Yu who walked slowly on the dark road for 10 kilometers with the soul-inducing lamp before waking himself up. He knew that such a soul calling is a very terrifying thing, but his sister persisted, which made him very distressed. "Brother, as long as you can wake up, the little things I did are nothing." Ning Ling Yu's pretty face was still slightly pale. It was obvious that the Sinomorium knot had hurt her body a lot, and she hadn't fully recovered by now. Ning Ling Yu didn't say what she saw or heard, although she swore that she would never go through that horrible experience again in her life, but as long as Ling Yun could wake up, she felt that it was all worth it. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, he raised his arm lightly, embraced Ning Ling Yu's fragrant shoulders, was silent for a while, and said, "Mo Wu Dao didn't show up all day today. It seems that he spent a lot of energy last night." Ning Ling Yu's heart tightened, and she nodded lightly in Ling Yun's arms. "Well, last night, Mo Wu Dao was talking nonsense and reciting spells along the way. After returning to the villa, he even vomited a big mouthful. Blood." Ling Yun felt terrified in his heart. He knew that his sister had been tactful. The so-called nonsense was actually talking to those things. He kept warning them away. Tang Meng was not willing to be lonely, and continued to say, "Brother Yun, you don't know that after you fell into a coma, that boy Mo Wu Dao told me the next day that I was destined to be rich and powerful in my life, and then what?" "What?" "I almost couldn't bear to give him money when I said it. Damn, I was almost fooled by that kid. I'm destined to be rich and powerful. What do you need him to say?" Tang Meng said angrily. Ling Yun, Ning Ling Yu, and Tai Xiaohu in the car couldn't help laughing at the same time. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere in the car naturally changed, much more relaxed and cheerful. Ling Yun then asked Ning Ling Yu, "What state are you in now?" Ning Ling Yu said with a little joy, "Brother, I suddenly broke through a small realm that night. Now I have reached the peak of the acquired 9th level, and I can break through the innate realm at any time." "Ah, very good." Ling Yun was very happy, he nodded, and then warned, "But the impact on the innate, this is a big realm, you must fight steadily. Stabilize the realm, and then break through in one fell swoop. When the time comes, my brother will protect you." Ning Ling Yu was naturally happy when she heard that, and she said with a smile, "Brother, you don't know? Sister Yao Ro is amazing. That night she broke through the innate realm in one fell swoop, and now she has reached the peak of the 3rd layer of innate. It's really amazing. People are envious." What? Ling Yan was stunned and shocked. This mysterious and yellow immortal aura has too much effect on Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kungfu, right? In fact, when Ling Yan saw Yao Rou in the kitchen in the morning, he had already seen that Yao Rou had already become one with nature and man, reaching the innate realm. But he doesn't have spiritual consciousness now, but he doesn't know what kind of realm Yao Rou has reached. Hearing what Ning Lingyu said now, he was naturally shocked. But when he thought of Yao Rou's physique and character, Ling Yun instantly felt relieved. With a purely earthy physique and an incomparably resolute character, it's actually quite normal for Yao Rou to reach the peak of the third level of the innate with the help of the Emperor's mysterious and yellow immortal aura. Good thing. Good thing. Ling Yan had a big heart, and couldn't help but applaud repeatedly in the car. In this way, the mysterious and yellow immortal aura released by his Lingyu box that night should basically not be wasted. In a short period of time, Ling Yan will be unable to cultivate for the time being, but he cannot cultivate, but he can guide everyone around him to make breakthroughs in cultivation. Now he has accumulated a lot of pills in his hands, and many of them are no longer needed by himself. It would be best for Qin Dongxue Ning Lingyu Tai Xiaohu and the others to break through and improve. The four of them kept talking in the car, and before they knew it, Dabin had arrived at the busiest area in the city center and slowly stopped at the entrance of the Triumph Hotel. So many cars? Before the car came to a complete stop, Ling Yun was in the car and noticed the grand occasion at the entrance of the Triumph Hotel. It was a booming business. There were countless luxury cars parked at the entrance and the crowds of guests. The scene was indescribable. Tang Mei was so happy that his mouth was about to crack to the base of his ears. He chuckled and said, "Brother Yun, after we bought the Triumph Hotel, it was full every day, and there were so many guests that we couldn't drive them away. And they were all famous and respectable owners. Son." Seeing such a grand occasion, Ling Yun was naturally very happy. The night he defeated Li Jiujiang, there were more than 300 dignitaries from Qingshui City who were watching. Ling Yun's hotel, the top 3 in the college entrance examination, are volunteers to fill in the report here together. Those high-ranking officials and nobles spread it to 10 to hundreds, and the rich people in Qingshui City desperately choose this place to treat guests. If the business is not good, that would be hell. Brother Yun, do you know? Destroy Li Jiujiang, especially after you filmed the magic trick video. As of today, in more than half a month, our Triumph Hotel has earned nearly 20 million yuan. Tang Meng boasted endlessly. After hearing this, Ling Yun was also taken aback by this terrifying number. Earn more than 1 million yuan a day? In this case, it only takes 1 year to earn back all the money for buying this hotel. It's a great event to drop pie in the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow up, /Chinese official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow now Dread WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Dandy Immortal Doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and tell me quietly. Brother Yun, here. Newly bought. Before getting out of the car, Tang Meng took a glasses case from the co-pilot's storage box, turned around and handed it over. Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, why? Tang Meng chuckled, Brother Yun, if you don't want to be watched like a giant panda, you'd better wear it. Understood. Ling Yun smiled lightly, immediately took the glasses case, opened it, and it turned out to be a brand new pair of sunglasses. He put it on without hesitation, and then got out of the car with Ning Lingyu. As soon as he got off the car, Ling Yun happened to see a man with a big belly and slightly bald hair, about 50 years old, leading a large group of people to the hotel. Boss Wang, let me tell you, the Triumph Hotel is the hottest hotel in Qingshui City now. It's me, super 5-star, absolutely luxurious. I want to book a room here, and I've been in line for a week. It was hard to get in line. It's not easy. The bald fat man felt how amazing it was that he was able to book a room in the Triumph Hotel, and he boasted a lot, then lowered his voice and said mysteriously, you know, the current owner of this hotel is Ling Yun. Who knows about Ling Yun? He's an immortal doctor. His medical skills. Let me tell you this, he can bring the dead back to life, really. Lively and alive. The people around him were all stunned, as if they were listening to a fairy tale, with shock and unbelievable expressions in their eyes. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, the fat man who treated the guests became impatient. Don't believe me? Have you watched the most popular magic show video half a month ago? That's Ling Yun. The time to speak. The fat man led a group of people past Ling Yun and walked straight into the hotel lobby. Ling Yun was wearing sunglasses, holding the god of refining Taishu stone in his left hand, and gently embracing Ning Lingyu's slender waist with his right hand, smiling without saying a word. The 3 cars parked quickly. Everyone gathered together. Ling Yun took a look at everyone. Immediately, I was dumbfounded again, and said to myself, fuck me. It turned out that apart from Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, all the other beauties had a pair of expensive sunglasses on their pretty faces. Even the little Aunt Qin Dongxue, who hated wearing them the most, also wore a pair. Ling Yun was shocked immediately, and after being stunned for a while, he asked in astonishment, Auntie, what are you doing? Qin Dongxue chuckled, let's eat. The waiters at the entrance of the hotel, seeing the cars driven by Ling Yun and his gang, as well as their appearance and attire, knew that they must be distinguished guests. 2 people came over at once, and greeted them warmly and politely. Everyone immediately stepped into the hotel, and at this moment, Tang Meng gently tugged Ling Yun's arm, and the 2 fell to the end. What's up? Ling Yun waited for the crowd to go far away, and then gently asked Tang Meng. Tang Meng leaned close to Ling Yun's ear, lowered his voice and asked, Brother Yun, actually, I asked the hotel to reserve 2 more tables. Tell me, do you want to? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun immediately covered the guy's mouth without waiting for Tang Meng to say the rest. Damn it, don't you think it's troublesome enough? If so many people gather together, even if nothing happens, they can make troubles. Let's do it for now. After today, I will visit them one by one. Of course Ling Yun knew what Tang Meng wanted to do. He was in a coma for 9 days and 9 nights. Except for those who participated in the life and death battle that night, the others knew nothing about it. He wanted to arrange for everyone to come over for dinner together, and it would be lively. Seeing that Tang Meng hesitated to speak, Ling Yun waved his hand lightly, and said in a low voice, Okay, I understand what you mean, but today is really not possible. Now the hotel business is so good, you should cancel the other 2 tables. Seeing that Ling Yun disagreed, Tang Meng had no choice but to give up. He pouted helplessly, followed Ling Yun into the hotel, and soon caught up with Zheng. Ling Yun and the others went to the best room in the Triumph Hotel. The room was terrifyingly large, and the decoration was even more luxurious, like a palace. 8. The 8 beautiful waitresses, none of whom were less than 1.7 meters tall, were all wearing cheongsams with high slits. When the cheongsams were swinging, their beautiful legs were faintly visible, which made people's hearts flutter. As soon as Ling Yun came in, his eyes began to feel a little inadequate. He took off his sunglasses, and his handsome eyes couldn't help but keep aiming at his beautiful legs. Ahem. Chao Shanshan 8 couldn't help biting her lips and coughed twice. Shui Mining didn't care about that. She glanced at Ling Yun with her big eyes, pouted her bright red mouth and asked, Brother Ling Yun, is it good looking? Brother Yun was shocked continuously, his heart was shocked, he raised his eyelids immediately, looked at the ceiling above his head, pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Well, it's okay, look at the decoration of this room, it's really good, this ceiling, this lighting, it's just so beautiful. It's beautiful." At the same time, Ling Yan sighed in his heart, "Divine sense, sister, when will Lao Tzu's divine sense come back? There are also yin and yang divine eyes." Ling Yan was deflated, and all the beauties around couldn't help but sneered, not only Ning Lingyu and the others, but also the 8 blushing beautiful waitresses. In fact, not only Ling Yan was watching, Tang Meng's eyes were not honest, but he didn't have to shy away from it, he could enjoy those 8 pairs of beautiful legs swinging to his heart's content. But he was wrong. Xuanhuan snarled at Tang Meng, "Tang Meng, if your eyes are dishonest, I'll dig out your eyeballs." "Hey!" Tang Meng had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky, raised his hand and snapped his fingers at a beautiful waiter beside him, and said, "Bring the best red wine in the hotel." The beautiful waiter nodded slightly, smiled coquettishly, and left, her waist twisted and her body swayed. After watching this scene, Ling Yunqin said, "Tang Meng, it's time to find a girlfriend." The boss came to eat, which is actually an inspection for the whole hotel. Naturally, the general manager of the hotel did not dare to neglect, and he had repeatedly explained. Let the head chef of the Triumph Hotel take charge of the spoon himself, and use his ability to press the bottom of the box to cook a table of delicious dishes. After practicing the Dian gathering star treasure Ju and taking 2 Yang Qi pills, Ling Yan's current body is no different from a healthy normal person except that he cannot practice. Everyone takes their seats. Ling Yan was the host, and Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue sat beside him. Tang Meng sat opposite to Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu was next to him, and the other Zhongmei sat casually. 18 courses, 2 bottles of the best red wine. Ling Yan woke up from a coma for 9 days and 9 nights. The most difficult time had passed, and everyone was very happy. Now they were eating the best food and drinking the best wine in the most luxurious hotel. The atmosphere is naturally very good. Relaxed and casual, warm and cheerful. During the banquet, everyone didn't talk about unhappy things, because there is nothing more gratifying than Ling Yan's recovery. 2 hours later, everyone was full of wine and food. Clean up Villa number 1 in the afternoon. Let's all move to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay. So many people died in Villa number 1, the smell of blood is too heavy. We need to resolve the hostility there. And the whole yard it's shattered and in need of a complete overhaul. Holding the wine glass, Ling Yan shook the red wine in the glass and said thoughtfully, "Move place." Ling Yan had already mentioned this matter once in the early morning, and now he has brought it up formally. Everyone naturally did not have any objections. Qin Dongxue nodded, and smiled calmly, "Well, in fact, there is nothing special to clean up in Villa number 1, and there is nothing missing in Villa number 9, as long as people live there." Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Ning Lingyu beside him. Ning Lingyu seemed particularly excited at noon today. She drank a lot of red wine, her pretty face was flushed, she was already slightly drunk, her face was so delicate and dreamlike, it was so beautiful that it was impossible to look directly at it. "Lingyu, follow me in the afternoon and let Tai Xiaohu drive, and my brother will take you out for a walk." When the other beauties heard this, everyone envied and had mixed feelings, but no one dared to say anything else, only Qin Dongxue turned pale with shock and said, "No. Absolutely not." Of course, Qin Dongxue was worried about the safety of the 2 of them. Ling Yan looked at Qin Dongxue and smiled slightly, "Auntie, I can't die in such a catastrophe, who else can take my life?" "Don't worry, there is no safer place in Qingshui City now." As he spoke, Ling Yan blinked at Qin Dongxue. What he was talking about was catastrophe, and the subtext was to emphasize that he was a man destined for catastrophe. Even if there was danger, he would not die, so Qin Dongxue could rest assured. Qin Dongxue was helpless, but worried that Ling Yun might be in danger, she pondered for a while, and then said, "Let Xianer follow you, so Auntie can rest assured." Bai Xianer immediately smiled happily, and gave Qin Dongshui a cute look of "You are the best" in an incomparably charming way. "All right." Ling Yun sighed and agreed. Everyone rested and chatted for a while, and after 2:30 in the afternoon, the group left the Triumph Hotel. After watching Qin Dongshui leave with the others, Ling Yun, Ming Lingyu, and Bai Xianer got into the car, and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Xiaohu, go to Linjiang Road." Tai Xiaohu knew that he was going to drive in the afternoon, and of course he wouldn't drink at noon, so he complied and drove straight north. "Brother, why do you suddenly want to go to Linjiang Road?" Ming Lingyu's starry eyes were bright and dazzling, shining with a dreamy look. Looking at Ling Yun, she was extremely charming. Ling Yun was silent. He pondered for a long time, then exhaled slowly, gently hugged Ming Lingyu's delicate body, and said in a warm voice, "I'm homesick." Ming Lingyu's tender body suddenly tightened, and her blushing pretty face instantly turned pale. "Brother, I miss my mother so much." Ming Lingyu suddenly burrowed hard into Ling Yun's arms, and said with a hint of crying in her voice, "Well, when we get to the capital and everything is settled, I'll take you and bring Mom back together." Ling Yun's voice was calmer than ever, as if he was saying that he was going to have dinner tonight, but his eyes were firmer than ever before. "Lingyu, take a nap when you're sleepy, and I'll wake you up when you get to the place." Friends, add official account, just enter Dread, join now. Everyone has a prize, now immediately follow Dread WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Dandy Immortal Doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account enter Dread, and tell me quietly. The Big Benz drove out of the bustling urban area, and after half an hour, it arrived at Linjiang Road. To the north of Linjiang Road is Qingshui River. From west to east, the road is still full of potholes, and there are still those old buildings on both sides, no different from before. Because of offending Ling Yun, the demolition of Golian City on Linjiang Road failed, and after the entire project was shut down, no real estate agent dared to come here again. Everything is still the same, but Ling Yun's mood is different, the past and present are merged, he has memories of this place, and naturally has feelings. It was a very kind memory. He knew where he went to kindergarten, and where he went to elementary school, junior high school. My childhood playmate, the place where there was a fight, the uncle who sells buns by the side of the road is surnamed Zhao, and the owner of the noodle shop treats him very well. Just looking at the past all the way, just thinking about it all the way. When he was about to reach the civilian clinic that Qin Chuyue once opened, Ling Yun patted Ming Lingyu on the back lightly to wake Ming Lingyu up. "Lingyu, you're home." Looking up, there is a piece of bare land in the middle of a row of dilapidated low-rise buildings, uneven, and the ground is full of broken bricks and stones that have not been cleaned up, making it look desolate. It turned out that Ling Yun abolished Go Lianshan and Tian Buetao in a fit of anger just because someone dared to break ground on Tai Sui's head. It was pure revenge, but now looking at his home that had been razed to the ground, he clenched his left hand slightly. Shantai Shusher had the intention of killing those two people. "My mother is not here, I am not here, my home is gone. Stop and get out. Xianer. You stay here for a while, Lingyu, and I will go and have a look." Ling Yun instructed by Xianer. Bai Xianer seemed to be able to feel the mood when she appeared in Ling Yun, she obediently agreed, and did not follow. Back to the place where they grew up, Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu naturally didn't need to wear sunglasses, they held hands. It seems that there is a tacit understanding, and they don't speak. Under the scorching sun, I walked to the original civilian clinic. "Lingyu, the old brother or the current brother, which one do you like?" Ling Yun walked forward slowly regardless of the uproaring dust on the ground, when he suddenly said this sentence, a little out of his head. Ming Lingyu's heart was shocked. However, she quickly understood what Ling Yun was asking, and tried her best to suppress the complicated emotions that arose in her heart. Mamo stared into the distance, and said insincerely, "Big brother is just a big brother. What is the difference between the past and the present?" Ling Yun smiled, red mouth and white teeth, the dimple on the left cheek trembled slightly, very intoxicating. "Silly girl, speak your mind." Ning Lingyu's tender body shook again. Her head was drooping, and her long hair like a waterfall poured down like a waterfall, while covering her pretty face and the tears welling up in her eyes. "Brother, you bullied me." Ning Lingyu pursed her cherry mouth and said softly sobbing. Ling Yun laughed out loud. Gently turned Ning Lingyu's head, helped her wipe the tears off her face, and said casually, "Okay, don't say it if you don't want to, but I know that someone has hated me for at least 6 years. I don't know what to do with this account." "How to count?" Ning Lingyu's pretty face became even more blushing when she was told what was on her mind. She stomped her feet and turned her head, angrily said, "I'll ignore you." Ling Yun took a step forward, embraced Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders again, and continued to walk forward, continuing to say, "Lingyu, brother knows that you hate iron but not steel, but what you don't know is that brother has been tortured since he was born." People plotted that the Yangqiao meridian was abolished, and they would not live to be 20 years old. Ning Lingyu suddenly stopped in her tracks, turned her head to look at Ling Yun's face. She just stared at Ling Yun's face until Ling Yun's face began to blur, then Ling Yun in childhood, Ling Yun in youth, junior high school, until suddenly there was one day, Ling Yun began to rise against the sky, so powerful that everyone trembled, and then Ling Yun was struck by the golden divine thunder in front of his eyes. These Ling Yun's faces, all displayed in front of Ning Lingyu's eyes, overlapped, from blurred to real, and finally became extremely clear. Then Ning Lingyu lowered her head again, tears welling up. "Brother, I regret it, I really regret it. I don't know why you became like that, you became so cowardly, so unbearable. I just think, my brother, it shouldn't be like that. But even if you are like that, from junior high school to high school, you still protect me in your own way, although it is the way I don't like the most." At the end of Ning Lingyu's speech, she cried bitterly, her shoulders shook, and she spoke incoherently, not knowing what to say. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, and gently wiped away the tears on his sister's face again, and said with a smile, "Okay, that's all in the past. Besides, even though you hated me at that time, my mother loved me very much, haha, we too, it's a tie." After finishing speaking, he raised his finger and pointed to a piece of rubble. "Do you still remember? In the autumn when I was 12 years old, it was at this place. I was beaten and I came home with a bruised nose and a swollen face. You kept teasing me, but my mother left me. The patient outside rushed in and slapped your little butt several times. For that, you have been in a cold war with your mother for a week." Ning Lingyu's tender body shook again. Her pretty face was pale, her mouth was dumbfounded. She looked into Ling Yun's eyes blankly, and asked blankly, "Brother, have you recovered your memory? You really remember everything? In this world, there are always some unspeakable secrets. Some things don't need to be said at all, and they don't need to be said, and they can't be said, even between people so far." For Ning Lingyu, there was one thing that she seemed unable to talk about in her life, unable to ask, let alone tell anyone. Ling Yun's rise against the sky was accompanied by the loss of memory. They were childhood sweethearts, brothers and sisters who lived together since childhood and grew up together. After Ling Yun rose against the sky, no matter how well he concealed it, he couldn't avoid a fact. Ling Yun never brought up the past again, not even once. He rose to power, but became a person without memory. This is Ning Lingyu's eternal pain. If Ling Yun doesn't bring her back here today, and don't mention these things, Ning Lingyu will suffer for all the things before. It was a thorn in her heart. Before she had time to do something for her cowardly elder brother, before she was admitted to university, and before she could help her mother, everything changed, unimaginable, like a dream. Before she even had time to make up for her mistakes, her life turned upside down. This change was of course brought about by the rise of Ling Yun, but Ningling knew it. What is the price for this? That is, Ling Yun lost all his memories. One person, two lives, interrupted memories, lost emotions, between gains and losses, Ningling couldn't tell which Ling Yun she really wanted in her heart. Is it really worth it? Ningling has secretly asked herself this question countless times in her heart. At this moment, Ling Yun made Ningling cry many times. But when Ling Yun talked about their childhood fun, Ningling stopped crying because she was too shocked. Did you really recover your memory? Do you really remember it all? If it wasn't for being too shocked and excited, Ningling would never have asked this sentence, because it was too stupid. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, sure enough. Ling Bingxue is smart, she already knew some things, but she just tried her best not to ask herself. Ling Yun avoided answering, and pointed to another place, which was the place where the family used to put the dining table to eat, and said with a smile, Ling Yu, I think you must remember that incident? You passed the midterm exam. I was the first in the whole school, and my brother was the last one in the exam, but when you got home, you showed off to your mother, but my mother made me a table of delicious food, and made you so angry that you didn't eat that night. Ling Yun repeatedly brought up embarrassing things about Ningling's past. Immediately, she was quite naive, and smart enough not to ask Ling Yun that stupid question, but pouted and said angrily, Humph, my mother has loved you since I was a child and didn't love me. I thought for a long time that you were the real mother. Yes, I was picked up by my mother. After finishing speaking, the brother and sister looked at each other for a long time, and suddenly laughed at the same time. Stopping the laughter, Ningling endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back her curiosity, and asked wonderingly, Brother, that day, before you ran with a sandbag on the playground, what did you go through? Tell me about it? Ling Yun looked at Ningling with a rare seriousness. He pondered for a while, then suddenly smiled, and sang softly, The fairy caresses my top, and my hair will be long-lived. Ningling's delicate and charming mouth suddenly opened into an O shape, stunned and speechless. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, and said in his heart that he could only say this, and it would be more acceptable to Ling Yu than telling the real truth. A fairy caresses my head, and my hair is tied for longevity. Ningling was at a loss, and repeated this sentence. Ling Yun smiled secretly, and said in his heart that even if he said so, Ling Yu couldn't accept it for a while. A fairy caresses my head, and my hair is tied for longevity. But soon, Ling Yun realized that something was wrong, because Ningling repeated it again, and began to repeat it continuously. Ling Yunshin said it was bad, what happened to my sister? Could it be that you really can't accept it? She is now at the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, so don't let anything go wrong at this time. Under the scorching sun, Ningling stood blankly, repeating Ling Yun's 2 lines of poems over and over again. The Wanshue Shanjue skills in her body began to work quickly, and all kinds of spiritual energy absorbed in her body started to work quickly. Ningling is a fairy body. God knows how many kinds of spiritual energy Ningling has absorbed in such a long time, plus the Wanshue immortal art she practiced herself. The fairy aura of the Renhuang pen, the fairy aura of the Earth Emperor, the dragon aura, the water aura, etc., were all mobilized, and they traveled crazily through Ningling's 8 extraordinary meridians. In the north, the Qingshui River suddenly became rough, like a dragon raging in the sea, setting off waves of more than 10 meters high, crashing towards the south bank of the river, flooding Linjiang Road. Bai Xianer flew out of the car, only took one look at Ningling, and did not hesitate to pinch her hands and set up a magic formation. Tai Xiaohu had already rushed out of the car. The raging wave's internal energy he cultivated with the Qingshui River's tidal waves hit the shore with the Qingshui River's turbulent waves, and it caused a violent resonance. The sound of raging waves in his body was no less than the sound of turbulent waves, crashing on the shore. Bai Xian'er stared at Tai Xiaohu, and without hesitation set up a small phantom formation for him, so that he would not be disturbed. To the east, tens of kilometers away, the sea water flows into Qingshui Bay, and the Qingshui River flows backwards. Boom! Ling Yun could even hear the loud bang in Ning Lingyu's body. Ning Lingyu opened up the two veins of Rendu and Du, and stepped into the innate realm in one step. The magic of xuanhuan was completed, and the water aura of the entire Qingshui River was evacuated almost at the same time, forming a conical stream, which turned into a colorful rainbow under the blazing sun, pouring into Ning Lingyu's body without hindrance. Half of Qingshui City shook. Boom boom boom. Ning Lingyu has just made a breakthrough here, and Tai Xiaohu, who has been stagnating for a long time at the peak of the 6th floor of Hotian after hard work day and night, has broken through the 7th floor of Hotian in one fell swoop with the help of various auras released by Ning Lingyu, and has broken through continuously, rushed all the way to the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, and then stopped. The Qingshui River flows backwards, the rainbow hangs in the clear sky, and the water overflows Linjiang Road. Ning Lingyu advanced to the peak of the innate level. Tai Xiaohu advanced to the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian. This chapter is so well written, I am really satisfied, haha. Cool. It's a great event to drop pie in the sky, cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow up, /Chinese official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, follow now WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Dandy Immortal Doctor, listen to your more suggestions for the novel, follow the official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and tell me quietly. Ning Lingyu and Rendu have opened up the two veins, the heaven and man are united, and they have advanced to the first level of innate realm. At this time, she no longer repeated the phrase, the fairy caresses my top, and the hair is long-lived. Instead, she closed her beautiful eyes slightly, raised her head slightly facing the north, opened her two pink arms, and bathed in the under the sun, bathed in all kinds of steaming aura, the long hair flying like a waterfall, the beautiful face reflected by the rainbow is dreamy and gorgeous, the expression is obsessed and intoxicated, as if receiving some kind of baptism. She didn't open her eyes, but at this moment, it seemed that the rainbow running through the sky, that is, the water aura of the entire Qingshui River, seemed to have become her eyes. She saw the Qingshui River flowing backwards, and saw the turbulent waves in the Qingshui River. The turbulent waves hit the shore, and I also saw vehicles and people fleeing in panic on Linjiang Road. Ning Lingyu struggled slightly, as if she couldn't bear it, but she couldn't do anything now, because she had just broken through and needed to stabilize her realm. The water aura in Ning Lingyu's body is sometimes gentle and sometimes violent. When it is violent, it is also turbulent, but when it is soft, it flows like a clear spring. The breeze blows on the face. It is wrapped in various other auras, and it moves towards Ning Ling, sometimes slowly, and sometimes urgently. Yume Xinhai rushed over. Like a river breaking through, or like water flooding a river embankment, the gap between her brows and the sea of consciousness was instantly broken by the huge water aura, and she instantly possessed real spiritual consciousness. Under the effect of xuanhuan Ju, almost all the water aura of the entire Qingshui River was sucked into Ning Lingyu's body. It was not until the rainbow composed of water aura completely disappeared that the water in Qingshui River completely calmed down and recovered. The original appearance. After Ning Lingyu broke through, she didn't open her eyes immediately, but continued to run the xuanhui immortal art silently, trying to adapt to her new realm. Ling Yan stood beside Ning Lingyu, quietly all the time, not bothering her. He didn't do anything, just smiled and watched her calmly. After Ling Yan made money, the first thing she did was to stop her sister from struggling for money, to calm her mind, and to pave the way for her to cultivate herself. The second thing Ling Yun did was to transform Ning Lingyu's natural spirit body into a fairy body after receiving the immortal spiritual energy from Ren Wangbi. Pave the way for self-cultivation. Transform the fairy body. Today, Ling Yun's memory recovered, and he took his sister back to visit the old place again. Completely removed Ning Lingyu's hidden deepest heart knot. This allowed her to step into the innate realm. This kind of breakthrough speed is of course much faster than Ling Yun imagined, but in fact it is just a matter of course. The body of a fairy, God knows how much spiritual energy Ning Lingyu has absorbed and stored in his body in the past 18 years. Just look at the huge rainbow of water spirit energy that appeared in the sky after Ning Lingyu broke through the innate, but was completely absorbed by her. You can know how terrifying the physique of the fairy body is. And Ling Yun stood beside Ning Lingyu. When the water aura that permeated Chonghong was poured into Ning Lingyu's body, it naturally passed through Ling Yun's body. It was because of this that Ling Yun knew how bad his physical condition was. To use a few image metaphors, all kinds of auras are like using a bag of water and a sieve to block the wind for Ling Yun's current body. Can't keep it. All missed. All the acupoints in Ling Yun's body were not only devoid of true qi, but also dried up, not closed, but turned into countless loopholes. But even so, the huge water aura passed through Ling Yun's body. It's not that it has no effect on Ling Yun's body. One must know that water grows and nourishes all things. Water aura is of course stronger and has miraculous healing effects. When they flow through Ling Yun's body continuously, they naturally nourishes countless acupoints, meridians, and dantian, even repaired invisibly. Little effect, but better than nothing. Ling Yun felt that he was refreshed, his body was light and agile, and he was nourished and refreshed a lot, just like a person who was extremely thirsty and hot, suddenly drenched in a heavy rain, so hearty, so happy and comfortable. Brother, I seem to be able to feel something in the distance, not hear it, but can really see it. Ning Lingyu finally stabilized her realm. She was inexplicably shocked, and said joyfully, "Oh? This is divine consciousness, how far is it?" Ling Yun was very happy for Ning Lingyu. He first explained, and then immediately asked. He wanted to know the scope of Ning Lingyu's consciousness. Well, it seems to be 700 or 800 meters away, and you can feel it even across the Qingshui River. If it is farther away, it will be blurred. Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard that, and laughed happily. Not bad. It's really good to have such divine consciousness, just after entering the innate realm. When Ling Yun reached the first level of qi refining, his spiritual consciousness was only 1,000 meters away. Ning Lingyu is now 700 or 800 meters away, which of course is already against the sky. Ling Yun said that Ning Lingyu's realm was based on Gu Wu's innate theory, but he knew in his heart that Ning Lingyu is actually the same as himself now, entering the qi refining period. The road Ling Yun paved for Ning Lingyu was not the ancient martial arts route. It would be too wasteful for the fairy body. He just asked his sister to follow the path of self-cultivation just like him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Ning Lingyu, who was at the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, to control the 2 water dragons with a hand trick. Wanshuixinju is originally a top-level cultivation method. Ning Lingyu finally opened her eyes slowly, with a dreamy look in her beautiful eyes. Excited, she looked at Ling Yun and asked, "Brother, why is this happening?" Ling Yun just smiled, without saying a word, touched Ning Lingyu's head in relief, pondered for a while before saying, "My sister is a genius. Physique, root bones, and understanding are all first class in this world." Ling Yun added another sentence, saying that the body of a fairy is extremely rare in the big world of cultivation, and of course it is first class on this earth. Ning Lingyu was puzzled and said, "But brother, I just reached the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian 10 days ago. I haven't practiced these days. Why did I suddenly break through today? I'm not ready." Ling Yun smiled lightly, gently stroked Ning Lingyu's long hair and said, in this world, not everything needs to be ready before it can be done. Ling Yunxin said, your brother and I didn't have time to prepare, so we broke through the qi refining period in a hurry? As a result, he was hacked into this miserable state by heavenly tribulation. As he spoke, he silently raised his head and looked up at the sky. Just now, his sister broke through. The sound of Qingshui River crashing against the shore can be heard here, and the commotion is too loud. Lingyu's body has both the attributes of the 5 elements, and the attribute of water is the strongest, as expected. In an instant, he remembered something again, and suddenly asked with a smile, Lingyu, do you still remember how mother picked me up? Of course Lingyu remembered. She happily said, the day my mother gave birth to me, there was a heavy rain, and I fell into an inexplicable illness that even my mother couldn't cure, so she had to brave the rain to go to Lingjue Temple to worship Buddha and ask for the blessing of Buddha, and then, of course, he saved Ling Yun and took Ling Yun home. Ling Yun nodded, the secret he got in Lingjue Temple. But he didn't tell his sister immediately, but smiled and said, that's why mother named you Lingyu. Lingyu smiled obediently, and said that it seemed that her brother really remembered everything, but he didn't notice that Ling Yun was looking up at the sky at this time, facing the sky. The look in Jun's eyes was unpredictable. There is defiance, there is contempt, and there is also a trace of helpless awe. Reincarnation of heaven, could it be that all of this is really predestined? Ling Yun intuited that there was a heavy rain on the day Ning Lingyu was born. Something wrong. After a while, Ling Yun withdrew his gaze, gently embraced Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders, turned back, and said, let's go, you broke through just now, but you scared the people on Linjiang Road. Look, this water there all over the road. Ning Lingyu had already seen it with her divine sense, but she stuck out her tongue in fright, frowned and said, brother, I caused so much trouble, what should I do now? Ling Yun laughed and said, what else can I do? Wipe your ass. Ning Lingyu blushed instantly, but she was extremely happy in her heart. Ling Yun asked casually as he walked, Lingyu, if my brother remembers correctly, before the college entrance examination, we made a bet outside the examination room, betting on the score of the college entrance examination, and whoever lost would have to tell the other party a secret. Right? It seems that brother won. Now, are you going to fulfill your promise and tell brother a little secret? This question directly made Ning Lingyu's pretty face turn red from embarrassment. Her pretty face was hot, her head almost fell to her chest, she bit her red lips lightly with her white teeth, and said coyly, well, not yet. Say. Ling Yun frowned, looked at Ning Lingyu strangely, and said with a smile, you are lying. Ning Lingyu tilted her head quietly, and glanced at Ling Yun's side face. The expression was cute and delicate, and it was completely an expression of I'm just cheating, what can you do? Seeing this, Ling Yun could only say angrily and amusedly, I love to talk or not. Anyway, Ning Lingyu's heart knot has been solved, and he has successfully passed the test. The whole qi refining period will be smooth in the future. Ling Yun is very happy. The two chatted and laughed, and soon returned to the car. Ling Yun asked Xianer with a smile, Xianer, how is Tai Xiaohu? Bai Xianer was also very happy to see that both Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu's realm had improved so much in an instant. She smiled coquettishly and said, I have reached the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian in one fell swoop, and I am stabilizing my realm. He is the real, with a lot of accumulation, this time I took a big advantage. After Ling Yun heard this, he was really happy for Tai Xiaohu. If he didn't sing, he would be a blockbuster, and if he didn't fly, he would have soared into the sky. Ling Yun washed Tai Xiaohu's tendons and marrow twice, personally taught Raging Tao's internal strength and dragon elephant power, and generously imparted the Diyan Gathering Star's secret art. Tai Xiaohu practiced desperately day and night, and deliberately stayed at the peak of the 6th level of Hotian for so long. With the terrifying water aura, you can easily knock off the level and go up to 3 levels in a row. Tai Xiaohu's physique, in terms of the 5 elements, only takes up the second, metal and earth attributes, and these 2 attributes are very pure. However, Ling Yin did not teach him metal and earth-based exercises, but instead taught him the internal energy of the raging waves, so that Tai Xiaohu could use the tide of the Qingshui River to practice day and night. This is only because the metal attribute has the strongest attack and the earth attribute has the strongest defense, and these 2 attributes are related to water. Earth restrains water, and water produces gold. The water comes from the soil, and the tide of the Qingshui River is used to practice the inner strength of the raging waves. It can not only quickly cultivate the inner strength of the raging waves to great success, but also help Tai Xiaohu strengthen his own physical fitness. And water gives birth to gold. Tai Xiaohu has cultivated the internal strength of the raging waves, and in the future, the attack power of the body will be given a terrifying auxiliary bonus, and the attack and defense can be balanced. What about the internal strength of the raging waves? Once it reaches a great level, the true energy in the body is like huge waves rolling forward in the meridians, rushing more and more fiercely, rushing more and more urgently. It is most suitable for rushing through the barrier. That's why Ling Yin imparted Tai Xiaohu's raging wave internal strength, dragon elephant divine strength, and Dian gathering stars treasure technique. Tai Xiaohu rushed to 3 small realms in a row, only 1 step away from the innate realm, and it can be said that they are all related to Ling Yin's careful cultivation. He definitely put a lot of effort into Tai Xiaohu. If it still doesn't work, then Brother Yun will be in vain. After a while, Tai Xiaohu jumped up from the ground and rushed out of the phantom formation. Whenever he moved casually, there was a crackling sound like popping beans on his body, and his every move was like thunder. Brother Yun. Hee hee, hee hee, hee 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 hee. Tai Xiaohu could only smirk when he was happy now. Ling Yin was speechless, curled his lips and said, "Okay, I'm an expert now anyway, hurry up and find a way to dry yourself. Look at your wet body, you look like a drowned rat." After finishing speaking, Ling Yin stopped caring about him, turned his head and looked around, and took a look at the entire Linjiang Road, and found that the road was already full of people, and the whole street was in a mess. What's going on? What's going on here? Why did the Qingshui River have such a big wave? There was no wind just now. The water has flooded into my house, it's up to my knees. Someone shouted dissatisfied. There are discussions everywhere. Ling Yin smiled, and shouted to the closest former neighbor, Uncle Wang, "Please pass on a message. The neighbors on the nearby Linjiang Road, whether they are disturbed by the flood just now, I will give 100 yuan to each family." 10,000. The one Ling Yin called Uncle Wang was instantly dumbfounded. There are 90, if not 100, shops of all sizes in the neighborhood, each with $1 million. Uncle Wang used his brain to calculate violently, and finally came to a terrifying conclusion: Ling Yin is going to give a rhythm of 100 million. The next moment, he ran wildly, rushed into the crowd in the distance, and shouted Ling Yin's words. Looking at the excited and crazy crowd, Ling Yin smiled calmly, as if the money didn't belong to him at all. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu was shocked. Even if I made too much noise, and some neighbors' homes were flooded, I don't need to pay so much money, right? Ling Yin patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder with a smile, and said softly, "It's not because you caused trouble, but because we are leaving, we have to make a break, make a good relationship, and keep in mind. Happy and rich, that's how willful it is. It's a great event to drop pie in the sky, cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow up, /Chinese official account, add friends on WeChat at official account Intercourse, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, follow now Dread WeChat official account. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Before the college entrance examination, Ling Yin once distributed benefits. That time, he specially went to the house of his former neighbor Li Hongmei, and generously gave Li Hongmei a house, plus 2 million. At that time, Li Hongmei was so excited that he wanted to kowtow to Ling Yin. Ling Yun didn't publicize it, but some neighbors knew about it, and it spread quickly, making the eyes of those who were struggling on the poverty line on Linjiang Road turn red with envy, and they all regretted it. Did not have a good relationship with Qin Qiuyue. But this time, Ling Yun was completely generous. He took advantage of a small trouble caused by Ning Lingyu's breakthrough, as an opportunity, to those neighbors who used to be around the civilian clinic. The intersecting poor families are 1 million each. Gratitude or resentment, let it be over. Just like in the Kaishan Hotel, for those students who rushed to support him, it was another fate that ended. The fusion of past and present life, memory recovery. Ling Yun knew what he wanted most in the past, to find his biological parents, recognize his ancestors and return to his clan, and no longer be scolded as a wild child. And Ling Yun now, of course, knows that he is the son of Ling Xiao and the previous generation of demon sect saints, and the fourth young master of the Ling family in the capital. From then on, his own life will no longer have any intersection with this Linjiang Road, nor with the neighbors on this road. Ling Yun was about to leave Qingshui City for the capital, but before he left, he had to do something. Ling Yun gently hugged Ning Lingyu's waist, looking at the familiar, excited, shouting and crazily rushing people. He slowly raised his arms. The people who rushed forward stopped immediately, their eyes were full of fanaticism and gratitude, but the crowd quickly fell silent. Everyone knew that Ling Yun must have something to say for being so generous. Neighbors in the neighborhood. My mother has brought us 2 brothers and sisters, and we have lived here, on this road, for many years. Now, my mother has gone to other places, and both of us, brother and sister, have applied for Yenqing University. Count the days. The university admission notice is about to come down. The 2 of us are going to the capital to go to school, so come back here today, to have a look. I just came back to take a look. I didn't want to disturb everyone, but I didn't expect that there was a little episode just now. Caused some trouble for everyone. My sister and I are really sorry, so we will make a little compensation for everyone. As for those who have more money and less money, it is just a little heart, and please don't take it too seriously. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, I will send someone over to distribute it door to door. I hope everyone can tell each other today. It is best to have someone at home by then. Of course, I want to say something more here. I hope that all the neighbors in the neighborhood can use this money to solve some family difficulties and improve their lives. It is best to use it for the right way. Ling Yun finished the last sentence. They didn't say anything anymore, but turned their heads and looked at Ning Lingyu. The brother and sister smiled at each other. The crowd was silent, but soon there was a burst of thunderous applause and cheers. Enduring. When the applause and cheers subsided a little, someone started shouting at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I heard that this year's college entrance examination, you won the first prize in our Qingshui city. In the past, your Uncle Lu underestimated you, and today I am here to compensate you. Don't take it to heart. Ling Yun. When we were in junior high school, that dumb-headed Qing gang of our family once fought with you and bullied you. Here, your aunt will pay you for it. For a moment, everyone was emotional, and there was everything around them, but they all expressed remorse, apology, and endless gratitude in their hearts. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu smiled, did not speak, and accepted everything according to the order. What they mentioned were all old things. For Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu now, they were all trivial matters. Will care. Let them go in the past. When everything that needs to be said has been said, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu waved goodbye to everyone, got into the car, and left slowly under the grateful eyes of everyone. Ling Yun didn't need to make any special promises, and he didn't need to repeatedly emphasize the matter of money. Now he can make a hole with just spitting, and these people on Linjiang Road understand this very well. Because since Ling Yun rose against the sky, Ling Yun has been the focus of these people's eyes, the talk of them, and even the god in their hearts, a godlike figure. After getting in the car, Ning Lingyu habitually took out his mobile phone and Apple mobile phone from his bag, only glanced at it, and then his eyes widened. Oops, so many missed calls. Ning Lingyu's slender fingers slid gently on the phone screen, and found that those missed calls were not from one person, but from many people. Not only phone calls, but also many text messages. In the end, she casually clicked on a text message, which was sent by xuanhuan, Sister Lingyu, come to Villa number 1 as soon as you see the message. The university admission notices for you and brother Lingyun have been sent. University admission notice. When Ning Lingyu saw this text message, she was inexplicably excited, turned her head to look at Lingyun's side face, and said loudly, "Brother, our university admission notice has arrived." Compared to Ning Lingyu's excitement, Lingyun was very calm. He smiled and said, "Come down as soon as you come down. It's all expected. We are the top 3 in the college entrance examination in Qingshui City. Will Yanqing University not be able to do so? Take it?" Ning Lingyu pouted immediately, and muttered in a low voice, "It's really playing the piano." Although Lingyun said that, of course he was very happy in his heart. At the same time, he was also thinking that since both he and Lingyu had received the admission notice from Yanqing University, then Qi Shaoqing, Zhang Ling, Zhuan Meina and the others would definitely all agree. "You received it?" Thinking of this, Lingyun gently embraced Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders, and said to Tai Xiaohu who was driving, "Xiaohu, I'm not going anywhere, go back to Villa number 1. 20 minutes later, the 4 of Lingyun drove back to Villa number 1. At this time, of course, Qin Dongxue and the others had not had time to move out. Seeing Lingyun's return, they all rushed out of the living room, and there was also the postman who was in charge of delivering the express mail. "Stinky boy, you have rushed back, this postman has been waiting for you here for more than half an hour." Lingyun felt a little embarrassed, touched his nose with his index finger, and said, "Tang Meng has always held my ID card." Tang Meng rushed forward, handed Lingyun's ID card to him, and said with a smile, "Brother Yun, it's not enough just to have an ID card, you must sign for it by yourself. The university admission notice is usually sent by postal express, and you must sign for it with your ID card." Lingyun scratched his head, took the ID card, showed it to the not-so-young, dusty postman, asked him to confirm, and said, "I'm sorry for wasting your time." The postman was very simple and honest, and he was also very excited. After carefully confirming the ID cards of Lingyun and Ning Lingyu, he said, "It's okay, this is the admission notice of Yanqing University, and there are 2 of them at once. 2 college students from Yanqing University came out at the same time, and this is the first time I have sent mail for so many years. Congratulations." After he confirmed it, he immediately and carefully handed the 2 packages to Lingyun and Ning Lingyu, respectively, not forgetting to congratulate them. After a while, he suddenly scratched his head, frowned and said, "But I still have a courier here, which is also an admission notice from Yanqing University, but when I went to the edge of the city to deliver it this morning, there was no one at home. This is really urgent. I have to make another trip tomorrow." Lingyun's heart moved when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "Master, is the recipient of that express mail called Qi Shaoqing?" The postman was startled, and hurriedly said, yes, why, do you know her?" Lingyun and the others laughed at the same time, and Lingyun said with a smile, "Not only do we know each other, but we also volunteered to fill in the report together, and I know where she lives now. Go, we'll take you there. Such a happy thing, of course, just leave." Lingyun, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, xuanhuan and other young people immediately got into the car, rushed out of Villa number 1, and led the bewildered postman straight to Chao Shanshan's villa. Qi Yuzhen, Qi Shaoqing, and Qi Xiaohong's family of 3 are currently living in Chao Shanshan's villa, which is located in the 3rd district of Qingxi Villa area, only 3 kilometers away from number 1 villa. With Chao Shanshan around, it was no problem to enter the gate of the villa area. The 3 luxury cars soon arrived at the gate of Chao Shanshan's villa. Ling Yan was the first to get out of the car, and yelled directly into the villa, "Qi Xiaoqing, come out soon, we are here to send you the university admission notice." Qi Xiaoqing didn't come out, but Qi Xiaohong ran out excitedly when she heard the sound of the car outside. When she saw the battle outside and heard Ling Yun shouting, she was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Qi Xiaohong immediately turned her head and shouted into the room, "Mom, sister, come out quickly, my sister's college admission notice is here." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the room where Chao Shanshan usually studies and works hard, a beautiful girl who is plainly dressed but has a refined appearance is sitting at the table, writing something in a thick notebook. This is of course Qi Xiaoqing. It has been almost 3 weeks since the 3 of them, Lingyun Ning Lingyu and Lingyun Lingyu, filled out their university volunteers at the Kaishan Hotel that night. After Qi Xiaoqing moved into Chao Shanshan's villa, she hardly went out for more than 20 days. Every day, apart from helping her mother, Qi Yuzhen, clean the entire villa, Qi Xiaoqing almost shut herself in this room at other times. Qi Xiaoqing doesn't watch TV, she watches study in addition to watching study, and occasionally turns on the computer to check some study materials on the internet. In addition, before going to bed every day, she will do 2 things unshakably, keeping accounts and writing a diary. Qi Xiaoqing is a person with great ambition and strong self-esteem. No matter how luxurious and comfortable the place she lives in, she is not used to it, because this is not her own home, it is someone else's home. When she first moved in, she asked to leave more than once, but she was no match for the enthusiasm of Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, and others. During this period, almost everyone who came here to visit their family would say to them, "Don't worry." If this is the case, if Qi Xiaoqing wants to leave because of her poor self-esteem, then it is not protecting her own dignity, but ignorance of flattery. Therefore, after repeatedly proposing that it was invalid, Qi Xiaoqing simply did not mention it, and lived here with peace of mind. However, she lived here, but she wrote down all the water and electricity bills, property management fees, and other expenses for living here, each of which was clearly accounted for. Certainly not now, but in the future. She will definitely return it. From this point of view, some of Qi Xiaoqing's characteristics are almost a copy of the once extremely strong Ning Lingyu. As for writing a diary every day, it is Qi Xiaoqing's daily habit, but since filling in the volunteers in the Triumph Hotel, Qi Xiaoqing's diary has added a name. Lingyun. That person, that name. Ever since he broke into Qi Xiaoqing's life as the savior, it can never be erased. Ling Yun saved her twice. Once he saved herself, and the other time he saved her family of 3. Even his mother's illnesses were completely cured by him, and even their family of 3 could live here and live a life that they could never dream of before. And it's all because of that person. Ling Yun. The money can be repaid, but how can such kindness be repaid? The most terrible thing is that the current Qi Xiaoqing, as long as he is awake, no matter what he is doing, his eyes are shaking. Ling Yun was everywhere. Ling Yun's smile, Ling Yun's anger, and the thoughtful care that Ling Yun unintentionally showed when he spoke casually, were all deeply engraved in Qi Xiaoqing's mind and flashed before her eyes. "I can't get rid of it, I can't forget it, even if I try my best, it's useless." Is this love? In her diary, Qi Xiaoqing asked more than once, but never got an answer. She has a very high IQ, but she couldn't answer this question. So, Qi Xiaoqing watched desperately, studied desperately, and dived into the ocean of knowledge. Only when she was focused and serious, could she temporarily forget about the guy who made her flustered. In fact, it is only 3 kilometers away from Lingyun's No. 1 villa, and it is only a short walk away. Before the night of the terrible thunderstorm, my sister Xiaohong often went there, but Qi Xiaoqing never went there. She wanted to see Ling Yun, but she didn't dare to see him. She was afraid that she would panic. She was afraid that if she saw him, she would not know what to say. After the terrifying night of thunderstorms, the 4 districts of Qingxi Villa District were completely under martial law. Even if they wanted to go, they could not go there. But the place where the thunderstorm struck that night happened to be Villa Number 1, which made Qi Xiaoqing very worried. She didn't know what happened there, but she guessed that something unusual must have happened. Because on the evening of the same day, after my sister came back from Villa Number 1, she secretly told her many things about Ling Yun, including Ling Yun going to Xianrenling to fight every night, how many terrifying enemies Ling Yun had, and even said that he saw a vampire. Qi Xiaoqing was dumbfounded and terrified when she heard that. If it wasn't for Qi Xiaohong swearing by gnashing her teeth, she wouldn't believe these things even if she was killed. As a result, Qi Xiaoqing's worldview was also subverted in an instant, and naturally he became more deeply worried about the thunderstorm that night. It wasn't until Chao Shanshan called, saying that Ling Yun was in retreat, and asked her family to reduce going out in the near future, that Qi Xiaoqing felt relieved, but became more curious and missed Ling Yun even more. Reducing going out will not have any impact on Qi Xiaoqing, because she seldom goes out. 10 days passed in a flash, until this afternoon, until the voice that had been engraved into the soul, although she hadn't heard it much, rang out outside the courtyard, calling her name. Qi Xiaoqing's heart suddenly jumped, her pretty face flushed, she stood up suddenly, her heart beat like a deer in an instant. He came. At that moment, Qi Xiaoqing only had this voice in her mind, and she didn't even pay attention to what Ling Yun said about the university admission notice, or deliberately ignored it. Then there is panic, the panic of not knowing what to do. Qi Xiaoqing subconsciously wanted to tidy up her clothes, but the weather was so hot, so she wore a blue half-sleeve t-shirt, a pair of casual shorts, and didn't even wear socks. Damn. Why are you here at this time? Qi Xiaoqing bit her lip, stomped her feet vigorously, and hurried to the mirror in the room, straightened her hair, and carefully examined her face. The plain face is facing the sky, but it is beautiful and refined. Xiaoqing, come out quickly, don't forget to take your ID card, someone is here to send you the university notice. At this time, not only Qi Xiaohong's girl was repeatedly urging, but even Qi Yuzhen's excited voice sounded outside. I'm coming. Qi Xiaoqing couldn't stand the urging, stomped her foot again bitterly, just took her ID card, and rushed towards the courtyard of the villa. When we came to the door, the sun was dazzling outside the door, the heat wave hit people, and there was a lively noise in the yard, and the atmosphere was happy and strong. Qi Xiaoqing subconsciously raised her hand to block the sun, and then she saw the person in the yard. The person who thinks about it day and night, that handsome face. That bright smile, that slightly turned corner of the mouth, that quivering dimple. Mother Qi Yuzhen was excitedly but politely inviting that guy to sit in the room. Auntie, don't worry, go in and sit down after receiving the notice. Ling Yun said with a smile, at the same time. He turned his head slightly, towards the beautiful girl who rushed out of the door. Glanced. Qi Xiaoqing's fluttering long hair, trembling chest, elegant and refined face, and 2 snow-white long legs reflecting dazzling luster in the sun made Ling Yun's heart twitch slightly, and then he immediately looked away. Qi Xiaoqing was stared at by Ling Yun, her heart suddenly jumped again, and her footsteps froze. Xiaoqing, hurry up, hurry up. This postman is waiting impatiently. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Qi Yuzhen's complexion has improved a lot, and her face is radiant, as if she was 10 years younger, exuding an extremely mature charm, and she is completely different from before. I'm coming. Qi Xiaoqing was stared at by so many people all of a sudden, her pretty face turned red. He promised, and quickly ran to the postman. Uncle, this is my ID card, thank you for sending me the admission notice. The postman took Qi Xiaoqing's ID card with a smile, confirmed it, and said, this is what I should do. Qi Xiaoqing, that's right, Nong, this is your admission notice. thank you uncle. Qi Xiaoqing took the admission notice and ID card, and shouted crisply, then she turned her head slightly, looked at the people behind Ling Yun, and said with a warm smile, Ling Yu, Shanshan, Ninger, Tang Meng, you are all here? Don't bask in the sun, go indoors quickly. Ling Yun was a little speechless, dizzy, I was standing in front of you, and you actually ignored me? Really, Qi Xiaoqing invited all the people who came over, but Ling Yun was the only one left out. This child. Qi Yuzhen seemed to see something, she blamed her eldest daughter, and kindly took Ling Yun's hand and his arm, and at the same time warmly invited everyone to go inside. Oh, it's not easy to expect you all to come here. None of you are allowed to leave today. You must eat a meal cooked by Auntie. Everyone is laughing. Ling Yun didn't move. He smiled and said to Qi Yuzhen, who was in a daze, Aunt Qi, I still have something to do. The postman hasn't left yet. Qi Yuzhen was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, oh, I'm so happy and confused, big brother, it's such a hot day, you should come in quickly and drink some water, and cool off before you go. The postman smiled honestly, but shook his head decisively. Ling Yun had his own way of doing things. Seeing that the postman had no intention of keeping it, he said directly to Tang Meng, go and get 30,000 cash. How could Tang Meng not know what Ling Yun was going to do? He just grinned when he heard it, oh my god, didn't he just send 3 university admission notices? Brother Yun just tipped him 30,000. Happy can't be such a prodigal. Ling Yun frowned slightly, go. Tang Meng had no choice but to go to his car, opened the trunk, and grabbed 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills from a snakeskin bag. Now Tang Meng, there is always a snakeskin bag in the trunk of the car, which contains at least 1 million cash. This scene stunned Qi Xiaoqing's family of 3. Ling Yun simply snatched the 30,000 cash from Tang Meng and stuffed it directly into the hands of the postman. Uncle, it's not easy in this hot weather, this little money will be used as tea money for you. The postman looked at the 3 bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills in his hand, dumbfounded, his neck and face flushed, and he just kept shaking his head. Ling Yun laughed and said, Uncle, you have also seen that we are one family, 3 Yanjing University, happy, you can accept this little money. Seeing that the postman still didn't accept it, Ling Yun deliberately sternly said, Uncle, I'm not trying to scare you, we have more people than you now, if you don't accept it, I'm sure you won't be able to leave today, and you'll lose in a fight. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun's words made Zhongmei, who was completely stunned, giggle coquettishly. Naturally, everyone didn't care about the money, so they all opened their mouths and asked the postman to accept the money. How embarrassing, this violates the regulations, I dare not accept. The postman never expected to encounter such a good thing, so he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. However, since Brother Yan's tip has been taken out, it is impossible to take it back. Tang Meng stepped forward, okay, uncle, it's your luck to be able to deliver these 3 couriers, and it's definitely not about the 30,000 yuan. You will understand in the future, so you can accept it quickly. Tang Meng was naturally happy when he was happy, but he felt sorry for Qian, and his tone of voice was a bit vicious. But what Tang Meng said is indeed true. In the future, after Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and Qi Xiaoqing are completely famous in China, the postman finally knows who he sent the 3 couriers to. Let him be interviewed by reporters from all walks of life and do various TV shows, which can be said to be a double gain of fame and fortune. It's really not just about the 30,000 yuan. That postman was honest, how could he stand up to the deceptions of people like Ling Yun and Tang Meng? In the end, he took the 30,000 yuan reward from Ling Yun and left the villa gratefully. That day was really like a dream. This is the opening line of this ordinary postman when he will be interviewed and recorded in TV programs in the future, and it will be the same line until his death. My God, why is it so hot in this room? It's like a steamer. As soon as Tang Ming entered the room, he was almost forced out by the heat in the room, and couldn't help but say something. Qi Yuzhen froze, and said with embarrassment, Xiaoqing forbids Xiaohong to turn on the air conditioner in the living room, for fear of wasting electricity. Tang Ming was dumbfounded and didn't speak for a while. It's the hottest time of the day now, it's 37 degrees outside, the temperature in the house is probably even higher, why don't you turn on the air conditioner? How did this family live? Ling Yun gave Tang Ming a hard look. What a second. Auntie, haven't I already said that you can use the household appliances as you like, and the electricity bill in this community will be paid for 3 years, so there is no need to save. Chao Shanshan walked past calmly while talking. Turn on the air conditioner in the living room. Tang Ming didn't know the severity, which caused an embarrassment. It was dissolved into the invisible in an instant. Qi Xiaoqing was talking with the crowd in the living room, while Qi Yuzhen and Qi Xiaohong ran back and forth, serving tea and water for everyone in a hurry. While everyone was talking here, Ling Yun quietly dragged Tang Ming aside. Brother Yun, what's the matter? Ling Yun smiled and said in a low voice, 3 things. Do you have any cash in the car? Tang Ming's heart skipped a beat immediately, and he said, yes. It's more than 1 million. Ling Yun nodded, well, leave all the more than 1 million yuan to their family of 3. This is the first one. Tang Ming knew that this was actually normal for Ling Yun, so he nodded without hesitation. The second thing is to bury the 2 dead Wang Feihu brothers generously. Each of them will give them 50 million yuan to settle down, and in addition, give Wang Feihu another 100 million yuan. The 200 million you transfer to Wang Feihu's account today, and leave other specific matters to Wang Feihu. After Ling Yun fell into a coma. Tang Ming and Wang Feihu got along well, and he still remembers the decisiveness and heroism of Wang Feihu and the 3 of them in the moment of life and death that night. So he nodded immediately. Lao Wang is really a good person. I understand, Brother Yun. In fact, this matter is waiting for you to talk. Ling Yun nodded and said, from now on, Wang Feihu will be your personal bodyguard, and he will be responsible for your safety. After Wang Feihu recovers from his injuries, Ling Yun is sure that he will advance to the peak of the 7th innate level or above in a short period of time. It is most suitable for him to protect Tang Ming. Brother Yun, I'm all at your disposal. Tang Ming instantly understood Ling Yun's purpose for asking him to do this. Let him be a good person, and let Wang Feihu protect his safety. Naturally, he was determined and relieved. Ling Yun smiled and said, the third thing, I think it will make your flesh hurt a bit, hee. Tang Ming's expression changed slightly, and he knew that he was about to bleed again. Just now on Linjiang Road, Ling Yu and I caused a little trouble. I promised to give it to the neighbors around my house, 1 million per household, about 100 households. Hurry up and prepare the money and arrange the manpower today. Tomorrow morning, to send money. Tang Ming couldn't calm down immediately. 1 million per household? 100 or so households? This is 100 million, giving away 100 million for nothing. Is this still a little trouble? It hurt Tang Ming so much that he almost didn't cry on the spot. He said with a mournful face, Brother Yun, our money didn't come from the strong wind. Don't you feel sorry for throwing it out like this? Ling Yun gave away 300 million in just a few words, not to mention Tang Ming, anyone would feel distressed. Ling Yun patted Tang Ming on the shoulder and said with a chuckle, the last item has another purpose. Remember the demolition project of Golian City? We can't let him give up halfway. Golian City's capital chain is broken and we ruined it. But we've taken over all his business, and we've got a lot of money. So, we will continue to work on his urban construction project of demolition, and we will start construction immediately. If this 100 million is sent out, you said that if you carry out demolition, those people will not cooperate? After Ling Yun said these words, Tang Meng was dumbfounded and his eyes lit up at the same time. Understand? Understood. Brother Yun, you are still the best. Tang Meng gave Ling Yun a thumbs up with admiration. During demolition, don't embarrass them. Give as much as you can. If the family is really difficult, take care of them. Those are my neighbors for many years. You are not allowed to mess around. Ling Yun stared at Tang Meng and gave a serious warning. Okay, put the 1 million in the living room, and then go about your business, you are not needed here. Okay. Tang Meng took the order and left. 2 hours later, although Qi Yuzhen's family tried their best to persuade her to stay, Ning Lingyu and the others left one after another. Only Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan stayed for dinner. Qi Yuzhen would never let these two people leave, no matter what. One was her family's savior, and the other was the real owner of this villa. They finally came here, how could they leave without eating? And Ning Lingyu is Ling Yun's younger sister, so Qi Yuzhen naturally tried her best to keep her, but Qing Dongxue knew that Ning Lingyu had broken through the innate realm, and specifically asked her to go back, so she had to go. Ling Yun, Auntie has made an agreement with you. This time, you are not allowed to leave. You must stay for dinner tonight. Otherwise, Auntie will be really angry. Qi Yuzhen was afraid that Ling Yun would leave, so she urged him thousands of times. Don't worry, Auntie, I've heard Xiaohong say that your dishes are delicious, and I've wanted to eat them for a long time, so I won't leave. I won't leave even if you chase me away. Anyway, Qingshui City is calm now, and Ling Yun can't practice for a while, he is happy to be at ease, and he simply agrees. Qi Yuzhen was finally relieved, she said to Qi Xiaohong, Xiaohong, let's go out with Mom to buy vegetables. Mom. Qi Xiaohong was naturally unhappy, but Qi Yuzhen couldn't hold back her stare, so she pouted and reluctantly followed her to buy vegetables. There were only 3 people left in the living room, Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan, and Qi Xiaoqing, and the room suddenly became quiet. The air conditioner is on, and the wind is cold. Xiaoqing, you can be admitted to Yenqing University's Guanghua School of Management, and it is the best business administration major. Congratulations. Chao Shanshan congratulated her from the bottom of her heart, but inadvertently, a look of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. After being imprisoned for 3 months, Chao Shanshan couldn't even take the college entrance examination. Now seeing that everyone else has received university admission notices, one can imagine how she feels. Thanks. Qi Xiaoqing smiled, ignored the university admission notice on the coffee table, and said flatly, I won't go to university. Not to read? Ling Yan almost jumped up from the sofa when he heard it, and said loudly, why don't you go for such a good opportunity? Chao Shanshan also looked at Qi Xiaoqing in shock. Qi Xiaoqing smiled again, and said lightly, no money. My mother got sick from exhaustion in order to pay for my sister and me to go to school. Now I am admitted to university, and my sister will go to high school after the summer vacation. How can she provide money? Can you afford it? Ling Yan curled his lips when he heard this, and said angrily, is this the only thing? I can afford it. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan walked directly towards a corner of the living room, came back carrying the snakeskin bag that Tang Meng had left behind, and opened the bag with a casual tug. There are more than 1 million in it, is it enough for you to go to college? If not, I will ask Tang Meng to transfer it to you again. Just kidding, Ling Yan gave away more than 300 million yuan in one afternoon, and even gave a reward of 30,000 to a courier. If Qi Xiaoqing didn't go to college because his family had no money, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Qi Xiaoqing's heart trembled slightly, and her head drooped slightly. That's enough, but it's your money, and I don't want to owe you any more. Qi Xiaoqing's voice was very low, but her tone was firm and unquestionable. Ling Yan sneered, Qi Shaoqing, I know you are very strong, but I have a word, if you think that what you owe me is money, then I will not lend you any money. Qi Shaoqing didn't speak, but bit her lips tightly. Her mind was agitated, and she really wanted to shout at Ling Yan, then how do you want me to pay it back? Is it enough for me to give you myself? But with Chao Shanshan present, it was impossible for Qi Shaoqing to shout out. Ling Yan smiled, kicked away the snakeskin bag full of millions of cash, and said lightly, go to Beijing to study at university, study hard, learn your skills well, and after graduation, make money and pay me back 10 billion. The two don't owe each other, how about it? Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan frowned when she heard this. Ling Yun really dared to open his mouth like a lion. Is there anyone so aggressive? Pfft. Who knows? Qi Shaoqing smiled coquettishly, raised her beautiful eyes slightly, cast a white glance at Ling Yun and said, deal. Ling Yun immediately smiled too. He turned his head and looked to the north, his deep eyes seemed to penetrate thousands of mountains and rivers. Looking north at the capital city. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Looking in the direction of the capital, Ling Yan's heart fluctuated and he was slightly absent-minded. Chao Shanshan and Qi Shaoqing looked at his side face at the same time. Ling Yan's side face was very good-looking, with clear lines like a knife and an axe chisel. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, the corners of his eyes were slanted up, and his skin was fair and crystal clear. What he saw was Ling Yan's left cheek, and he happened to be able to see the slightly sunken dimple on his left cheek. Such a handsome face instantly made the two stunning beauties lose their minds and almost fell on the spot. After looking in the direction of the capital for a while, Ling Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. He put the god of refining Taishu stone on the coffee table, then took out the bottle of Yangqi pill from his pocket, poured out two, and raised his head, swallowed. What are you eating? Looking at Ling Yan's movements, Qi Shaoqing was very curious and couldn't help asking. Elixir. Ling Yan smiled slightly, talking nonsense. Qi Shaoqing, who was waiting for the answer, couldn't help but rolled his eyes at him. Why do you always hold that stone in your hand? It's so dusty, it's so ugly. Ling Yun continued to make up nonsense, this is a fairy stone. Chao Shanshan giggled coquettishly, and couldn't help giving Ling Yun a charming look. Hate. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Qi Shaoqing snorted angrily, and simply ignored Ling Yun anymore. Seeing that the beauty was really angry, Ling Yun had no choice but to coax again, since you are curious, why don't you pick it up and have a look? Of course Qi Shaoqing couldn't help her curiosity, she immediately stretched out her hand and picked up the god-refining Taishu stone, and couldn't help exclaiming as soon as she got it, wow, it's so heavy? It's no wonder that Qi Shaoqing was shocked, a palm-sized stone was actually very heavy in her hand, probably weighing more than 10 kilograms, she was caught off guard and almost missed it. It's already said to be a fairy stone. Ling Yan chuckled, raised his chin lightly and said, how do you feel? How does it feel? Ling Yan smiled and said, feel it carefully. Qi Shaoqing really calmed down. Holding the ugly stone in both hands, restrain your mind and feel it carefully. The Taishu stone of refining God is a bit rough, and it feels cold when you touch it. It is a kind of refreshing coolness, which makes people feel like scooping up a handful of cool spring water in the hot summer. Then there was a burst of refreshment, feeling that the whole person's mind and soul were refreshed. This is called the Qingshan stone. It has an excellent effect of purifying the mind and calming the mind. It is rare in the world and is invaluable. Ling Yan didn't continue to play tricks, and he didn't say that this thing is actually called the god of refining Taishu stone. The name is too bluffing, and I'm afraid Qi Shaoqing won't be able to accept it. Qi Shaoqing listened and felt it carefully for a while. She nodded slightly, it feels strange. I have been holding this thing for a long time. It seems that I am in an independent space, quiet, remote, and peaceful. It's like being in the void, but you don't think about it. Ling Yan couldn't help being slightly moved when he heard this, and thought that Qi Xiaoqing really deserves to be a top student who can stand alongside his younger sister. In just a few short sentences, she explained all the basic functions of the Taishu stone for refining the gods. Ling Yan smiled, well said, it is true. Qi Xiaoqing carefully put the god of refining Taishu stone back to its original place. She bit her lower lip lightly, and thought about it carefully. Suddenly mustered up the courage to ask, Ling Yan, can you tell me what happened to your place the night the thunderstorm happened? What Qi Xiaoqing wanted to know was of course, what happened the night Ling Yan was struck by lightning. Ling Yan pondered for a while, then lightly shook his head, trust me. You definitely won't want to know. Seeing that Qi Xiaoqing was still staring at him, Ling Yan had no choice but to smile wryly, I'll definitely tell you later, okay? Chao Shanshan suddenly smiled, stood up, and took the initiative to hold Qi Xiaoqing's hand. Xiaoqing, although you have lived here for so long, I think you still don't know many things about this villa. Let's go shopping together? Feeling Chao Shanshan's kindness, Qi Xiaoqing smiled happily and stood up lightly, thank you, Shanshan. Xiaoqing, let me tell you, the payment situation of this villa is like this. Chao Shanshan whispered to Qi Xiaoqing, and the two walked side by side to the second floor of the villa, leaving Ling Yan in the living room. Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan was actually trying to save himself, so he shrugged helplessly, took the Taishu stone of refining God, and began to close his eyes and meditate again. After about 10 minutes, 2 chuckles sounded at the same time, and the 2 women stood in front of Ling Yan again at some point. Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes, and asked with a smile, are you done shopping? Ling Yan looked at Chao Shanshan with a kind of appreciation in his eyes, don't underestimate the short 10 minutes, just look at the relaxed smile on Qi Xiaoqing's face. Just this moment, Chao Shanshan and Qi Xiaoqing have succeeded, become good sisters. Chao Shanshan's soft oval face turned a little blushing, she lowered her head slightly, bit her red lips lightly, squeezed them, and finally summoned up her courage to say, Xiaoqing. Sister Shanshan, what's the matter? Seeing that Chao Shanshan was acting strangely, Qi Xiaoqing couldn't help asking in wonder. I have something to tell you, but I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will think too much. Ling Yan is so smart, he already understood Chao Shanshan's intention after watching Chao Shanshan's performance just now, and the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. Sister Shanshan, what are you talking about? Don't worry, if you have anything to say, just say it, as long as it can be done, I will definitely do it. Qi Xiaoqing thought that Chao Shanshan wanted her to do something, and of course she couldn't refuse. Chao Shanshan glared at Ling Yan coquettishly, then turned to Qi Xiaoqing and said, then I'll talk about it, I won't think much about it. Sister Shanshan, you can say what you want, and I will promise you. Qi Xiaoqing couldn't help laughing, and thought that the big deal would be to not let me compete with you for Ling Yan, so I agreed. Besides, no matter where Ling Yan went, he was always accompanied by stunning beauties, so even if he wanted to fight, he didn't have any chance. Xiaoqing, in fact, there is nothing else, just, I think, I want to give you this villa. Qi Xiaoqing's tender body froze for an instant, dumbfounded. Of course Ling Yan guessed what Chao Shanshan meant. He winked at Chao Shanshan triumphantly, indicating that Chao Shanshan did a good job. Qi Xiaoqing was completely stunned, only feeling that his brain was short-circuited, and he didn't react for a long time. Give me a villa? Such a nice garden-style villa, even if it is not new, is worth more than 20 million yuan. You want to give it to me? Sister Shanshan. You just introduced me to this villa, so that's why? Too late to refuse, Qi Xiaoqing asked this first. Kindness. Chao Shanshan was a little embarrassed. She was actually afraid of hurting Qi Xiaoqing's self-esteem, so she acted so nervously. Why? Qi Xiaoqing still forgot to refuse, the shock was too great, she desperately wanted to know the reason, and at the same time, she was also despised by her thoughts just now, saying that her mind was really too small. Chao Shanshan pondered for a while. Seriously said, I won't be in Qingshui City in the future, and I won't be able to live in this villa anymore. I don't want to sell it. Anyway, I'm idle. I might as well give it to you and let your family live here. Chao Shanshan's reasons are simple and true. At least until she has the ability to protect herself, it is impossible to leave Lingyun, and Lingyun is obviously going to the capital, and she will naturally go back to the capital, so of course no one lives in this villa. But, Sister Shanshan, you can sell it, tens of millions. Qi Shaoqing was still puzzled and shocked at the same time, thinking how much money did Chao Shanshan have in her family to be able to care nothing about such a big villa? Sell? Chao Shanshan smiled bitterly, shook her head and said, it's useless for me to ask for money. It's my business. No amount of money can solve it, and if my family's business needs to be solved, there is no need to sell this house at all. The words were very awkward, and Qi Shaoqing half understood after hearing it. After thinking about it seriously, she shook her head firmly and said, Sister Shanshan, I'm sorry, I really can't promise you this matter. This is my poor self-esteem. It's nothing to do with it, it's your gift that is too big, I can't afford it. Qi Shaoqing is extremely smart. Chao Shanshan gave the villa sincerely, without any other meaning. There are only 3 people here. One is the savior who just gave her 1 million, the other is the owner of the villa. If Qi Shaoqing wants self-esteem again, it doesn't make any sense in front of these two, so she is telling the truth. Qi Shaoqing, in fact, it's fine if you don't want it, as long as your family can live here for a long time with peace of mind. Lingyun spoke, and he said lightly, a villa, no matter how luxurious and beautiful it is, if no one lives there, it is just a decoration. Only when people live there will it be popular. Shanshan can't live here, and neither can anyone else. You've lived here for so long, so you might as well live here in the future. As for the transfer of ownership, I don't think it's necessary at all. After Lingyun finished speaking, he stared at Qi Shaoqing. I think you can agree to this, right? The words have been made very clear. The 3 of them are extremely intelligent people, and if they talk too much, they will appear petty. As expected, Qi Shaoqing did not refuse again. She stared into Chao Shanshan's eyes with gratitude, and said sincerely, Sister Shanshan, thank you, I promise. That's good. That's good. When Chao Shanshan saw that Qi Shaoqing agreed, a stone fell from her heart, and she smiled happily. Lingyun looked helplessly and shook his head, thinking, well, if I didn't know, I thought Chao Shanshan was given a villa. Brother Lingyun, Sister Shanshan, what are you talking about? So happy? While the 3 of them were chatting happily, Qi Xiaohong came into the room bouncing around, holding 2 chickens in her left hand and 2 fresh big carps in her right hand. Lingyun turned his head and looked, laughing, Xiaohong, we were talking just now, who can cook, you or your sister, who cooks better fish? Qi Xiaohong curled her lips when she heard that, glanced at her sister, made a face and said, Brother Lingyun, our family, if we talk about making fish, it must be the best one made by my mother, and that is her unique skill. Smelly girl, you're talking nonsense. Go to the kitchen and put the fish in the basin. If the fish is not fresh, let me see how I will deal with you. Qi Yuzhen followed into the room, carrying 7 or 8 convenience bags in her 2 hands, which were filled with various fresh vegetables. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Yo, Auntie is back from grocery shopping. When Lingyun and Chao Shanshan saw Qi Yuzhen enter the door, they got up quickly and stood up from the sofa. Oh, I bought so many vegetables. Auntie, you must be tired from walking, seeing that you are sweating profusely? Come and sit down for a while, drink some water to cool off. Lingyun was always coming. Seeing that Qi Yuzhen's hands were full of things, and she was walking out of breath, he hurried up to help, very attentive. Chao Shanshan smiled, and said that she had never seen Ling Yun so diligent in her own home, but she also came over immediately to help Qi Yuzhen carry things. In this way, Qi Xiaoqing was the last one, not because she was unfilial, but because she was her own mother, so she didn't need to be so polite. Mom, why did you buy so many things? Have we eaten yet? Qi Xiaoqing took the last big bag in her mother's hand, feeling that Qi Yuzhen had bought too many vegetables today, and she might have spent 300 or 400 yuan for these things alone, so she couldn't help complaining. Look at you, child, you can't speak since you were young, entertaining guests, how can you think there are too many dishes? Qi Yuzhen raised her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and blamed her daughter for not being able to speak. Besides, Ling Yun and Shanshan are both very kind to our family. Mom still feels shabby with such a small amount of food to entertain them. Holding 2 big bags in one hand, Ling Yun said with a slight smile, Auntie, we are all a family, and these are what we should do. You must not always talk about those little things in the future. So embarrassing. Ling Yun had a sweet mouth, and Qi Yuzhen couldn't tell how happy she was when she heard it. She glanced at Ling Yun with a smile, then turned her head, and said to Qi Xiaoqing, see? Ling Yun can talk a lot. Unexpectedly, Qi Xiaoqing didn't buy Ling Yun's account at all. She curled her delicate lips, glanced at Ling Yun, and said, who is his family? That's what Qi Xiaoqing said. But the way she glanced at Ling Yun couldn't hide the sweetness in her heart at all. Ling Yun was inevitably a little embarrassed, and Chao Shanshan smiled like a flower. After Qi Yuzhen heard what her daughter said, I was taken aback in my heart, and made a sudden move. Because what Qi Xiaoqing said sounded too impolite. What's the matter? It's time to go out and buy some food. Why did my daughter have such an attitude towards Ling Yun? This is too outrageous. Qi Yuzhen immediately turned her face down. Xiaoqing, how do you talk about this child? Qi Xiaoqing saw her mother's black face. Immediately, she knew that her mother had misunderstood her, but she was too embarrassed to explain. She just blushed and whispered, it's not a family. Of course, Chao Shanshan also saw that Qi Yuzhen really misunderstood. She said with a smile, Auntie, it's okay, you go sit down and rest, let's take these dishes to the kitchen first. As a result, Qi Yuzhen was a little confused, and she couldn't figure out what was going on for a while. Confused, he was pushed onto the sofa, but he was puzzled in his heart. The kitchen in the villa is huge. Hua! These 2 fish are so fresh. Ling Yun came in, put down the vegetables he was carrying, and his eyes naturally fell on the 2 carp in the big water basin. The 2 carps were just put into the water basin by Qi Xiaohong, and they were thrashing violently in it. Water was everywhere around the stirred water basin. One piece weighs more than 4 caddies. Speaking of which, the things sold at the gate of this community are really good, but the price is really expensive. Qi Xiaohong squatted beside the basin. Playing with the 2 big carp in the water with his hands, he said casually. At the entrance of the villa area, of course, there are large supermarkets and various shops that are convenient for residents, but because they serve the rich, the things they sell are much more expensive than the vegetable markets that ordinary people consume. Although Qi Yuzhen's family lives here, but usually she never buys things around here, but today it was to entertain Ling Yun and the 2 of them. She knew that Ling Yun would definitely not like ordinary things, so she became ruthless and went back after buying all the vegetables at the entrance of the community. Qi Xiaoqing put down the things in his hands, looked down at the fish in the basin, and swallowed a mouthful of the fragrance liquid lightly. Yu said, I really want to thank you 2 today. I haven't eaten fish since the college entrance examination. Qi Xiaoqing loves to eat fish, and fish is his favorite. But because the family is poor, she and her younger sister can't eat fish a few times throughout the year, not only fish, but even meat. Of course, Qi Yuzhen knew that her daughter loved to eat fish, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had to tighten her belt to live on to earn tuition for her 2 children. Have you ever eaten fish since the college entrance examination? Ling Yun was stunned when he heard this, and instantly thought of the former civilian clinic, where his family of 3 lived a simple life in the simple courtyard of the civilian clinic. How similar was Qin Qiuyue, the mother at that time, to Qi Yuzhen now, and herself and Ling Yu back then, to Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong now? What puzzled Ling Yun was that, unlike Qi Yuzhen's family, Qin Qiuyue had a prominent family background, was from the Qin family, one of the 8 major families in China, and was a master of the innate realm. Why did she have to choose to live that kind of hard life? Qi Xiaohong turned her head, rolled her eyes at Qi Xiaoqing, and said, "Sister, you deserve it. I told you to go to Brother Ling Yun's house to play. His house eats delicacies from mountains and seas every day. You can have whatever you want. If you don't go by yourself, who is to blame?" When Qi Xiaoqing was told by her younger sister, her pretty face flushed immediately. She couldn't help kicking her younger sister's ass lightly, and stared. "Who is like you, so worthless?" Qi Xiaohong was not ashamed. She giggled coquettishly and said, "I'm not worthless, Aunt Qin, Sister Ling Yu, Sister Shanshan, and of course Brother Ling Yun. They all like me and asked me to come over. Of course I'll go. I don't know who it is. Tomorrow and tomorrow, I think about him and ask me about them every day, but I have to lock myself in the room and write some useless things all day long. Is this going to be promising?" Although Qi Xiaohong is only 15 or 16 years old, but her mouth is too sharp, and she speaks without taboos, even though Qi Xiaoqing's pretty face is already red to the base of her ears. "You're talking nonsense. Shut up now." Qi Xiaoqing was so angry, she thought how could she have such a weird younger sister, but she was powerless to refute, so she could only stare and ask her to shut up. Ling Yun watched the 2 sisters bickering, feeling overjoyed. Chao Shanshan was silent and quietly came to the front of the refrigerator. Raising his hand, he opened the refrigerator. There was almost nothing in the huge refrigerator, except for a few bowls on the top floor, the contents of which could be seen at a glance. Shrimp paste, radish strips, pickled cucumbers, and other pickled vegetables. As soon as the refrigerator door was opened, cold air blew out. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Ling Yun immediately turned his head and looked over, only took a look, and was stunned. You eat this every day? Living in such a nice villa, eating pickled vegetables, and not even turning on the air conditioner in such a hot weather, this kind of strong contrast is really amazing. The poor. If I have no money, even if I live in the best place, life will still be very difficult, and it will even become more difficult. Qi Xiaoqing's heart tightened, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Qi Xiaohong stood up, twitched her lips, and said calmly, "Isn't it? It's been about 20 days, and I eat this every day." This is the difference between Qi Xiaohong and Qi Xiaoqing. There is no inferiority complex in her character. Although she is also very strong, she can adapt to any environment and does not hide her poverty. "I don't mind being poor, I'm very calm." Ling Yan's face darkened, and he went straight up, took out the shrimp paste and pickles from the refrigerator, and threw them into the trash can without hesitation. "I won't eat it in the future." Chao Shanshan also frowned, and then said, "Well, I won't eat it in the future. What are you 4 doing here? You don't need to work in the kitchen, just leave it to me." Qi Yuzhen waited for the 4 people for a long time, but before they came out, she couldn't help walking over and speaking. Then she saw the opened refrigerator, and instantly noticed the contents of the trash can, and the sad expression in her eldest daughter's eyes as she bit her lip. Qi Yuzhen instantly blushed like blood. "Auntie's family is poor, so you can laugh." Ling Yun shook his head firmly. "No, we didn't think carefully. Auntie, it won't happen in the future, let's live a good life. Let's go out and talk." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he took the lead and left the kitchen, and all 5 of them returned to the living room one after another. Ling Yun brought back the snakeskin bag that had been kicked away again, and put it in front of Qi Yuzhen. Auntie, there is about 1 million cash in it, you all use it first, and buy what you need. Shanshan gave this villa to Xiaoqing just now. It doesn't matter if you don't transfer the registration, but I think if you don't transfer the registration, you will definitely have some unnecessary troubles if you live here for a long time. We can't do it, so we'll transfer as soon as possible. I'll ask Tang Meng to send a car over later. I have quite a few cars here. Let Xiaohong choose whatever she likes. If she doesn't like it, let's go buy a new one. I want to buy a few cars. Buy a few. Tomorrow, I will transfer another sum of money to your account. It will definitely be enough for 3 to 5 years. In this way, you don't have to worry about all the expenses of the two of them. In the days to come, you don't have to do anything, just play if you want. If you feel too free, Auntie and Xiaoqing will learn how to drive, so that it will be convenient to go out in the future. In the blink of an eye, Qi Xiaoqing's family has cash, a villa, a car, deposits, everything in one step. A few words from him changed the fate of Qi Xiaoqing's family. Ling Yun is really rich and powerful, and he said these things in one breath without making jokes. Qi Yuzhen stared at the bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills exposed in the snakeskin bag, dumbfounded. She had never seen so much money in her life. After hearing what Ling Yun said, Qi Yuzhen was stunned. Pie fell from the sky, and she was dizzy. Wow! Brother Ling Yun, you are so handsome. You are so generous. Do you plan to ask my sister and I to marry each other? You can choose whatever you want. The little demon girl Qi Xiaohong didn't care about that, she smiled happily and jumped for joy, and when she came up, she put her arms around Ling Yun's neck, kissed him hard on the face. This made Ling Yun very speechless and helpless, but it still felt good to be kissed by the little beauty. Seeing her younger sister being so blunt and direct, Qi Xiaoqing was so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground and sneak in immediately. This child is becoming more and more outrageous. Qi Yuzhen only felt her head was buzzing, and she was dazed for a long time before she finally came to her senses. Just in time, she saw her youngest daughter kissing Ling Yun without any scruples, and she couldn't help blaming her immediately. However, after Qi Yuzhen has read all the vicissitudes, her heart is like a mirror, not to mention that Ling Yun treats their family like this. Even if she doesn't do this, her 2 daughters have long been tied to Ling Yun, and they can't escape. Needless to say, the youngest daughter Qi Xiaohong, ever since she saw Ling Yun, there was no one else on her lips when she opened her mouth, it was brother Ling Yun who. As for the eldest daughter, although she didn't say anything and shut herself in the room all day, she knew that she was like a mother. My eldest daughter was 18 years old this year, and she knew exactly what was going on in her heart. Is it the eldest or the second? Or both? Thinking of this, Qi Yuzhen's pretty face was slightly reddened, and there was a strange feeling in her body, her tender body was a little soft. Bah, I haven't written a single horoscope, what am I thinking about? The living room suddenly fell silent. Except for Ling Yun, everyone had their own thoughts for a while, and an ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate invisible. Chao Shanshan sat on the sofa without moving, willing to be a transparent person, smiling lightly, no one knew what was going on in her heart. It was Ling Yun who broke the silence in the room first. Auntie, if you don't object, this matter will be done like this. Ling Yun didn't think much about it, he did what he should do, and his tone was firm. Such a big matter, Auntie can't make up her mind. Xiaoqing, what are you talking about? When something good happened, Qi Yuzhen suddenly lost her mind. She looked at her daughter and asked Qi Xiaoqing to make up her mind. Qi Xiaoqing was silent for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth. Just do it. I'm going to cook. When Qi Yuzhen saw that her daughter really agreed, her heart trembled suddenly. She couldn't bear such a huge mental shock at all, and she didn't dare to stay in the living room anymore. She wanted to hide in the kitchen alone. As soon as I lowered my head, I saw two red-tailed koi swimming slowly in the water basin, chasing after each other. She looked at the two fish for a long time. But I kept asking myself over and over again in my heart, how could this happen? Qi Yuzhen shook her head, sighed silently, and walked over to wash her hands with cold water. Next, she will do it herself and cook the best meal in her life. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Inside the living room. Ling Yun picked up his god of refining Taishu stone again, and kept playing with it in his hands. Chao Shanshan was bored. She glanced at the furnishings of this villa, and thought of every detail of her life here, as well as Wu Ma, who had taken care of her for 6 or 7 years. Wu Ma is the housekeeper-level nanny of Chao Shanshan's family. She does laundry and cooks, and takes Chao Shanshan to and from school. She not only takes care of her, but also supervises Chao Shanshan's private life. She is very rigid. But now, Mama Wu was dead, and after returning to Chao's house with Chao Shanshan, she was punched and killed by Qin Jiangui, and she died a miserable death. But now, Chao Shanshan can't avenge Wu Ma, Qin Jiangui can't be killed for the time being, and the enemy of the Chao family is not only Qin Jiangui, but the entire Qin family. 35, 36, 37. Qi Xiaohong was holding the snakeskin bag with one hand, while counting the money with the other hand. He had already counted 37 bundles. Qi Xiaoqing sat quietly on the sofa, thinking about something, occasionally peeking at Chao Shanshan, and finally her eyes fell on Ling Yun's face. Now are you satisfied? Ling Yun chuckled, and asked back, aren't you satisfied? Qi Xiaoqing was choked by Ling Yun's words and had nothing to say, so he could only stare at him sharply. Ling Yun disdains, it's just a bluff. He turned his head to look at Qi Xiaohong, who was counting money with great interest, and asked, right, Sister Xiaohong? Qi Xiaohong didn't care about him, and said casually, yes, sister, it's not right to be good after getting a bargain. 52. Without raising his head, he continued to count. Ling Yun smiled brightly. These two sisters are really rare cultivation seedlings in the world. The elder sister is proud, resolute, and stubborn. The younger sister is bold, fearless, and calm. Qi Xiaoqing demands perfection in everything she does, and strives to be the number one. Qi Xiaohong is not surprised by changes, and goes with the situation. The two have very different personalities. They are very different, but they all have the heart of a child. Ling Yun has carefully observed the physiques of these two sisters. Their physiques are so special that they cannot cultivate internal strength at all. Therefore, if they practice, they cannot follow the ordinary path of cultivation. Just because the two of them are rare and peerless sword bodies in the world. Possesses Kenshin. Born with a sword body, you can only practice swords. And its heart sword. Chao Shanshan remained calm. He just thought that Ling Yun was using monstrous means to pick up girls blatantly in front of her face. In fact, Chao Shanshan was wrong, and she was wrong very outrageously. Brother Yun picks up girls, and still spends money to pick up girls? What kind of inferior method is that? At least Ling Yun didn't spend any money chasing her, Chao Shanshan, and it was all her fault. The Ling Yun at that time was 1,000,000 miles away from what it is now. If Brother Yun wants to be liked by women, his casual charm is enough. Qin Dongxue intended to accept Qi Xiaohong as his disciple. But even Qin Dongxue didn't know that Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong couldn't practice her swordsmanship, including Ling Yun's 9 kills swordsmanship. Just because it is the swordsmanship of the world, the swordsmanship that these two sisters want to practice, can only come from the sky, flying sword. The art of controlling the sword. With a thought. The sword flies thousands of miles, the kind that takes people's heads. 2 female sword fairies. Such a pair of sisters, of course Ling Yun should treat them well, no matter how good they are, they can't be too good. However, to create these two female sword celestial beings, Ling Yun did not have the middle stage of qi refining. It's impossible, and it's even more impossible now that the mud bodhisattva can't protect himself when crossing the river, so he can only wait. 127, no more, wow, 127 million. Qi Xiaohong finished counting the cash in the snakeskin bag, his eyes were full of little stars, and he smiled happily. Ling Yun couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I thought to myself that Tang Meng puts so much money in the trunk every day. Without hesitation, Qi Xiaohong grabbed a bundle of 100 yuan bills and held them tightly in her hands. She blinked her big eyes and asked Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, can I spend 10,000 yuan?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "You can take more, spend whatever you want." Qi Xiaohong was very happy. She blinked at Ling Yun, and sure enough, she grabbed 2 more bundles. "Put it down. Money grubber." Qi Xiaoqing was really annoyed that her sister was so heartless and unscrupulous. Her sister was smart and knew everything. Why did she act like this? "Cut, cheapskate, it's not your money." Qi Xiaohong muttered angrily, and threw away the 2 bundles of money he had just grabbed. Obviously, she didn't care about the money at all. Qi Xiaohong is extremely smart, well-behaved, and of course knows everything. She does things like this because of her personality habits, and it is also a way she chooses to protect herself. With Ling Yun protecting her, Qi Xiaoqing had no choice but to take care of her younger sister, so she just stood up and said angrily, "I'm going to help my mother cook." Then went to the kitchen. He, the beauty who pretended to be noble, is finally gone. Qi Xiaohong smiled eccentrically, then looked at the mountain of cash on the coffee table, and invited Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, Sister Shanshan, I have playing cards, why don't we divide the money, let's fight the landlord. 1 cent 10,000, how about it?" Ling Yun was stunned for a moment. Chao Shanshan also widened her eyes, looking at Qi Xiaohong as if she was looking at a little monster. "You counted the money together for a long time, you just want to fight the landlord with us?" Ling Yun felt a headache, shook his head and sighed, put the god of alchemy Taishu stone into Qi Xiaohong's hand, and said, "What are you fighting for? Take this, and I'll go to the kitchen to slaughter fish." Ling Yun was going to the kitchen, and Chao Shanshan didn't sit here anymore, so she stood up gracefully and said with a smile, "I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything I can do to help." After all, it is her own home, and Chao Shanshan is very familiar with it. She just walked around and found out that the family of 3 has lived here for so long, but they have not touched many things here. She is worried that Qi Yuzhen will not be used to the high-end luxury kitchen, so I decided to go there. When Qi Xiaohong saw that she said she wanted to fight the landlord, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan disappeared in an instant, and suddenly felt a little lost, and threw the 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills on the coffee table. Muttering in his mouth, "It's so boring. Auntie, let me clean up these 2 fish for you." Ling Yun came to the kitchen and said directly, No, I can do it myself, you just wait for dinner." That's so embarrassing. While Ling Yun was talking, he went directly to wash his hands, and then came back and squatted down to catch fish. Started to get busy in the kitchen. At 6:30 in the afternoon, the sumptuous meal was served on the dining table, and the villa was filled with tempting aromas. "If you are hungry, eat first, this soup will be ready, and I will come over right away." Qi Yuzhen was guarding the soup pot in the kitchen and shouted into the dining room. Chao Shanshan found 2 bottles of red wine from nowhere and put them on the dining table. Xiao Yingying asked Ling Yun, "College student? Do you want to drink to celebrate?" After receiving the university notice, Ling Yun naturally gained another identity. That is the college students of Yanqing University. Ling Yun sat at the dining table, looked at Chao Shanshan, and said with a smile, "Why do I hear this so awkward?" "Well, it seems a little sour." Chao Shanshan was so teased that she giggled coquettishly. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "Fuck you." Ling Yan looked at Qi Xiaoqing, who came to serve the dishes, and asked with a smile, "Student, it's rare that Aunt Qi cooked such a good table. Do you want to drink some wine to celebrate?" In more than a month, after the university starts. Ling Yan and Qi Xiaoqing are both freshman students at Yanqing University, so it is right to call them classmates. Qi Xiaoqing blushed slightly, bowed her head and said, "Our family doesn't know how to drink." When she said this, Chao Shanshan suddenly remembered the night when she filled out her volunteer application at the Kaishan Hotel. Qi Xiaoqing ate in a private room with her, and she really didn't drink alcohol, and she was a little annoyed. When Ling Yan heard this, he didn't force it, and just wanted to let it go if he didn't know how to drink, but at this time Qi Yuzhen came to the restaurant with a soup pot. When she saw Ling Yan and Chao Shanshan wanting to drink, she was stunned for a moment, and she scolded herself for being so confused that she forgot to buy wine, but she smiled and said, "Who said that? Can't you drink too much? Can't you drink less? I'm so happy today, let's drink some wine to cheer up the fun. People who don't drink always forget to ask for wine when they treat guests." I heard that Qi Yuzhen was going to drink. Qi Xiaoqing and the sisters showed worried expressions, without exception. "Mom, you get drunk when you drink." "Who said it?" Qi Yuzhen interrupted, "I heard that this red wine is similar to grape juice, and it won't make you drunk at all. Mom is happy today, let alone drunk." This time it was Ling Yan and Chao Shanshan's turn to worry, and they looked at each other. The red wine stored in Chao Shanshan's house was specially airlifted from a French winery. They are all first-class and high-quality red wine. Of course, there is no problem if you can drink well, but you can't drink. Not drunk? Open the bar. I'm sweating from cooking, so I'll come as soon as I change my clothes. Qi Yuzhen filled the soup, then took off her apron, said something, and went back to the bedroom. She went to the bathroom to wash her face, dried her face, and looked in the mirror. On her smooth and delicate face, she couldn't help showing a confident smile. After Ling Yan treated Qi Yuzhen with pure yang qi, only 20 days had passed. Qi Yuzhen not only got rid of all diseases, but also the wrinkles on her face completely disappeared. It became dark and thick, shining with a crystal luster, and the skin on the body became tender and moist again, and it was almost watery when pinched. At the age of 40, he used to look in his 50s, but now he looks in his 30s, rejuvenated, and feels a year younger every day when he wakes up. This feeling is definitely better than giving Qi Yuzhen any treasure. I'll make her heart beat. The body is restored to youth, and life is no longer sad. No matter how she tried to maintain her dignity when facing outsiders, she was willing to live in such a villa, even if it was eating chaff. This was the life she dreamed of before she was 25 years old. This has nothing to do with personality. As long as they are normal people, who doesn't dream of living a good life one day? In the past, I didn't dare to dream about it, and I couldn't get it if I worked hard, but now I am in it, and everything is like a dream. If this is a dream, Qi Yuzhen doesn't want to wake up. From a beautiful young girl to an old woman who is struggling on the poverty line and exhausted from earning tuition fees for her 2 daughters, only she can understand the hardships and pains she has experienced for more than 10 years. Of course Qi Yuzhen knew who brought all of this to their family. It was Ling Yan. A blessing in disguise. The woman in the mirror is mature and plump, full of charm, exuding a strange mature charm all over her body. Although her face is plain, her features are picturesque, elegant and refined. Being able to give birth to 2 beautiful daughters, Qi Yuzhen's beauty does not need to be repeated at all. Looking at herself in the mirror, Qi Yuzhen was a little fascinated, and muttered to herself, "This child is really amazing." After speaking, she smiled like a girl, turned and left the bedroom. "Auntie is so beautiful. Even the lights in the room are dimmed." Ling Yan also praised it, flattering on the lips, but really surprised in his heart. Chao Shanshan and Qi Xiaoqing absolutely don't have the mature charm exuded by Qi Yuzhen. "Don't make fun of me. I really didn't have any other clothes, so I changed into this one. Xiaoqing bought it for me. It's a bit prettier. Qi Yuzhen was naturally happy when she was praised, but she was more embarrassed. Xiaoqing's vision is really good. Chao Shanshan also praised with a smile. Qi Yuzhen sat opposite Ling Yun, and said with a smile, "You haven't moved your chopsticks yet? Can't you wait? Eat quickly. The food is fragrant, the toasts are intertwined, and the red wine is swaying in the glass." 1 hour later. It's over, this family really doesn't know how to drink, what should we do now? Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan were dumbfounded as they looked at the three mother and daughter who had collapsed on the dining table one after another. What else can I do? Help them go back to their room to rest. Hey, I knew I wouldn't bring out the wine. I'm drunk with a glass of red wine. Chao Shanshan blamed herself a little. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly, and together with Chao Shanshan, took the three of them back to the room to rest. I am the dividing line of happiness. Ask for a monthly pass. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan quietly returned to the living room. Ling Yun went straight to the sofa, took the god of refining Taishu stone which was on the coffee table, and took it back into his hand, and said to Chao Shanshan, "Let's go, let their family have a good rest." Chao Shanshan smiled and shook her head, raised her finger and pointed in the direction of the restaurant, and said softly, "You sit here for a while, I'll clean up the dining table before we go." 10 minutes later, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan drove away from the villa. Go back to villa number 1? Chao Shanshan was driving the car and turned to ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought for a while, shook his head and said, "It's okay to go back now, let's go for a drive." Chao Shanshan had this in mind, she wished Ling Yun would not return to villa number 1, so she smiled brightly and said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" Ling Yun felt a little restless at this moment, and said casually, "Drive it as you like, it doesn't matter where you drive it." Chao Shanshan stepped on the gas pedal and sped up the speed slightly. She was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Ling Yun, you received the university admission notice today, should we go to Teacher Kong's place?" Ling Yun held the god of refining Taishu stone in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "I should go." Ling Yun hadn't met Kong Shiru since he filled out his volunteer application, and he hadn't even contacted her during this period. Chao Shanshan said with a smile, "Why, you are a majestic Jiangnan Province College entrance examination champion, and you dare not meet your class teacher?" Ling Yun smiled wryly, "I think it should be, because Teacher Kong doesn't want to see me." Chao Shanshan asked again, "Do you want to call Zhang Ling together?" Ling Yun was slightly embarrassed, pondered for a while, and finally said, "Then let's call Zhang Ling together." Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, Chao Shanshan took out her mobile phone and called Zhang Ling directly. Ling said, "Go? Okay, hurry up and get ready, we'll pick you up now." Over the phone. When Zhang Ling heard that Ling Yun was going to the head teacher's house, of course he agreed. Chao Shanshan hung up the phone and said to Ling Yun with a smile, "Zhang Ling also received the university admission notice today, Huaxia Communication University, majoring in broadcasting and hosting." Ling Yun nodded, feeling very happy for Zhang Ling, and said with a smile, "They are all in the capital, right?" Chao Shanshan smiled meaningfully. He said softly, "Yes." The car drove out of the Qingxi Villa area and onto the wide road. Chao Shanshan speeded up the car slightly again and drove towards Gufeng Road. After being silent for a while, Chao Shanshan suddenly said softly, "Ling Yun, I feel that for a while, you didn't seem to know me." Ling Yun smiled, "Which period of time?" Chao Shanshan thought for a while, and said, That's when it was rumored in school that you were going to chase me, And then you were running crazily on the playground with sandbags on your shoulders that day. Ling Yun listened. I have to admit in my heart that women are really sensitive, and they all know how to hide themselves. Now his behavior is different, and Chao Shanshan said this. It's not that I don't know you, but I want to get your attention, now. Isn't this already catching up with you? Ling Yun didn't intend to tell the truth. He thought of a more compromised wording, which made Chao Shanshan giggle coquettishly. Seeing Chao Shanshan leaning back and forth with a smile in the car, Ling Yun couldn't help frowning slightly. Hey, beauty, please concentrate on driving. I don't want to have another car accident with an old injury unhealed. Chao Shanshan nodded, restrained her smile, and the car suddenly fell silent. Ling Yun, I don't mind. After a while, Chao Shanshan suddenly spoke again. Ling Yun's heart froze. He pretended to be stupid and asked, why don't you mind? Chao Shanshan turned her head. There was a hint of jealousy in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of coquettish anger. She gave Ling Yun a look and said, you know what you're asking, don't you? Ling Yun could only sigh. Xianer, Sister Lin, Sister Ro, Ninger, Long Wu, and of course Zhang Ling, I don't mind. Ling Yun was slightly moved, but he didn't say anything. If a man wants to pretend to be stupid, there is no doubt that this is the most suitable time. Chao Shanshan said she didn't mind. How could she really not mind? When do you plan to pick up Sister Meifeng? I know that she is suffering the most now, and she is the heaviest in your heart. Chao Shanshan sighed inwardly, and said another name. Ling Yun's gaze instantly became as sharp as a knife, and he snorted coldly, when I get to the capital, after I have wiped out the Sun family and the Chen family, and have settled your family's affairs, I'll go pick Meifeng home. Zhuang Meifeng was the biggest pain in Ling Yun's heart. She had been away for a long time, and Ling Yun planned to take his woman back after recovering his skills. Now that Ling Yun has reached the realm of qi refining, as long as his skill recovers, he will be sure to crush even the top 9 masters. Going to the capital to destroy the Sun family and the Chen family is only a matter of a moment, and he is full of confidence in this point. Ling Yun directly told Chao Shanshan to take Zhuang Meifeng home. Yes, to take Zhuang Meifeng home. This time, he will not allow anyone to take Zhuang Meifeng away from him again. Ling Yun, the water in the capital is very muddy now, and the Tianzhu and Longzhu are both in the capital. I'm afraid they won't just watch you wipe out those 2 big families. Chao Shanshan has always been in touch with Chao Tianlong, who was in the capital, and she was really sweating because Ling Yun went to the capital this time. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Shanshan, you don't need to think about these things, everything is up to me. As long as she was by Ling Yun's side, Chao Shanshan felt safer. After hearing Ling Yun's calm but confident words, she didn't say anything more. The heavenly son of the Mazong, the Taoist Liang of Longhushan Mountain, Hamba, Grand Duke Dracula, and so many people attacking villain number 1 together, were all wiped out by Ling Yun, and even such a terrifying thunder robbery couldn't kill him. What is there to worry about? Mr. Kong also likes you very much. After Chao Shanshan was silent for a while, she suddenly said this. Ling Yun held the left hand of Taishusher, the refining god, and tightened it slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed at himself. Am I so attractive? With a smile in her beautiful eyes, Chao Shanshan gave Ling Yun a light look. You, as long as you're a woman, you can't help but like you. Really, sometimes I'm thinking, how can there be such a heaven-defying person like you? You are simply a monster. Being praised unabashedly by the woman he loves, Ling Yun couldn't hold back anymore. He laughed and showed his face. Arrive. While the two were talking, the car had arrived at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road. Chao Shanshan turned right, and the main entrance of Qingxi Tsuiyuan International City Garden was in front of her. Nong, Zhang Ling is already waiting for us at the door. As soon as they turned the corner, the two immediately saw Zhang Lingjing standing by the side of the road, looking around, apparently anxiously waiting. Zhang Ling, get in the car. Ling Yan stuck out his right hand from the car window, smiled and waved to Zhang Ling. Ling Yan, I'm really going to be so mad at you, what's the point of shutting it down? It disappeared for 10 days in a flash, and I can't even get through the phone. Zhang Ling also hadn't seen Ling Yan for more than half a month, and started complaining as soon as he got in the car. Cultivation, retreat is normal, you will understand later. Ling Yan naturally knew that when he was seriously injured and comatose, the people in Villa No. 1, under Qin Dongshua's order, kept the whole news tightly sealed, but he didn't want to explain too much, lest Zhang Ling couldn't accept it, and it would be troublesome. Shanshan, you are really good. You are still a good girlfriend. The phone has been turned off for such a long time, and you can't get through. What's weird is that Villa No. 1 is still under martial law, and no one can get in. If I hadn't called Tang Mei repeatedly to confirm, I really thought that the two of you secretly left me and went to find a place for your honeymoon. Zhang Ling's personality is aggressive and bold, and on the plane back to Qingshui City, she had an almost substantive relationship with Ling Yun. She couldn't contact the two for such a long time, and the resentment in her heart was getting bigger. When they saw them, they immediately exploded their grievances like popping beans. Half joking, half serious. Chao Shanshan's face turned red. Ling Yan directly raised his hands and surrendered. Beauty Zhang Ling, please be merciful, can't I be wrong? I promise to make up for it later. Zhang Ling spoke quickly, and immediately rushed to say, how do you plan to make up for it? Hey, what are you holding in your hand? Soon, her attention was attracted by the god of refining Taishu stone in Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yanxin said that he had finally passed a test. He turned his head, shook the stone in his hand and said, is this thing, it's a long story. Chao Shanshan giggled coquettishly, listening to Ling Yun talking nonsense there, kicked the gas pedal, and went straight to Qingshui's home. Shanshan, drive faster. When I was waiting for you, I already called the head teacher. She is waiting for us at home. Zhang Ling didn't mind what Ling Yun said to her, anyway, as long as Ling Yun talked to her, she didn't forget to urge Chao Shanshan to drive faster. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into the gate of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, unimpeded all the way, and soon stopped at the downstairs of the faculty dormitory building. The three got out of the car and went upstairs, and when they came to Kong Shiru's door, Ling Yun stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Are you here? Come in quickly. Kong Shiru opened the door. She was wearing a pink elegant lawn dress, smiling, and invited the three of them into the room. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Teacher Kong. Copy site access. Ling Yan smiled slightly at Kong Shiru, and was the first to step into the house. He looked up and found that the furnishings of Kong Shiru's house were the same as before, neat, clean, elegant and generous. Good evening, Teacher Kong. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling greeted Kong Shiru in unison, followed Ling Yan to Kong Shiru's house, and naturally stood by the shoe cabinet at the door to change shoes. Ling Yan had already sat on the sofa at this time, and he came in with his shoes on. When he saw Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling changing shoes there, he was a little dazed. It's okay. Kong Shiru closed the door, turned around and entered the room, noticed Ling Yan's predicament, couldn't help being a little funny, and said in a gentle voice. Then she turned to Chao Shanshan and asked, Shanshan, what do you want to drink? Chao Shanshan had already changed and took off her shoes. She walked straight to Kong Shiru's kitchen with a coquettish smile, and said, Mr. Kong, we can just take what we drink, you don't have to worry about it. Zhang Ling shouted at Chao Shanshan's back, Shanshan, help me get a bottle of iced black tea. When Ling Yan saw it, he was even more astonished, thinking that these two are even more familiar with the head teacher's family than I am. Looking at this posture, they are here, no different from being in their own home, isn't it too casual? But Ling Yan thought about it, and instantly felt relieved. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, who used to be the class monitor and history class representative of class 3 and 6 respectively, were definitely Kong Xiuru's direct descendants. But come here, of course you are more familiar than yourself. Kong Xiuru's beautiful face was always filled with a happy smile. The 3 students she was most proud of came to her home as soon as she received the university admission notice. It was obvious that they still missed her in their hearts. Well, there was a student who used to be the worst student in his class, but when it came to the college entrance examination, he successfully completed a shocking counterattack and won the first place in the province in one fell swoop. Instead, he became the champion of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Ling Yun, I heard that you, closed, how are you doing now? Kong Xiuru thought about the wording, and managed to say the word retreat. There was a little embarrassment and shyness on Qiao's face, and she asked with concern. Hey! Isn't this already out? I'm fine now. Ling Yun sat on the sofa carelessly. With a red mouth and white teeth, he smiled and passed the question briefly. Although Kong Xiuru always acted lukewarm, but Ling Yun knew that Kong Xiuru actually cared about him very much. Well, that's good, you got the admission notice from Yanqing University? Kong Xiuru asked Ling Yun again. I got it, it's in my bag now, I'll show it to you right now. Chao Shanshan holds 3 bottles of drinks with both hands. Walking out of the kitchen, she answered for Ling Yun with a smile, put down the drink in her hand, and rummaged through her handbag. Teacher, I also brought over my university admission notice, from Huaxia Communication University, please take a look. Zhang Ling is not to be outdone. She took out her university admission notice directly from her handbag. Sit down and talk. Kong Xiuru was overjoyed, and took the admission notices from Ling Yun and Zhang Ling, and carefully examined them in her hands. Hey, in a blink of an eye, you all graduated. In more than a month, you will all go to college. Kong Xiuru was slightly moved, and said with a sigh. Then, as if thinking of something, Kong Xiuru turned her head to look at Chao Shanshan, frowned slightly, and said with some distress, it's a pity that Shanshan. Chao Shanshan smiled brightly. Shaking his head, he said, Teacher, you don't have to worry about me. As far as my current situation is concerned, I won't be able to go to school even if I am admitted to university. Teacher, other students in our class, how is the admission situation? After Chao Shanshan finished talking about herself, she immediately changed the topic and asked about the admission situation in the class. Kong Xiuru smiled and said, I received a lot of calls today. Of the 48 students in our class, 37 were admitted to university, and 22 of the first-class undergraduates. This year, the enrollment rate of our class is the first in the province. To be a teacher, under China's education system, what is needed is a high school enrollment rate. Qingshui No. 1 High School Class 3 and 6 can achieve this result. Kong Xiuru is definitely qualified to be proud of now. Ling Yun smiled and said, Hey, it seems that this time I didn't lower the enrollment rate of our class, and I didn't embarrass our head teacher. It's not bad. It deserves praise and self-praise. After saying a word, Kong Xiuru, Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling laughed coquettishly at the same time. Kong Xiuru glared at Ling Yun and said, What's more, it was almost 0. I scared the teacher to death at that time. Speaking of the incident of Li Daitao being stiff in the college entrance examination results, Kong Xiuru still has lingering fears and indignation. Ling Yun opened the drink, took a few sips casually, and suddenly asked seriously, Mr. Kong, I'm going to the capital in a while. I don't know what your plan is. This is the purpose of Ling Yun coming to Kong Xiuru's house tonight. He knew that Kong Xiuru's home was in the capital, and he chose to teach in Qingshui City only because he encountered some unbearable things, and he had been teaching for so many years. Kindness. Kong Xiuru didn't expect Ling Yun to ask her this. She was a little startled, she bit her lower lip lightly, bowed her head, and muttered. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help sighing inwardly. It seems that the shadow in Kong Shuru's heart is still very big. Ling Yan was a little annoyed in his heart. After all, what happened to Kong Shuru back then that made her become like this? But in front of Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, it was not convenient for Ling Yan to ask directly, so in desperation, he had no choice but to give up temporarily. Ling Yan turned to ask, "Teacher, let me ask you something. Well, you are now the grade director of our Qingshui No. 1 middle school. The enrollment rate of our school is so high this year. You should be rewarded accordingly, right?" What Ling Yan asked was nothing but nonsense. There is no need to ask. Qingshui No. 1 middle school has such a high admission rate this year. As the grade director of the 3rd grade, Kong Shuru must have contributed the most. Zhang Ling usually communicates with Kong Shuru a lot. After hearing this, she couldn't help but give Ling Yan a blank look and said, "Ling Yan, forget about being stupid, don't you need to ask? Let me tell you, we are now in the old class. But Qingshui No. 1 middle school is a veritable vice principal, just below Principal Zhang." "Vice principal?" Ling Yan murmured, but he felt uncomfortable in his heart. His goal was not just to make Kong Shuru the vice principal of Qingshui No. 1 middle school. Seeing that Kong Shuru was silent all the time, Ling Yan couldn't help but secretly amused, and deliberately asked, "Mr. Kong, I just want to ask you, do you plan to return to the capital?" Ling Yan's words. It's kind of forcing Kong Shuru to make a choice. If Kong Shuru returns to the capital, Ling Yan will naturally make all arrangements. As long as Kong Shuru is willing, it doesn't matter what she wants to do or not, as long as she is in the capital. Anyway, he is not short of money now. And if Kong Shuru is unwilling to return to the capital, then Ling Yan will make arrangements for Kong Shuru in Qingshui City. Well, teacher thinks it's good to stay in Qingshui City. The mountains and rivers are beautiful. Besides, after staying here for so long, I'm already used to it. Kong Shuru quickly expressed her choice. Obviously, she didn't think about it temporarily, but had an idea long ago. Ling Yan didn't pay much attention to Kong Shuru's answer. He just asked with a smile, "Mr. Kong, since you plan to stay in Qingshui City, do you want to become an official there?" Kong Shuru was a little dazed. Be an official? What kind of official? Ling Yan smiled and said, "Why, forgot? The positions of the Director of the Education Bureau of Qingshui City and the Director of the Education Department of Jiangnan Province are still vacant." Speaking of this, Ling Yan paused for a while. His eyes were like lightning. Staring at Kong Shuru's beautiful face, said, "Whether you want to be the director or the director, just tell me, and I will do it tomorrow." Secretary of the Qingshui Municipal Party Committee, Li Yifeng has returned to Qingshui City, and Ling Yan plans to visit Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao tomorrow. One is to inquire about the trend of the officialdom in the capital, and the other, of course, is to get an official title. Li Yifeng is the official hat in charge of Qingshui City. With Ling Yan's current relationship with Li Yifeng, as well as his status and energy in Qingshui City, he feels that this matter should not be difficult. Ah? The Director of the Education Bureau, the Director of the Provincial Department of Education? This? Kong Shuru was completely dumbfounded. She didn't understand what Ling Yan was thinking until now. But soon, Kong Shuru blushed, laughed at herself, glared at Ling Yan coquettishly, and said angrily, "What are you kidding? As far as my rank is concerned, I don't have that qualification at all." Ling Yan laughed aloud. "Mr. Kong, I'm really not bragging to you. I said you have the qualifications, and you still have the qualifications. It depends on whether you are willing to be an official." Ling Yan was very sure in his heart, even if Li Yifeng didn't agree, wouldn't the old man of the Ling family, his own grandfather Ling Lai, not agree? When Tang Tianhao was rescued, Ling Yan just called the old man, and the 4 provincial leaders of Jiangnan province immediately released him, not to mention such a trivial matter. Seeing Ling Yan's serious face, Kong Shuru felt that Ling Yan was really not joking. she couldn't help being a little shocked, and said in a panic, "Ling Yun, stop messing around. Even if you have that ability, the teacher will not be an official, let alone know how should I become an official." Ling Yun looked indifferent, and said, "Teacher, you don't have to worry about this at all, just like you are the class teacher now, just know how to manage people." Kong Shiru became even more panicked. She waved her hands and said, "No, no, absolutely not, it sounds like a fairy tale." The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up slightly, his eyes were full of meaning, he stared at Kong Shiru closely and said, "Teacher, why don't you go to the capital with me?" This was even more unacceptable to Kong Shiru. She directly refused. The teacher said, "Don't go to the capital." Ling Yun nodded, and concluded, "That's fine. If you want to stay in Qingshui City, you can do as I say. Also, the position of Principal Zheng must be moved. I owe him a big favor. These two positions, each of you has one." In a few words, Ling Yun made a final decision, directly appointing a bureau chief and a department chief. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling looked at each other, dumbfounded. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were dumbfounded, not because of Ling Yun's arrangement, but because of his domineering, his strength. Zhang Ling was limited by his status and didn't know much about official affairs, so his performance was not too exaggerated, but he was shocked by Ling Yun's current energy. But Chao Shanshan is a member of the Chao family in the capital. Before the accident, their Chao family could almost control the entire officialdom in China. Fortunately, the director of the Education Bureau said that Li Yifeng can indeed arrange it, but the director of the Education Department. Could it be that Ling Yun said, "Whoever should be the one to be the one?" That's the leader of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. Moreover, the most important thing is that whether it is Kong Shiru or Principal Zheng, their identities and ranks are far from enough. If they follow the normal official promotion procedures, they don't know how many levels they have to jump in order to sit on the two ranks. Locations. But without communicating with anyone, Ling Yun was at Kong Shiru's house, just like chatting about family affairs, and the arrangements were made in a few words. So Chao Shanshan was shocked. Thinking of this, Chao Shanshan couldn't help but glance at Ling Yun, as if to remind Ling Yun. She whispered, "Ling Yun, such a big matter, if it was okay in the past, now my grandfather and my father are like that, they..." Chao Shanshan didn't say anything else about the rest, but the meaning in the words was obvious, they couldn't make arrangements and couldn't help. Ling Yun just smiled slightly, raised his chin at Chao Shanshan, gave her a reassuring look, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I will do as I say." Ling Yun dared to say this. Of course he was not relying on the Chao family, but his own family, the Ling family. And of course the Qin family. Ling Yun believed that as long as he said a word, Mr. Ling would definitely be able to fulfill his wish. There is no doubt about it. However, the teacher is still worried, afraid that I won't be able to do it. Kong Shiru is still hesitating. She doesn't mind being an official, because what she thinks in her heart is that she can do more things within her capacity for those students in Qingshui City who study hard. This necessarily requires power. Now, Ling Yun wants to give this power to Kong Shiru. She is only worried that she is not capable enough. Hee. No one will be an official immediately after birth, and I will not be an official. However, I believe that if you can become an official, teacher, you must be a good official who pleads for the people. Ling Yun patted Kong Shiru's ass flatteringly, making Kong Shiru's face flushed, and gave him a coquettish look. Even if the teacher never becomes an official again, he will be 1,000 times stronger than moths like Li Jiujiang and Lu Guanwang. Zhang Ling thought of the troubles that Ling Yun had encountered in the college entrance examination, and couldn't help saying bitterly. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and said nonchalantly, "What are you talking about those two trash at this time? They are all reflecting in prison right now." As soon as these words came out, the four of them laughed happily at the same time. Several people chatted some gossip again. Chao Shanshan suddenly asked, Teacher, are you busy now? Conspiracies smiled and shook her head. He said softly, students are on summer vacation, and these days are relatively leisurely, but now it's the end of July, and those students who didn't get into college this year, or who are dissatisfied with their college entrance examination results, have begun to return to school one after another. Restudy to prepare for the next year's college entrance examination. Some people are happy, others will naturally be sad. Every year in the college entrance examination, there are millions of families in China staged all kinds of tragedies and comedies. Those whose children can be admitted to the ideal university throw a big feast and are overjoyed. Families who can fail the college entrance examination. Then you can only make all kinds of helpless choices, or let the child drop out of school directly, or let the child go to a bad university, or let the child go back to school to repeat. There are also 5 or 6 students in our class who are coming back to repeat their studies. They have already called me and asked me to help arrange them to enter the repeating class. Conspiracies sighed slightly and continued. After finishing speaking, she raised her beautiful eyes again, stared at Lingyun opposite, and said, "A few months ago, the teacher thought that you must have no hope, but who would have thought that you actually gave the teacher a gift?" A Jiangnan province college entrance examination champion came back. It was the first time for Conspiracies to praise Lingyun so positively. She couldn't conceal the surprise and joy in her heart. She was not only happy for herself, but of course she was also happy for Lingyun. Lingyun bared his teeth and smiled, raised his hand, stretched out his index finger, pointed to his temple and said, "Here, mainly depends on IQ." Smug, you are. Conspiracies, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, the 3 of them looked at Lingyun in awe, and couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Next, the 4 of them began to gossip. Mainly Zhang Ling was talking, Conspiracies was listening, Chao Shanshan occasionally asked a few questions, and Lingyun pretended to listen, but in fact he was secretly looking at Conspiracies. This time when they met, Conspiracies changed again. She was neither alienated nor particularly close to Lingyun. Well, it was a kind of calm and breezy feeling. This feeling is just right, but Lingyun just feels that something is wrong. Damn, Mr. Kong, don't tell me you forgot about the past between us. I've been reviewing at your house for many nights, okay? This is what Brother Yun is thinking. But he was not happy. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were by his side. He had nothing to do. He could only hold the God-refining Taishu stone and try to calm himself down. Time passed slowly during the happy 7 minutes, and at 9:30 in the evening, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling bid farewell to Conspiracies. Conspiracies stood up with a smile. "Well, it's getting late, you should go back early, when you are free. The teacher welcomes you to come here to play at any time. During this time I have learned a lot of specialties, and when I arrive it's time for you to taste the teacher's new skills." Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling giggled coquettishly at the same time, but both pairs of beautiful eyes secretly glanced at Lingyun. Conspiracies was talking about you, but she was actually talking about Lingyun alone. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling Bingsu were smart, so how could they not guess it? "Teacher, we must come," Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling said in unison. After finishing speaking, the 2 beauties quickly packed up their things and rushed to the shoe cabinet at the door to change their shoes. They had a tacit understanding, pushed the door and went downstairs together. Moreover, after Chao Shanshan went out, she seemed to have forgotten Lingyun, a living person, and closed the door behind her. Immediately, only Lingyun and Conspiracies were left in the room. There was an instant of silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, which was an indescribable charm. These 2 people. Conspiracies blushed like blood. She didn't dare to look at Lingyun, who stood up, so she had nothing to say. Lingyun was very calm. He was not in a hurry to leave. He was silent for a while, and asked seriously, "Teacher, you really don't plan to go back to the capital?" This time, Lingyun asked seriously. Kang Xiuru bit her lower lip lightly, lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet Ling Yun's gaze, and finally said, "Well, I won't go back, and it's meaningless to go back to the capital." Ling Yun nodded calmly, then asked again, "Can you tell me why?" This is what Ling Yun really wants to ask. Kang Xiuru's delicate body suddenly tightened, her heart beat faster, and she almost couldn't stand still, so she stretched out her hand and pressed it on the sofa. Ling Yun felt a severe pain in his heart. "It's okay, I'll just ask." Ling Yun knew that Kang Xiuru didn't want to say that reason, so he wasn't in a hurry, because when he arrived in the capital, he had plenty of ways to investigate this matter clearly. "When these few days pass, I want to go to the sea to relax. Would you like to go play together and relax? That kid Tang Meng bought me a yacht, and it's parked at Clearwater Bay Wharf. I haven't seen it before." Ling Yun smiled and extended an invitation to Kang Xiuru. "Okay. I will definitely go." Kang Xiuru agreed. In the last few sentences of the conversation, Ling Yun did not address teacher Kang Xiuru, and Kang Xiuru always claimed to be me. "It's a deal. I'm leaving." Seeing that Kang Xiuru agreed, Ling Yun smiled brightly, walked to the door with big strides, gently opened the door, and walked out. "Be careful on the road." Kang Xiuru sent her out the door and said quietly to Ling Yun in the elevator. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun took the elevator downstairs and quickly walked out of the corridor. And Yuan. After Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling came out of Kang Xiuru's house, they didn't get into the car immediately, they just stood beside the car chatting and waiting for Ling Yun to come out, chatting and laughing. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the two of them immediately turned their heads to look back, and found that Ling Yun had come out. They were stunned for a moment. It came out too fast, right? The two of them are smart and have a tacit understanding, rushing to run out early, just to create a chance for Ling Yun to be alone with Kang Xiuru. But unexpectedly, Ling Yun came down from upstairs so quickly. Seeing the two girls waiting for him, Ling Yun smiled, stepped forward quickly, opened his arms, and hugged Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling in his arms at the same time. A strong masculine aura emanated from Ling Yun's body, impacting on Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling's nerves, making them dazzled, a little intoxicated, and of course, very shy. "Who should I kiss first?" In the darkness, Ling Yun gave a wicked smile, looked at the two beauties in his arms, who dared not even move, and said softly. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling's hearts were beating like drums at the same time, and their breasts heaved violently, but they didn't dare to respond to Ling Yun, because it was too embarrassing. "Or, you two can kiss me together." Ling Yun laughed and quickly helped them make a decision. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling huddled in Ling Yun's arms, neither of them dared to look at each other. After a while, Chao Shanshan was the first to be unable to bear the ambiguous atmosphere. She struggled lightly, and broke free from Ling Yun's embrace. "Beautiful thinking." As a cover, Chao Shanshan turned her head and glared at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and while Chao Shanshan turned her head, she quickly reached down with her right hand along Zhang Ling's fragrant shoulder, and grabbed Zhang Ling's majestic tower, making Zhang Ling's delicate body tremble, and her whole body trembled. Soft, almost screaming. "I'll drive." After all, there are two people around, so there is such a thing. It is estimated that Zhang Ling will have to reminisce for a long time, and it will be worth the lovesickness of more than half a month. Ling Yun let go of Zhang Ling, stepped forward to take the car keys from Chao Shanshan. With a light press, the headlights of the car suddenly flashed. After the three of them got into the car, Ling Yun stepped on the gas pedal and shifted to reverse gear. All the way back to the road on campus, and then turned around directly. "Drive towards the outside of the school." "Zhang Ling, shall I take you back first?" "Kindness." Zhang Ling blushed and her heart beat, and was shocked by Ling Yun's touch just now. She felt countless electric currents rushing through her body. She didn't dare to say more, but hummed lightly. After all, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the traffic on the road decreased. Ling Yun drove very fast, and it only took 20 minutes. The car came to the gate of Qingshitsuiyuan International City Garden. But Ling Yun didn't stop the car, but directly drove the car into the community, and stopped the car when he came directly to the downstairs of Zhang Ling's house. It's not that Ling Yun doesn't want to send Zhang Ling in alone, but he's worried that it's not safe for Chao Shanshan to be alone outside the community, and she needs special protection now. Shanshan, my aunt is staying at my house tonight. I won't invite you up. When you have time, you can come to my house to play. Before Zhang Ling got out of the car, he whispered to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan agreed with a smile. Ling Yun, you won't be missing anymore, right? I can't contact you all day long, and in my heart. Zhang Ling was in front of Chao Shanshan. I am really embarrassed to say all my thoughts, so I have to express my feelings like this. Ling Yun smiled, don't worry, absolutely not. That, my mother said, when you have time someday, I will let you come to my house as a guest. Zhang Ling's face was hot red, and he almost exerted all his strength and mustered up his courage. Just said what I wanted to say. Chao Shanshan giggled coquettishly, and said softly to Zhang Ling, who was extremely embarrassed, Zhang Ling, just say it, I can't hear anything now. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had no scruples, just nodded and said hello. Zhang Ling was finally at ease now, she was secretly happy, she glanced charmingly, and then said, then I'll go up, you guys be careful on the way back. When Zhang Ling's figure disappeared after walking into the corridor, Ling Yun started the car again, turned around and drove away from Qingshitsuiyuan. I haven't been able to contact you for half a month, this girl Zhang Ling must be going crazy. Chao Shanshan sat on the back seat of the car and said to Ling Yun with a smile. Are you really not jealous? Ling Yun asked jokingly. There are a lot of Ying and Yen around you. If I were jealous, I would die, I would have drowned in the vinegar vat long ago. Chao Shanshan rolled Ling Yun's eyes first, then smiled calmly, and said, I told you I don't mind. Before finishing speaking, Chao Shanshan's cell phone rang. Chao Shanshan picked up the phone, glanced at it, and found that it was a text message from Ning Lingyu, asking where the two of them are now. Lingyu sent a text message, asking where we are now. Aunt Qin is worried about our safety. Chao Shanshan said directly to Ling Yun. Give me the phone. Ling Yun took Chao Shanshan's cell phone and called Ning Lingyu directly, knowing that Ning Lingyu and the others had all moved back to Villa number 9. Ling Yun briefly said a few words to Ning Lingyu, then hung up the phone. He was still driving the car in the same direction, heading towards Villa number 1. It is true that they have all moved, but there are still people staying in Villa number 1, such as Paul, Jester, Wang Feihu, and so on. Naturally, Mo Wudao also lived in Villa number 1, and now Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu didn't go to Villa number 9 in Clearwater Bay, and they were all waiting for Ling Yun to go back in Villa number 1. We're not going to Villa 9 tonight. Ling Yun returned the phone to Chao Shanshan, and said calmly. Although his injury has improved, his health is still very poor. Ling Yun needs to use the 3 spiritual grasses in Villa number 1 to practice. At least, he must be able to open the space ring. The space ring is Ling Yun's greatest treasure, and many things in it are closely related to Ling Yun. If the space ring cannot be opened, Ling Yun feels as if he has lost something, and feels weak. Of course, the most obvious point is that it is really inconvenient. Kindness. Chao Shanshan hummed without saying anything, but joy was written all over her beautiful face. Simply overjoyed. As long as she can be alone with Ling Yun, no matter where she is, Chao Shanshan will be happy in her heart. Ling Yun quickly returned to Villa number 1. Brother Yun. Master Ling. Before Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan got out of the car, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Wang Feihu all rushed up, and there was one more person, Mo Wudao. Madman. But Mo Wudao neither called Brother Yun nor young Master Ling. Don't even call Ling Yun's name, just call Ling Yun lunatic when he comes up. Before Ling Yun said anything, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu glared at Mo Wudao immediately, especially Tang Meng glared and said, God stick, don't think that everything is your credit for saving Brother Yun, it was just a coincidence. If you call me Brother Yun again, believe it or not, I will beat you with the sole of your shoe. Mo Wudao had a slick face, and his eyes were treacherous. He said nonchalantly, he's just a lunatic. Tang Meng was furious, and actually raised his foot to take off his shoes, but was stopped by Ling Yun. Okay. Stop making trouble, he can shout whatever he likes. Ling Yun noticed that although Mo Wudao looked like a normal person on the surface, his eyes were red and full of fatigue. Yintang turned black, and even his voice was a little lacking. This is a phenomenon caused by a person who has overdrawn the drama in a short period of time. Of course Ling Yun knows what Mo Wudao has paid for him to wake up so quickly. This time called the soul. Mo Wudao lost at least 3 years of his life. But there is no reason not to mention these things, and Ling Yun naturally wouldn't talk about it. As long as he knows what he has in mind, he will pay his debts. Is their move going well? Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan asked, casually, while leading the crowd into the living room of the villa. It went well. However, Sister Lin and Sister Ro didn't follow to Villa number 9 this time. They made a temporary decision to go back to Sister Ro's Nangqi Villa. Tang Meng answered Ling Yun, and told about Lin Menghan and Yao Ro's current residence in Nangqi Bun. Understood. Back at the villa, Ling Yun put the god of refining Taishu stone on the coffee table, drank a few sips of water, and then said, it seems that the turmoil in Qingshui City has really passed. I went out for a walk just now. All is calm. From the 3rd district of Qingshi District to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Ling Yun walked around half of Qingshui City, but he was safe and sound. He didn't encounter any pursuit or any danger, so he relaxed completely. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun and said, Brother Yun, my dad called today and said that you are going to be busy, so go to my house, and then we will go to Uncle Li's house together. I guess Uncle Li has something to say. Ling Yun was also about to visit Li Yifeng, and he also had many things waiting for Li Yifeng, the leader of Qingshui City, to solve, so he nodded and agreed. Mo Wudao sat down across from Ling Yun carelessly. He lifted up his Taoist robe, inside was its Xingyi bunt, and he was dressed in a way that was incompatible with modern urban people. Crazy, I have something to ask you. Mo Wudao finally seized the opportunity, frowning, and asked Ling Yundao. Tell me, what's the matter? Ling Yun raised his eyes, smiled at Mo Wudao, and said with a smile. Mo Wudao's expression was not relaxed, he frowned tightly. I heard from Tang Meng that you want to give 1 million to the families of those poor people on Linjiang Road. Ling Yun smiled and said, that's right, this is something to do tomorrow, what's the matter? Mo Wudao looked at Ling Yun in astonishment, and stood up from his seat all of a sudden, with a face full of shock. He was dumbfounded and said, what's the matter? Damn, lunatic, do you really don't know or fake? No? Tang Meng stared at Mo Wudao, blankly, and said to himself, this Taoist is definitely greedy for money, how could he be so greedy for money? Hearing Brother Yun handing out money, the reaction was even bigger than mine. Ling Yun knew it in his heart, and asked with a smile, what exactly do you want to say? Mo Wudao suddenly straightened his face, and said very seriously, Ling Yun, you absolutely can't do this. It's against the law of heaven. Now I finally know how your horrible catastrophe came about. God doesn't allow you to do those things. If you don't attack you, who will you attack? To be continued. P.S. There will be at least 3 changes tomorrow. Against the law? Chatting with Ling Yun? Ling Yun couldn't help smiling after hearing Mo Wudao's words. He was a great cultivator who had reached the late stage of the transitional tribulation, and he was only one step away from surviving the terrifying heavenly tribulation and ascending to the immortal realm. If you want to chat, no one understands better than Ling Yun. It's a pity that what Ling Yun practiced was Taoism, but what he cultivated was not the way of heaven, but the way of heart. What he said was that he could do whatever he wanted, and he was invincible. I control my own life. However, Mo Wudao was just a little Maoshan Taoist priest, and he dared to stand here to discuss with Ling Yun, and pointed out Ling Yun's faults in person, so Ling Yun had to take a look at him. Seeing that Mo Wudao's hair was about to explode, Ling Yun couldn't help feeling amused. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he asked lightly, "Oh? Those things I did? What kind of things are they?" Mo Wudao seemed to be in a hurry. He tried hard to think about it, and stared at him and said, "In these days, I heard that you have treated many people who were mortal? Right?" Ling Yun nodded. "He has saved a lot of people who must die. Each of them was snatched back from the king of Hades, pulled back from the gate of hell." "That's right. Since I know how to heal illnesses, shouldn't it be wrong to heal illnesses and save lives? I possess medical skills. Do I see patients dying in front of me?" Ling Yun smiled and asked Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao was choked by Ling Yun forcibly, and grinned at the corner of his mouth. He felt that he couldn't refute for a moment, then snorted, and said to Ling Yun, "I also heard that just half a month ago, you showed kindness and gave more than 100 of your classmates each sent $500,000? Is that right?" Ling Yun nodded again. "That's right. After my classmates heard about my accident, they braved the rain to come here, all of them drenched like chickens, dared to challenge the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. Such a big solidarity. If Ling Yun doesn't express it, he will definitely not be able to justify it." Mo Wudao gritted his teeth. Looking at Ling Yun like a monster, he shook his head and said, "There is nothing wrong with what you said, but you said too much. There are more than 100 people, each with 500,000 yuan. How much have you changed all of a sudden? The fate of the family." Ling Yun nodded lightly, "Maybe." Looking at Ling Yun's indifferent look, Mo Wudao became even more angry. "Okay, let's not mention this matter. You just survived the catastrophe, just went out for a trip, and generously rewarded more than 100 people. I don't think you will understand what it means to have a family of 1 million. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Of course I understand. At least these 100 families can get rid of poverty. From then on, they live a better life than before. Is there something wrong with giving generously and helping those in need?" Mo Wudao choked again. Mo Wudao looked at Ling Yun in front of him and felt that he was hopeless. He suddenly stomped his feet violently and shouted, "But, Ling Yun, do you know that everyone's fate is predetermined by the heavens? Some people should experience suffering and poverty in this life, but you have reversed their fate in this life abruptly. It is true that they live comfortably, but God will take this account and put it all on your head. Also, those mortal people you treated with medical skills should actually have such a long lifespan, but you use medical skills to take them back from the hands of death and let them continue to live." Hearing this, the corners of Ling Yun's slightly raised mouth gradually drooped, and his eyes became extremely serious and dignified. Mo Wudao is right? Of course. For ordinary people, when they hear Mo Wudao's mysterious and mystical theory of life and destiny, they may just laugh indifferently, thinking that this is a superstitious theory of the gods, or simply scoff at it and confront each other. But Ling Yun knew that what Mo Wudao said was not only correct, but extremely correct. Because if there are really no such things, what are fortune tellers doing? Feng shui kanyu, divination and physiognomy, etc., all lost their reason for existence. Without fate, there is no need for fortune-telling. If all fortune-tellers are inaccurate, then the fortune-telling industry should have been extinct long ago, and it will never develop to this day. For example, when someone is born, he is born in a wealthy family, he is born with rich clothes and fine food, he stretches out his hands for food and opens his mouth, and is carefree all his life. However, some people are born in a poor mountain valley from birth. They are so poor that they can't even get enough to eat. They can't even get out of that valley for the rest of their lives. They are born and die from there, and they don't even know the outside world. What is it like? This is life by birth. Some people are born healthy, strong as an ox, and have everything to eat, drink, prostitute, and gamble, but they can live a healthy life beyond the age of 80, while some people are born weak and sick, and even die early before they live a few years, even if they can maintain their lives. Going down is also full of pain and torture. This is the life of the body. Someone can become the richest man in the world, someone can become the king of a country, someone can become famous all over the world, and will last forever. And many more people live their lives in poverty, mediocrity, and doing nothing all their lives. From birth to death, few people know who he is. This is Fu Lu's order. Wait, why are there billions of people in the world, and everyone's origin, body, and destiny are different? What is this? It would be too domineering and arbitrary to say that there is not some kind of reason controlling all of this. Of course Ling Yan knew this, and he knew it very well, so there was no need for Mo Wudao to remind him. He knew it better than anyone else, like a mirror in his heart. This is also why when Ling Yan occasionally looks at the sky, there will be a certain kind of awe in his eyes. Because if you don't accept it, you can't do it. If God wants to hack you, you can only bear it, can't you? Heaven, where is heaven? Invisible, intangible, illusory. Ling Yan waved his hand, interrupted Mo Wudao's roar, and said with a calm smile, Mo Wudao, I completely understand what you mean. But, have you ever thought about it, who can say that if I change the fate of these people, it is not within the rules of heaven? What if I want to say that in the rules of heaven, I am here to change their fate? When Ling Yan asked like this, he really stopped Mo Wudao. Since there is such a person as Ling Yan in the world, he is alive and well, and he wants to do something, no matter how weird or outrageous it is. Who can say that this matter is not in the order of heaven? Mo Wudao was dumbfounded, raised his hand and scratched his head, but didn't react for a while. Tang Meng and the others stood aside, listening to Ling Yan and Mo Wudao discussing the Tao there. Although they were a bit ignorant, they were thoughtful. But Tang Meng, who sat there for a long time, was quite bored, so he just played with his mobile phone, lit a cigarette, and started puffing. Mo Wudao stood, and after thinking about it very seriously, he suddenly said, Okay, I admit that I have no way to refute what you said now. However, you changed the lives of so many people all of a sudden, and all of a sudden, you let a large number of people get so much money for nothing. The suffering that these people should have experienced is gone. God will definitely count on you for this account. Head. Other people's lifespan increases, and God will deduct it from your lifespan. God will let you experience the fate that others should experience, but have not experienced, and let you experience it. You can't deny what I said, right? Mo Wudao is plausible, because these are the big taboos of fortune-telling. Yudao means that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Mo Wudao is cautious even in fortune-telling, saying what should be said, and absolutely not saying what should not be said. Of course he knows, Ling Yan doing so many things will have such an impact and change on Ling Yan's fate. After Ling Yan finished listening, he finally smiled. He smiled happily and calmly. He stood up slowly. Thank you for your reminder. I fully admit what you said. Because I already knew it all. Mo Wudao was astonished for a while. He was stunned for a while, and then he said in astonishment, Since you know everything, why do you still do these things? Don't you fear being retribution? Got struck by lightning? Mo Wudao didn't continue to speak, but stared at Ling Yan with a pair of bright eyes, hoping to see what he had to say. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled up slightly. He raised his hand to stroke the back of his head, looked at Mo Wudao and said, There is one thing, I think I must remind you. First, my lifespan will be very long. Second, I am not afraid of suffering by nature, because I have experienced enough, definitely more than you can imagine. In Mo Wudao's astonishment, Ling Yan stretched out his hand, patted Mo Wudao's shoulder, and continued. So, I'm not afraid that God will deduct my lifespan, and I don't care that he accrues all the suffering that others have to go through on my head. Healing illnesses and saving lives, helping people in need, helping others for pleasure, all of these are doing good deeds. Since it is doing good deeds, I am happy in my heart. As long as I am happy in my heart, I don't care what reincarnation he is. Mo Wudao's body trembled, and even his Taoist robe fluttered. He looked at Ling Yan in astonishment, and asked blankly, You want to defy the sky? Ling Yan chuckled, and said to himself that cultivation is to act against the sky, so there is no need to go against the sky. He smiled and asked back, The world is not benevolent, and everything is treated as a dog. I am against the sky, can't I? Finally, under the shocked eyes of Mo Wudao, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Wang Feihu, Ling Yan's tall body suddenly straightened up, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and proudly said, My fate is up to me. Hang fried. If Ling Yan is alive and doesn't even dare to do what he wants to do, then why is he still practicing? My fate is up to me. This sentence suppressed all the words Mo Wudao wanted to say. He was dumbfounded, stunned for a long time, and then said 2 words in a daze, Madman. Ling Yan turned a deaf ear to it, and said with a sneer, I cure diseases and save people, and I donate generously, just because I am willing, I am happy, and I am willing to do this. Who cares whether it is allowed or not? I have worked hard to cultivate. If I can't even do what I want to do in my heart, and everything must obey God's arrangement, then I might as well close my eyes and wait for death, and then wait for the next life to forget it. Mo Wudao was completely speechless. He showed shock, he pinched his teeth and said, Damn it, you are awesome. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yan is really awesome. But what he really wanted to say in his heart was not the superficial, seemingly pretentious words he told Mo Wudao. The fusion of the past life and the present life in a dream made Ling Yan truly achieve the unity of body and soul, and his whole body and mind were smoother than ever before. The 2 scenes of the final catastrophe in the sleeping dream made Ling Yan faintly aware of something. Because, in his sleep, there was a picture of a catastrophe that did not appear in his sea of consciousness, that is, the time when he fished the Turtle Island to cross the catastrophe. In other words, if there is a way of heaven, then the calamity that Ling Yan survived on Diaogui Island must be outside the way of heaven. 9-colored tribulation cloud. The human emperor's pen, the earth emperor's Shinong tripod, the Badizi, the magical gourd, the Buddha beads, the blue lamp, the dark blood, the demon knife, the dragon pattern and the sword all came out, and they carried the 9-color robbery cloud over. What's going on? The inexplicable catastrophe that shouldn't have happened is the lingering shadow in Ling Yan's heart. There is a big problem there. But at that time, Ling Yan's realm was too low, and he hadn't even reached the realm of refining qi, so he couldn't even think about it, so he had to stop thinking about it. But now, Ling Yan has broken through the realm of qi refining, and the realm is very stable. He knows in his heart that this breakthrough, his strength is much stronger than when he was in the big world of cultivation. Of course, Ling Yan was seriously injured because of the battle of crossing the catastrophe, and he couldn't recover his strength for a while, but he knew that it was only a matter of time, so there was no need to worry. And Ling Yan's goal is that in this life, if he cultivates to the realm of crossing the catastrophe again, he must make his strength 100 times stronger than when he was cultivating in the big world. Even if it was a catastrophe 10 times more powerful than that terrifying god of destroyer thunder, he would have to survive it. This is the true meaning of what Ling Yan said, My fate is up to me. Brother Yun, you are awesome. My admiration for you now is absolutely like a surging river, endless. With a cigarette in his mouth, Tang Meng stretched out his thumb with the other hand, waving it in front of Ling Yan. Full of praise, crazy flattery. Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng, then snorted softly and said, Tang Meng, you are so good at flattering now. It really is like a torrential river that flows continuously. Tang Meng didn't mind, he just laughed. Tai Xiaohu and Wang Feihu, these two tigers. He didn't say anything, but his face was full of shock. He stared at Ling Yun in astonishment. Ling Yun raised his hand, pointed at the faces of Tang Meng and the three of them in turn, and said to Mo Wudao, he, and him, even you, your fate will change because of me. For example, Mo Wudao, after you met me, didn't you pay the price of at least 3 years of life to save me? As soon as these words came out, including Mo Wudao, the expressions of Tang Meng and the others all changed. What? Mo Wudao lost 3 years of life? At this moment, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu turned their heads to look at Mo Wudao at the same time. Their gazes completely changed, they were shocked and grateful. They never imagined that Mo Wudao paid such a high price to save Ling Yun from waking up. Mo Wudao was undoubtedly the one who was the most shocked. He was so stunned that he didn't know where to put his hands. He danced and said, Ah? This, you know this too? Ling Yun smiled lightly, and patted Mo Wudao's shoulder again. He smiled and said, Thank you. Don't worry, I, Ling Yun, have made a note of this favor. In the future, I will give you back 30 years of longevity. Ling Yun said this on his lips, but what he thought silently in his heart was that he should have a lifespan of 300 years, just try his best. After all, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were still there. Ling Yun didn't want to say something too shocking, for fear that they wouldn't be able to accept it. 30 years. Can this thing be returned? Mo Wudao was completely dumbfounded. What Ling Yun said had completely broken his cognition, the cognition of the inheritors of Chinese Taoism. Ling Yun sat back on the sofa again, smiled faintly, and said, You will know in the future. Don't stand up, everyone, sit down and talk. Ling Yun opened his mouth, told everyone to sit down, and then looked at Mo Wudao again. Student Mo Wudao, you asked me so many things, now it's my turn to ask you, remember I brought you the reason for coming back? Mo Wudao scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly, and said, You said let me come and take a look, and I'll understand after I read it. Ling Yun smiled and said, That's right, I killed Lu Deming and Daoist Wuchen, they are all elders of your sect, you don't have the ability to take revenge, but you come to ask me the reason for killing. You have seen everything. Now, I want to ask you formally. Do you know why I killed them? During the battle at Longmen Mountain, Ling Yun went down the mountain, and met Mo Wudao on the way. Without saying a word of nonsense, he brought Mo Wudao back directly, saying that he wanted to show him. This is what Ling Yun asked Mo Wudao to see. Mo Wudao's thieves' eyes flickered, he bit his lips and said, I see, they came to trouble you with others, but they were not strong enough, so they were killed by you in the end. This is actually a very simple truth, you don't even need to explain it, so Mo Wudao said it very guilty. Ling Yun nodded, spread his hands and said, I have been staying in Qingshui City for a long time, if they don't come to Qingshui City to trouble me, maybe I won't know who they are for the rest of my life, and of course I can't kill them. But since they've all come to my door, and they're going to split up with me as soon as they meet, why do you think I should be polite to them? Either they die, or I die. Just like the night I crossed the robbery, I don't know any of the more than 100 people who rushed into Villa number 1, but they broke into my house and bullied my relatives, women, brothers, and friends. Why not kill them? Do you still expect me to politely send them away after defeating them, and then everyone will have no enmity and no grudges, and that's it? But in this world, how can there be such a cheap good thing? The weak eat the strong, and the strength is the respect. Since they can't kill me, then they must be prepared to die. There is no other reason to talk about it. Hard fist. Ling Yun finished speaking in one breath, then looked at Mo Wudao with a smile, and asked with a smile, I think, you should have figured this out a long time ago, right? Mo Wudao is not stupid, otherwise, he would have been like those decent families. He rushed to the top of Longmen Mountain, so he had already figured out this truth. On the top of Longmen Mountain, Lingyun killed people, it was the same, in Villa number 1, Lingyun killed people, it was the same, he didn't need to ask the reason. Just because others want to kill him, then he will kill. It's that simple. The fact that Lu Deming and Taoist Wuchen were killed by Ling Yun is naturally the same reason. When I return to the Master's Gate in the future, I will report the truth to my master. Mo Wudao sighed, lowered his head slightly, and said honestly. The feud between Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, or the enmity with the Maoshan faction, completely disappeared at this moment. Oh? You don't plan to return to the division now? Ling Yun didn't mention that matter anymore, and asked Mo Wudao in surprise. Mo Wudao suddenly laughed. With a cunning face, he said tentatively, Ling Yun, you are so fun here, can you let me stay? Hearing this, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but rolled their eyes at the same time, glanced at Mo Wudao, and said to themselves. Seeing that you've been dawdling these days, and just don't leave, I already knew this was what you were thinking. But Ling Yun laughed loudly and raised his hand, as long as you are not afraid of death, you can stay if you want, and no one will drive you away. Seeing that Ling Yun actually agreed to let him stay, Mo Wudao immediately smiled. Some are overjoyed. Ling Yun frowned again, looked at Mo Wudao's dirty Taoist robe, and said with a sigh, however, what you are wearing is too dirty, can we pay attention to personal hygiene? Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, about Mo Wudao's personal hygiene. He had already communicated with him more than once or twice, and when he heard Brother Yun finally tell the story, he couldn't help laughing, watching Mo Wudao make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Mo Wudao straightened his body, and said proudly, you don't understand, this is not a hygiene problem at all, it's called the spirit of immortality, the air of dust. But before he finished speaking, Ling Yun ruthlessly interrupted, stop pretending to be a magic stick in front of me, Lao Wang, I have a task for you. Tonight, you will stare at Mo Wudao and clean yourself up. If you still pretend like this, just throw him in Qingshui Lake for 3 days. Wang Feihu laughed loudly, straightened his chest and said, young Master Ling, don't worry, there is no need to throw him into the clear water lake to soak. If this kid is really disobedient, I will take a little effort to strip him naked and take the water pipe. Rush. Mo Wudao suddenly looked bitter, knowing that he was destined to be doomed tonight. He looked down at the god robe on his body, and said bitterly, it's over, buddy, I can't keep you this time. For so many years, my master asked me to wash it, and I am not willing to wash it once. It seems that tonight will be difficult. In the living room of the villa, a burst of pleasant laughter suddenly broke out. Soon, Wang Feihu grabbed Mo Wudao by the collar and urged him to do personal hygiene. Only Ling Yun and the other 3 were left in the living room. Brother Yun, what are you going to do with those 2 sticks? Tang Meng asked Ling Yundao. The 2 sticks he was talking about naturally referred to the real person Lai Ri of Longhu Mountain and Sikong Wuji, the holy son of the Mazong, in the warehouse in the backyard. Ling Yun pondered for a while, thought for a while, and said lightly, for the time being, let's just do this for now. These 2 people are too high level. They must know a lot of secrets in the Huaxia Jianghu. I will keep them for use. Tang Meng, don't deal with them for the time being. I see them like that. If you make a few more troubles, they will die. Hey. Got it, Brother Yun. Tang Meng immediately agreed. Ling Yun raised his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu again. Xiaohu, how do you feel now after breaking through the realm today? Taking advantage of Ning Lingyu's great opportunity to advance to the innate realm, Tai Xiaohu succeeded in breaking through the realm, and was promoted 3 levels in a row, reaching the peak of the acquired 9-level realm in one go. The news of this incident would definitely shock countless people's jaws, but in Ling Yan's eyes, it felt normal. Because only he knows what he is paid to build Tai Xiaohu. Brother Yun, Aunt Qin told me that this big breakthrough has only brought me benefits, without any bad effects. I feel right now, hey, it's good. Never been better. It's amazing. Ling Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. Well, for Tai Xiaohu, to be able to come up with the word wonderful is already a super-level performance. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Well, you didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to directly attack the innate realm. You really understand the way of cultivation. Ling Yan nodded with a smile on his face, very satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's performance. Breaking through 3 realms in a row, if Tai Xiaohu still wanted to break through the innate realm in one fell swoop, even if he could really rush through in one go, Ling Yan would be very disappointed. Because in that case, you will be too greedy, you don't know how to stabilize your realm, and you only want to improve your strength blindly. That is the path, not the path of cultivation. After a pause, Ling Yan continued, the weapon you said you want to use, now I know what it is. In just these 2 days, I will find a way to have someone build it for you as soon as possible. Tai Xiaohu's favorite weapon is judgment. Now that he has reached the peak of the 9th level of acquired heaven, it's time for him to have his own weapon. And of course Ling Yan had played Legend, so he knew what that weapon looked like, so he said this. As for making weapons, the Ling family has its own weapons workshop, and if they want to make weapons, isn't that a matter of course? But the problem now is that Ling Yan's interspatial ring can't be opened, and the purple gold cooked copper rod that he got from Qin Jianhao can't get out. So Ling Yan said that it will take 2 days. Tai Xiaohu couldn't be more excited when he heard that. His bullseyes lit up, he rubbed his hands together and said, hey, thank you Brother Yun. After Ling Yan finished talking to Tai Xiaohu, he turned to look at Tang Meng again. Tang Meng, are you staying here tonight, or going home? Tang Meng scratched his head, Brother Yun, I'll stay here tonight, hee. Ling Yan frowned slightly, looking at Tang Meng with some relief and gratitude. During the days when I was in a coma, you probably haven't been home all this time? Tang Meng suddenly became very shy, and said with a chuckle, Brother Yun, I went back home, mainly to discuss things with my dad, but I haven't lived at home. Kindness. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. This kid must be worried that he won't be able to wake up. These days, he hasn't even had a good night's sleep, and he has lost a lot of weight. 10 days. Everyone in Villa 1, male or female. They all lost a lot of weight. Alright, stay here for 1 night tonight. But after tonight, if you should go home, you should go home. Otherwise, Aunt Shang will definitely come to my place to ask for someone. The Aunt Shang mentioned by Ling Yan is naturally Tang Meng's mother, Shang Wenhui. That's definitely not the case. Hee, my mother is a little worried, but she is mainly worried about your situation. I have been rough-skinned and thick-skinned since I was a child, and my mother doesn't care about me. Tang Meng said something in a low voice, then changed the subject, and asked Ling Yan tentatively, Brother Yun, Qingshui City is calm now. Look. Is it time to finalize the matter of our Tiandi group? Ling Yan knew it. Tang Meng, the boy who never forgets in his heart, must be his Tiandi group. Ling Yan raised his eyes. The establishment of Tiandi group will definitely require manpower. Have you recruited enough manpower? Tang Meng scratched his head and said, we are recruiting. But, there are some very professional talents. For example, senior professional managers need to be checked. Also, Uncle Li, my father, Uncle Song, Mr. Murong, and Boss, you are all helping me contact available talents. I think they should be able to recommend some people who can do the job. In a word, with money, power, and connections, it is really easy to do one thing, but as long as it is not professional, Tang Meng only does central scheduling, and he has absolutely no problem with this ability. Integration and reorganization, capital injection, and the establishment of a large group with total assets of tens of billions are definitely a great event for us in Qingshui City. I heard from Uncle Li that even the capital city has some people are paying attention to this matter, so now I am an insignificant little person, and some people help me make suggestions, hee hee. Tang Meng said with a little self-mockery, but not without pride. Ling Yan smiled. This is what he had foreseen a long time ago. When your strength is strong enough, so strong that others cannot shake it and you can only look up to it, then there are many things that you don't need to do by yourself at all. Some people will help you do. Tang Meng, I haven't given you a timetable before. I can tell you today. On the 8th of next month, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the establishment of Tiandi Group will be held. With a smile on his face, Ling Yan was extremely calm, yet extremely confident, and gave Tang Meng a promise. This time, Tang Meng's excited heart was about to fly out. He jumped and said, Brother Yun, next month is the 8th? That's August 8th? It's a good day to post again and again. Ah, haha. Cool. Ling Yan nodded and reconfirmed, well, it's true, it's August 8th, and there's still half a month left before that day, so hurry up and get busy. Tang Meng really jumped 3 feet high this time and shouted excitedly, okay. Brother Yun, don't worry, in the next half month, even if I don't sleep, I must hurry to that day to let our Tiandi Group list its nameplate. Established, ribbon cutting and opening. Seeing Tang Meng cheering excitedly, Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Tai Xiaohu works day and night, only thinking about cultivation and enhancing his own realm and strength, which is Tai Xiaohu's only goal. And in Tang Meng's heart, what he thinks about all day and night is undoubtedly his Tiandi Group, who dreams of building a supergiant commercial aircraft carrier, setting sail in Qingshui City, and sweeping the world. Now, Tai Xiaohu is only one step away from the innate realm, and the Tiandi Group that Tang Meng has never forgotten will be established in half a month. After the storm, there is a rainbow. Everything is going in a good direction. This reassured Ling Yun that he could concentrate on cultivation. However, in order to establish Tiandi Group, the assets we have in our hands seem a little thin. I'm sorry for the word Tiandi. Ling Yan pondered and said, tomorrow, the two of us will go out to buy some things, and within half a month, we will put these things in the Tiandi Group. Ling Yan's nonsensical words stunned Tang Meng, who was in a state of great excitement. Buy something. Put these things in the Tiandi Group. Brother Yun, what do you mean? Buy something and put it in the Tiandi Group? Ling Yan laughed, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. What else can it be? Didn't I tell you, steel mills, metal smelters, construction companies, logistics, etc. These decent companies, enterprises. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were stunned at the same time. One mouthful is to buy a company, a factory, and an enterprise. Is this called buying something? Brother Yun is really rich and powerful. Well, Ling Yan is rich and powerful now. Tang Meng was completely convinced now. He was already happy in his heart, but he whispered like a housekeeper, Brother Yun, it's not good for us to spend money like this. Doesn't it seem too capricious? Ling Yan laughed loudly, glanced at Tang Meng with handsome eyes, and said with a smile, if you are not willing to spend money, then I will save trouble, and we will not buy anything. Seeing that the duck in his hand was about to fly, Tang Meng couldn't keep his composure all of a sudden. He stood up abruptly, shaking his hands wildly, and said, farewell, Brother Yun, buy it. Whoever says you won't buy it, you must buy it. Especially steel mills and metal smelters, I have already talked about it a few days ago, we can buy them anytime. Ling Yan smiled and scolded Tang Meng, look at your promise. Tai Xiaohu laughed while watching, gloated and said, damn it, let you dare to play tricks with Brother Yun again. Can't I be wrong? Tang Meng was grabbed 7 inches by Ling Yun, and instantly became honest. Seeing that the matter was almost finished, Ling Yan thought for a while and said, "Okay, that's it for tonight, you two, practice when you need to, and rest when you need to rest." "I'm going to practice." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan grabbed the God of Refining Taishu stone on the coffee table, got up and walked out of the living room, to the outside of the courtyard. To cultivate, of course, one must rely on the aura of the 3 elixir. Ling Yan came straight to the vicinity of the 3 elixir plants, and sat down cross-legged on the spot. He put the God Refining Taishu stone on the crook of his leg, then took out the bottle of yang qi pill, poured out 4 pills at once, swallowed them all, and digested them slowly. With Ling Yan's current state, the effect of this yang qi pill is negligible to him, but it is better than no effect, and Ling Yan can certainly feel this. Ling Yan swallowed yang qi pills every 2 hours. Up to now, he has swallowed nearly 20 pills, and there is more or less a sense of qi in his body. Both the silver and gold needles were in the interspatial ring. Ling Yan couldn't get them out for the time being, and couldn't seal or stimulate his own acupuncture points, and he didn't spare time, so he went to get them from divine Dr. Shui again, so he had to make do with training first. As for the dragon and tiger pill, Ling Yan is a person who knows the goods, so he naturally knows that the pill is not ordinary, but he knows his own affairs. With his current state, taking the dragon and tiger pill is a waste, so he simply doesn't take it, and takes the yang qi pill first. Slow top. It's just healing, as long as the mind is concentrated, can establish contact with the space ring, and can take out the things inside. Ling Yan will be considered accomplished. After swallowing the elixir, he sat cross-legged silently, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and instantly emptied his mind, then grasped the God Refining Taishu stone, and first practiced his own great evolution gathering stars treasure with the help of the billions of stars that filled the sky. In the current situation, Ling Yan can only practice this skill first. The whole night, Ling Yan was immersed in cultivation, and when he woke up occasionally, he would try his best to gather his thoughts and try to communicate with the space ring on his left hand. With the help of the spiritual energy of the 3 elixir, and the Taishu stone of Refining God in his hand, Ling Yan's body is rapidly recovering, and his mind is naturally also slowly becoming stronger. Several times, Ling Yan had penetrated his thoughts into the space ring, but each time it was a failure, unable to take out the contents. Time passed, the stars moved, the night became brighter, and the east began to turn pale. Another night passed. Ling Yan crossed his legs and did not move, but slowly opened his eyes. "It's almost the day after tomorrow at the latest, and you should be able to use the space ring normally." Ling Yan looked down slightly, looked at the space ring on his left hand, and smiled brightly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brother Yun. Realizing that Ling Yan had woken up, Tai Xiaohu immediately stopped his cultivation, leaped from the front yard of the villa, and flew towards him. Tai Xiaohu's lightness kung fu technique was taught to him by Ling Yan. However, he is tall, and when he performs this movement technique, it doesn't have the elegant and unrestrained flavor of Ling Yan. Strong feeling. Tai Xiaohu had just made a big breakthrough, and he didn't know how to handle it well, so he rushed over his head with a vertical leap, flew over Ling Yan's head, and almost jumped out of the courtyard wall. Too much force. Tai Xiaohu's tall stature crashed to the ground, he scratched his head in embarrassment, turned around, made a light vertical leap, and finally came to Ling Yan. Looking at Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yan smiled. "You have broken through 3 realms in a row, and your strength has grown too fast all of a sudden, and you can't handle it well. This is normal, so don't worry about it. Wait for you to get used to it for a while." Ling Yan told Tai Xiaohu that this is actually like a person who originally only had the strength of 30 kilograms, but suddenly he had the strength of 100 kilograms, and he still used all his strength to lift the 30 kilograms. To be shaken violently. Of course, this kind of situation is only for others, and it is different for Ling Yan, because he is retaking the path of cultivation, so after each promotion, he can instantly adapt to his new strength, and can perfectly use, so this point is Ling Yun's advantage. I know Brother Yun, it's like this every time I improve, but this time, the improvement is too big, I can't grasp it at all. Tai Xiaohu still scratched his head, he laughed. Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder, your promotion this time is considered very timely. During these days, you have been by my side. I have many new things to teach you. Tai Xiaohu was very excited. The tower-like body suddenly stood up, and said loudly, okay. Speaking of it, Ling Yun's realm was not much higher than Tai Xiaohu's, but the difference in strength between the two was 1,000 miles away. No matter how hard Tai Xiaohu practiced, how could he possibly match Ling Yun's cultivation speed? Since these days, Ling Yun fought repeatedly, but Tai Xiaohu was still unable to help. He even needed other people's protection, and it was impossible to make him aggrieved, so he was actually very depressed. Tai Xiaohu practiced hard, and what he wanted most was to make himself qualified to fight side by side with Ling Yun as soon as possible. Your realm still needs to be stabilized. At this time, don't rush to practice hard every day. It's best to be calm, and the way is natural. Ling Yun smiled and explained to Tai Xiaohu, for example, the jump just now. Don't think about it deliberately in your mind, just walk as usual. Don't tell me you have to keep thinking about it all the time when you are walking. How far do you want to go? Just lift your feet and walk. When Ling Yun said this, Tai Xiaohu immediately understood, and he smiled shyly. He said, I understand, Brother Yun. Ling Yun raised his eyes and looked around, looking at the big iron balls and big shot puts near the courtyard wall, and asked with a smile, you moved these big guys back, right? That night, Ling Yun used a drop of divine essence. In an instant, all the big iron balls around the number 1 villa were summoned to the front yard, and a shocking illusion was set up. Then he was knocked into a coma by the catastrophe. When he woke up, he found that those big iron balls had been moved back. Someone obviously did it. Tai Xiaohu nodded and said, yes. It's not just me, but Paul and Jester, the three of us moved together, but we just couldn't find the place, so we moved it back according to the original approximate location. It is very difficult to play the true effect of the formation if the position is even the slightest difference. Therefore, although the big iron balls are all returned now, but Ling Yun is not there, the formation is not the same at all. A large area of trees was destroyed, the position of the stones around the courtyard wall was moved, and those big iron balls were placed in an out-of-place. Therefore, the large formation of gathering spirits and the formation of thousands of machines and 9 lore in Villa number 1 are now destroyed. Doesn't work as it should. Okay, it's still early, you go to practice the Diyan gathering stars treasure first, and after dawn, let's go out to do errands together. The sky was bright, and the sun was about to come out. This kind of opportunity for cultivation could not be missed, so Ling Yun immediately followed Tai Xiaohu to practice again. Brother Yun, I'm going right now. Tai Xiaohu is at the peak of the 6th level of Hotian, and he can fight against the masters of the 1st level of Xiantian. He knows that it is all thanks to the Diyan gathering stars treasure, and he also understands the heaven-defying nature of this technique, so of course he will go crazy practice. Ling Yun also concentrated his mind and calmed down. Taking advantage of the rising sun, he practiced the Diyan Ju Xing Ju for 2 hours, and he didn't finish his practice until 7 o'clock in the morning. Since Tang Meng went to bed early last night, he slept for a full 9 hours, and woke up early in the morning. When he woke up, his whole body was full of vigor, and he completely lost the listless look of lack of sleep a few days ago. 7:30 in the morning. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and Wang Feihu all gathered in the living room of the villa. Brother Yun, and we are going out, what are you doing here, you bastard? Tang Meng stared at Maoshan Taoist Mo Wudao, and said critically, but there was a sense of gloating and teasing in his eyes. Last night, Wang Feihu cleaned up Mo Wudao really badly, almost making him take off 3 layers of skin. Now the dirty feeling on his body is completely gone, and Mo Wudao seems to be a different person. Hey, I heard that you guys are going to go shopping today. I'm an expert in geomantic omen, and I'm absolutely confident in this, so I want to go out with you and help you keep an eye on it, so as to save you the trouble of buying things. Bad place. Mo Wudao stared at Ling Yun with slippery and shiny eyes, where he introduced himself. Tang Meng wanted to stare, but Ling Yun said, Mo Wudao, you can go with me, but, you wear this Taoist robe, don't you look a bit nondescript when you go out? Ling Yun was a little worried. Mo Wudao was wearing this Taoist robe, wandering around in the bustling city in broad daylight. Would he attract other people's pointing? Unexpectedly, Mo Wudao chuckled, lowered his voice and said, what do you know, Taoist robes are a symbol of status, and now people in the city believe what people like me say the most. I wear this to go out. I guarantee that there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Mo Wudao said so. He thought about it again, and it was indeed the case, so he had no choice but to let Mo Wudao do it. Besides, what kind of clothes a person likes to wear, he must wear whatever he wants, whether it is a sack or a bikini. That's all a personal matter. Ling Yun doesn't have that leisurely mind yet. Tell others how to dress. Old Wang. Ling Yun turned to look at Wang Feihu. Young Master Ling, please tell me. It seems that I will trouble you to look after the house today. You can handle breakfast yourself. I don't care about that. Young Master Ling, don't worry, I've lived a long time, and I can still solve this matter by myself. After everything was settled, the 4 of Ling Yun packed up and left Villa No. 1 in the 8-seater business Mercedes-Benz. The person in charge of driving is naturally Tai Xiaohu. The situation at Ah Bing's side. How is it now? In the car, Ling Yun and Tang Meng were sitting side by side. He asked Tang Meng, Ah Bing. Naturally, he was asking about Qinglong. He? Now he manages pork during the day and chicken at night. He's very busy. Ling Yun was puzzled. Pork? Chicken? What do you mean? Tang Meng had a wicked smile on his face, and he said, Brother Yun, don't you understand? Both of these are our Qinglong's big business, and the pork is talking about the vegetable market. As long as you are a human, you have to eat vegetables and meat to live, so naturally you cannot do without the vegetable market. Of course, there are butchers and vegetable vendors in the vegetable market. This is the most realistic place in society, and every family has to patronize the vegetable market. Therefore, although the vegetable market is very ordinary and inconspicuous, there is a big business there. Especially for Qinglong. Tang Meng said something to Ling Yun first, then smiled and said, Brother Yun, live pigs go from the breeding factory to the vegetable market and become tradable pork. They have to go through the slaughterhouse, transportation, and vegetable market before they can be sold. Walk into thousands of households. In this process, it looks very simple, but there are many ways in it. You know, Qinglong, we are stuck in the pork transportation area. Without Qinglong's consent, no one's pigs and pork can enter Qingshui City. If ordinary people heard Tang Meng's words, they would definitely be shocked. How much amazing profit does it contain to control all pork transportation in a big city with a population of several million? If one day Qinglong loses his mind and suddenly cuts off the transportation channels for pork, then the city's pork supply will be cut off. It seems to be an understatement, but Ling Yun knew in his heart that Qinglong was able to do this because of Long Kuan's hard work for so many years. Now that he has taken over Qinglong, it will make Qinglong more powerful, so in order to control the bottom of the society and the most realistic hidden profits in your own hands. Well, what is Bing doing now? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng. Tang Meng laughed and said, in a suburb around Qingshui City, a force suddenly rose up and wanted to grab the pork business in that area. Bing is busy sending people to chat with them. Ling Yan smiled, and sent someone to chat with someone. That must not be chatting, but fighting, according to the rules of the road. Ling Yan listened with gusto, thinking it was quite amusing. He asked again, what about the chicken? What's going on? Tang Meng's gaze suddenly became ambiguous, and he said slyly, hey, I don't dare to tell you normally, but today it's just the few of us, so I can tell you. Chicken, of course, is another big business in Qingshui City, night business. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He had some understanding, but he still asked, what do you mean? Hey, Brother Yun, don't you understand? It's those nightclubs, bathing centers, sauna massage rooms, etc., where you can sell money. On the road, these places are places that sell chicken. Ling Yun instantly understood that a Bing's Qinglong, who was busy with business, could be summed up in just 2 words. Food and sex. Pork and chicken. This is the most realistic business in the world. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Okay. Don't go on and on and on, tell me where to have breakfast first. Tai Xiaohu was driving the car, listening to Tang Meng talking endlessly. He couldn't help turning his head and asked, with a frown. No matter what they were going to do, they had to eat breakfast. You must know that Ling Yun, a super patient, was still in the car. Tang Meng rolled his eyes at Tai Xiaohu. You still need to ask? Junmin Bun Shop. Understood. As soon as Tai Xiaohu heard it, he knew what Tang Meng was talking about, so he turned his head and continued to drive without asking any further questions. 10 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle stopped on the side of a relatively wide road, and directly stopped at the entrance of the Junmin Baozi shop. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao got out of the car one after another and walked directly into the Junmin Bun Shop. The storefront of Junmin Steamed Bun Shop is not too big, but it is very clean, spacious, and bright. After walking in, it gives people a refreshing feeling. There are more than a dozen dining tables inside. This store is actually a fast food restaurant. Office workers make breakfast. There were a lot of people eating in the steamed stuffed bun shop. The 4 of them went in and waited for a while, before finally occupying a table. Immediately, a waiter came to clean up the table. Sitting directly opposite Ling Yun, Tang Meng smelled the scent of the steamed stuffed bun shop intoxicatedly, and said with a smile, Brother Yun, don't look at this small steamed stuffed bun shop, but it is very famous in our Qingshui city. The steamed stuffed bun has thin skin and big stuffing, and it is filled with soup and juicy. Take a bite, tsk, the mouth is full of oil, that is a fragrance. Since I was a child, my favorite food is their buns. Ling Yun listened with a smile, and nodded slowly. His 5 senses were far superior to ordinary people, so he could naturally smell the fragrance wafting from this steamed stuffed bun shop, and he couldn't help admiring in his heart the steamed stuffed buns made by this military and civilian steamed stuffed bun shop were indeed extraordinary. Brother Yun. I'm going to buy buns. What stuffing do you eat? Tang Meng stood up and asked Ling Yun. 3 delicacies of meat, 3 delicacies of vegetables, and ones of leek and meat. Let's order 10 of them at the same time, and try them all. When Ling Yun entered the door. I have already noticed that the buns in this shop are very big, but he is a martial arts practitioner. I practiced all night last night and consumed a lot of energy. I was already starving, so I ordered 30 as soon as I opened my mouth. I want 50, with pork and soup. Tai Xiaohu loves pork soup dumplings the most, but when he opened his mouth, he immediately remembered what Tang Meng said about pork and chicken, and his face was a little unhappy. Tang Meng and Mo Wudao grinned at the same time, thinking that Tai Xiaohu could really eat. Tang Meng made a calculation in his mind. It's all right, Brother Yun and Tai Xiaohu are already asking for 80 steamed buns, so they might as well just ask for 4 baskets of steamed stuffed buns. So Tang Meng directly called the waiter over, ordered 4 baskets of steamed stuffed buns at once, and the waiter was dumbfounded. "As much as you have, serve it quickly, we are starving." "Okay." The waiter was too lazy to ask. Directly shouted inside, 3 delicacies of meat, 3 delicacies of vegetables, leek meat, pork soup, a total of 4 steamed buns. The buns were served one by one, and the waiter also brought porridge. The 4 of Ling Yun started to eat breakfast and gorged themselves. What Tang Meng said was right. The buns made by this bun shop are really delicious. The skin is thin, not to mention the filling, and the soup is juicy. When you bite into it, your mouth is full of oil. It's delicious. Ling Yun ate 30 buns in one go. After eating, he couldn't help but nodded. When everyone was full, Ling Yun said directly to Tang Meng, "This steamed stuffed bun shop is not bad, go back and talk to their boss, buy this steamed stuffed bun shop, and then open it in a densely populated area of Qingshui City. Go to dozens of chain stores." Tang Meng was dumbfounded. "Brother Yun, buy this too?" Ling Yun nodded. "Well, why don't you buy a profitable business? You see, it's already 8:30 in the morning, and there are no tables in this store. How hot this business is." Tang Meng nodded, but after a pause, he frowned again and said, "But Brother Yun, the owner of this store has a strange problem. He has been making money, but for 20 years, he has neither expanded the store nor don't engage in any chains, as if you have a grudge against money." Ling Yun couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Nonsense, I don't believe that the boss has any grudges against Qian. In short, no matter what method you use, I must buy this steamed stuffed bun shop and let it bloom everywhere in Qingshui City. If the boss of this company has any request or difficulty, no matter how tricky it is, he will agree to it." While talking, Ling Yun didn't bother to say anything else, and walked directly outside the bun shop. Tang Meng stood there a little silly, thinking that Brother Yun brought us out today. What on earth is this for? I just ate breakfast, didn't I just eat better? Why did I have to buy a steamed stuffed bun shop? Don't just stand there, let's go. Seeing that Ling Yun had gone out, Tai Xiaohu stabbed Tang Meng in the back and pushed him out the door. The 4 got back into the car. "Brother Yun, where are we going now?" "After eating and drinking, the next step is to do business," Tang Meng asked Ling Yun again. Ling Yun glanced around, but didn't find any other targets, so he said with a smile, "Drive forward, look while walking." Tang Meng saw Ling Yun's expression and movements, and couldn't help but feel a sudden bump in his heart. The Mercedes-Benz drove forward slowly, while Ling Yun groped left and right along the way, checking if there was any pavement that he liked on the side of the road. Stop. At a relatively prosperous intersection, Ling Yun fell in love with a car 4S shop, so he asked Tai Xiaohu to stop. He raised his hand and pointed to the 4S store. "This is for selling cars, right?" Tang Meng looked at the relatively luxurious car 4S shop, and nodded. "Yes, Brother Yun, it specializes in selling cars, and this shop sells Volkswagen. Are you making money?" Tang Meng was almost choked, and said strangely, "These days, there is no one who doesn't make money by selling cars." Ling Yun nodded. "Very good, buy it." After a pause, Ling Yun said again, "It's not just this one, you have sent people around these few days to buy all the better car 4S stores in Qingshui City, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Land Rover, etc. What? Tang Meng was finally stunned. Until now, he didn't know what Ling Yun meant when he told him to go out and buy something last night. Is this really something to buy? This is the rhythm of killing all the most profitable stores. Just now at the military and civilian bun shop, it turned out to be just the beginning. What? Difficulty? Seeing Tang Meng's reaction, Ling Yun couldn't help being puzzled, and asked, with a frown. Tang Meng hurriedly said, No, Brother Yun, we will buy it if you say so. It won't be too difficult. Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles continue to move forward. How many supermarkets are there in Qingshui City? I don't know, Brother Yun, what do you mean? A wholly owned acquisition, buy as many houses as there are, and let the other party open the price, as long as it is not too outrageous. It is good. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle turned a corner, and before long, Ling Yin called to stop again. He pointed to a relatively large pharmacy by the side of the road, and asked Tang Meng, how many big pharmacies are there in Qingshui City? Buy them all. By this time, Tang Meng's brain had completely short-circuited, and he was stunned. Tai Xiaohu, drive to the bustling area of the city. This should be a private hospital, right? How is this hospital? It's almost out of business? Very good, buy it. How is the business of this movie theater? Buy it. The location is good, buy this department store. Buy this 5-star hotel. Buy it. Buy it. Buy them all. Along the way, Ling Yin wanted to buy more and more things. In the end, even Tai Xiaohu, who was driving, and Mo Wudao, who didn't care about these things, were completely shocked. How much does it cost here? What exactly is Ling Yin going to do? In the end, Tang Meng's brain was no longer enough, so he simply took out his mobile phone and started to record with text messages. 3 hours later, when Tang Meng finally couldn't take it anymore, Ling Yin finally stopped saying the words, buy it. Tang Meng used his extremely shrewd business acumen to roughly calculate what Ling Yin wanted to buy, and he was shocked. In just 3 hours, Ling Yin spent at least 3 billion. This is the real waste of money. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle slowly circled around Qingshui's central square, and finally drove all the way from the east end to the west end on the most prosperous pedestrian street in Qingshui City. Then, finding a secluded place, Tai Xiaohu stopped the car. Ling Yin held the god-refining Taishu stone in his left hand, concentrated his thoughts repeatedly, and tried his best to communicate with his space ring, but he didn't notice it. There was silence in the commercial vehicle, very quiet. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao have all been fooled. After a long while, Tang Meng browsed his mobile phone, and finally read the things that Ling Yin bought during the 3 hours recorded on the mobile phone. Restaurant, hotel, Carrefour shop, chain supermarket, private hospital, pharmacy, movie theater, household appliance store, household, hardware. All walks of life, all kinds, almost all-encompassing. But they all have one thing in common, that is, basically all ordinary people go to places where they often go to consume, and they are very profitable. Of course, the operating situation of the private hospital is loss-making, but with Ling Yin around, he has 10,000 reasons to make the hospital's business explode in an instant, and it is making a lot of money every day. After Tang Meng silently estimated the total value of these things in his heart, he finally couldn't hold back, and asked foolishly, Brother Yun, what do you want to buy so many things in one go? Ling Yin raised his right hand, stretched out 3 fingers, made an OK gesture, and then said lightly, 3 purposes. First of all, they are all profitable, and after buying them, as long as they are managed properly, they can create profits for us for a long time. Secondly, don't you want to establish the Tiandi Group? The establishment of the Tiandi Group is just a Lianqing real estate, plus a few pharmaceutical companies. What does it look like? At that time, put all these things we bought into the Tiandi Group, so that only then can we be worthy of the word heaven and earth. In the end, well, it's purely for convenience. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he finally couldn't help it, and smiled faintly. Tang Meng understood the first 2 reasons in an instant. He was dumbfounded, but he didn't expect Ling Yin to come out. It will come up with such a big hand. But one last reason. Tang Meng was really stunned. He scratched his head and said in a daze, "For convenience?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "Yes, I want to eat in my own restaurant, want to stay, live in my own hotel, want to buy things. Buy in my own supermarket, want a car, in my own car 4S shop, mention, if you want to watch a movie. Isn't it convenient?" Tang Meng was dumbfounded again. Brother Yun spent more than 3 billion in one go just for his own convenience? Gosh, this is just awesome. So cool. Tang Meng could only lament in his heart, saying that mortals really can't understand the life of local tyrants. Brother Yun's handwriting is too big to play. In fact, Tang Meng really didn't know that Ling Yun actually had a fundamental reason, so he didn't say it. Ling Yun has advanced to the realm of qi refining. As long as his injuries heal and his strength recovers, he will leave Qingshui City and fly away. Therefore, before leaving, he wants to buy a huge family business. Shimizu City. It will always be the root of Ling Yun. With so many real industries, as long as they are in Qingshui City, no matter where they go, they can see Ling Yun's family business. This is not only very convenient, but also can support many people. As long as these industries are owned by Ling Yun, under the name of the huge Tiandi Group, it is impossible to go bankrupt, and they will only grow bigger and stronger. Let these industries develop and grow like a snowball, and Ling Yan's foundation in Qingshui City will undoubtedly be firmly established. In this way, no matter where he goes, he will feel at ease in his heart. This is the real Tiandi Group. Living between heaven and earth, there is heaven and earth in your heart. This is Ling Yan's courage. What? Do you think I bought too much? Distressed about the money? Seeing that Tang Meng hadn't spoken for a long time, Ling Yan couldn't help but smiled, and turned to ask. No, hey, Brother Yun, it's good that you bought these things. No, it's really good. Ling Yan nodded. Well, by the way, how are you doing with the things I told you last night? Have everything been arranged? Ling Yan asked, of course, about Linjiang Road's generous distribution of 100 million yuan. Tang Meng immediately said, Brother Yun, everything was arranged last night, but just now the accountant sent me a text message, saying that it was going to be sent to more than 100 people one by one. This matter can't be finished all morning. It will take about a day. Emma Wudao, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't help curling his lips when he heard this, shook his head helplessly, and sighed there. Ling Yan was completely unmoved. Okay, as long as someone goes to do it, anyway, it's a matter of paying money, and this kind of work can be done by one person. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng would find a way to accomplish what he had told him, and he would definitely do it properly, so he didn't mention it anymore. In Ling Yan's view, no matter what, this is a great good deed. Brother Yun, where are we going now? Go to Lianqing Real Estate to have a look. After taking over all the properties of Go Lianqing, Ling Yun finally proposed to go to Lianqing Real Estate to take a look. Tang Meng immediately smiled and said, okay. Tai Xiaohu, go to Lianqing Building. Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz stopped at the small square in front of the main building of Lianqing Building. The Lianqing Building has just been built for a few years. The main building is as high as 28 floors. It is a typical modern building, soaring into the sky and magnificent. Lianqing Real Estate. Ling Yan got out of the car, raised his head slightly, squinted his eyes and looked at the 4 big golden characters. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he read it out directly. Immediately afterwards, he frowned, changed this sign and changed it to Ling Yun Building. Since it was his own, Ling Yun would not be polite, and changed the name of the building as soon as he opened his mouth. Tang Meng smiled and agreed. The 4 people got out of the car and walked towards the Lianqing Building one after another, strutting with their heads held high, without looking sideways, walking with an air of dominance. TSK, the feng shui and terrain here are good, it must be a treasure carefully selected by the feng shui master. As Emma Wudao walked forward, he raised his eyes and looked around, and let out a sound of admiration. Ling Yan stopped slightly, and asked with a smile, "What's so good about it?" Emma Wudao saw that his chance to perform came. He straightened his body, pretended to be a master, and said with a smile, "Look, this building is located in the north of Qingshui City, facing south, with its back against the green hills. Just now we on the way here, I just crossed a clear river. This kind of terrain is called the Jade Belt around the Green Hill. It is the place where the Lord is rich." Emma Wudao first talked about the location and terrain of the Lianqing building, and then raised his finger to the tall building in front of him and said, "Look at this building again, it is 100 meters high, and it is only a little shorter than the green hill behind it. According to the above, this is called taking advantage of the situation, and with this situation, the owner of this building can overlook the entire Qingshui City, leaning against the green hills, overlooking the Qingshui. This is swallowing everything." Speaking of the knowledge of feng shui, Emma Wudao has one set of things, and Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other in dismay, and really began to look at the building carefully. However, Ling Yan smiled, "Emma Wudao, you can blow it up. What you said fooled the two of them, but not me. If this feng shui terrain is really about wealth, the owner of this building must really be able to do it. Swallowing everything, how did Golian City collapse? Why did you transfer such a large family property to me?" Ling Yan's question was very sharp, but Emma Wudao did not panic, glanced at Ling Yan, and then replied, "Ling Yan, is it shameless for you to ask this question? Why did Golian City collapse? You." I said this first, and then Emma Wudao explained a little bit. "Go Lianqing, I have never seen this person, and I don't know his birth date, but from his name, I can confirm his fate. Grid. This man is a heroic man, ambitious and fast-growing, and after the establishment of Lianqing real estate, he is even more out of control. Originally, according to his fate, he should be rich and powerful in his whole life. The city shouldn't be in such a catastrophe." Ling Yan laughed loudly and said, "Don't talk about those useless things, answer the question directly." Emma Wudao laughed and said, "Originally when Go Lianqing met you, it was like a rock encountering a hurricane, and it should have soared 90,000 miles, but he absolutely shouldn't, he shouldn't have ruined his own luck." "What luck?" Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu asked questions at the same time. Emma Wudao turned his head, glanced at the two of them, and said with a faint smile, "What kind of luck can it be?" "Naturally, it's luck like the two of you. When you meet Ling Yan and make friends with Ling Yan sincerely, you will naturally have good luck, and you will rise to the top, but if you go against Ling Yan on the contrary, then there is only one ending, collapse." Then Emma Wudao lowered his head slightly, sighed, and said, "Go Lianqing made two big mistakes. He shouldn't have played with so many women, and he didn't educate his son well. So it's over." Ling Yan was slightly moved, and took a deep look at Emma Wudao. Emma Wudao's calculations were accurate. The accident in Go Lianqing was after meeting Ling Yan. For the first time, he wanted to occupy Lin Menghan, but Ling Yan was furious and kicked him into a eunuch as soon as they met. In school, Go Junfat was hostile to Ling Yan in various ways, and set fire to himself, expanding the incident beyond the school, which triggered a series of incidents, and successfully ruined the family within 3 months. Maoshan Taoism is really extraordinary. Thinking of this, Ling Yan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Emma Wudao smiled instantly, shook his head and said, "SOSO, hee." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but rolled their eyes at him at the same time. The four walked while talking, and soon came to the gate of Lianqing building. "What are you doing?" A guard and security guard came forward, looked at the four strangely shaped people, and blocked their way. Although Lianqing real estate has quietly changed hands, the daily operation has not stopped, and it will continue to operate as it should. Tang Meng was stopped by someone, slightly impatient, frowned, and said, "Your new boss." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Our new boss? The security guard was stunned, raised his head suspiciously, and looked the four of them up and down. Of course, his eyes stayed on Ling Yun and Mo Wudao in Taoist robes, the longest. After watching for a while, the security guard smiled disdainfully, and muttered in his mouth, "They all look quite strong, but I didn't hear that we recruited a new security captain." Immediately afterwards, he lowered his head and shouted into the walkie-talkie in his hand, "Hey, Mr. Wang, here are 4 people who say they are going to replace you and be our security captain." When the 4 of Ling Yun heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other, especially Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao. Both of them blushed so hard that they almost didn't laugh on the spot. Well, this security guard regarded Ling Yun and the others as his colleagues. Not long after, a tall, fat man with a fair complexion, wearing a security suit, ran out in a hurry, cursing, "What? In Lianqing real estate, who dares to take my place?" Ling Yun didn't speak, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. This made Tang Meng very embarrassed. "Shit, I told you that this is your new boss. Who cares about your position as the captain of the security guard?" Tang Meng felt ashamed now. He frowned with thick brows, and said in a deep voice, "Keep your mouth clean, who is going to take your job?" "This is me, Brother Yun, and you are the new owner of Lianqing Building, do you understand?" What? Tang Meng didn't need to hide in front of them at all. He directly revealed Ling Yun's identity, and then, the 2 aggressive security guards just now were all dumbfounded. "You are Ling Yun?" The security captain, Mr. Wang, raised his hand in bewilderment, pointed at Ling Yun, and stammered. Ling Yun just nodded slightly. It means acquiescence, and then walks inside. Ling Yun was very satisfied, at least from this point of view, after Go Lianqing gave all his property to Ling Yun. It was explained to the Lianqing building, otherwise, the security chief in front of him. It is impossible to know Ling Yun's identity. Oops. I remembered, he was the one doing magic tricks on TV. The little security guard at the beginning seemed to have discovered a new world suddenly. With bright eyes, he pointed at Ling Yun and shouted loudly, extremely excited. Snapped. Chief Wang raised his hand and slapped the little security guard on the back of the head. He stared anxiously and scolded, "What the magician? This is our new boss of Lianqing real estate, Ling Yun. Lu Yong, I really don't know what you and he are thinking about all day long. I don't even know when my boss is here, and he even said he was the security captain who robbed me." Wang Tuer slapped Lu Yong suddenly, making Lu Yong a little dazed. He raised his hand and scratched his head vigorously, with a simple and honest expression on his face. "It's okay, those who don't know don't blame." Ling Yun said something with a smile, then started to walk forward, and said lightly, "Boss Wang, take us to the president's office." "President Ling, please." Seeing that Ling Yun didn't make things difficult for them, Mr. Wang even asked him to lead the way. "I can't help but put down a big rock in my heart, and lead the way with pity on Pityin's head." Hearing Mr. Ling Yun's footsteps were slightly stagnant. "Mr. Ling, it seems that this is the first time he has heard this title combined in his past and present lives, right?" Ling Yun felt a little funny. It was also a little fun. He shook his head slightly, and entered the elevator with a smile on his face. The 4 people behind filed in, and the elevator went straight to the 28th floor. "Boss Ling, this way you go." When the elevator came to the top floor, Mr. Wang stepped out of the elevator first, stood at the entrance of the elevator and bowed respectfully, asking Ling Yun to come out. "Get out of the elevator." Turning to the left again, and walking forward for about 20 meters, Mr. Wang stopped at the door of an office. "Mr. Ling, this is Mr. Go Lianqing's office." Ling Yun nodded, understood, opened the door. "Yes." Mr. Wang immediately used the walkie-talkie to call someone over and opened the president's office. I wipe, so extravagant. As soon as the four of Lingyun entered the room, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao couldn't help being amazed. It was hard to conceal the shock in their hearts. The president's office in Go Lianqing is indeed extravagant. It is astonishingly extravagant. First of all, the area of this office is very large, scary, with a total of more than 300 square meters. In addition to the office area, there are restaurants, bedrooms, and bathrooms inside. It is no different from a luxury house. The second is the decoration of the office, the magnificent suspended ceiling, the most luxurious lighting. The walls of the office are covered with famous paintings, the floor is covered with comfortable and soft carpets, and the entire wall in the south of the office is covered with large and bright floor-to-ceiling windows. The light inside is very sufficient. Wherever you stop, you can overlook the entire Qingshui city. It really sucks. In the end, it was naturally the furnishings in the office. There were shelves full of various antiques, and the desk was as big as a double bed. I rely on. This rich man really knows how to enjoy. Even Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Mr. Ling, this is the former president's office, ever since Mr. Go. No, after what happened to Go Lianqing that day, he never came back. Kindness. Ling Yun nodded again. He went straight to the back of the desk, sat down on the comfortable and spacious office chair, and leaned back slightly. 2 words, comfortable. Ling Yun smiled, comfortably. Boss Wang, Lianqing Real Estate is still operating normally, right? Please gather all the big and small leaders of Lianqing Real Estate. I want to hold a small meeting here. At least everyone should get to know each other. After listening to Mr. Wang, he hurriedly said with a smile, Mr. Ling, what are you talking about? This matter is not troublesome at all. I will inform you right away. 10 minutes later, more than 30 people from Lianqing Real Estate, ranging from the general manager and financial director to the project manager, all gathered in the president's office and stood in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun was lying back on the office chair, holding the taishu stone with his left hand, and lightly tapped the table with the middle fingers of his right hand. His eyes swept over the faces of more than 30 people one by one. Swept by Ling Yun's indifferent but sharp gaze, all the big and small bosses were silent, and they didn't dare to look at Ling Yun at all. They all lowered their heads and dared not speak. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled and said, well, it seems that Lianqing Real Estate has changed its boss. You already know about it. Then I won't say much more. I'm here this time mainly for 3 things. First, to meet and get to know everyone, so that you can know who I am. Second, I want to explain to everyone that I took over Lianqing Real Estate, not to destroy it, but to make it bigger and stronger. Your current jobs and positions will not change in any way. Of course, I also want to make a statement here. We don't keep idle people here. If any of you just want to stay here to make money, then they will be cleaned up when the time comes. Don't blame me. The last and most important thing is that I need to announce that I am not your president. Your real president is someone else. After speaking, Ling Yun stood up from the boss chair, pulled Tang Meng over, and asked him to sit down. This is Tang Meng. His identity is my brother, and he is also the son of the director of our Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. From now on, he will be our Lianqing Real Estate. No, this building will be called Lingyun Building in the future. From now on, Tang Meng will be the owner of our Lingyun Building. Everything here will be decided by him. Do you understand everything? Everyone nodded to express their understanding, with reassuring and down-to-earth smiles on their faces, smiling at Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Capital is king. The rich man is the uncle. No matter how young Tang Meng is and how inexperienced he is, Ling Yun is now the owner of this building, and he just said that Tang Meng will be the president of this company in the future. These people naturally know how much Lianqing Real Estate is worth. They know how huge assets these 2 teenagers control in front of them. Tang Meng was a little apprehensive, looked up at Ling Yun several times, and wanted to stand up from his seat, but Ling Yun stopped him with his eyes. Mr. Tang, while everyone is here, hurry up and say a few words. From now on, this building and this office will all be yours. Ling Yun blinked at Tang Meng and said in a teasing tone. Tang Meng was forced to go to Liangshan, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and said in a deep voice, Brother Yun has almost said what he said just now, so I will stop talking nonsense. I'm just saying one thing. Starting today, we will officially take over this place. First, we will change the sign at the entrance. This place will be called Lingyun Building from now on. Then I will use this place as the headquarters of our upcoming Tiandi Group. Lingyun Building, the headquarters of Tiandi Group. It's easy to build again, and you don't need to buy it anymore. All of these are ready-made, and Mo Wudao also said just now, the feng shui here is very good, the terrain is better, and it is the best to be the headquarters of Tiandi Group. Tang Mei really didn't talk nonsense, he just said everything that should be said in one sentence. Then he didn't stay idle, and immediately asked, who is the general manager and who is the chief financial officer here, please come here. Two men in their mid-30s walked over at the front of the crowd at the same time. Tang rushed to them and nodded, I'll give you an afternoon to sort out our ongoing projects and business, and then tell me. Tang Meng said to the financial director again, please sort out the accounts here as soon as possible, and then give me a detailed report. No problem? The general manager and chief financial officer shook their heads at the same time, indicating that there would be no problem. Tang Meng saw that the process of taking over was extremely smooth, and the rest were trivial matters. He was secretly proud, so he said, then tonight, no, I have something to do tonight. Tomorrow morning, the two of you will contact me, and then give me a call. I report to work alone. Before he knew it, Tang Meng already had the aura to guide the country in terms of management and management. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The former general manager of Lianqing Real Estate was named Chen Jiantao, and the chief financial officer was named Qian Ruhai, both of whom were once capable of Golianqing. Lianqing Real Estate is actually a group company whose main business is the real estate industry. Chen Jiantao and Qian Ruhai can sit in this position at the age of 35 or 16 and become Go Lianqing's right-hand man. Excellence. In the past 3 months, especially in the last month, Go Lianqing was defeated by Ling Yun, until finally the entire Lianqing real estate was handed over to Ling Yun. Such a big incident happened to the entire group company, but the company was calm inside, and everything was tight. Not chaotic, able to transition smoothly. I have to say that the abilities of these two people played a very important role. Chen Jiantao is tall and thin, with a short crew cut, and his eyes are shrewd and capable. He is in charge of the operation and management of the entire group company. Qian Ruhai is of medium build, with a fat body, calm and introverted, and manages the financial affairs of the entire company. No matter how big a company is, or whether it is profitable or losing money, as long as there are no problems in operation and finances, it doesn't matter who you change as the boss. It is precisely because of the existence of these two people that Ling Yun Tang Meng came to take over not a mess. Even if the business is difficult temporarily, it has nothing to do with these two people, because Lianqing Real Estate was smashed by Ling Yun abruptly. With the abilities of these two people, why would it take an afternoon to sort out the company's business and finances? The company's situation is in their minds, and they just open their mouths. But both of them also knew that now was not the time, because the young Mr. Tang sitting on the opposite chair didn't want to listen to it at all now. He changed to a new boss, and everything needed to be adjusted again. After Tang Meng finished speaking, Chen Jiantao and Qian Ruhai looked at each other. Chen Jiantao turned his head, smiled at Tang Meng and said, "All right, Mr. Tang, then, do you have any other arrangements?" Neither humble nor overbearing. Ling Yun had been sizing up the two of them. Up to now, he couldn't help but nodded secretly, and suddenly felt Mo Wudao's gaze, raised his head to meet him, and happened to see Mo Wudao nodding at him. Mo Wudao knew the art of matching people. He nodded to Ling Yun. The meaning was obvious, these two people can be reused. If Ling Yun doesn't mention it, Tang Meng will not come here today, he has no preparations at all. Of course there was no arrangement for a while. Now that the company has taken over, the subordinates have seen all of them, and all the things that should be done have been done. How to arrange it next will naturally depend on Ling Yun's intentions. With Ling Yun's left hand, he gently rubbed the god of refining Taishu stone. He smiled at Qin Jiantao and said, "There is nothing else. We came here today to take a look. As for the company's affairs, you should look at the arrangements." Qin Jiantao naturally understood that Ling Yun is the actual owner of the company now. Seeing that Ling Yun said nothing happened, he nodded, and at the same time raised his wrist to look at his watch, and asked again, "It's time for the company's lunch now, okay? I know you. Ling Yun came here just in time for dinner." He smiled and said, "I ate here today." Qin Jiantao was overjoyed. He turned around first, and said to the middle and high-level leaders of the company behind him, "Colleagues, everyone has met our new boss now. From now on, everyone's work will continue as usual. Now I announce that everyone is off work. Let's go to lunch." After Qin Jiantao finished speaking, the middle and high-level leaders of the company were obviously relieved. They all nodded to Ling Yun and the others, and then quietly left the president's office. In the end, besides Ling Yun and the others, only Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai were left in the room. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Tang. I don't know if you want to eat here, or try the working meal in the company cafeteria?" Qian Ruhai obviously didn't like to talk, so Qin Jiantao was mainly in charge of entertainment. But what Qin Jiantao said made Ling Yun and Tang Meng a little confused. Seeing the expressions of the two, Qin Jiantao smiled calmly and explained, "The entire 28th floor is basically the boss's own place. This is the office. There is also a special living room and a special dining room next to it." Fuck. Tang Meng couldn't help complaining after hearing this, and said that Go Lianqing deserves to be the richest man in Qingshui City. What a luxury. Even the working place is made so comfortable and chic. But at this moment, Qin Jiantao seemed to have seen through Tang Meng's thoughts, and he added with a smile, "The boss did this mainly for work efficiency." Ling Yun smiled and stood up, "Let's go, then let's go see the boss's restaurant." Qin Jiantao turned sideways, and smiled at Qian Ruhai, "Old Qian, then please take Mr. Ling and Mr. Tang to the restaurant first, and I will go there after a little arrangement." Although the nature of the work of Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai hindered each other, the relationship between the two was actually good, and Qin Jiantao obviously didn't want to steal the limelight. Qian Ruhai knew it well. He smiled lightly, "Okay. Fuck, this room is even more luxurious than the best private room in the Triumph Hotel." Qian Ruhai opened the door. Tang Meng only took one look, and was shocked by the resplendent appearance in the room. Mo Wudao, who had been wearing a Taoist robe for 3 years, was so dumbfounded that his neck was about to be broken. Ling Yun just smiled and walked into the room first. "Everyone sits wherever you want, and you don't have to be restrained, Mr. Qian." Ling Yun sat down directly at the main seat, and said something casually, calling for everyone to sit down. Tang Meng sat on Ling Yun's left, followed by Tai Xiaohu on the left, Mo Wudao. Qian Ruhai sat opposite Ling Yun, leaving the seat on Ling Yun's right to Qin Jiantao. Not long after everyone sat down, Qin Jiantao hurried in. He was not polite, and sat directly beside Ling Yun's right hand. "Mr. Ling, Mr. Tang, let me introduce formally first. I am Qin Jiantao, the general manager of the company, and this is Qian Ruhai, the financial director of the company." After taking his seat, Qin Jiantao didn't talk nonsense and introduced himself directly. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, "Oh, those two are Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, they are both my brothers." In this way, the 6 people in the room, even if both sides know each other. After everyone exchanged greetings, Chen Jiantao introduced with a smile, "We have 8 Chinese cuisines: Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Anhui cuisine, Fujian cuisine, Huaiyang cuisine. We all have dedicated chefs here. And also hired a chef who specializes in Western food. Just now, I asked them to make 2 special dishes at random. If Mr. Ling and Mr. Tang have any taste requirements, you might as well tell me now. I will arrange it again." Chen Jiantao said it casually, but Ling Yun, Tang Meng and the others looked at each other in dismay. Now even Ling Yun is a little surprised. Is this Nima running a company or a restaurant? Isn't Go Lianqing equivalent to opening a palace in his own company? Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Chen Jiantao was a little embarrassed. At this moment, Qian Ruhai suddenly spoke. "Although it sounds extravagant, our industry is related, and the guests who can eat here are basically some leaders. If you take care of them, it will be smoother to talk about things." Having said that, Ling Yun and Tang Meng suddenly realized at the same time. It's not luxury, it's not waste, it's shrewdness. Go Lianqing was able to rise step by step and win the title of the richest man in Qingshui City. It seems that he still has his own uniqueness. But Tang Meng is still a little anxious. This will be the headquarters of Tiandi Group from now on. He is going to work here. No matter how good the reason is, it is too much for him to eat the 8 Chinese cuisines anytime every day. If Mr. Ling and Mr. Tang don't like this, we can fire them at any time. Qian Ruhai added. Why fire people, keep them all. Ling Yun waved his hand, rejecting the proposal. Then he took a look at Tang Meng, making Tang Meng feel a little scared. Hey, it's not just for you, don't forget, didn't we just decide to buy some hotels and restaurants this morning? Tang Meng patted his forehead, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said, yes. Keep them all. Hee. How can it be wasted? If there are no guests in Lingyun building, these chefs can be assigned to the hotel industry of the group when they are not needed. When they are needed, they can be summoned back temporarily. Mo Wudao silently looked at the 2 people working together, and said to his heart, your sister, how capricious he is when he is rich. While talking, the dishes started to be served soon. The rooms are so luxurious, and the chefs are specially hired chefs from all over the world, so it goes without saying about the dishes. 18 dishes were served one after another, with a mix of meat and vegetables, a combination of Chinese and Western, and filled the revolving table with a diameter of 2.5 meters. Then I opened 2 bottles of mitai that were 30 years old, and they were placed in the room, ready-made. Ling Yan took the lead to serve the wine, and said with a relaxed expression, I know what you 2 are worried about. One is the emperor and the other is a courtier, but now I tell you clearly that this sentence does not apply to me. I know that with the ability of the 2 of you, you can do well no matter where you go, but as long as you are willing, your position in the company will only be higher, and your power will only be greater. Of course, the premise is that you will work hard with Mr. Tang. Of course Ling Yan wouldn't say some useless nonsense, the first drink is a strong medicine. These 2 people, Ling Yan is sure, they are all talents, Tiandi Group is going to be established, and now is the time to employ people, so he decided to reuse them. Chen Jiantao and Qian Ruhai never dreamed that Ling Yan would come up and tell them the biggest worry in their hearts during this period, and directly gave them a real reassurance. Even though both of them have more than 10 years of work experience and have amazing insights and experiences, they are still moved and extremely moved at the same time. Chen Jiantao pursed his lips, looked directly at Ling Yun, and said excitedly, President Ling, to be honest, we have been working very depressed and passive during this period of time, even if we try our best. Hearing this, Ling Yun and Tang Meng couldn't help but looked at each other with a smile, and said in their hearts that they were definitely beaten by us. Until I received a call that day, confirming that the company had changed hands and changed bosses. From that day on, I also searched for a lot of ways out in private. At the same time, I waited for the new boss to take over so that the work could be handed over. Unexpectedly. Qin Jiantao was so moved that he couldn't speak anymore. Ling Yan smiled casually. You don't need to say anything, just trust me, just finish this glass of wine. Ling Yan and Qin Jiantao raised their necks at the same time, and drank 2.5 wine glasses full of mitai in one gulp. Tai Xiaohu was not slow either, and drank a glass in one gulp without changing his face. In this way, Tang Meng and Mo Wudao were made to cry. If they drink like this today, then these two guys must lie down and go out today. Mr. Chen, starting from today, the annual salary of the two of you will be doubled. Bonuses will be calculated separately. Ling Yun put down his wine glass and said firmly. This is really strong medicine. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Double the annual salary. Bonuses are calculated separately. As soon as Ling Yan said this, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai were dumbfounded at the same time. Qin Jiantao kept holding the wine glass, staring blankly at the empty wine glass, and said to himself, did I hear correctly, double the annual salary? How about bonuses? You know, at Qin Jiantao's level, the annual salary starts at least 2 million yuan. If this is doubled, it is equivalent to an extra 2 million yuan a year out of thin air. The annual salary is the same, so how can the bonus be less? Due to the nature of Qian Ruhai's work, although his annual salary is much less than Qin Jiantao's, it is still more than 1 million. With a wave of Ling Yan's big hand, it is equivalent to giving the two of them several million, and it does so every year. Don't forget, this is the first meeting between the two parties. Ling Yan neither asked about the company's business situation, nor inspected the other party's ability and performance. Ling Yan couldn't help laughing secretly in his heart, thinking that if he didn't have such courage, how could he be called a strong medicine? However, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were used to this kind of scene, and they didn't take it seriously, even Mo Wudao next to him. Because at the same moment, Tang Meng sent someone to distribute money from door to door on Linjiang Road. A family of 1 million is a free gift. A person who can give away 100 million for nothing, still cares about raising the salary of two important subordinates? After the shock, Qian Ruhai was the first to calm down. Before he had time to drink, he took a sip of wine, which was almost 1/5 of a glass of wine, and then said, Mr. Ling, I don't usually drink much. I can't drink enough, I only have one drink today, please forgive me. Ling Yan was very satisfied with Qian Ruhai's performance, but sat upright as usual, just slightly raised his hand, and said to Qian Ruhai, drinking, just to make you happy and comfortable. Drink as much as you can. It's not for drinking. Of course Ling Yan was satisfied. Just now he drank it in one gulp, and Qin Jiantao drank it in one gulp. Normally, with their momentum, and the two of them just met, Qian Ruhai could no longer drink. He should have had the courage to drink this glass of wine, but he didn't. This only goes a long way. That is, Qian Ruhai has a bottom line, principles, and doesn't follow the crowd, which is just right for a financial director. This is the talent Ling Yun needs. Qian Ruhai took a sip of the spirits. His fair face turned red in an instant, and he said, Thank you Mr. Ling, for your forgiveness. However, it's against the rules for you to raise our wages like this. Paused. Qian Ruhai seemed to feel that the tone of refusal was too blunt. After thinking for a while, he said, as the saying goes, you don't get paid for nothing. Qin Jiantao also calmed down at this time. After hearing what Qian Ruhai said, he couldn't help but blushed. Fortunately, he used the strength of alcohol to cover up the past, and he hurriedly continued, Yes, no reward. The first time we meet, we will be rewarded. It doesn't make sense to raise our wages. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other and smiled. Tang Meng grinned and said, "You too, it's too late, you don't know me, Brother Yun. Let me tell you, what I say, Brother Yun, is the water that was thrown out. There is no reason to take it back. Whether it's our Ling Yun building or the Tiandi group in the future, what my Brother Yun says is the rules." What Tang Meng said was a little crazy. But it is true. After Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai listened, their expressions were a little dazed. Their eyes met, and they both saw what was in each other's mind. What are the origins of these young men, and how did they act so aggressively and domineeringly? It's a violent mess. At this moment they don't know, the more vigorous is yet to come. Qian Ruhai wanted to refuse, but Ling Yun waved his hand at him and said flatly, "That's the deal." Although the tone was light, it showed the posture of the boss, and he could not refuse. After this matter is settled, the atmosphere between the two parties will be much more harmonious after they communicate. After a lot of drinking, Ling Yun soon drank another glass of wine. He suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Qian, I fully believe in the abilities of the two of you, so I will give you a salary increase. However, you are not worth the money. Take it for nothing, because in the future, you may be busier than before. Seeing that Ling Yun finally started to talk about serious business, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai immediately sat upright, and their expressions became serious. Before they knew it, the two of them had begun to recognize Ling Yun as the boss from the bottom of their hearts. Even if you have a gold mountain in your family, if you don't give it to me, it has nothing to do with me, but if you are willing to give me a few million, then you are my boss. This is the universal truth. Ling Yun turned his head, winked at Tang Meng, and said, Tang Meng, take this opportunity to tell Mr. Chen about our 1,000 mu of land. Tang Meng smiled knowingly, and said in his heart that he knew this for a long time. Since he got to know Ling Yun again, he has never seen a penny of Ling Yun being wasted. Then Tang Meng cleared his throat and said to Qin Jiantao, Mr. Chen, it's like this. 2 months ago, the city government granted us more than 100 acres of land to build a large-scale medical and drug research center. You two must have heard about it, right? Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai were moved at the same time, and couldn't help blurting out, so it's you? When Ling Yunping Fan Clinic opened, Su Lingfei from Jiangnan Provincial TV station went to interview. Although he recorded the video with his mobile phone, Bai Xianer made a move, which made Su Lingfei fall short, and the final recorded video was full of snowflakes. Due to the sensation and sensitivity of Ling Yun's incident, all parties tacitly did not allow the TV station to report on the news. Therefore, most people in Qingshui City only heard about the name of the ordinary clinic and did not see him. Of course, except for those who happened to be watching at the scene at that time. Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai each had their own affairs to attend to, so of course they didn't go to the scene, so they didn't know until now that the new boss Ling Yun in front of them was the protagonist of the sensational incident back then. The two were dumbfounded again, and couldn't help connecting the various rumors in Qingshui City that they had heard every now and then. Ling Yun. My God. So it's you guys? This time, the two blurted out at the same time again, but this sentence also contained another layer of meaning. It turns out that you, Ling Yun, were the one who defeated Go Lianqing. Ling Yun smiled lightly and didn't care at all, but said in his heart, isn't it just me? Ahem, calm down. Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more shocked and excited, Tang Meng thought to himself, is it still serious? He hurriedly interrupted and continued, the more than 100 acres of land is for special use, and all construction costs are funded by the city government. Construction has already started, and it is in Linjiang New City. But now, Brother Yun has decided to buy another 1,000 acres of land around the 100 acres of land. We will develop and build the 1,000 acres of land independently. Fuck, 1,000 acres of land? Qin Jiantao almost petrified on the spot. Tang Meng frowned slightly. He was always so startled. Did he let people finish the sentence? Yes, the city government has basically agreed to the 1,000 acres of land. As for the connection with the city government and specific negotiations, then. Having said that, Tang Meng turned to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't show off, and directly glanced at Qin Jiantao. I'll leave it to you to take care of it. Ling Yunqin said that he is indeed a brother, or that boy Tang Meng knows me well, he can tell what I want with just one look. This is dozing off and someone gives you a pillow. Qin Jiantao is a ready-made professional, so it's not for nothing. Hudong, hudong, hudong. Qin Jiantao's heart beat faster. He heard his own heartbeat. A big pie fell from the sky, and hit his head with a bang. He was a little dazed. Qin Jiantao knew how valuable the 1,000 mu of land in Linjiang New Town would be, and how much it would be worth in the future. This was a big job. After listening to Qian Ruhai on the opposite side, his heart beat faster, and his eyes became bright. It's awesome. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, hey, look here. Tang Meng smiled and waved at the bewildered Qin Jiantao. Brother Yin said that you will be responsible for the 1,000 acres of land. Can you do it? Give me a word? Qin Jiantao's Adam's apple twitched. He finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva, stood up abruptly, and said solemnly, yes. Qin Jiantao suddenly felt that the double salary Ling Yun gave him could be taken with peace of mind. As long as he successfully won the 1,000 acres of land, the real estate would be sold as soon as it was built. Compared with this value, a few million is like a hair on Jianyo's body. Very good. Have fun. Ling Yun laughed loudly. He was really sweating just now, for fear that Qin Jiantao would not have the courage to take on such a big job. Only for professionals. How many years has Qin Jiantao been involved in the real estate business, including bidding for land, building and selling buildings, inviting bids from all parties, bank negotiations, etc.? Is there anyone more familiar with these businesses than him? And if he can do this step, he must have the same relationship with the heads of all aspects of Qingshui City. It's no problem for Ling Yun to ask for land from Li Feng, but for specific connections and negotiations between all parties, a person who really knows how to do things is always needed to carry out the activities, and this person is none other than Qin Jiantao. President Chen, please sit down. Ling Yun tugged at Qin Jiantao's arm, beckoned him to sit down, and then said, then this matter is finalized, like this. For other details, you and Tang Meng will learn more about it later. Then he raised his chin at Tang Meng again. Continue. Tang Meng was a little stunned when he asked this question. He scratched his scalp and wondered, what else is there? Ling Yun glanced at this guy, and reminded him lightly, obtaining land is a one-time sale, and you can't start construction immediately. Aren't you going to set up Tiandi Group? Isn't this a ready-made helper? Oh, that's right. Tang Meng slapped his head, suddenly realized, and said to Qin Jiantao, obtaining the land is a trivial matter. In the next half-month, Mr. Chen, you have to follow me. We are going to establish the Tiandi Group. This is the real big thing. It's a small matter to take 1,000 acres of land. This is something I never dared to dream of before, okay? Qin Jiantao thought to himself, it's so fucking fierce. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. But, while excited, Qin Jiantao was also a little puzzled, and immediately raised his doubts. Our Lianqing real estate, oh no, it's Lingyun Building, which is a big group company in itself, as long as we send someone to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to change it. The name will do. Qian Ruhai, who was on the opposite side, also nodded in agreement, and said seriously, it's Mr. Tang like this. It's not difficult to change the name of the group company. The procedure is easy. Tang Meng just said in the president's office that this Lingyun building will be the headquarters of the future world group in the future, and this was originally the headquarters of a group company. It is indeed a matter of changing the name. Why do we need to travel for half a month? Vigorous is vigorous, and awesome is awesome, but these do not mean that you know everything, and you can major in any major. Qin Jiantao himself is the general manager of the group company, and together with Qian Ruhai, the chief financial officer, the two of them are very familiar with the procedures of setting up a company, even for a group company. From their point of view, the teenagers on the opposite side seemed to think too much about the establishment of a group company because they didn't understand the situation, and it was too difficult, so these words also meant to remind them. Hey hey. Tang Meng chuckled, and said triumphantly, I also know that this is not difficult, but the problem is, my brother Yun has some other industries in our Qingshui city, and this time we have to put all those industries in. What is a group company? A group company is a group company organized to act together for a certain purpose. It refers to a group company with capital as the main link, the parent company as the main body, and the group charter as the common code of conduct. A corporate body composed of other members. Both, let me tell you this. Brother Yun is in our Jiangnan province. In addition to our group, there are more than 100 acres of land in Linjiang New City, and there are 6 pharmaceutical companies. There is also Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, 5% of the shares. Oh, by the way, the Triumph Hotel in Qingshui City also belongs to Brother Yun. When Tang Meng said this, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai were secretly startled, but they could accept it. Qian Ruhai said, well, these assets are indeed quite a lot. It would be troublesome if they were installed in a group. But in fact, that is, some errands and procedural matters, which can be done in 3 to 5 days at most. Tang Meng blinked, but what I just said is ready-made. Talking. Tang Meng took out his mobile phone, swiped his thumb on the screen, got up, and handed the phone to Qin Jiantao. Mr. Chen, take a look at these companies. Which enterprises? Of course, the 4 of them drove around for more than 3 hours in the morning, and Ling Yan named all the properties that he wanted to buy. Tang Meng couldn't remember everything with his brain, so he remembered the names of the companies that Ling Yan liked. It's all on the phone. Qin Jiantao took Tang Meng's phone in doubt, stared at the screen carefully for a long time, his Adam's apple trembled again, got up straight away, walked to Qian Ruhai's side, handed the phone to Qian Ruhai, and then returned to his seat. Although I have an answer in my heart. But Qin Jiantao still confirmed to Tang Meng. He turned his head and asked, President Tang, what do you mean? Tang Meng didn't bother to show off, he spread his hands with a smile. As you guessed, these companies are all industries that Brother Yun is optimistic about. We only have half a month. Within half a month, we will buy all these industries, and then put it into our Tiandi group. Hiss. The guess became a reality. Qin Jiantao took a deep breath, and was so shocked that he woke up most of the wine. Seeing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but cast a glance at Tang Meng, congratulating him on your successful pretense. These are dozens of companies. On the other side, Qian Ruhai stared at Tang Meng's mobile phone screen, and couldn't help muttering to himself. He raised his head suddenly and said in shock, I did a rough calculation just now, even if we only buy these companies for 151/10 of the shares can't be taken without more than $1 billion. Tang Meng stretched out his right index finger very calmly, swayed it left and right, and said with a pretentious expression that he didn't want to be beaten, it's not 51%, it's 100%. As Ling Yan said, they are all wholly owned acquisitions. What? After 2 more exclamations, Qin Jiantao stood up in shock, and the phone in Qian Ruhai's hand almost fell to the ground. The two quickly looked at each other. If you want to buy that 1,000 mu of land, you have to give money, right? No matter how cheap it is, it will cost billions, right? Now it is necessary to acquire so many companies, and it is a wholly owned acquisition, at least several billion. Even if the Lianqing real estate is packaged and sold immediately, it will not be enough to make up the billions. These days, who can have billions of cash flow? 5, 50, or 6 billion, who has so much cash? Qian Ruhai was completely dumbfounded, and finally understood that the double salary that Ling Yan gave him was not easy to earn. These days, even the billionaires on the Forbes rich list are worth hundreds of billions. It is also considered the market value of equity, right? Then cash? Excuse me, please go to the bank vault. Of course Qian Ruhai has a headache, his current position is chief financial officer. Hey. Ling Yan secretly sighed in his heart, and said in his heart that it was finally my turn to play tricks. I have. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled up, and he said lightly. It is true that Ling Yan has nearly 20 billion in his bank account. Billions, what a trivial matter. Boom. As soon as Qian Ruhai let go, Tang Meng's phone really fell to the ground this time. Fortunately, there is a soft carpet in the room, so he doesn't have to worry about breaking it. Mo Wudao folded his hands on his chest, watching with cold eyes. His eyes moved back and forth from Ling Yan and Tang Meng from time to time, thinking that if I don't speak, I will quietly watch you and pretend to be aggressive. Tai Xiaohu didn't even care about it, it wasn't his business at all, so he was responsible for eating it with his head buried in it. After Tai Xiaohu reached the pinnacle of the 9th floor of Hotian, his appetite has obviously increased a lot to replenish the energy his body needs. Therefore, although others are talking about business, there is no need to worry about wasting this table food. However, even if we have the money to buy, with so many companies, some people may not be willing to sell. It's only half a month. On average, at least 2 or 3 companies will be acquired every day. I'm afraid it's not easy to talk about. After Qin Jiantao calmed down, he asked another very practical question. Qian Ruhai picked up the mobile phone on the ground and returned it to Tang Meng, and then he asked a question very seriously. I took a look at those companies just now, and they are basically well-known industries in our city, so some of them I probably have a certain understanding that among those enterprises, 7 or 8 are loss-making and do not make money. We bought them at a loss, and it was completely unnecessary. For example, almost no one goes to that private hospital. After Qian Ruhai finished speaking, he regretted a little. He suddenly remembered a rumor that Ling Yan had brought more than 20 dying patients back to life. Sure enough, before Qian Ruhai finished speaking, Tang Meng immediately smiled and said, both of you are caring people, and now you are thinking about us, so I will answer your questions together. As for Mr. Chen's question, I have one solution, to spend money on it. At this moment, Tang Meng's aura of a local tyrant was fully revealed. Anyway, Ling Yan said something, and it wasn't his own money, let's throw it away. And this is not the first time, when they bought the Kaishan Hotel, they played this game. But some people are so stupid that they won't sell it even if they throw money at others. Chen Jiantao muttered softly. Tang Meng sneered, don't worry, it's easier to handle that way. Hee, it's just a bit of a bully. Tang Mingxin said, Brother Yun is now in Qingshui City, it is not an exaggeration to say that he can cover the sky with one hand, both black and white are his, so why don't you sell them? Why keep the green dragon? It is indeed a bit of a bully, but now in Qingshui City, whoever does not give Ling Yun face, then I am sorry, and he deserves the bullying. Chen Jiantao was immediately speechless. He suddenly remembered what the other party was here for. Isn't he here to take over Lianqing real estate today? Nima, Golian City, which is known as the richest man in Qingshui City, was defeated in minutes, let alone those small companies? Chen Jiantao said in his heart, it seems that his thinking has been imprisoned, and he is different from other people, so he has to change his style of doing things. Tang Meng didn't bother to care what Chen Jiantao was thinking. He immediately answered another question, from Qian Ruhai. As for some companies that are currently losing money, there is no need to worry at all. To put it bluntly, we mainly bought their land and shells. We bought them for the sake of speed. They are operating at a loss. Would it be possible for us to operate at a loss? Tang Meng's words were not harsh, and he immediately expressed the essence of the matter. No matter what business is done, it is divided into who does it. Ling Yang in hospital, you let him lose a try? No matter what you do, you won't lose money. On the other hand, these words also showed Tang Meng's urgency. He already understood that the establishment of Tiandi Group should be the last major event Ling Yun will do in Qingshui City. As soon as the Tiandi Group is established, Ling Yun will leave Qingshui. It is confirmed that it will be established on August 8th, that is August 8th, only half a month, so it is no wonder he is not in a hurry. After Ling Yun said that he was rich, he never spoke again. He rubbed the god of refining Taishu stone with his left hand, smiled faintly, and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, he suddenly spoke. Both, do you understand? Are there any other questions? Of course, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai will not have any problems anymore. They already understand that in front of these two people, any problems they seem to worry about are not problems. The two looked at each other, and there was an inexplicable surge in their hearts. They could only feel the blood rushing up in their chests, and they replied at the same time, no more. Ling Yin smiled, okay, then let's continue eating. After the meal, everyone leave your contact information with each other and get ready to work. This meal lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Both parties were full of wine and food, and had a good time talking. Most of the food on the table was swept away by Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yun, and there was not much left. Ling Yun was slightly drunk. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The two sides left each other's mobile phone numbers, and Ling Yun got up and left. At Yuan. Mr. Ling, Mr. Tang, everyone has started work now. Do you want to inspect our company? Qin Jiantao sent Ling Yun and others out of the room. He drank 4 cups of mitai before and after, but he only blushed, not too drunk, it seemed to be a lot. If there is anything worth visiting in a building, let's just skip it. Ling Yun directly refused, saying in his heart that if my consciousness is still there, with a slight sweep, wouldn't the whole Ling Yun building be fully visible? Oh, by the way, Mo Wudao, why don't you stay and let Mr. Chen accompany you around the building to see the company's internal feng shui layout, where to put potted flowers, where to put a god of wealth, and so on, set up a feng shui bureau. Ling Yun walked straight to the elevator, turned around and asked Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao immediately put on a bitter face, thinking that your sister ignored me during the whole dinner, and now he remembered me. But let alone, Mo Wudao really has this meaning in his heart. He glanced at Ling Yun, give me money? Tang Meng suddenly became furious, and glared at Mo Wudao, fuck, you still need money, did you let you drink the wine just now? Mo Wudao chuckled and said sternly, one size is worth one size. I'm not as wealthy as you. I still don't have the money to find a wife. Tang Meng was surprised, fuck you, a Taoist priest, still want to find a wife? Is it true? Are you a real Maoshan Taoist priest? Pretend? While talking, Tang Meng reached out to touch the bun on Mo Wudao's head. Mo Wudao dodged, and retorted, why can't Taoist priests find wives? Monks can find wives these days, okay? Everyone watched the two of them fighting, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu couldn't be happier, and finally Ling Yun said, alright, give me money, give me as much as you want. Mo Wudao was overjoyed, even if you have a conscience, this is not bad. Tang Meng made up the knife, it's only 5,000 yuan, is there more, do it or not? Mo Wudao was not afraid at all, hee. Tang Meng, I have already seen your marriage. Want to know? Tang Meng was taken aback, and stopped, damn it, really? At this moment, Ling Yun had already arrived at the door of the elevator, and he stopped in his tracks. Said to the two live treasures, okay, you two don't pinch. Are you ashamed? Seeing Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, both of them suppressed their smiles, their faces turned red. Ling Yun pointed at Tang Meng. Are you free this afternoon? If you have nothing to do, you can stay here too. This will be the headquarters of Tiandi Group from now on, and you just want to get acquainted with it. Besides, Emma Wudao's Feng Shui Bureau requires personal consultation on many things. Tang Meng came out with Ling Yun. What could he do? Brother Yun. Do you have something to do this afternoon? Tang Meng knew Ling Yun well. Hearing Ling Yun's tone, he knew that Ling Yun was going to fly solo this afternoon. Well, I'll go to Qinglong, and then I'll go see Uncle Long. Ling Yun didn't hide anything from Tang Meng, but when he said this, the haze in his eyes was fleeting. Even Tang Meng didn't notice it. Hearing the word Qinglong, Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai turned their heads at the same time, and looked at each other carefully, feeling awe-inspiring. So Tang Meng and Mo Wudao stayed in Ling Yun building in the afternoon. But everyone still sent Ling Yun to the gate and came to the parking place. Before getting into the car, Ling Yun said to Qin Jiantao and Qian Ruhai, everything here will be decided by Mr. Tang. The two had already been completely convinced by Ling Yun and Tang Meng's abilities and methods, so of course they nodded in agreement. Then Ling Yun faced Qian Ruhai and said to him alone, you are in finance, you should be familiar with the accounting firm in Qingshui City, right? Find the best one and let them serve us during this time, don't be afraid of spending money. Qian Ruhai's expression turned serious immediately. Boss Ling is still thoughtful. Ling Yun nodded lightly. Next, you will be busy. Do it well. Finished. Ling Yun turned around and got into the car. Qinglong's headquarters is located in the northwest corner of Qingshui City. Although it is close to the mountainous area, it is still on the edge of the city. Although it is hidden, it is not too remote. This is actually a luxurious private club. The original owner is of course the former Qinglong boss Long Kuan. It has a tall courtyard wall and a magnificent gate. There are 2 stone lions on the left and right of the gate. Lifelike, obviously from the hands of a master craftsman. Here, Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng have been here, and the current owner is naturally Qinglong's new boss, a Bing. But only Ling Yun has never been here before, this is his first time here. The black Mercedes-Benz business car came to the entrance of the private club and stopped slowly. Ling Yun walked out of the car. Brother Yun. A Bing had already waited at the door with people, and when he saw Ling Yun getting off the car, he immediately ran to meet him. Ling Yun came to the Qinglong headquarters not to look for his younger brother to pretend to be coercive, but naturally to find a Bing. He was worried about wasting time, so he had already asked Tai Xiaohu to call a Bing. Brother Yun. Boss. Dragon Head. The people behind Ah Bing naturally also ran over, saying hello to Ling Yun, shouting whatever. Oh, Bing, what the hell are you doing? Why did you find all the big guys here? Ling Yun got out of the car and took a look, and found that there were quite a few people standing at the door. Some of them he knew, some of them were familiar, but could not be called by their names, but there were a few of them that he knew quite well. One is Dao Yong, the one who was defeated on Linjiang Road, the other is Gong Hongguang, the trustworthy boss of Qinglong Rentong, the one who runs the casino. There are also a Bing's 2 bodyguards, Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Of course Ling Yun also knows each other. Brother Yun, you are the real leader of Qinglong. This is your first time here. How can I not call all my brothers over? Ling Yun smiled faintly. It's just this one time, it's not an example. But Ling Yun said in his heart that before he left, he probably came here for this trip. At this time, Tai Xiaohu also got out of the car. He was the boss of Qinglong headquarters in all seriousness, and everyone at the door knew everyone. With Ling Yun present, no one calls Tai Xiaohu the boss anymore, everyone calls him Brother Hu. Brother Yun, it's inconvenient to be at the door in broad daylight, so I asked the other brothers to wait for you inside. Ah Bing lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun. N. Then stop standing at the door and go in. After Ling Yan said something, he took the lead and walked towards the gate, and everyone immediately followed. Meet the leader. As soon as Ling Yan entered, he saw a crowd of people in the courtyard, lined up neatly on both sides, and everyone shouted in unison. The momentum is overwhelming. Fuck. Do you want to be so arrogant? This posture has the feeling of Hong Xing, the boss of the Hong Kong movie in the 1990s, opening the incense hall. Ling Yan has recovered all his memories now. Of course he has seen all the series of young and dangerous movies. Brother Yun, these people are the elites of our Qinglong halls, almost all of them are here now. The Qinglong 3 halls, the Longtang Human Hall, the Punishment Hall, the Dragon Hall is divided into wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and the Human Hall is divided into benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and faith, plus the Punishment Hall. There are 10 halls in total. Even if there are only 3 or 5 people coming to each hall, there are 40 or 50 people. Kindness. Ling Yan hummed lightly. He didn't say much, and walked straight inside facing rows of eager and excited eyes. Although it was Ling Yan's first time here, but he was so knowledgeable, hundreds of blood counts and viscounts had all been wiped out, and the scene in front of him could not affect him at all. Besides, these people are not enemies. They are all his younger brother's younger brother. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't express anything, Bing suddenly felt uneasy. He couldn't figure out Ling Yan's thoughts at all, and wondered if he had gone too far. So he turned to look at Tai Xiaohu, hoping to get some hints from Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu was not polite either, and said in a deep voice, "Let the brothers go to Shangtong and wait." Of course he does. Ling Yan came here today, not to play the boss, but to arrange something. Although it was a very hot day, the cold sweat on Bing's back broke out all of a sudden. He originally wanted to ask Ling Yan to say a few words to everyone, but now it seems impossible. Ling Yan went up the steps, but he didn't stop and turned around. He was in full view of everyone. He walked directly into the lobby of the clubhouse. Brothers have worked hard during this period, but this time I am not here to open the incense hall, but to discuss something with your boss, so everyone should leave. Just when everyone didn't know what medicine was sold in Ling Yun's gourd, and felt uneasy and slightly disappointed, Ling Yun's voice came from the room. There are rules in the hall. Bing followed the rules and did nothing wrong, so of course Ling Yun would not blame these people. It's a pity that he really didn't come to play the boss today. Although it is indeed majestic. After Ling Yun let go, Bing finally had his mind at ease, and after he finished comforting everyone, he and Tai Xiaohu entered the lobby side by side. Bing, you did a really good job. I didn't misunderstand the person. At this time Ling Yun was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing Bing coming in, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a faint smile. Qinglong was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Bing was a 19-year-old boy. He was able to restrain these people in Qinglong, and in a short period of time, he was able to follow orders, prohibit words, and follow the law. Although he borrowed the power of Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng, it was also very good. Bing scratched his head embarrassingly, seeming a little embarrassed. I heard from Tang Meng that there is some trouble in the suburbs. Has it been settled? When Bing saw that Ling Yun asked something serious, he immediately said solemnly, "Brother Yun, everything is settled." That's good. Ling Yun nodded. I'm here this time. Actually, I don't have much time, just 2 things. Ling Yun got straight to the point. The first thing is that we are going to make a big move in the near future to acquire some enterprises in the city. This is very important. Tang Meng may not be able to handle it alone. We need your cooperation. Bing nodded immediately. Brother Yun, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with it. Ling Yun smiled and said, okay, later you will contact Tang Meng, and you two will discuss it. As for the other thing. Ling Yun rubbed the god of refining Taishu stone, his brows gradually began to wrinkle, his face became gloomy, and asked slowly, you are very close to Uncle Long's house. Is there any news about Uncle Long and Long Wu recently? One night, the fairy shines on the clear water, and Ling Yan wakes up after being in a coma for 9 days and 9 nights. There are all beauties around him, but only one person is missing. Dragon Dance. This is Ling Yan's real worry. To be continued. After a night of fairy light shining on the clear water, Ling Yan was seriously injured and fell into a coma for 9 days and 9 nights, but Long Wu didn't even care about it, and didn't even show his face. This is simply impossible. Unless Long Wu didn't know about it at all. However, there was such a commotion in Villa No. 1 that night that the whole Qingshui city was shaken, so how could Long Wu not know about it? There is only one possibility, which is very simple. At that time, Long Wu was not in Qingshui city at all. This is Ling Yan's judgment. He came here today just to confirm this. Ling Yan rubbed the god of refining Taishu stone with his left hand, his sword eyebrows were furrowed, and the memory was played back like a rewind, and he suddenly found that it was not just the night when he crossed the catastrophe, but earlier, he never saw the dragon again danced. The last time the two met was actually the night when the ordinary clinic was bombed. On that night, Ling Yan bought the Triumph Hotel and defeated Li Jiuzhong and Go Lianqing. Also that night, the witchy Xingchen kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou at the same time, and the two beauties disappeared. After that night, Ling Yan never saw Long Wu again. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's brows instantly twisted into a pimple, and his heart shook wildly. Hearing Ling Yan's sudden question about Long Wu and Long Kuan, Bing was at a loss at first, but soon his expression changed. Brother Yun. Long Wu? I haven't seen her for a long time. Boom. Ling Yan let go of his hand, and the Taishu stone of the god of refining fell to the ground. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed coldly, looked directly at Bing, and said in a deep voice, "If I remember correctly, I remember the night when we defeated Li Jiuzhong at the Kaishan Hotel. I asked you to lead someone to send the dragon away dance home?" Bing suffocated for breath, and the sweat on his body burst out all at once. And also. Without waiting for Bing to answer, Ling Yan suddenly stood up from the sofa. Asked again, "I remember very clearly, on the day when Meng Han and Yao Rou were confirmed missing. I called you specifically to ask if you delivered Long Wu home safely. I remember your reply to me was that you watched Long Wu enter the house with your own eyes, and the lights were still on at Uncle Long's house at that time." Beads of sweat rolled down Bing's forehead, and his legs were trembling. No wonder Ling Yun came to Qinglong headquarters suddenly, no wonder Ling Yun didn't even have the interest to say a few words when he saw the welcoming scene arranged by him. Yun. Brother Yun. Well, that night. I really watched the door that Long Wu entered with my own eyes. This, I can guarantee it with my life. Bing was so frightened that his tongue was slurred. That night, I sent Long Wu back with some brothers from Longtang, and now, those brothers are in Shantung, and they all saw it. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. Staring at Bing, in fact, he was thinking hard in his mind, and his thoughts flashed. He knew that Bing would not lie to him. Bing couldn't bear Ling Yan's gaze, his whole body was already dripping with sweat. Just when he felt that he was about to lose his standing, Ling Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. I didn't come to Xingshi today to inquire about crimes. Brother, I was in a hurry just now. Ling Yan raised his hand. Patted Bing on the shoulder lightly, sit down and talk. After speaking, Ling Yan sat back on the sofa first, bent down and picked up the god of refining Taishu stone. Xiao Hu, call Long Wu. Immediately, now. Tai Xiaohu immediately took out his phone and found Long Wu's number. Dialed out. He is also faceless, Brother Yun's woman, maybe another one is missing. This is in Qingshui City, and this is on Qinglong's territory. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service area. Tai Xiaohu put down his phone, hesitantly said to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, you are not in the service area." Ling Yun's heart sank again. "Call Uncle Long again." Tai Xiaohu immediately dialed another number. A few seconds later, he put down his phone and shook his head at Ling Yun. Ah Bing didn't dare to sit down at this time. He also took out his mobile phone and asked Ling Yun cautiously, "Brother Yun, do you want to try calling Uncle Long's landline?" Ling Yun smiled miserably, shook his head and said, "No need, Xiaohu, and I will go to Uncle Long's house to confirm later, and we will know the result. It's not that the phone is turned off, the line is not busy, and the mobile phones of the two are out of the service area at the same time. The worst result has already appeared." A Bing's complexion suddenly changed, and he knelt down on one knee directly facing Ling Yun, and said in shame, "Brother Yun, I'm not doing my job well, please punish me." "It's not your fault, why punish you?" Unexpectedly, Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile, and said slowly, "Stand up, I believe you sent Long Wu home safely that night." Then Ling Yun winked at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu understood, stepped forward, and pulled Ah Bing up from the ground. "Sit down." Ling Yun asked Ah Bing to sit down, and then said to himself, "Then, if something really happened to Long Wu, it would be after you sent her home. This is something no one could have imagined. If you really want to blame it, it's still my fault." Ling Yun took the responsibility on her own head. "That night, Long Wu wanted to go back to Villa number 1 with me, but I didn't agree, so I asked you to send her home. I know that Long Wu must have been angry at the time. I originally thought that if I went to coax her the next day, she would be fine, but who knew, the ordinary clinic was bombed that night. Then I found out that Lin Menghan and Yao Ro were missing, and then I found out that the ancient martial arts sect and the hidden family were coming to trouble me, and then I fought against Xianrenling. One thing and one thing, all together, until the night I crossed the catastrophe, and then I was seriously injured." Ling Yun talked to himself, recalling the whole thing, but there was one thing he never said, that is, after confirming that Long Wu had arrived home safely, he did not pay attention to Long Wu. During that time, Ling Yun was indeed extremely busy, but being busy was no excuse. So Ling Yun blamed himself. At the beginning, Long Wu never showed up. Ling Yun thought it was Long Wu and Chao Shanshan who were fighting, but Ling Yun always favored Chao Shanshan. Long Wu was angry and refused to meet him, so Ling Yun didn't take it seriously. Later, when looking for Liang Mei and fighting at Xianrenling, Ling Yun was really busy during that time. Although I vaguely felt that something was wrong, the thought was always fleeting. Then there was the Battle of Longmen Mountain, the battle to the death at Villa number 1. Until he was seriously injured and passed out. Ling Yun said, with deep remorse in his eyes, even if he made a phone call at that time, there was always time for the phone call. "I'm sorry, Dragon Dance." Ling Yun looked up to the sky and sighed. "Brother Yun, what should we do now? How about I rush to see Uncle Long's house now?" Tai Xiaohu was so anxious that he suddenly stood up. Long Kuan can be regarded as Tai Xiaohu's benefactor. Long Wu is Ling Yun's woman again. If something happens to them, Tai Xiaohu's mood will not be any better than Ling Yun's. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun waved his hand. "It's useless for us to worry now. They are definitely not at home now, nor in Qingshui City." If it is said that before seeing a Bing, Ling Yun still had the intention of being lucky. Now, Ling Yun can already confirm the fact that Long Wu is missing. Need to ask, add up to nearly 20 days, if Long Wu is in Qingshui, it is impossible for her not to go to Villa number 1 to find Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu had no choice but to sit down again. Let's analyze the possibilities. First, it is impossible for Long Wu to leave Qingshui City by herself. Because I am here, even if she has something to leave, she will definitely tell me. Although Ling Yun regretted it, he was never afraid of trouble when something happened. Second, then it can be confirmed. Long Wu was taken away by someone, either taken away or kidnapped. There are only two possible situations. Ling Yan's thinking is very clear, but if they are taken away, Long Wu or Uncle Long must call me and tell me that I can't get through. Then I will definitely contact you. But you don't know this. Even if they were taken away by force. In other words, when they were taken away, they had already lost their freedom. That's no different from being kidnapped. However, one thing can be confirmed, the person who kidnapped them cannot be Sikong Wuji, Mazong and Tian Sha, or even all the enemies who came to commit crimes during that time. Because if it's those people, before they die, they will definitely threaten me with kidnapping Longwu. So. At this point in the analysis, Ling Yan raised his head slowly, glanced at the faces of Tai Xiaohu and Abing, and said decisively, the person who took them abducted must be someone we have never met, or we do not know well. Ling Yan expressed the conclusion of his own analysis. As for the reason why Long Kuan's father and daughter were taken away, Ling Yan did not analyze it. Because Ling Yan clearly remembered that the first time he went to see Long Kuan's house, Long Kuan said that Qinglong belonged to him, and told him that the reason for coming to Qingshui City was that he was hunted down and fled to Qingshui City with Long Wu. Later, the Lingyan clinic opened, and Long Kuan gave him an equally impressive gift. It was a green dragon jade pendant with powerful spiritual fluctuations. Long Kuan has enemies with mysterious background and extraordinary origins. Then the disappearance of Long Kuan's father and daughter. The biggest possibility is that Long Kuan's enemies came to the door. But what Ling Yan couldn't figure out was that Long Kuan stayed in Qingshui City for nearly 20 years without incident, and even though Long Kuan lived in seclusion, he organized Qinglong and made a lot of noise, so what did his enemies do during the past 20 years? Went. But thinking of this, Ling Yan felt relieved. Since the other party can tolerate Long Kuan living for more than 10 years, it is impossible to suddenly come to Qingshui City to kill him, and the possibility of killing Long Kuan's father and daughter as soon as they meet can be ruled out. Thinking about this, Ling Yan's brows gradually relaxed. Then Ling Yan looked at Abing. Abing, some time ago, you sent all your brothers to protect the people around me, to protect villain number 1 and villain number 9, because the enemy is very strong, so I know you have worked hard. Long Kuan is an acquired master after all. In Qingshui City, their father and daughter are at home, who would have thought that someone would deal with them? So I don't mean to blame you at all, and you don't need to blame yourself. Ling Yan said to Abing, slightly apologetically. Next, Xiaohu and I will go to Uncle Long's house, to confirm, and then we will collect clues and find someone. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. However, you can quietly search for clues for the time being, and keep quiet. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Yan added another sentence, telling Bing deliberately. In any case, Qingshui City is already Ling Yan's domain, and the other party's ability to snatch Long Kuan and his daughter away from Qingshui City without anyone noticing under Ling Yan's nose already shows the strength and energy of the other party. If the other party wanted to leave an eyeliner in Qingshui City to secretly observe the reactions of all parties, then if Qinglong's people found someone with great fanfare, they would definitely alarm the other party and startle the snake. This is Ling Yan's scruples. Another point is that Qingshui City finally calmed down, and Ling Yan didn't want to make any more disturbances. After that battle, Ling Yan was seriously injured and unconscious for so long, and the people around him were exhausted physically and mentally because of him, and they couldn't stand the torment anymore. Otherwise, Ling Yan would have sensed something was wrong after waking up, and he wouldn't have waited until today to ask Abing in person, even if he wasn't free. But if he just told Tang Meng or Tai Xiaohu, wouldn't they arrange someone to go? Would you like to see Long Kuan's house? Abing said solemnly, I understand Brother Yun, I will arrange capable brothers to investigate secretly. It is good. Ling Yan nodded, then stood up, ready to take Tai Xiaohu to Long Kuan's house to check the situation. Abing stood up, with a hesitant expression, hesitant to speak. Ling Yan walked a few steps towards the door, then stopped suddenly, turned around and asked Bing, "Are you all in Shangtong now?" Bing immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice, his face full of anticipation. This is the first time for Ling Yan to come to the Qinglong headquarters, and it is the first time for Bing to issue the Qinglong order, gathering all the bosses of Qinglong's halls together. If Ling Yan comes and leaves without saying a word, he, the leader, it will definitely be embarrassing. What would the brothers at the hall think of Bing, and what would they think of Ling Yan in their hearts? Go, and have a look. Feeling relieved, Bing immediately trotted all the way to Ling Yan's side. He couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Brother Yun, Shangtong is here. Qinglong headquarters is a private club. The tall courtyard walls around alone put on a posture that idlers are not allowed to enter. Inside the courtyard wall, apart from the three-story building facing south, there is also an independent small courtyard with an area of more than 300 square meters on the west side. Inside this independent small courtyard, there is an antique bungalow building. This is the incense hall of Qinglong. Qinglong will open the incense hall whenever there are important decisions to be made. Our incense hall in Qinglong is dedicated to Lord Guan. Our brothers from Rendong Yizatang guard it all the year round, and the incense burns continuously every day." As he walked, Bing introduced Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and soon he and Bing came to the entrance of the small courtyard. The main entrance of the small courtyard was wide open. He looked in from the entrance, and sure enough, he saw the statue of Master Guan enshrined in the incense hall. Beautiful beard. Holding the Qinglong Yanhua saber, his aura is extremely powerful. The dragon head is here. As soon as he reached the door, Tai Xiaohu yelled immediately. His voice was low but thunderous, directly covering up the noisy voices of the people in the incense hall. Ling Yun didn't stop, and walked into the small courtyard. I found another scene in the courtyard. The most striking thing is that there are two green dragon statues on the east and west sides of the courtyard. The statues are 5 meters long and lifelike. Very shocking. Ling Yan looked at it and nodded secretly praised in his heart. Don't say it, Uncle Long made something interesting. Meet the boss. This time, seeing Ling Yan coming in, no matter if it was the bosses in Shangtong or the elites standing in the courtyard, there was no exception. All of them were solemn and knelt down on one knee. Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, Bing, the three of them can be said to be the boss of Qinglong. They entered the incense hall one after the other. According to the rules of the hall, how can the members of Qinglong not kneel? Since it was a rule, of course Ling Yun would not be polite. He accepted the obeisance frankly, strode proudly, and went straight into the incense hall. Arriving in front of the statue of Master Guan, Ling Yun raised his head and took a look. Under the eager and excited eyes of all the bosses, he said calmly, "Bring incense." Bing personally took the incense, lit it, and delivered it to Ling Yun respectfully. Ling Yun looked solemn, and offered 3 sticks of incense to Master Guan. Open the incense hall. Kneel. Bing's voice sounded at the right time. With the same voice, apart from Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu and Bing also knelt on one knee at the same time. As for the others, they never stood up at all. After burning the incense, Ling Yun turned around, looked up, and sat directly on the top chair in the incense hall, facing south and facing the door. Everyone get up and sit down. There are 2 rows of seats, 9 seats on one side. Everyone got up one after another, and sat down according to their seniority. The ones closest to Ling Yun are naturally Tai Xiaohu and Bing, then the hall masters of the 3 halls of Longtang, Rentong and Xingtong, and then the branch hall masters. The punishment hall has no subchambers, not counting Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu and Bing. Exactly 12 people are seated. After everyone was seated, Ling Yun finally spoke. I didn't intend to open the incense hall when I came to Qinglong headquarters this time, but since Bing called everyone here, I will take the opportunity to say a few words. When Ling Yun opened his mouth, everyone inside and outside the incense hall was completely silent, and everyone sitting in the room looked at Ling Yun sideways, with respectful expressions on their faces. Then I saw Ling Yun clasp his fists together. During this period, especially this July, everyone has worked hard. Starting from fighting against Li Jiuzheng in the Triumph Hotel, going to the explosion in the Ordinary Clinic, looking for the two beauties, and arranging the 1,000 machines and 9 killing arrays in villas number 1 and number 9. Finally, when Ling Yun was in a coma, Mo Wudao even summoned Ling Yun's soul in the middle of the night clearance. Qinglong's group of people, it can be said that they have given Ling Yun a lot of strength in invisible places. Therefore, Ling Yun said it was hard work, sincerely. But who can stand up to Ling Yun's hard work? Hearing this, Bing got up hurriedly, bowed and said, "Leader, we can't bear your words, this is what brothers should do." Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said, "In the next half-month, you may have to work hard for a while. Here, I will thank you in advance." Ling Yun said another polite word, which made everyone in the Shangtong stand up this time, not even daring to speak. After the opening remarks were finished, Ling Yun started talking about the business after everyone sat down again. He turned his head and asked Bing first, "Qinglong Santang, how many people are there in Longtang now?" Qinglong has a roster. Bing naturally knew it in his heart, and he immediately replied seriously, "The 3 halls of Qinglong currently have a total of 2,827 people on the roster, of which there are 800 people in the Dragon Hall and 2 people in the Human Hall. Thousands of people, 27 people, in the Torture Hall." Ling Yun nodded, then said thoughtfully, "There are 800 people in Longtang." He knew very well that at the entrance of Qinglong's 2 main halls, the Longtang was in charge of shoveling things, and the Rentong was in charge of making money. There were 800 people in the Longtang, which was quite a force. Longtang is a boy. Bing, I have a task for you. In the past few days, you can count and see if there are any brothers in Longtang who are willing to learn martial arts. Count how many there are. After counting, give me a list as soon as possible. Ling Yun's words were astonishing. Brother Yun. Bing was a little dazed, unable to guess Ling Yun's purpose for a moment. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "I said a long time ago that we have to look at the world. This world is not Qingshui City, nor Jiangnam Province, or even the domestic. Ling Yun has reached the stage of refining qi, and in the future alchemy will be a no-brainer. He can produce martial arts masters in large quantities, and he can guarantee a quick success. In the Battle of Yunming Mountain, the Battle of Xianrenling, the Battle of Longmen Mountain, including the deadly Battle of Villa Number 1, Ling Yun almost single-handedly singled out the opponent. He has fought enough of such disadvantageous battles. If the power is not enough, then create a group of loyal forces of your own. Remember, I'm not forcing. You probably know the process of Tai Xiaohu's martial arts training. Going against the sky must be very hard. So, as long as you are sincerely willing to learn martial arts, and after you are selected, I will conduct a screening process. Learning martial arts should not only be based on preference, but also on personal aptitude. As for the screening, it is very simple. Just wait for Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness to recover, and then gather all those people together, and the spiritual consciousness will sweep away and it will be over." Ling Yun had a sentence that made many hall masters secretly envious after hearing it. Look at the world, not even at home. Not to mention why you go abroad, just go abroad, how many benefits and opportunities are there? If my brother can be selected, once he becomes awesome in the future, can he not miss the original love? Although Ling Yun said it very veiled, maybe the people sitting in the incense hall were all smart people. They immediately thought of many things, their eyes lit up, and they became eager to try. Especially the boss of Rentang Tangku, who asked urgently, "Leader, let me ask you a question. Although our human hall is more mixed, there are still 2,000 people. I think there must be a few suitable ones. Let's see if you can help me." Shall we choose two? Ling Yan smiled happily. It's fine, but I can put my ugly words up front. After learning martial arts, I will follow me in the future, but those who go out to play with their lives will lose their lives at that time. Don't blame them for their choices today. What Ling Yan said was straightforward. After all, this is Qinglong. There are many people in Qinglong who are just playing with their lives, so there is no need to hide it. Thank you, Dragon Head. The majestic boss was suddenly very happy. That's fine, then you can choose first. After the selection, give me a big list as soon as possible. This topic will stop here. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he looked up at the hall masters who were looking eagerly, and smiled slightly. Everyone don't have to be so restrained, just relax. Next, let's have a relaxing chat. Then he snapped his fingers. Bing, during this period of time, the brothers have been playing with their lives. Have you been rewarded? Bing was taken aback for a moment, then said in astonishment, no. Ling Yan glared at Bing on purpose, and reprimanded him. This is the first time I've seen a stingy boss like you. Of course this was just a joke. Bing could only smile wryly. If you don't send it, I will. Ling Yan smiled indifferently, and said something surprising. In view of the performance of all the brothers during this period, we will reward the Dragon Hall with 40 million yuan, the Human Hall with 50 million yuan, and the Xingtong Hall with fewer people, so we will reward you with 10 million yuan. This 100 million, I will come out. Before the words fell, the whole incense hall could hear the needle drop, only the sound of hudong accelerated heartbeat. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Congratulations to the boss. When Ling Yan walked out of the Qinglong headquarters, in the courtyard behind him, he knelt down respectfully on the ground. This is the hall masters and elites of Qinglong's various halls, bowing down from the heart and sincerely. VODTW. Ever since Ling Yan took over Qinglong, he hadn't been to Qinglong's headquarters yet, but only this time, he subdued all this group of people. Learn a little bit. Only when there are rewards and punishments can orders and prohibitions be implemented. As the saying goes, if you don't benefit, you won't get early. If you don't benefit others, who will work for you? Before Ling Yan got into the car, he lowered his voice and said to Bing, who came out to see him off. Bing could only smile wryly, and said to himself, Brother Yun, I really want to learn, but where can I get 100 million to give bonuses to my brothers? Qinglong has money in his account, but it's all your money, okay? Brother Yun, how about I accompany you to visit Uncle Long's house? Ling Yun waved his hand. No, just finish what I told you. In addition, contact Tang Meng as soon as possible. He will tell you the details. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan held the god of refining Taishu stone in his hand, bent down and entered the carriage. Let's go, Bing. Tai Xiaohu greeted Bing, started the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, and left the Qinglong headquarters. Xiaohu, that's not bad. I don't think these people will forget that punch and punch just now. The car was speeding, and inside the car, Ling Yan smiled and said to Tai Xiaohu approvingly. Just now, when Ling Yan decided to leave, he came to the courtyard outside Xiangtong and saw a stone roller for practicing exercises. Seeing that the stone roller weighed nearly 100 caddies, Ling Yan let Tai Xiaohu play with it on a whim. Strength, light work, hard work. Tai Xiaohu knew what Ling Yan was thinking, so he was unambiguous, and kicked the stone roller high into the air, then jumped up and punched in the air. With a bang, the stone roller was crushed with a fist, and the gravel flew and fell to the ground like rain. This scene stunned all the 50 or 60 people present at Qinglong. It can be said that the effect of Tai Xiaohu's move is not much worse than Ling Yan's 100 million effect. It is shocking. Hey! Brother Yun, it's not like you don't know. It's all deceptive stuff, flashy. Without outsiders, Tai Xiaohu's conversation with Ling Yun seemed much more casual. Just now at the Qinglong headquarters, he had been holding up the scene for Ling Yun with the airs of the former Qinglong boss, but it was quite unbearable. It's fine if you can bluff people. It is estimated that with this skill, a being's work will be easier to carry out. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and then said, "De Yan gathering stars treasure. What realm have you practiced?" Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. "Brother Yun, this exercise is too difficult to practice, and you can hardly feel any progress. It is not as easy to practice as Nuteo's inner strength." Ling Yan laughed and scolded, "Nonsense, Dian Ju Xingbao Jue is a cultivation method, and Nuteo's inner strength is an ancient martial art. They are not at the same level at all, okay? Let's talk about it. There is no exercise that is more in line with your physique than Raging Wave's internal strength. Of course, it will get twice the result with half the effort." Now, Tai Xiaohu has reached the peak of the 9th level of Hotian, and he has been cultivating his internal energy day and night. The momentum is like rushing thunder. When Wang Feihu recovers from his injury, I will let you fight him with all your strength and try your kung fu. Wang Feihu was born at the 5th level. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to fight him now, and he would definitely not win, so it was just right for Wang Feihu to be Tai Xiaohu's touchstone. "Okay, Brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu took it immediately. Eyes full of excitement, eager to try. Qinglong headquarters is actually not far from Long Kuan's home, because it is a mountainous area. Counting the detours, the distance is only 3 to 4 kilometers, which is of course the place Long Kuan deliberately chose at the beginning. Tai Xiaohu drove the car, and it was only time to talk, and the car stopped directly at the gate of Long Kuan's house. The two got out of the car immediately. Ling Yun took a look, and sure enough, the door was closed tightly, and General Tai guarded the door. Although he already knew this was the result, Ling Yun's heart sank when he saw the locked door. "Brother Yun, try knocking on the door? Knock on the fucking door and climb over the wall to get in." Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but glance at Ling Yun. "With your current physical condition, are you still over the wall?" Just when he thought Ling Yun wanted him to help send it in, Ling Yun rolled his eyes at him. "Don't look down on people. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Have you heard of it?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun twisted his body step by step, jumped lightly, and entered the courtyard. Of course, Tai Xiaohu flew in immediately, and saw Ling Yun squatting on the ground with one hand on the ground. "Ahem, it's not too late. I need to find clues quickly. Let me see if there are any clues on the ground." Ling Yun pretended to search the ground, then slowly stood up. Tai Xiaohu suppressed a smile. "Brother Yun, don't push yourself if you're not in good health. I won't laugh at you." "He he he he. Will you still laugh at me? My skin is itchy, isn't it?" Ling Yun glared at Tai Xiaohu and kicked him. Tai Xiaohu didn't dodge. He kicked Ling Yun hard, and suddenly asked seriously, "Brother Yun, isn't there any sign of getting better?" Ling Yun took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, poured out a few yang qi pills, poured them into his mouth like beans, chewed them and swallowed them. Feeling the slight air current, he smiled wryly and said, "I can't say it doesn't exist, but the effect is really bad. However, the mind has obviously recovered a lot." It's not for nothing that Ling Yun practiced the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju in the past few days. His physical injuries recovered quickly, and he was almost fine, but this had nothing to do with the Dantian meridians and acupoints. The Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju only works on tangible entities, such as the skin, muscles, bones, and even the 7 orifices, blood vessels, and internal organs of the human body. But for the Dantian, meridians, acupoints, as well as the consciousness and mind, the effect is so small that it can be ignored. The improvement of mind is of course related to the recovery of Ling Yun's injuries and the recovery of his body, but the most important thing is the effect of Ling Yun's God-refining Taishu stone that he always keeps in his hand. When analyzing the matter of Long Kuan's father and daughter from the Qinglong headquarters, Ling Yun's memory was clear, his thoughts were clear, and his thoughts were clear, which already shows that Ling Yun's mind has begun to recover. Ling Yun needs to communicate with the space ring, relying on his mind. He felt that one more day at most would be enough. There is no rush to heal the wound, it can only be done slowly, so Ling Yun can only endure it day by day. No surveillance cameras. Ling Yun looked around, deliberately observed Long Kuan's yard. Everything remained the same. He didn't find the surveillance camera that prevents thieves from Murong Wincher's house. But there are no traces of fighting in the yard. Were the father and daughter taken away without any resistance? Anyway, I should leave some clues. Ling Yun's heart became more and more heavy. He stopped checking the courtyard, and walked towards the door. Break the door and enter the house. Ling Yun gave an order without hesitation, and Tai Xiaohu stepped forward and grabbed the lock, twisted it lightly, and directly opened the lock. The door opened, but Ling Yun didn't go in immediately. He stood at the door and swept his eyes across the living room. Call. There were no corpses, no bloodstains, and the worst that Ling Yun was worried about finally did not appear, which made him heave a long sigh. As long as people are alive, there is hope, and Ling Yun has a solution. Go in and have a look. Ling Yun entered the house first, and the two quickly walked around the living room, kitchen, and Long Kuan's father and daughter's bedroom. There wasn't any fighting. After turning around and returning to the living room, Ling Yun immediately came to a conclusion. Then, Ling Yun suddenly raised his head and noticed a central hall in Long Kuan's living room. There is another blue dragon painted on it. The dragon's body and dragon scales appear and disappear in the clouds and mist, and a pair of dragon eyes seem to be real, as if watching the two people in the living room, not angry. As the saying goes, the finishing touch. The most difficult part of drawing a dragon is of course the eyes. The dragon hanging in the nave of Long Kuan's living room looks like a living dragon. Long Kuan, dragon dance, green dragon jade pendant. The sculpture is also a green dragon, and the painting in the central hall is also a green dragon. Why does Uncle Long like dragons so much? Is it because of the surname Long? Wait, the surname is Long? Ling Yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and the divine light in his eyes flashed, and he seized the flash of thought at this moment. Could it be the Long family? Naturally, Long Kuan's surname is Long, and at the same time he possesses ancient martial arts, and is a master of the 7th layer of the day after tomorrow. Although there are quite a few dragon surnames in Huaxia, they are not considered common surnames. Frankly speaking, there are definitely not many people with the surname Long and ancient martial arts. Take Long Kuan's father and daughter away from Qingshui City quietly, the Long family certainly has the ability. Tai Xiaohu, don't read, let's go. Having figured this out, Ling Yun turned his head and left. Just call Grandpa and ask if there was anything wrong with the Long family 18 years ago, or simply ask if there is Long Kuan, and everything will naturally come to light. Tai Xiaohu looked puzzled, and asked suspiciously, Brother Yun, don't you want to check? Ling Yun didn't turn his head back. Well, there's no need to investigate, as long as it is confirmed that they are missing. It has been more than half a month, and we can't see any clues if we look at it here. Ling Yun knew that no matter whose family Long Kuan belonged to in the 3 Ks of the rabbit, he must have an extraordinary background. He escaped from hunting, and got here. There must be a secret room in this room, or Long Kuan's secrets are hidden in a very hidden place. Even though you can't see it with your eyes, isn't the divine sense still not working? As long as Ling Yun's consciousness is restored, he can use his consciousness to scan it when he comes back, and he will be able to see this place clearly. This is Ling Yun's plan. First ask his grandfather Ling Lai about the affairs of the Long family in the capital, and then wait for his consciousness to recover before returning to find out Long Kuan's secrets. Notify a being that there is no need to investigate the matter of Uncle Long, as long as someone is sent to protect this place. The two left the Long family immediately. They came and went quickly, and it took only 10 minutes in total. Brother Yun, where are we going now? Tai Xiaohu started the car and asked Ling Yun. Go to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Of course Ling Yun is not going to school at this time, he is going to have a look at the intersection where he was hit by Stare, which is also the place where Mo Wudao summoned his soul. Die here, live here. No matter who you are, you should come here to see it. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In today's Qingshui City, if you want to say that the most lively place is Linjiang Road. And Yuan. If you had to find a few words to describe that scene, it would be the sound of gongs and drums, and the sound of firecrackers. In fact, this kind of situation has already started since last night. The large and small shops on Linjiang Road prepared firecrackers and decorated with lights, and every household was so excited that they stayed up all night. The reason for this situation, of course, is because of a promise made by Ling Yun, that every family will give money, and the family will have 1 million. A family of 1 million, for these poor people, the sum of the money they earn in their lifetime may not even have this amount. So, since Ling Yun let go of his words yesterday and left, the entire Linjiang Road was completely boiling. Because they believe that Ling Yun will never break his promise, if he can say it, he can do it. Li Hongmei, who lived next door to Qin Qiuyue, is a living example. This morning, people opened their doors early, everyone was looking forward to it, counting the seconds, just waiting for the person who gave them money to arrive. Li Jinliang, the director of the Linjiang Road Sub-District Office, had been waiting for a long time at the T-junction at the westernmost end of Linjiang Road. He was accompanied by several office staff and the owners of more than a dozen shops on Linjiang Road. Li Jinliang couldn't hide the fact that such a big event happened on Linjiang Road. He realized that it was definitely a major event that would affect his career, so he held an emergency meeting overnight and made a careful plan. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the person Tang Meng sent to distribute the money, accompanied by a customer manager from China Merchants Bank, came by car. 1 million money cannot be sent in cash, but can only be transferred. With the company of the bank's professionals, no matter what problems are encountered, they can be solved immediately, and the efficiency will be very high. Of course, this was specially arranged by Tang Meng. Here we come. Prepare to set off firecrackers. When the red car turned a corner and stopped slowly at the western end of Linjiang Road, Li Jinliang realized that the person who distributed the money had come. Crackling. In the deafening sound of firecrackers. 3 people got out of the car, an accountant and a cashier, who were sent by Tang Meng, and the other, who was wearing a white shirt and tie, was naturally the account manager of China Merchants Bank. Li Jinliang immediately greeted him with strides. Hi, I'm Li Jinliang, director of the Linjiang Road office. Are you here? Is it to send money? But no matter how excited Li Jinliang was, it was impossible for him to say these 3 words. It's us. The opponent is clean and tidy. Oh, I've been looking forward to you guys. Excited, Li Jinliang tightly held the accountant's hand and kept shaking it vigorously. It took him a long time to let go, and then he turned around and waved his hands. The gongs and drums team is beating. Looking back, Li Jinliang still wanted to say a few words to someone, but the other party just smiled slightly. Director Li, time is running out, let's start. The god of wealth has arrived. Then it's a day of carnival. In fact, the process of sending money is very simple. Just go in from door to door, confirm the identity of the other party, ask for the account number, and then transfer the money. So the most troublesome thing is not to transfer money, but to confirm identity. The entire process of distributing money was wasted on this. The accountant was very careful and responsible, and the cashier was also very quick. In addition, the account manager had enabled the transfer authority, so everything went smoothly. My mother. This is real money. When the owner of the first shop excitedly announced that 1 million had arrived, Li Jinliang, who was in charge of leading the way and confirming his identity, trembled with excitement, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself. "This is the first time I have seen such a thing in my life. This is really a long time to see you. Linjiang Road is completely boiling. This is the carnival of the entire Linjiang Road. From the west end to the east end, 3 hours in the morning. 3 hours in the afternoon, excluding the 1-hour break for lunch. By 4:15 in the afternoon, before the bank closed, all 102 households had been distributed. 102 million, just give it away. It's finally over." At the east end of Linjiang Road, in a steamed stuffed bun shop, after the accountant recorded the last transfer, he couldn't help but look up at the cashier who was in charge of the transfer. It happened that the cashier was also looking at him, and the two found each other. His eyes were full of complex and unspeakable expressions. On this day, they acted as the boys who spread wealth, and they passed more than 100 million yuan. At the same time, they also saw and appreciated many things, which they will never forget. What is pie in the sky? What does it mean to get rich overnight? What does it mean to be hit by happiness? How many people burst into tears? How many people were excited and even crazy? In addition to the sound of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, the most common sentence they heard was, "Ling Yun is my family's great benefactor. I want to set up a longevity tablet for him." This is not chanting slogans, this is a heartfelt gratitude, and it is the most real thought after receiving benefits from others, and feeling that there is nothing to repay. I don't know who yelled this sentence first, the first one in Shito? Or the second one? 100 families and hundreds of households longevity card, it is really a blessing. The accountant packed up the ledger and couldn't help sighing. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Tang Meng, who was still arguing with Mo Wudao in Lingyun Building, received a call from the accountant. "Mr. Tang, everything is done. There are a total of 102 companies, and 102 million has been distributed." Those who received the money were very grateful to Boss Ling, and offered to give Boss Ling a tablet of longevity. After Tang Meng answered the phone, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he sat down on the ground. He couldn't help but howl to the sky, "The longevity tablet is for nothing." "What? Longevity tablet? What longevity tablet?" The speaker had no intention, but the listener did. Mo Wudao immediately put down the compass in his hand when Tang Meng mentioned the tablet of longevity, and asked in surprise. Mo Wudao was dumbfounded when Tang Meng briefly explained what had happened while weeping and howling. Exclaimed, "Damn it, this lunatic Ling Yun has made a lot of money." On the same day, in the 3rd district of Qingxi Villa District. "Mom, you went out for a day, why did you go? Why did you bring back such a broken sign?" Qi Shaoqing, who was cleaning up in the courtyard of the villa, saw her mother, Qi Yuzhen, enter the door carefully holding a sign, and couldn't help asking in wonder. Qi Yuzhen immediately glared at Qi Shaoqing, and reprimanded, "You girl, you are talking nonsense. What kind of broken sign? This is the longevity tablet I invited for Ling Yun." As soon as he heard the longevity card, a chill appeared on Qi Shaoqing's beautiful face. "What? Really, how embarrassing it would be for Ling Yun to see it." Qi Yuzhen said seriously, "Shaoqing, what do you know? Ling Yun has done a great favor to our family, and now we have nothing to repay him. Please ask him a longevity tablet to make him safe, happy, and live a long life." Qi Yuzhen sealed Qi Shaoqing's mouth with kindness, and Qi Shaoqing immediately had nothing to say. "Yes, such a great kindness can't be repaid, so what's wrong with my mother asking for a longevity tablet? Unless you agree with yourself." Qi Shaoqing suddenly blushed like blood. In Qingshui City, Qi Yuzhen's family was not the only one who set up a longevity tablet for Ling Yun. There is also Li Hongmei, Qin Shuyua's former neighbor, Lu Li, who was rescued by Ling Yun on Linjiang Road, and the 22 patients he snatched back from Lord Yan on the opening day of Pingfan Clinic. Even, Ling Yan distributed 500,000 yuan to each of more than 100 students in order to fulfill fate. Among them, some poor students who were really short of money, their parents were grateful and set up longevity tablets for him. But Ling Yan didn't know about these things. Whether it is saving people or helping others, he does what he wants and does not ask for anything in return. At this time, Ling Yan had already arrived at the place where he was hit by a car, and stood at a corner of that intersection, already in a trance for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. Tai Xiaohu didn't get out of the car, he waited patiently in the car, because the car was not parked properly. He had already been issued several fines by the traffic police, and he didn't bother. At the end, the traffic policeman was so embarrassed that he knocked on Tai Xiaohu's car window with a bitter face. "Comrade, hurry up, this is really not a place to park." "It's okay, the scenery here is good, I'll stay here for a while, you can post whatever you want." Tai Xiaohu didn't squint, looking at Ling Yan not far away, he knew that Ling Yan must have something on his mind. "Big brother, I'll call you big brother, okay, I'm going to get off work soon, rush hour." The traffic policeman was about to cry. At this moment, Ling Yan turned around, walked over slowly, opened the door and entered the car. Boom! Tai Xiaohu finally started the car, waved at the excited traffic policeman, turned to ask Ling Yan, "Brother Yan, where are you going?" "Leave the city and go back to Clearwater Bay, Villa number 9. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle roared away. Later, when the traffic policeman saw a colleague bragging in the unit, he would always walk over with a smile and say to the bragging colleague, "I once posted 9 tickets for Ling Yan's car. Kill everything in seconds." The car quickly left the city and drove eastward all the way. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu to open all the windows of the car, deliberately enjoying the feeling of the wind. "Little tiger, what are your plans tonight?" "Brother Yan, if you have nothing to do here, I'll go to the embankment of Qingshui River to practice tonight." "Well, it's okay, you are now at the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, you can try it, go into the water to practice, go under the water surface, bear the impact of the waves, and practice in one breath." Ling Yan put forward his own suggestion based on Tai Xiaohu's cultivation progress. When a master fights, he fights with his breath. Whoever has a long breath can seize the opportunity and crush the opponent. "It is good." Tai Xiaohu agreed without hesitation. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove into the gate of Villa number 9 in Qingshuiwen and stopped slowly. Ling Yan got off the car. "I am back." Then a group of beauties rushed out of the room. To be continued. Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining all came out to welcome them. Copy address access. "Ha, you don't have to make it so grand every time, I'm not a guest, just enter the room by myself." Who knows that this is not the place where Ling Yan pretends to be? All the beauties covered their lips and smiled coquettishly, but they didn't step forward. Only Qin Dongxue came to Ling Yan's side with one step, raised his hand and pinched Ling Yan's ear. Unceremoniously said, "Stinky boy, come in with me." "Hey, auntie, take it easy, what's wrong, this is..." Just like that, Ling Yan was dragged into the living room of the villa by Qin Dongshue's ear. "Sit down for me." Then the two of them almost sank into the couch together. "Stinky boy, don't you know what's going on with your body? It's been a day since I went out, and I can't get through to you. Don't you know how worried your family is?" Qin Dongxue tightly grabbed Ling Yan's ear and taught Ling Yan a lesson. Ling Yan sniffed the fragrance from Qin Dongshue's body at close range, but begged for mercy repeatedly. "Hey, auntie, listen to my explanation, my health is fine, and my phone is in the ring and I can't get it out." Ling Yan's mobile phone and communicator are of course inside the space ring, and now he can't communicate with the space ring, so naturally he can't take it out. It was fine if Ling Yan didn't explain, but with this explanation, Qin Dongshue's strength increased instead. Don't give me a hippie smile. You are avoiding the important and taking the light. Hey, little ant, please be gentle. I'm still wounded, and I'm still seriously injured. Lingyu, are you still going to help me? Although Qin Dongshue's ear-pinching feels good, and it doesn't hurt at all, but the two of them are always embarrassing, aren't they? Bai Xianer propped her chin to watch the excitement. Chao Shanshan spread her hands to express her helplessness. Shui Mining stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Only Ning Lingyu covered her lips and smiled delicately. Auntie, brother is back. Just let him go this time. Qin Dongxue finally let go. For Lingyu's sake, let me spare you this time. Ling Yun was finally able to escape. He immediately turned his side to get a little distance away from Qin Dongxue, pretending to be facing a formidable enemy. Auntie, my health is really fine. Besides, with that order, Qingshui City is safe now. People from the ancient Wu sect dare not come to make trouble. Qin Dongxue stared at her beautiful eyes. People from the ancient martial arts sect dare not come to make trouble, so don't the devil sect also dare? Heaven kills also don't dare? Now they just come here with an innate master, and your life will be gone. Ling Yun chuckled and said, hey, I guess people from the demon sect don't have the guts. Besides, even if a killer is sent, I still have Tai Xiaohu by my side. He is now a master. Ling Yun was explaining, but also messing around. After all, he was back at his home. As long as it can block Qin Dongshue's interrogation. All the beauties are very worried about him. Ling Yun certainly knows this very well. Okay, since you've come back, I won't pursue this matter. Qin Dongxue first beat Ling Yun on the safety issue to let him remember, and then changed the topic. I heard that you have spent money like running water these 2 days, throwing out hundreds of millions of dollars. What? Do you think you have money? Do you want to be the god of wealth, or do you want to be a boy who distributes wealth? Stinky boy, are you addicted to spending money? Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that Tang Meng must have sold him again. Wang Feihu's 200 million yuan, 100 million is for the settlement expenses of his 2 brothers who died in battle, and 100 million is for him. You have all seen their performance that night at Villa No. 1. 3 innate masters. It's normal to give some money if you can work hard for us like this. There is a reason for Qinglong's 100 million. For more than a month, Qinglong's brothers have been running back and forth. They have worked hard, and it is for their hard work. Qinglong has 3,000 people. On average, personally, it's only 30,000 yuan, not too much. Ling Yan explained to Qin Dongxue with a smile, and at the same time explained clearly to everyone. The 100 million on Linjiang Road, everyone is an old neighbor who has lived on the same street for more than 10 years, and they are all poor people. I am rich now, and I can help them if I can. It's like returning home, and it's also a blessing for my mother. Returning to his hometown in fine clothes, praying for Qin Qiuyue who is far away in the Tianjianzong of the Tianshan Mountains. Besides, Linjiang Road's 100 million is more than that. Now that we have taken over Lianqing real estate, we have a project on Linjiang Road that needs to be demolished. If this 100 million is paid out, the demolition project of the group will be easy in the future. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he immediately looked at Qin Dongxue with an innocent expression, waiting for her trial. Qin Dongxue stopped talking. Ling Yan seems to spend a lot of money, and the way he spends money is also very tough, but his explanation is reasonable, and if you think about it carefully, you really didn't waste money. You brat is a bit filial. Qin Dongshue's eye circles were slightly red. Ling Yun let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he had passed the test. Then tell us what you have been doing for the past 2 days? After Qin Dongxue calmed down, everyone started chatting. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Miao Xiaomiao drove to Villa No. 9, and what she brought was still the herbal diet cooked for Ling Yun by Master Shui himself. In addition, 3 other things were brought, ginseng, fleeceflower root, and ambergris. Grandpa said that he couldn't figure out the specific situation in your body, so he didn't dare to use it. Now that you are awake, let you watch and use it yourself. Fuck. Lingyun was overjoyed, thinking, how could I forget this? These 3 things are not ordinary. They were brought out from Shenong Valley by Lingyun back then and given to Shui Mining at her birthday party. The magic gourd can't be taken out of the space ring. Who would have thought that there would be dragon saliva outside the ring? But this is Ninger's birthday present. Qin Dongxue smiled and said, idiot, it was Ninger who asked Xiao Miao to go back and get it. Lingyun raised his head and looked at Shui Mining, who was sitting opposite. The little demon girl was a little shy. Brother Lingyun, as long as your body can return to normal, what are these things? And they are your things. After dinner, Lingyun, Ning Lingyu, by Xianer, the 3 of them drove down the mountain and came to the beach. Lingyun needs to heal his injuries in order to recover his skills as soon as possible, while Ning Lingyu has just reached the first level of qi training and needs to stabilize his realm under Lingyun's guidance. Bai Xianer is naturally responsible for protecting them. The sea breeze at night is gentle and cool. After dispelling the heat of the day, in the night, the dark sea is very calm, with rows of waves lapping the beach. Lingyun, Lingyu, do you still remember the 2 water dragons you made that night when we fought Hamba? Ning Lingyu nodded, I remember. Lingyun turned his head, Xianer, create a larger phantom array. Just don't let people who come to the beach to enjoy the shade at night see it, and don't let them walk in. Bai Xianer nodded. With a coquettish smile, her slender fingers began to pinch the tricks non-stop, centering on the place where they parked. A phantom array the size of a football field was quickly formed. Brother Lingyun, the fabric is ready. Lingyun nodded approvingly, well, Xianer's skills have improved a lot. The battle of life and death can greatly improve the cultivator, not necessarily the skill and realm, but also the skill of using the skill. Without any scruples anymore, Lingyun turned to Lingyu and said, Lingyu, bring out 2 more water dragons. Wanshuixinju, the power to control water. Ning Lingyu nodded excitedly. She turned to face the sea. With a thought, the image of 2 dragons appeared in her mind, and then raised her hands. Get up. Boom. 2 water dragons as thick as buckets soared into the sky from the calm sea, and left the sea directly. Under the control of Ning Lingyu's thoughts, he actually hovered and danced, showing his teeth and claws, and came alive. Lingyun looked at the 2 water dragons formed by the sea water, and was completely dumbfounded, completely shocked by the spiritual rain. My sister's ability to control water has reached this point. Ning Lingyu is the body of a fairy. Lingyun knew that after reaching the first level of qi training, her ability would be very strong, but Lingyun never thought that she would be so powerful. You know, if you are an ordinary monk, you must at least reach the peak of the 2nd level of qi training or the 3rd level of qi training to do this. The 1st level of qi training can do this, physique and skills. Comprehension is indispensable. 1 2 3 4. Lingyun was counting the time, and when it was about 15 seconds, the 2 water dragons became stiff and their movements became inflexible. Obviously this had reached Ning Lingyu's limit, but she was still gritting her teeth. When counting to 20, the 2 water dragons could no longer maintain their shape, and fell into the sea at the same time, turning into sea water and melting into the sea with a crash. Lingyu, you are just too strong. Lingyun looked at the pale Ning Lingyu, and instead of praising him, he said with a slight frown. He could see that Ning Lingyu was overdrawn just now. If you fight with people like this, if you can't kill the enemy within 20 seconds, then you will be the one who dies after 20 seconds. In the future, you will always remember one thing. No matter what the situation is, you must keep a whole card for yourself. If you can beat it, you can fight it. If you can't beat it, you will run away. Keep the green hills without worrying about firewood. Can you promise, brother? It is impossible for Ning Lingyu to live under Ling Yan's protection forever. Since she has reached the qi refining stage and has become a real monk, she must adapt to the life of a monk. Penance, fighting against the sky. So after confirming that Ning Lingyu had the ability to fight, the first thing Ling Yun taught her was the way of survival for a cultivator. You have to live first, then practice and fight. Ning Lingyu operated the Xuanhuan immortal art, crazily absorbing the water aura in the sea, and soon the aura in her body recovered by 30%. Bai Xian'er, who was watching, was envious of such a fairy body. She stuck out her tongue and made a grimace at Ling Yun. I promise you. There are no enemies here, really. However, brother, you were in Villa number 1 that day, didn't you escape? Ning Lingyu asked back. Ling Yun froze when asked by Ning Lingyu, and smiled bitterly. Please, that day is a special situation, how about a life and death battle? If I didn't want to protect you, I would have run away. At least it's fighting with the enemy. After fooling around with a few words, Ling Yun looked serious, and said seriously, Ling Yu, in the future when you practice the Xuanhuan immortal art, you must always keep in mind the 4 words clearly stated at the beginning. Water is impermanent. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Water is impermanent? Ning Lingyu muttered to Ling Yun, her beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows slightly frowned, and a hint of understanding soon appeared in her expression. It's such a heaven-defying understanding. That's right, soldiers are impermanent, and water is impermanent. This is the general outline of the Xuanhuan immortal art. What Ling Yun is teaching Ning Lingyu now is naturally the real combat skills. As the saying goes, goodness is like water. Water is a gift from heaven. Humans have used so many technological means and explored so many planets after they came out of the Earth. Haven't they found a planet with liquid water yet? What kind of container water is put in, it can turn into any shape. Moreover, water can be in 3 states, liquid, solid, and gas. Just think about it. Ling Yun is definitely a good teacher, he is persuasive and persuasive. Brother, I understand. What do you mean? As long as I can think of it, I can turn the water into any state for attack and defense. Bingo. 100 likes for you. Ling Yun raised his hand and snapped his fingers, then gave Ning Lingyu a thumbs up. Ning Lingyu is so smart, she figured it out before Ling Yun finished speaking, and directly summed up what Ling Yun wanted to say. I asked you to make 2 dragons, to test your ability to control water. Since you can even make 2 dragons, then use water to make a water sword, or even 2, 10, or 100. And it's not just weapons like swords, knives, guns, swords, and halberds for attack, shields, or water walls for defense. It's all in your mind. This is the Xuanhuan Xianju. Xuanhuan Xianjue, naturally worthy of the name of Xianjue. Besides, this is just liquid water. When you reach the realm in the future, you can freeze the water instantly. Use your thoughts to make ice knives and ice swords to kill people, and use ice walls to defend. How sharp do you think the ice sword made with thoughts will be? Xuanhuan Xianju is indeed a cultivation method that can be compared with Ichi Yin Ju. It is a top-level skill that can not only be cultivated to improve the realm of monks, but also can be used for fighting. Brother, what do you mean, I can use the Xuanhuan Xianju to fight in the future? Ling Yun laughed loudly, raised his hand and gently scratched the bridge of Ning Lingyu's upturned nose, and then said to Xian'er, Xian'er, go get a log. It should be as thick as a bowl, about 3 meters high. Bai Xian'er flew into the mountain. Not long after, he jumped back, holding a piece of wood in his hand, which fully met Ling Yun's requirements. Clearly a tree had just been felled. Stick it in the sand. Ling Yun turned around and said to Ning Lingyu, how much has the true energy in your body recovered? 4%. Very good, get 2 water swords, and use all your strength to control and chop this piece of wood. Ning Lingyu understood Ling Yun's meaning. She didn't turn her head, but with another thought, 2 water swords immediately flew up from the sea behind her. It was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Under Ning Lingyu's control, it was able to stand still in the air. Cut. Following Ling Yun's soft shout, Ning Lingyu mobilized his thoughts and let the 2 water swords slash at the wooden stake with all their strength. Chi-chi. The 2 water swords flashed past, and the wooden stake, with the thick mouth of a bull, instantly became 3 sections. The top 2 paragraphs fell to the ground. Wow, so powerful? Ning Lingyu saw that a tree as thick as a bull was cut into 3 in a single thought, and exclaimed in excitement. The thick wood of the bull is like this, so what about beheading people? There is no doubt that it is a spike. With a smile on Ling Yun's face, he put in all his efforts at the beginning. Forged Ning Lingyu's natural spirit body into a fairy body, and now he has initially seen the effect. From then on, Ning Lingyu has the ability to fight, both to kill and to protect herself. Lingyu, how strong and sharp are your water swords? How many you can make depends entirely on your mental strength and will. Of course, this needs to be improved with the improvement of the realm. Take your time, don't worry. Think about it, if it rains in the sky, who can not get wet? What if there are thousands of water swords instead of raindrops? And they can change into ever-changing. To put it bluntly, this is actually a flying sword. Understood? The range of Ning Lingyu's consciousness is 800 meters. At present, the distance that can control the water sword with his mind is also 100 meters away. At this distance, innate masters can't dodge it with light work, and they can only be hunted down. From now on, as long as there is water within 100 meters, you can kill and protect yourself. Ning Lingyu tilted his head, and asked a question that made Ling Yun vomit blood. Brother, what should we do in places where there is no water, for example, in the desert? Puff. Ling Yun almost suffocated internal injuries. Use the clear water talisman that my brother gave you. When the clear water talisman is used up, use the water talisman. If you run out, run to a place with water. Half seriously and half jokingly educated Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun touched Ning Lingyu's head, and said seriously, as long as my brother is here, I don't have to worry about anything. As a qualified monk, how can I do without weapons? I will give you made the real flying sword. Ning Lingyu is now able to move the water sword to fight with her mind, but that is because of her physique and cultivation skills. If she is now allowed to control a real flying sword made of metal, she will definitely not be able to do it. The realm is not enough. Okay, I'll teach you so much tonight. Go to the side and stabilize your realm. Stay away from me. Then I went to practice in the past. I wish you success tonight. Ning Lingyu showed off her lightness kung fu and went straight out for dozens of meters. When she reached the edge of the phantom formation, she sat cross-legged and began to practice. Now that she has divine consciousness, of course she can feel where the edge of the phantom array is, which is the same as when Ling Yun possessed divine consciousness. Ling Yun came out tonight, naturally to treat his injuries. Among the 5 elements aura, there is no doubt that water aura has the best effect on healing injuries. This is why Ling Yun came to Clearwater Bay today. The water aura by the sea is naturally far better than a clear water lake. But it's more than that, the water aura is just an aid. The day Ning Lingyu broke through, he let Ling Yun know that the acupoints in his body are riddled with holes, and his body has become a sieve of spiritual energy. Neither internal energy can be generated nor external energy can enter. The water aura can only wash and nourish the meridians and acupoints of the body when it passes through the body, but it cannot survive. Therefore, it can only be forcibly broken by other forces from the outside world. Mainly rely on food. Eat natural treasures. Bai Xianer went to the car, opened the trunk, and took out a large food box. This was prepared by Zheng in the villa for Ling Yun. It contained sliced ginseng and shouwu, and of course the ambergris in the jade bottle. Ling Yan was already sitting cross-legged on the beach. Bai Xianer gently placed the food box beside Ling Yan, and opened it. Ling Yan first forcibly practiced the Yin-Yang Ju of Wan Qi. As a result, there was no surprise, Dan Tian didn't respond. He smiled wryly. He took out the medicine bottle, poured out 30 Yang Qi pills at once, and swallowed them in one gulp. In the past 2 days, he was taking Yang Qi pills a few pills. It was because the deficiency was not replenished. Now after 2 days of recuperation, Ling Yan began to come to life. The Yang Qi pill was swallowed into the abdomen, and immediately turned into a cloud of Yang Qi, which exploded in the abdomen, and then under Ling Yan's deliberate guidance, rushed into the meridian. Although I felt the breath this time, after the Yang Qi rushed into the meridians, it was still muddy. Ling Yan didn't mind either, after all, it was just a Yang Qi pill. Then he reached out and took out a few slices of ginseng from the food box, and began to eat the 1,000-year-old ginseng. 1,000-year-old ginseng is a great tonic. Ling Yan chewed it up and swallowed it, after entering the stomach. Immediately felt a group of spiritual energy rising in the body. It works. Feeling the effect, Ling Yan quickly reached out and took out all the ginseng and shouwu from the food box and ate them. Finally, Ling Yan opened the jade bottle containing the dragon's saliva, raised his head and poured the dragon's saliva wildly. At any rate, it is the treasure body trained by the Dian Juxing treasure art, at a critical moment. He doesn't care if he doesn't make up for it. A large amount of dragon saliva entered the abdomen, and the dragon spirit rushed into Ling Yan's meridians in an instant. Instead of going elsewhere, it went straight to Ling Yan's dantian. Because Ling Yan drank too much dragon saliva, he was surprised that there was a golden dragon-shaped curve in his dantian. The dragon-shaped curve is naturally dim now, but I didn't expect it to have a strong sound-absorbing effect on the dragon's aura. At this time, there was more than just dragon aura in Ling Yan's body. There is also the Yang Qi of Yang Qi Dan, and the aura of ginseng and shouwu. There was Long Ling Qi rushing into the dantian, and other auras naturally rushed into the dantian more or less. Ling Yan's dantian became hot for the first time after being exhausted and silent for more than 10 days. Hey, Xianer protects me. Ling Yan drank all the dragon saliva in the jade bottle in one breath, and started to use the yin-yang art with all his strength. As long as Qi Yi's dantian resumes its rotation, Ling Yan will be considered a success. However, Ling Yan's body was injured like that. How could it be so easy? You said Ling Yan made a lot of money? Are you out of your mind? In the afternoon, Tang Mei received a call, talking about the tablet of longevity, but Mo Wudao was extremely excited, which made Tang Mei think, is Mo Wudao's brain squeezed by the door? You know what a fart, those are longevity tablets, and there are so many. Mo Wudao put on the appearance of an expert in the world, and said enviously, since it is a tablet, it has 2 major functions. One is to accumulate merit, and the other is to accept worship and be believed by others. Tang Mei rolled his eyes. What's the use of that? He can't see it? Mo Wudao gave Tang Mei a disdainful look. Of course he can't see it, but he can enjoy it. Otherwise, what do you think the ancestral tablets in our ancestral halls, the graves of the elderly on Qingming Festival and Zhongyuan Festival, and those who usually worship Buddha and Bodhisattvas are all for? Tang Mei was stunned, speechless, and finally rolled his eyes and said, you are a feudal superstition. Mo Wudao retorted, you saw with your own eyes the soul I summoned to Ling Yan. I wish my family's great benefactor, Ling Yan, peace, happiness, and a long life. May my family's great benefactor, Ling Yan, live a safe and long life. Pray for my family's great benefactor, Ling Yan. That night, there were more than 100 families who set up longevity tablets for Ling Yan and prayed for Ling Yan. All of them were on Linjiang Road. This is a great kindness, and it cannot be repaid, so everyone is extremely pious. Not only Linjiang Road, Qi Xiaqing's house, Lu Li's house, Li Hongmei's house, but also many families in the urban area of Qingshui City and surrounding counties are talking about Lingyun. Not good. This spiritual energy is running too fast, it can't be saved. Lingyun closed his eyes slightly, with his 5 hearts turned to the sky. He tried his best to run the yin-yang art, but he couldn't stimulate the dantian to move, and at this moment, all kinds of spiritual energy in the body began to be uncontrollable by the exercises, and began to dissipate outside the body. It's a failure. Lingyun sighed dejectedly, thinking that he still failed, but at this moment, an inexplicable force suddenly protected Lingyun's body, and began to block, or repair all of Lingyun's acupoints, blocking the leakage of spiritual energy. Others don't understand this kind of power, but Lingyun, who has fought with those angels with wings in the world of cultivation and Buddhism, quickly felt it. This is the power of faith. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Lingyun was ecstatic. At such a critical time, he didn't care where the power came from, as long as it could help him heal his injuries. That power is not strong, it's still very weak, but it's this kind of power that can barely block Lingyun's acupuncture points all over his body, and can prevent the spirit energy in Lingyun's body from leaking out. But that's enough. In a situation like Lingyun's, it's obviously a race against time. He eats all the treasures of heaven and earth, so he has to get his strange dantian to work before the spiritual energy leaks out. If he can't do this, no matter how much heaven, material, and earth treasures he eats in the future, it will be useless, and what use is there if all the spiritual energy is gone? And as long as Lingyun's dantian can turn around, Lingyun won't be afraid of anything, because his Wanqi yin-yang art can generate both yin and yang qi. Xianer, come here and help me. Bai Xianer has a huge aura. You still need to be strong to forge the iron. Bai Xianer couldn't help you just now, but now you can. Just now Lingyun's body was a sieve, and the orifices were leaky. Even if Bai Xianer sent too much spiritual energy to Lingyun's body just now, at most, he could walk around Lingyun's meridians, and then it was lost from the orifices. Can't enter dantian. This is like you use a water pipe to pour water into a pool, but there are countless holes in the water pipe. The faster you supply water, the faster the water pipe will leak. Anyway, the water cannot enter the pool. Now after sealing and repairing with the power of faith, Lingyun's acupoints are not leaking. Bai Xianer flew over, sat cross-legged behind Lingyun, raised her hands, pressed against Lingyun's back, and began to send spiritual energy. Don't be too aggressive. Lingyun did not forget to remind that the repair of that little power of faith is equivalent to pasting a layer of plastic wrap on the water pipes. If Bai Xianer sends too much spiritual energy, all previous efforts will be wasted. With the help of Bai Xianer, new spiritual energy continuously entered Lingyun's body. Then, guided by Lingyun's exercises, he slowly entered the dantian. When Lingyun felt that it was almost done, he urged the yin-yang art with all his strength again. Boom! There was only a loud bang. Lingyun's dantian finally started to turn slowly, although it turned very slowly, it finally moved. Call. It's done. Lingyun was overjoyed. Instantly opened his eyes. Inner Qi has been born. That is Lingyun, his heaven-defying body can absorb any aura of heaven and earth. What he is practicing is the top heaven-defying technique in the realm of comprehension, the Wanqi yin-yang art. It is purely a daydream if another person suffers such a serious injury and wants to make his dantian work so quickly. Of course, if another person suffered such an injury, he would have died long ago, and he would not survive at all. Brother, did you succeed? Although Ning Lingyu was practicing, she was always paying attention to Lingyun's situation. She got up instantly and flew over. It's just a small injury. How could it be difficult for me? Forgot what my brother does? Feeling the slowly turning dantian, Lingyun said proudly. He could clearly feel the yin and yang qi regenerating in his dantian, although not much, but it finally moved, which was beyond Ling Yan's expectation. Xian'er, stop, it's not needed for now. Ling Yan asked Bai Xian'er to stop sending spiritual energy. As long as the dantian can function, Ling Yan can practice the yin-yang ju of one qi. To treat oneself, the yin-yang true qi has the best effect. According to Ling Yan's estimate, it only takes half a month at most for him to fully recover all his skills and return to the peak. He is a fairy doctor. Ling Yu continues to practice, don't worry about me. Xian'er continues to protect me. Ling Yan's dantian can be used now. But he still needs to continue to practice and consolidate his dantian, otherwise, if the dantian turns around and then stops, he will be really dumbfounded. Because Ling Yan's dantian was indeed spinning very slowly, the speed was worrying, as if it could stop at any time. And Ling Yan still needs to study this inexplicable power of faith. He has no idea how this power will appear on him. Therefore, Ling Yan practiced with her eyes closed again, while Bai Xian'er was still protecting the Dharma silently. 3 hours later, Ling Yan opened his eyes again. Under the urging of yin-yang ju, although Ling Yan's dantian was still operating very slowly, it was always operating normally and stabilized. Ling Yan's worries were all gone. As for the recovery of power, it is still very early. Ling Yan's next task is to use the true energy in his body to gradually restore the meridians and acupoints, so that the body can be completely restored to its original state. Hey, it should be no problem to use the space ring now, right? Ling Yan smiled lightly, and with a thought, he successfully established a connection with the space ring. The next moment, Ling Yan had an extra bottle of pill, Qiao pill. As for the magical gourd containing dragon saliva, Ling Yan still couldn't handle it. Let's go home. Ling Yan stood up and said to Bai Xian'er and Ning Lingyu. The three of them got into the car, quickly left the beach, and returned to Villa number 9. When everyone in the family heard that Ling Yan had achieved miraculous healing effects and was able to start practicing again, they were all pleasantly surprised. Qin Dongxue wanted to cry. Brat, I've been worrying about you for so long. Hey, don't worry, Auntie, I'm fine now. Nong, the Qiao pill has also been taken out of the ring. It can be practiced again, and the space ring can be used again. This night, Ling Yan can be regarded as a full harvest. It was already past midnight. Ling Yan asked everyone to go to rest, and then he also returned to his room on the 2nd floor of the villa. It's just, where did that power of faith come from? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, before starting to practice again, Ling Yan was full of doubts. For the next 2 days, Ling Yan didn't go anywhere, but stayed in Villa number 9, concentrating on cultivation. He could feel his dantian spinning faster and faster. Of course, this kind of speed is only compared with the beginning, and it is much worse than when Ling Yan was at the peak. However, this is already very powerful. Ling Yan can already control the yin and yang qi to swim through the meridians and carry out the great cycle. With the circulation of yin and yang qi, Ling Yan's strength is also recovering, and he has regained his consciousness, but the distance is very close. He took out the gold needle from the space ring, and used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot on himself every day to repair the meridians and acupuncture points of the whole body. Certainly. Where Ling Yan couldn't reach with his own hands, such as his back, he asked Miao Xiaomiao to give him an injection. Let you make money again. How shameless. Ling Yan and Miao Xiaomiao have such conversations every day. After 2 days of treatment, Ling Yan's acupoints were repaired by yin-yang qi and Lingshu 9 needles, and they were no longer sieves, and they no longer needed the power of faith to block them. But that inexplicable power of faith. It's still there, right inside Ling Yan's body. There is no sign of growth, but it is not disappearing either. It's just that this kind of power is too weak, and Ling Yan doesn't understand how to use it, and the power of faith can't run in the meridians. It's interesting. Ling Yun tried to use this power, but all ended in failure. It was foreign and too weak, so he couldn't mobilize it. Do you have to be like those people in Buddhism, or like those bird people with wings? Do you have to chant spells? Ling Yun suddenly thought of Paul and Jester, both his loyal servants. Is it their power of faith? However, he couldn't figure it out, and Ling Yun didn't bother to think too much. Anyway, his injury was getting better, his body strength was recovering, and his consciousness was also recovering. He has almost finished eating Qiaodan. But Ling Yun tried it, and felt that he could take the magic gourd out of the ring. With the improvement of his injury, Ling Yun has now recovered the strength of 2,000 caddies in one arm. As long as you take out the magic gourd, with the help of long saliva, your skills will undoubtedly recover faster. In the past 2 days, Ling Yun also received a lot of news. Now that even the magic gourd can be taken out. Naturally, Ling Yun's mobile phone and communicator had already been taken out. A being called and said that there were more than 300 brothers who were willing to learn martial arts from Ling Yun, and he just waited for him to choose someone. Tang Meng called several times a day, mainly to talk about the acquisition of companies. The progress was faster than expected, and 4 or 5 companies were negotiated every day. Complete the acquisition. Emma Wudao has been in Ling Yun building, setting up his feng shui bureau. Everything was within Ling Yun's plan and proceeded step by step. Another night passed. At 4:30 in the morning, the sky was twilight. Ling Yun, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, he took out the magic gourd from the space ring, drank the dragon's saliva, put the gourd away, flying out from the open window, turned around in the air, took a deep breath, and came to the roof of the villa. He began to practice the great expansion Ju Xing Ju. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun stopped practicing and had breakfast with Qin Dongxue and others. Today I'm going back to the city. During the meal, Ling Yun talked to everyone. What's up? There are a lot of things to deal with. I'm going to visit Uncle Li and Uncle Tang today. There is one more thing left unsaid. Ling Yun's consciousness can already cover a range of tens of meters, and he will go to Long Kuan's house again tonight to see if Long Kuan has left any information. Ling Yun did not tell Qin Dongxue and others about the disappearance of Long Kuan's father and daughter. You can just do your own thing at home, don't worry about me. Of course Ling Yun has the ability to protect himself now, and he has no problem at all against 1 or 2 innate masters below the 7th floor. After breakfast, under the watchful eyes of all the beauties, Ling Yun drove away from Villa number 9 and headed for Qingshui City. Ling Yun's first stop was naturally Villa number 1. When he arrived, Tang Meng also drove there. Brother Yun. After not seeing Ling Yun for 2 days, Tang Meng felt a little excited when he saw Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked directly, have you had breakfast yet? 8. Uncle Li said, when will we meet? 9 in the morning. Where? In his office. Okay, that's enough time. Ling Yun nodded, looked at Wang Feihu, who came out of the villa, and said happily, Old Wang, I was looking for you, come here, let me give you 2 needles first. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the battle of life and death that night, Wang Feihu was seriously injured. Although the external injury was cured that night under the treatment of the healing talisman, the internal injury has not improved and has not healed yet. Now that Huasha's spiritual energy is exhausted, not every ancient martial arts master has so many natural materials and earthly treasures like Ling Yun. Wang Feihu is just an ordinary ancient martial arts master at the peak of the innate 5th level, and he has stayed at this level for several years, and it is still difficult to break through, not because of anything else, but because of poverty. The Xiantian realm is divided into 3 stages, which are subdivided into 9 levels. The 1st to 3rd level is the early innate stage, the 4th to 6th level is the middle innate stage, The 7th to 9th level is the late innate stage. It can be said that as long as a cultivator can break through a stage, it is not difficult to reach the peak of this stage. The difference is only the amount of time it takes. What is difficult is the breakthrough of each major stage, almost reaching the sky step by step. For example, Qin Dongxue, with such strong aptitude and savvy, was still at the peak of the 3rd level of innate before meeting Ling Yun, and it was difficult for him to make any progress. Why? What a lack of panaceas. Qin Dongxue is like this, let alone someone like Wang Feihu. Otherwise, why would Wang Feihu, a congenital 5th-level peak master, bother to be attached to the Sun family, willing to be the guest of the Sun family, and to work for such a secular family? Acupuncture? Ling Xiao, has your skill recovered? Wang Feihu stayed in Villa number 1 for so many days, and he was exposed to it every day, so he naturally understood what Ling Yun meant by acupuncture. Well, it's almost recovered 1 or 2 times, and it's just a matter of time. Ling Yun nodded without hiding anything, and said directly, come in, let's go to your room. The two came to the guest room where Wang Feihu lived. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense, let him sit cross-legged on the bed first, and motioned him to take off his shirt. Ahem. Wang Feihu blushed, showing embarrassment. Seeing this, Ling Yun laughed aloud, a majestic innate master of ancient martial arts. Would it be embarrassing for this? I am healing your injuries, so be free and easy. Ling Yunqin said. If I really want to see you, I can see you through with a sweep of my divine sense, but unfortunately I don't have that hobby. While speaking, with a thought, Ling Yun took out the food box that Zheng had prepared for him from the ring. Open the food box. Ling Yun raised his hand to pinch a few slices of ginseng, and handed it directly to Wang Feihu. Chew it. Swallow it. This is? Millennium ginseng. Wang Feihu was dumbfounded, and said in shock, thousand-year-old ginseng? Of course I was excited. I attached myself to the Sun family, worked so hard to save secular money, I couldn't even get a century-old ginseng, but I didn't expect that it was 1,000-year-old ginseng that he took out to treat his illness. With the Lingyun golden needle in hand, he smiled and said, you don't need to be excited. This is not only 1,000 years old, but a ginseng that has grown for more than 2,000 years. Eat it quickly, I am very busy today. Thank you, young Master Ling. Wang Feihu was not a man of tweaking either. He immediately put a few slices of ginseng into his mouth, chewed them up and swallowed them. Operate the exercises you have practiced, guide the aura of ginseng into the dantian, and I will use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to help you dissipate the power of the medicine. Standing by the bed, Ling Yun started to prick Wang Feihu's back with his hands like lightning. Of course it's not a simple acupuncture. Now that Ling Yun's skills have recovered, he is still pricking acupuncture points with golden needles, and they can't stop going to Wang Feihu's meridians. Cross into the spiritual energy, and help him repair the damaged meridians and acupoints. 10 minutes later. Ling Yun looked at Wang Feihu whose body was covered with gold needles, and asked with a smile, Old Wang, how do you feel now? Hey. At this moment, Wang Feihu felt so comfortable that he wanted to groan, and make a sound. He closed his eyes and practiced. He replied excitedly, Young Master Ling, you really deserve the name of an immortal doctor. In just a short while, I feel that my internal injuries have recovered by 60 to 70%. What is the condition of meridian injury? In figurative terms, it is actually a pipe that breaks, cracks, or becomes thinner, or even clogged, bonded, etc. There are various situations. The so-called restoration of the meridians means to take care of all the problems in the meridians, so that the true qi can flow unimpeded in it. With the medicinal power of ginseng inside and Lingyun's input of spiritual energy outside, coupled with the heaven-defying effect of the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, Lingyun only took a while, and Wang Feihu's internal injuries were fully recovered. Wang Feihu operated the exercises, allowing the true energy in his body to travel quickly through the meridians, and he already felt that it was running without hindrance. He had to sigh with emotion for Ling Yan's celestial doctor's skill, and he said in his heart that comparing people with others would lead to death, and comparing goods with goods would have to be thrown away. Ling Yan smiled. He stretched out his hand again, picked up a few more slices of ginseng, and put them directly into Wang Feihu's mouth. Take a few more slices, and then meditate here. I'll pull out the needles for you later. After finishing speaking, Wang Feihu left his room without waiting for tears of gratitude, and went to the living room. Boss. At this time, Ling Yan's two blood servants, Paul and Jester, the two pinnacle earls, had been waiting in the living room for a long time. As for Tang Meng, he didn't have to think about it at all. He went to the small warehouse in the backyard of the villa to clean up the scorching sun. Real people, Sikong Wuji, and those unlucky ones. Ling Yan looked at the two blood servants who treated him like a Western gentleman, and stared at them for a while, wondering if he should ask them about the power of faith. Come out, let's do some work together. In the end, Ling Yan didn't ask them about the power of faith, but brought the two blood kings to the courtyard. He first swept away with his divine sense, and then flew to a place in the southeast corner of the yard, then raised his hand and pointed, Jester, move that stone to my feet, right here where I stand. Ling Yan is going to rearrange the spirit gathering formation in Villa No. 1. He didn't explain, just walked around the whole yard quickly, stopping in one direction, and every time he stopped, he asked Paul and Jester to move a stone and put it under their feet. In fact, for Ling Yan now, if his skill is restored to its peak state, setting up a spirit gathering array is just a matter of effort, but it will take more than 10 days, and he can't wait. For everything in this yard, including the people, whether it is spiritual grass or medicinal herb, whether there is a gathering of spirits or not, there is a big difference. After all, Villa No. 1 is very close to the antique market, and there is more or less aura there. Moreover, there are a lot of medicinal herbs planted in the courtyard of the villa, which can almost be said to be panacea. Moreover, there are also a large number of bought medicinal materials in the villa. Ling Yan is using this courtyard to cultivate spirit grass and imbue the medicinal materials with spirit energy. After more than 10 days of interruption, he is already very distressed. How can he tolerate this state continuing? Most importantly, there are 3 real spiritual grasses in the backyard of No. 1 villa. And they are about to mature. Ling Yan knows his own family affairs. He is now at the first level of qi training. To restore the skill to its peak state, a mere 10 days is far from enough, and it still depends on the help of elixir. Ginseng can be sliced and eaten directly, but dragon spirit grass, the Yin grass and Tianyang grassland, must not be used. That would be a waste of everything. Therefore, when the 3 spirit grasses mature, Ling Yan will use them to make Yin Yang pill and Long Ling pill. So Ling Yan can only use this stupid method, fortunately. Now that he has consciousness, the range covers tens of meters, and he can calculate the distance and determine the direction. With the help of these 2 blood races, it is not too slow. 20 minutes later, Ling Yan completed the last step, and he flew forward. Came to the eye of the spirit gathering formation. All formations must have formation eyes. In the past, Ling Yan used a stone for the eyes of Juling in Villa No. 1. But this time, he didn't use a stone, but a thought. He took out a piece of emerald jade the size of a football from the interspatial ring. With another thought, the dark blood demon knife appeared in his hand. Ling Yan held the knife with one hand, inserted the knife into the ground, picked it up lightly, and quickly made a hole more than half a meter deep. Ling Yan retracted the knife and put Suiyu into the pit. Then fill in the soil again and step on it firmly. Boom! As soon as Suiyu was put into the formation, all kinds of spiritual energy from the antique market in Qingshui City, the water spiritual energy from Qingshui Lake, and the wood spiritual energy in the mountain forest behind the villa, as if they were attracted, instantly changed direction and frantically rushed towards Villa number 1. Formation. Well, that's right. Ling Yun is very satisfied with his masterpiece this time. Feeling all kinds of spiritual energy coming from all around, Ling Yun only felt comfortable all over, and then he floated to the place where the 3 spiritual grasses were planted, carefully observing their growth. Fortunately, I was careful that night, otherwise, these 3 herbs would suffer. The battle of life and death was so fierce that night, these 3 spiritual grasses were able to be unscathed. Ling Yun had to thank Xin'er. This little girl had a heart, and knew that these 3 spiritual grasses were very important to Ling Yun, so she set up the illusion array early, and let her the 3 spirit grasses did not suffer any harm. As for the front yard of the villa, although 20 to 30% of the medicinal herbs transplanted from divine Dr. Shui on the west side of the yard were lost, they were just some low-level spiritual herbs, and Ling Yun didn't feel very distressed. According to this momentum, it will take 10 days sooner or half a month later, and these 3 spiritual herbs will be ripe. Ling Yun observed the 3 spirit grasses, sky sun grass and ground shade grass. Needless to say, the slowest growing dragon spirit grass. The stem is twisted and twisted like a horned dragon. It is estimated that it is about to mature. Hey, God helped me. Ling Yun was naturally in a good mood. He turned to Paul and Jester and said, "This place, for the next half-month, the 2 of you must be strictly guarded, and you must not leave anyone. I don't care who you go out at night, at least one of you must stay at home." Paul and Jester immediately nodded in agreement. Ling Yun turned back to the house and went straight to Wang Feihu's room. Damn it, 3 flowers gather at the top. Wang Feihu was doing his best. With the help of the medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, the steam around his body was steaming and rising slowly, gathering above his head. There was a faint brilliance shining. Ordinary people naturally couldn't see this kind of scene, but Ling Yun possessed divine consciousness, so he could see it clearly. Sitting quietly and exercising skills, the essence is transformed into qi, and the qi rushes to one orifice of the porch, which is a manifestation of the smoothness of the 8 meridians. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun knew that Wang Feihu had recovered 99% of his internal injuries, so he couldn't help but want to help Wang Feihu break through directly, but he still endured it. Wang Feihu's internal injury is just right, let's wait for him to recuperate for a few days, and consolidate it. Old Wang, reap the rewards, don't be too greedy, we have plenty of millennium ginseng, and there are better ones than ginseng. When he found out that Wang Feihu wanted to break through in one fell swoop, Ling Yun immediately stopped him. I thought how poor Lao Wang was before. Wang Feihu immediately stopped exercising, opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining brightly. Ling Yun made a move and pulled out the golden needle from Wang Feihu's body. Wang Feihu floated off the bed, bowed to Ling Yun. Thank you, young Master Ling. Ling Yun did not dodge, accepted the bow calmly, and said with a faint smile, "It seems that the injury has completely recovered. You need to stabilize for a few days, and then I will help you break through with all your strength." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Shimizu City Government. At 8:45 in the morning, the security department at the gate of the city government compound. It's really hot today. The doorman Xiao Zhou was blowing on the air conditioner and playing with his mobile phone, thinking that today is another hot day. But suddenly, he swept his eyes away, and through the glass of the window, he saw 2 figures walking out of the city hall building, striding forward towards the door. Which leader is this, who didn't even sit in the car? Oh, it's Li Ji. It's actually Li Ji. Xiao Zhou's eyes are very good, just muttering something. He took a closer look, and instantly recognized that the 2 leaders who came out of the building were the top leaders of Qingshui City, Li Yifeng. Moreover, the person next to him is actually Tang Tianhao, the director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhou immediately became entangled. The 2 leaders obviously came rushing to the door. They didn't drive. Should he go out to salute, or not? The electric door is still closed, and only the side door next to it is opened. Should I open the door by myself or not? Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao walked quickly, and they arrived at the door very quickly. At this time, Xiao Zhou couldn't care less about entanglement, and hurried out of the department, came to the door, and took the initiative to say hello to the two leaders. Hi Li, Director Tang. Oh, Xiao Zhou, please open the door. Li Yifeng stopped in his tracks and said to Xiao Zhou with a smile. Oh, good, good. How could Xiao Zhou dare not agree? He immediately turned back into the house and pressed the button of the electric door. The retractable electric door opened slowly. Both Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao smiled and nodded at Xiao Zhou. They walked out from the main entrance at the same time, and stood still outside the door. Xiao Zhou was dumbfounded immediately, seeing the appearance of the two leaders. This is obviously waiting for someone at the door, but didn't receive a notice that a leader is coming? Although Xiao Zhou is a doorman, he is extremely shrewd and good at seeing things. Otherwise, he would not be able to be the doorman of the city government. Seeing the two leaders standing outside the door under a big sun, Xiao Zhou was puzzled and hesitant. Thinking about going over and asking? In the end, he gave up. He ran over in a hurry. Li Ji, it's very hot today, look. What he meant was obvious, and asked the two leaders to wait in his room. After all, there was air conditioning in the room. As a guard, it was impulsive to do so, but no matter how senior an official was, he couldn't blame him for this. After all, he is thinking about the leadership, isn't he? Sure enough, Li Yifeng turned his head and said to him with a smile, Oh, no need, Xiao Zhou, you go and do your work, we just pick up someone. Xiao Zhou was stunned. I said in my heart that I am a good boy, who the hell is so awesome, the person has not arrived yet, and he bothered the city's top leaders to come to the door to pick him up. He knew that the other party was definitely not a leader, if it was a leader. The city had already notified them that the gates would be allowed to be closed. Moreover, the two leaders didn't even bring any entourage such as secretaries, so it must not be the leaders who want to come. Who else in Qingshui City can be so awesome? The shelf is that big? Even though he was thinking this way, Xiao Zhou walked back obediently, because the two leaders were standing here, which was not a place for him to stay at all. 10 minutes. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao faced the scorching sun. He actually stood at the door for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a Porsche arrived at the gate of the city hall, stopped slowly, and two people quickly got out of the car. These two people are of course Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Oh, Uncle Li, Uncle Tang, why are you waiting here? How can I afford this? Ling Yun saw Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao from a distance, so when he got out of the car, he immediately came over to say hello to them. Tang Meng didn't expect that. He hurriedly greeted him, thinking that no one in Qingshui City could compare to Brother Yun's face. Hee, Ling Yun, if the family doesn't talk about each other, why are you being polite to me? Besides, you are very important in our Qingshui City now. Uncle comes to pick you up at the door, so I'm not afraid of other people's gossip. Li Yifeng also walked towards Ling Yun, stood in front of him, and patted his shoulder lightly. How is it, the injury is healed? Thank you, Uncle Li, for your concern. I'm fine now. Ling Yun replied with a smile. As for the specific condition of his body, he didn't need to go into details, he didn't come here today to talk about it. That's good, let's go to my office and talk. While talking, Li Yifeng turned around, took the initiative to grab Ling Yun's hand, and walked straight to the city hall side by side with Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao naturally followed closely, and at the same time said to Tang Meng, drive the car in. Xiao Zhou, the doorman guarding Corey, was shocked and dumbfounded after seeing this scene, and said to himself, who did I think I was picking up, so it was such a young man? My God, what is the background of this person? Ling Yun, sit wherever you want, don't be restrained. Coming to Li Yifeng's office, Li Yifeng greeted Ling Yun very kindly. Ling Yun sat on the sofa and found that the tea had already been brewed, and the fragrance was refreshing. Next, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao sat down separately. Tang Tianhao poured tea, and the three began to chat. Of course it was a small talk at first, and the two asked about Ling Yun's recent situation and expressed their concern before getting down to business. Ling Yun, you said that you want to buy the 1,000-acre land in Linjiang New City. Yesterday, the city held a special discussion meeting and passed it. What Li Yifeng came up to give was good news, but what he said was an understatement. Ah, thank you very much, Uncle Li. Regarding this point, Ling Yun had expected it a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He came to see Li Yifeng today, and Li Yifeng had already done it for him yesterday. It's more than that, Ling Yun, let me tell you, your Uncle Li proposed yesterday, and the city unanimously approved that as long as you can ensure serious development, go east and south from the place you want to buy, which is the north bank of Qingshui Bay, then the city has also given you the development of the 100-acre tidal flat. Ling Yun was stunned. What Tang Tianhao said was very cryptic, even very official, but Ling Yun could understand that not only the 1,000 mu of land he wanted to buy, but the city also gave away 500 mu of land for free. 1,500 acres. Of course, the condition for the gift is that Ling Yun must ensure serious development. To put it bluntly, it is actually for you. If Ling Yun can do it himself, will it be taken back if he does not seriously develop it? Li Yifeng smiled slightly, and only said, do it well. Ling Yun and other characters, after being stunned for a while, immediately returned to normal, and said with a smile, Uncle Li, can I find someone to come over tomorrow to go through the procedure? Li Yifeng smiled heartily, you don't need tomorrow, you can do it today, but, you have to pay for the 1,000 acres of land, 1.8 billion, no less. I will definitely give you the money, hee. Thank you Uncle Li, thank you Uncle Tang. Ling Yun hurriedly thanked him, jokingly. At the beginning, the budget for the 1,000 mu of land was at least 2 billion, but now he has given 1,500 mu of land, only 1.8 billion, can you not thank him? Kindness. After pondering for a while, Ling Yun said, Uncle Li, I have a merciless request for my visit this time. Ling Yun is about to ask for an official hat. Li Yifeng turned his head and looked at Tang Tianhao, and they both smiled knowingly. You're still playing charades with me, tell me, what's the matter? Ling Yun nodded, Uncle Li, that. I defeated Li Jiujiang and Lu Guanwang, and now both of them are free. Listening to Xiange, you can know the elegant meaning, Li Yifeng thought it was coming, and he immediately asked, oh, do you have a suitable candidate? Ling Yun said directly, yes, it is none other than our principal Zheng of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School and our executive vice principal Kong Xiuru. Ling Yun knew that this matter was quite difficult, even if the other party was Li Yifeng, but he didn't want to beat around the bush. First of all, it was unnecessary, and second, even if this road didn't work, he could just go another way without embarrassing Li Yifeng. This matter? The city is having a headache about this matter now. I didn't expect you to help us pick a candidate. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that Li Yifeng's tone was still understated. Principal Zheng is now in office. He has worked in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School for so many years. It can be said that his grades are outstanding. This year's college entrance examination, your school's grades are the first in the province. As for teacher Kong Xiuru, although she has just been appointed as the executive vice principal of Qingshui City, she is a special grade teacher. She works hard and her teaching achievements are obvious to all. Ling Yun didn't expect that Li Yifeng knew so much about the affairs of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Li Yifeng said again, this is not an unkind request. I will hold a special meeting to discuss it later. Don't worry. It's done. So simple. Li Yifeng dared to say to reassure Ling Yun, he was not joking, it was because he was 100% sure that he could say this. How could it be so easy? Ling Yun was puzzled. Tang Tianhao, who was next to him, looked at Ling Yun's puzzled look, and kept smiling, without explaining. But Ling Yun didn't wonder for too long. Li Yifeng has now completely controlled the officialdom in Qingshui City, and he has no opponents in Qingshui City. If he can't even do this, then this leader is too useless. Uncle Li, what about Tang Meng's plan to establish the Tiandi group? Ling Yun asked again, only to see Tang Tianhao straightened his expression and corrected him. Ling Yun, that's your Tiandi group. Ling Yun laughed happily and said with a smile, Uncle Tang, isn't that the same? Li Yifeng said, finally, it's time to get down to business, Ling Yun. The establishment of Tiandi group may seem like a trivial matter to you, but in the eyes of our city government, this is the top priority of Qingshui City. This is related to Li Yifeng's political achievements. Could it be a big deal? So, if you want to establish Tiandi group, the city attaches great importance to it. I have already let go and asked all departments to give the green light and give full support. If any department dares to lose the chain and delay the opening of Tiandi group, the department leader will be dismissed immediately. When Ling Yun heard this, he immediately gasped. What a shame, so the municipal government attaches so much importance to Tiandi group. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. You bought those companies, and the city let the word go. At Yuan. Tang Tianhao added with a smile. Ling Yun was even more surprised, and suddenly realized, no wonder Tang Meng said that the acquisition of those companies went smoothly and progressed very quickly, so there is another layer in it. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turned out that all the problems he had considered were not problems in Li Yifeng's eyes. This is the beauty of power. In a word, a decision is life or death. As for the others, it is just a procedure. Thank you, Uncle Li. Apart from thanking Ling Yun, what else can he say? The establishment of Tiandi Group is very important, but this matter cannot be done by just you and Tang Meng. I know you are a big shopkeeper, but Tang Meng is not enough in terms of age, ability, or experience to support such a big thing. Tang Tianhao reminded Ling Yun again with a smile. Li Yifeng continued, so, if you need manpower during this time, the city can also help you find professionals. If you are short of money, I can also help you talk to the bank. This is really a green light all the way. Ling Yun expressed his thanks again, but he was not short of money, so he said with a smile, Uncle Li, you don't have to worry about money, I have enough here. From the beginning to the end, Ling Yun never thought of using bank money. Kindness. Li Yifeng nodded. He also knew that Ling Yun was not short of money, and then said with a smile, then, do you have any other requests? Ling Yun smiled and said, hey, Uncle Li has opened the door for me to be more convenient and responsive to my requests. I am already flattered, how can I ask for anything else? Speaking of now, everything about Ling Yun has been discussed. Li Yifeng nodded, raised his hand to pick up a cup of tea, took 2 sips, turned to Tang Tianhao and said, Old Tang, the next thing is yours, you can tell Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, your Uncle Tang also has a merciless request here. Ling Yun quickly stood up, Uncle Tang. If you have anything to do, just tell me to do it. Why do you still say such things? Kindness. Tang Tianhao nodded, and directly said what he wanted to say, Qinglong wants to be whitewashed. Established Tiandi Group. In any case, it is Li Yifeng's political achievements, and Qinglong, of course, is related to Tang Tianhao's political achievements. This matter is beneficial to you, me, Xiaomeng, and the people of Qingshui City. Fearing that Ling Yun would not agree, Tang Tianhao nodded again, which can be said to be sincere. It's all said and done, how could Ling Yun refuse? Besides, he originally had the idea of letting Qinglong slowly go on the right path. It's just not implemented yet. I know that Qinglong is Long Kuan's painstaking effort. It would be unreasonable for you to disband directly, so let's change it into a company. Tang Tianhao put forward his own idea. Qinglong Longtang changed to a security company, Rentong, according to the projects operated by each hall. Separate companies are also established. As for how to do it, you can deal with it as you see, and I will not participate. Li Yifeng immediately said, but people from Qinglong, including these companies, cannot be included in the Tiandi group. Ling Yun was stunned. I said in my heart that the two old foxes had planned this matter long ago, and they sang together. He chuckled, I agree, and I will do as the two uncles said. No matter how good the relationship is, no matter how close the person is, there must be a human relationship, and they will reciprocate. So Ling Yun directly agreed. Good boy, Uncle Tang knew you would agree. Seeing Ling Yun let go, Tang Tianhao immediately stopped being tense, laughed, and took a sip of tea. He finished talking about this matter. Then Tang Tianhao stood up and said to Li Yifeng and Ling Yun, that boy Tang Meng parked for a long time, but he hasn't come up yet. I'll go and have a look, and you can continue talking. After finishing speaking, Tang Tianhao actually left just like that, leaving Li Yifeng's office. Ling Yun understood very well that this was an excuse to avoid it. Next, it was naturally him who had a secret talk with Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng took a sip of the tea from the teacup, thinking for a while, as if he was considering where to start. Ling Yun didn't have anything to think about, so he took the initiative to ask, Uncle Li, you just came back from the capital, don't you know where the capital is? Of course Ling Yun knew that Li Yifeng went to the capital some time ago, and it took half a month to go there, and he also entered the Red Wall, and met the first person in China. The news he brought was undeniably astonishing. Otherwise, with the relationship between Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng, there is no need to avoid it at all. The capital is going to be turned upside down. Sure enough, when Li Yifeng uttered his first sentence, it was astonishing. The Sun family is in chaos. It can be said that the 6 gods have no master. They are dying now. Ling Yun listened quietly, did not speak, and said to the Sun family, the first thing he did when he arrived in the capital was to destroy the Sun family. The Chen family is also in a mess. However, their patriarch is still there, and it seems that there is an old patriarch in the Huaxia group. This person is not easy to mess with, so I don't know much about the specific situation. This is Ling Yun's second goal. There are quite a few new families and new forces vying to stand out. They want to take this opportunity to make waves on the stage. They are eager to try. Among the 7 major families in the capital, the Sun family and the Chen family were turned upside down by the people killed by Ling Yun, which disrupted the balance of the 7 major families. The other 5 major families, the Chao family, died down, and there was no one on the table. The Long family, Yi family, Li family, and Ling family were left. The Long family and the Yi family are naturally giants in China. They have kept a low profile for many years, and they have spread all over China. No one knows their depth. The Li family is rich, so this can be ignored for now. As for the Ling family, in the turbulent situation, they were struggling to support them. They didn't rely on anyone, and they were waiting for someone. Under such circumstances, there are many forces under the water who want to stand in line, stir up the situation, and take the place of the Sun family and the Chen family. You said that Uncle gave you the green light. This is true, because I know that you will leave Qingshui City as soon as Tiandi Group is established. Li Yifeng looked at Ling Yun, and said seriously, the first stop is to go to the capital, right? Ling Yun nodded without hesitation. Ling Yun, remember, the capital is not our Qingshui City, where the waves are big. Can you understand me? Uncle Li, don't worry. I have a sense of proportion. Then Ling Yun pondered for a while, looked at Li Yifeng, and asked tentatively, I don't know what that person means. Li Yifeng frowned slightly. The heart of heaven is unpredictable, I can't speak nonsense. However, if my guess is right, I should help you, after all. After he heard about Qingshui City, he directly passed the Tianzu. He let the Chinese ancient martial arts circle speak. I understand. When Ling Yun and Li Yifeng had a conversation, there was no need for the two of them to speak too clearly, they were all clear. When Li Yifeng went to the capital, he must have reported in detail what Ling Yun had done in Qingshui City, and the capital city also told Li Yifeng some things, with the intention of asking him to tell Ling Yun. Although the Huasha Condor team almost investigated Ling Yunming's affairs to the bottom, Li Yifeng's report was different from theirs. Because that represented the high-level officials of Qingshui City, that is, the official views on Ling Yun. This is very important for the person inside the red wall, to decide how to deal with Ling Yun's matter. Ling Yun stood up. Uncle Li, please tell me the truth. I don't know the Li family in the capital. What does it have to do with you? After going to the capital, if there was any friction with the Li family, Ling Yun would at least know what to do. Li Yifeng smiled hoarsely. It doesn't matter, your Uncle Li sat in this position and climbed up step by step. However, it doesn't hurt to tell you. The person I'm following is the one. As he spoke, Li Yifeng stretched out his index finger and pointed to the ceiling. He used to be my old leader. It turned out to be the minister of the dragon, Ling Yun suddenly realized. He laughed and said, then Uncle Li went to the capital this time, did he get any benefits? Li Yifeng also stood up. He smiled and said, to tell you the truth, when you leave Qingshui, Uncle Li will also move. What position? Executive Deputy Governor. Ling Yun regretted, huh? Why isn't it right? Li Yifeng laughed aloud, not much difference. Hey, the dragon among men, I can't keep it. Watching Ling Yun get into the car and go away, Li Yifeng shook his head, with regret on his face, and said with a sigh. We've tried our best, besides, can Ling Yun just let us go if we have something to do? Tang Tianhao stood beside Li Yifeng and said calmly. Why don't you go up today? In the car, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng. Hey, my dad has already said hello and won't let me go up, how dare I? Tang replied with a fierce smile. Then you know the result? As Ling Yun asked, he took out his phone. I didn't know before, but my dad just told me about our business. Ling Yun nodded, then left Tang Meng alone and called Kong Xiuru directly. Hello? Ling Yun? The phone was connected quickly, and Kong Xiuru's voice sounded over there, slightly pleasantly surprised. Teacher Kong, I'm here to congratulate you. Ling Yun was in a good mood, and joked with Kong Xiuru on the phone. Congratulate me, what kind of congratulations? I heard that you are pregnant, is it fake? Kong Xiuru was suddenly angry, ashamed and angry, nonsense. Who did you listen to, and you didn't beat him when you heard this? Ling Yun laughed loudly, haha, Mr. Kong calm down, I was joking with you just now, but there is indeed a happy event. The position of Director of Qingshui City Education Bureau will be yours from now on. What? On the other end of the phone, there was an exclamation. Also, Principal Zheng of our Qingshui No. 1 Middle School will be the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education in the future. However, I will not tell him the news. You can tell him. Anyway, he will be your immediate boss in the future. Ling Yun chuckled, told Kong Xiuru the result of the conversation just now, and then said a few gossips, before hanging up the phone. Have you made an appointment with Tai Xiaohu and Abing? I have an appointment with Brother Yun. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Clearwater Bay. More than 300 brothers are waiting there. You tell Abing to let those 300 people stand under the sun from now on. If you can't bear it, you don't have to force it, just quit automatically. Ling Yun immediately gave the order, let's go to have lunch first, and then go there at 2:30 in the afternoon. It is just after 11 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is scorching hot, and the scorching sun is scorching the earth. To be continued. Brother Yun, why did you suddenly realize that you want to teach so many people how to learn martial arts? Tang Meng dragged Ling Yun to find a private restaurant with a very hot business, and the two asked for a private room alone. After lunch, the two drank tea and chatted in the private room. Ling Yun smiled and said, "You are wrong, this is not a sudden idea, I had it a long time ago, it's just that the timing was not ripe before. Since I practiced, I have fought a lot and killed a lot of people, but what you saw there was only 1 or 2 battles. Of course, you have seen the most tragic battle from beginning to end. It was the battle in Villa number 1. I have never been injured so badly before. Looking back, why? Isn't it because we don't have our own power? You think, if we hear that the enemy is coming, we can call hundreds of innate experts with one phone call. How comfortable is this fight?" Speaking of this, Ling Yun raised his head, glanced at Tang Meng, and said with a smile, "Even if the enemy knows that we have such power, they won't even dare to come to trouble us." Tang Meng knew Ling Yun so well, he immediately understood Ling Yun's meaning. If you are strong enough, you can defeat others without fighting. Another reason is that if you fight more with less, you will suffer no matter what. Then he frowned slightly. But, teaching so many people how to learn martial arts at once, can you teach it alone? Tang Meng saw how Ling Yun instructed Tai Xiaohu to practice martial arts. Ling Yun laughed, "Don't worry about that, since I said the time is right, of course there is a solution. Besides, do you think teaching these people is as laborious as teaching Tai Xiaohu to practice? Then why choose someone from Qinglong?" Without hesitation, Ling Yun smiled and said, "At least, they are used to fighting and killing, it's better than choosing from ordinary people." Throughout noon, the two chatted in the private room like this. Tang Meng also answered the phone from time to time to deal with some matters. Now he is very busy, and there are too many things that need to be decided by him. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Almost. Let's go. The two got up at the same time, left the restaurant, and drove straight to Clearwater Bay. "Hello, Bing." On the way. Ling Yun called a Bing, "How many people can't bear it now, and quit?" "Brother Yun, there are a total of 352 people who signed up. Now more than 60 people can't bear it and quit, and there are less than 300 people left. And now many people have reached their limit." Ling Yun smiled, "Well, I'm rushing over now. Those who are still persisting, can't give them a drink of water before I arrive, and those who want to quit are free to do so." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun turned his head and looked out the car window, looking at the dazzling sunlight. He smiled and said, "It's really hot, today is really a good day." Tang Meng couldn't help but rolled his eyes when he heard this. "That's what you said." 20 minutes later, the vehicle crossed the river crossing bridge and arrived at Linjiang New City on the north bank of Qingshui River. After walking east for a while, Tang Meng suddenly raised his hand and said excitedly, "Brother Yun, just go east from here, along the bank of Qingshui River to the mouth of Qingshui Bay. The 3 kilometers of land will be ours from now on." Already. 1,500 acres of land. 1 mu of land is 666 square meters, a total of 1 million square meters. If it is a square, it is 1 kilometer times 1 kilometer. In other words, if the length and width are both 1 kilometer, such a piece of land is exactly 1,500 mu. But the land assigned to Ling Yun by the city government is not a regular square, but a slightly irregular trapezoid. Because the north shore of Clearwater Bay and the east coastline just formed a large obtuse angle. 1,500 mu of land sounds scary, but it doesn't look very big. Ling Yun was quite disapproving. Hearing this, Tang Meng almost vomited blood for 3 liters of anger. Even though he was driving, he couldn't help turning his head and said, "Brother Yun, can you be more shameless?" Such a large piece of land, let's not say that it is a complete piece of land that will be handed over to us for independent development. Let's talk about its location. Do you know how many real estate developers across the country are staring at this piece of fat? That's you. The 1.8 billion will be taken down. If you want to replace it with someone else, let alone 1.8 billion, you won't be able to take down even 8 billion. Hearing Ling Yan's laughter, he simply became a little more shameless. So, what a wise decision I made. Tang Meng was completely speechless, thinking that I don't need to tell you these things. On the north shore of Clearwater Bay, on a large barren beach. At this time, there were hundreds of people standing here, looking at the blackness from a distance. Most of them are teenagers between the ages of 16 and 18. Without exception, they are all topless, barefoot, and wearing a pair of shorts, standing under the scorching sun. Near them, 7 or 8 buses were parked on the beach in a haphazard manner, looking very capricious. Anyway, no one dares to control it. These 300 or so people were exactly the Qinglong brothers who were going to accept Ling Yan's selection. Today is really a rare hot day since the beginning of summer in Qingshui City. The weather forecast temperature is 38 degrees and the ground temperature is 42 degrees. Moreover, even though it is by the sea, there is almost no wind. The scorching sun above the head, the hot gravel or rocks that can be used to fry eggs under the feet, the whole beach is full of heat waves. The sun was so bright that it was almost impossible to open your eyes. These teenagers were wearing a pair of shorts, dripping with sweat, and had stood here for 3 hours, waiting to accept Ling Yan's test. Such weather, such a test, is almost torture. Boom. Hudong. After 2 sounds in succession, 2 more people had reached their limits and fell to the ground one after another. They passed out. A Bing winked at Li Yi and Jiao Fei who were beside him, but without speaking, they went straight into the crowd and carried the 2 fainted back. They were then sent back to the car, pinched and watered until they regained consciousness. Ahem, have you seen that someone can't bear it anymore? Brother Yun said, don't force anyone. As long as you feel that you can't bear it anymore, just say quit, and you can go back to the car to cool off immediately. There is air conditioning, and water. No one is laughing at you. A bus has already driven away just now, and those brothers who left, no one is laughing at them, right? A Bing drank 2 sips of mineral water, raised his hand and waved at the crowd in front, and said with a smile. Ah Bing grew up in the army. Not only did he see recruits being trained in the army, he also often saw special forces training in this way. Especially the special forces, you are enduring the limits of your body, and the instructors are still tempting you, persuading you to drink water, persuading you to give up, and persuading you to rest. It is not only your physical strength that is tested, but also your spirit. As soon as Ah Bing heard what Ling Yun meant, he knew what he wanted to do, so he used such a move. Have to say, it was brutal. Also, don't blame me for not reminding you, I don't know when the dragon head will come, and this is only the first test, and that's it for the first test. Think about the rest, can you pass it? Boss, I give up. I can't do it anymore, I can't take it anymore, I also give up. I want to drink. These 2 sentences of Ah Bing are too crucial. When he finished the first sentence, some people were shaken and started to leave the place and walk out. After he finished the second sentence, many people moved at the same time and walked out of the line. Actively chose to give up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 37, very good, a total of 41 brothers chose to quit this time, they are all smart and decisive. Sure enough, another 8 people walked out of the team this time, with shame and unwillingness on their faces, they chose to quit. Yes. If you can't stand it, just quit, go home and drink cold beer, blow on the air conditioner to soak up girls. Think about it, how comfortable is that? In this way, before 3 o'clock, some fainted due to exhaustion, and most of them chose to quit voluntarily. A total of 116 people quit and left the title flat directly by bus. Those who choose to quit are of course not eligible to stay here. As long as the bus is full, Bing will let the driver drive away. The remaining 236 Qinglong brothers, although their bodies were bald, their lips were chapped, and their mouths were dry, they still gritted their teeth and endured despite Bing's various temptations. Undoubtedly, most of these are people from Qinglong Longtang, and they are stronger than others in terms of physical strength and perseverance. Moreover, Ling Yun is already a legendary existence in their eyes, like a god. It is the dream of these people to be able to follow Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu was a living example. He stood there. Although he didn't speak, this in itself was already the strength that could support them to persevere. Boom. Hudong. Two more fell to the ground, but when Li Yi and Jiao Fei went to lift them up, those two shook their heads, gritted their teeth, and stood up unsteadily. We are not quitting. Li Yi and Jiao Fei didn't know what to do, so they turned to look at Bing. You're not strong enough, drag it away. Bing ordered directly. Wait. Tai Xiaohu suddenly said in a deep voice, if you don't quit now, as long as you are still willing to stand here, you can wait for Brother Yun to come. Those two teenagers were already disappointed, thinking that there was no chance, but hearing Tai Xiaohu's words, they were ecstatic at the same time. Bing frowned, and said softly, Brother Hu, if this continues, I'm afraid something will happen to their health. Tai Xiaohu laughed, what the hell happened, Brother Yun is here, as long as they don't die, nothing will happen. Have you forgotten what Brother Yun does? Bing thought about it, and immediately stopped talking. Tai Xiaohu added, those two boys have good aptitude, not talking about physical strength, but perseverance, let Brother Yun decide. Bing has never practiced martial arts, but Tai Xiaohu is now at the peak of the acquired 9 levels, of course he understands that learning martial arts depends more on perseverance. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At 3:15, a Porsche came to the beach by the sea and stopped 100 meters away from the crowd. DODTW. Ling Yun and Tang Meng got out of the car at the same time, and they walked towards the crowd side by side. They have been in the sun for a full 4 hours. It's such a hot day. It's really good that there are so many people left. Ling Yun walked forward, his eyes swept away, and he was immediately satisfied. There were more than 200 people, more than he expected. Originally, Ling Yun estimated that there would be 350 people, but this test alone could wipe out more than 200 people, but in the end only more than 100 people quit. You are very charming. Although these children are all in Qinglong, they are also pampered only children at home. If their parents know that their children have suffered this kind of crime, they will eat you alive. Tang Meng smiled and joked with Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't take it seriously, because he understood that only in this way can he be a true brother. If you want to hang out with me, if you can't bear this bit of suffering, then don't even think about it. You and Tai Xiaohu have fought with me before. Tang Meng was speechless when Ling Yun stopped him with only one sentence. At this moment, the two were less than 50 meters away from where everyone was standing, and the people with Qinglong in the distance recognized Ling Yun and Tang Meng. Their eyes lit up and their faces showed excitement. That's right, Ling Yun is finally here, at least for this level, they've finally come to an end. Ling Yun's consciousness swept away, and he looked around, and there was no one around. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he became interested. Tai Xiaohu accepts. Ling Yun yelled violently, and his body flew forward like lightning, rushed more than 10 meters away, and then jumped straight to Tai Xiaohu. Ling Yun is very quiet and wants to move. Another purpose is naturally to test Tai Xiaohu's current kung fu. At the same time, the two of them will also perform a show, so that the rest of the group can see what they are about to get. What? Ling Yun exploded too suddenly. Tai Xiaohu didn't have time to say anything. He directly practiced his kung fu. He let out a loud shout. The Zhenqi in his body circulated rapidly, layer upon layer superimposed like thunder. Then he jumped up and faced Ling Yan in the sky. Boom! The fists of the two collided fiercely at a height of more than 10 meters. True energy surged, and then two tall figures crossed past. Haha. Not bad, come again. As soon as Ling Yan landed on the ground, he immediately turned around. He gave Tai Xiaohu a thumbs up, then his body flickered, and he rushed again. Boom boom boom. Tai Xiaohu didn't show weakness either. He swayed slightly after landing, and immediately turned around. The two of them fought together again. Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu have a tacit understanding. They both used Tiangang Fumo Fist, and they both used the Dian Juxing Baojue for protection, but the two of them didn't use too many body skills. Fist strength is surging, flying sand and rolling stones. Fuck. It's too powerful. It's too domineering. Fuck, this is better than the special effects on TV. It's a good thing that maid persisted. Otherwise, this scene would have been impossible to see. If we can do the same in the future, then what do we want? Seeing the battle between Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu, the Qinglong brothers were stunned and almost forgot the pain on their bodies. I couldn't help but comment in a hurry. Little tiger, use all your strength to receive this punch from me. Ling Yan stretched his muscles and bones, and no longer performed, he said calmly while resisting Tai Xiaohu's fierce attack. Okay. Let the horse come here. Ling Yan smiled cheekily, and suddenly punched out. This punch seemed slow, but really fast. With a mysterious trajectory, Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yan's punch was not easy to receive, so he let out a yell, raised his internal energy to the extreme, gathered his fists together, and forcibly received Ling Yan's domineering punch. Boom! Tai Xiaohu was so shocked that he flew upside down. Ling Yan remained motionless. Boom! Tai Xiaohu flew more than 10 meters away, and landed on the tidal flat all of a sudden, supporting the ground with one hand. It took a long time to calm down the chaotic qi in his body, and slowly stood up. Not bad. Xiaohu, you don't need a weapon now, you can win the first 3 peaks. With Ling Yan's vision, he immediately tested Tai Xiaohu's current combat power. When Ling Yan was at the peak of the 9th level of body training, he could even defeat a master at the peak of the 8th level of Xiantian without using the dragon and elephant power, but that was him. Ling Yan has a space ring, a dragon saliva, a dark blood sword, a dragon sword, and various cultivation techniques that Tai Xiaohu doesn't know. None of these Tai Xiahis exist. The ancient martial artist who can beat the first 3 peaks with bare hands at the peak of the acquired 9th level is already extremely talented. What will Tai Xiaohu do now? 10,000 miles divine walking step, Dian gathering stars treasure, raging waves internal strength, dragon elephant power, Tiangang Fumo fist, plus at most 1 dragon claw hand from Shaolin Temple. It's gone. It is good. Boss is so handsome. Behind the two, there was thunderous applause and cheers. Ling Yan smiled slightly, and side by side with Tai Xiaohu, he came in front of the crowd. Brothers have worked hard. But these tests alone are not enough. If you can pass the next 2 tests, then I guarantee that you will all be like us in the not-too-distant future. Ling Yan didn't talk nonsense, he just made it clear that there are 2 more tests to come. The fight between the two of them just now has already explained everything, and it is more effective than talking 10,000 words. But don't worry everyone, the next test is not to torture you, but to test your heart and courage. Looking at the apprehensive eyes of everyone, Ling Yan added with a smile. The first level tests a person's physique, perseverance, and endurance. These are the basic qualities of cultivation. The second level is to test people's heart and courage, which is the basic quality of fighting. As he spoke, Ling Yan had a thought, and took out a gleaming machete from the space ring. The knife was 1 meter long and the blade was as wide as a palm. This was the night of the deadly battle at Villa No. 1. Ling Yun randomly picked out the weapons left behind by the enemies. A group of 8, standing side by side in an arc. The distance between each group should be farther apart. The 236 people were immediately divided into 30 groups and stood up according to Ling Yun's request. Little Tiger, continue. Ling Yun threw the saber to Tai Xiaohu, and then said with a smile, go, stand in front of them, sweep away thousands of troops, and swing the saber. Attention everyone. When Tai Xiaohu swings his knife at you later, those who retreat will automatically exit, and those who blink will also automatically exit. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he said to Tai Xiaohu through sound transmission, when you swing the knife later, don't use too much strength. The important thing is the distance. The point of the knife is away from their eyes. It should not exceed 5 centimeters. Tai Xiaohu is the peak of the 9th floor in the day after tomorrow, so he can definitely control this. This is really a test of heart and courage. When we describe a person who is ruthless, we often use the word kill without blinking an eye. The reason is because we can do it without blinking an eye. Don't underestimate this, because for ordinary people, when encountering scary or frightening things, or when fighting, they will often close their eyes involuntarily in fright. This is from the fear in my heart, this is instinct. If someone wants to hit you, you close your eyes in fright, so why not hit you? First group. Tai Xiaohu held a machete in his hand, stepped forward quickly, and stood 2 meters away from the front group of people. He was tall and had long arms. This distance is just right. Get ready, I'm going to swing the knife. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand, holding the long knife in his hand, and swung it lightly from left to right. Sharp knife tip. It passed in front of the eyes of the 8 people one by one, neither fast nor slow. With Tai Xiaohu's attack speed, if it was too fast, these people probably wouldn't be able to react at all, and they wouldn't even have time to blink. Ah. Mom. It was just this knife that made those desperately wide-eyed people close their eyes tightly in fright, and some of them retreated directly. Someone simply fell to the ground in fright. 2 people retreat, 3 people close their eyes, these 5 people back out. With a swing of the saber, Ling Yun immediately announced the result. He possesses divine consciousness, and watching from the sidelines, it is impossible to hide it from him. In the first group, there are only 3 people left. Then came the second group, the third group. 1 knife is enough for each group. After half an hour, the second round of testing is over. This time, 140 people have been wiped out, and there are less than 100 people left. There are 96 more. Those who have been dismissed can now take the bus back. After returning, each person can go to his own hall to receive 1,000 yuan. As a result, 3 more buses left the tidal flat. Many people sighed, reluctantly, and regretted why they blinked at that time. Bing paid great attention to the 2 people who passed out but didn't quit before, and found that they both passed the second test, so he couldn't help but glance at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu held the machete, smiled, and said nothing. At this time, Ling Yun spoke again, the test of the 3rd level is even easier. Everyone is divided into 3 groups and stand in a big circle around me. After Ling Yun tested everyone's physique, perseverance, endurance, heart and courage, the 3rd level was actually the most important level. He wants to use his spiritual sense directly on the last remaining people to crush them and test their spiritual strength. Soon the first group of 32 people stepped forward and fought side by side around Ling Yun, forming a round human wall. Ling Yun stood in the middle. You can just stand like this. Brothers who can stand for 3 minutes without falling down will pass the test. Spiritual consciousness is spiritual power. Although it is invisible and intangible, it is pervasive. Spiritual power is also a kind of power, otherwise, at the later stage of cultivation, how could one be able to manipulate a flying sword to kill thousands of miles away with a single thought? If there is no power, how can Ning Lingyu control the water sword? Although Ling Yan can't control the flying sword with his mind now, he is already at the first level of qi training, and his mental power has been refined so pure that it can be used as a separate power. The realm of qi training, drawing qi into the body, refining qi to transform into a god, and training qi 3 levels, you can make the flying sword change at will, you can put the flying sword in the body, and then move the mind to kill with the sword. When you reach the 4th level of qi training, that is, you have entered the middle stage of qi training, you can start flying with the sword. Ah, my head hurts. At this time, Ling Yan had already launched mental oppression, and someone in the crowd immediately felt a splitting headache and began to hold their heads in their hands. After 3 minutes passed, Ling Yun immediately put away his consciousness, and then raised his eyes to sweep. 10 people quit, 22 pass. Then came the other 2 groups in turn. After 10 minutes, all the tests were completed, no more, no less, exactly 72 people passed the 3 tests. Exactly 1/5, that is, about 20% of the total number of people. 28 phenomenon. Bing, record the names of these brothers. After sending those 24 people away, Ling Yin said to Bing. Then, he glanced up and said with a smile to the 72 people who passed the test, "Congratulations, you can mix with me in the future. Our sect also has a name, called Xianhuan." From then on, these 72 people followed Ling Yun to conquer east and west, and fought south and north, which made countless enemies frightened and turned pale when they talked about it. They are called the 72 war gods of the Immortal Doctor sect. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Okay, everyone is tired after tossing so far, hurry up and get in the car to cool off. Oh, you can go swimming in the sea if you want. Yuan. Ling Yun waved his hand and let the 72 people who passed the test move freely. Oh. Thank you, boss. After all, they were all teenagers of 16 or 17 years old. They persisted until now, and they couldn't stand it any longer. When they heard Ling Yun's words, they immediately broke up and let the sheep go. However, since they have passed Ling Yun's triple test, these people no longer belong to Qinglong, but are really Ling Yun's people. Therefore, Ling Yun let them have fun. I didn't expect those 2 guys to actually pass the test. Bing sighed in his heart, and had to admire Tai Xiaohu's vision. He has been silently paying attention to the 2 guys who passed out but did not quit, and found that they were among the 72 people who finally passed the test. Xiaohu, Bing, let's go to the beach for a walk. Ling Yan suddenly turned his head and said to Tai Xiaohu and Bing with a smile. Together, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Bing, the 4 of them quickly came to the shore, stepped on the fine and wet sand, watched the surging waves, and walked slowly. Bing, I have something to tell you today. Qinglong must change its existence. Ling Yun didn't make any detours, and got straight to the point when he came up. Bing was a little dazed when he heard this, and was taken aback for a moment. Change, to another form? Brother Yun, what do you mean? Tang Meng smiled and said, stupid. Let me tell you, what Brother Yun means is that Qinglong is going to be cleaned up and changed into a company system. Do you understand? What? Bing's footsteps faltered suddenly, and Tai Xiaohu's figure also trembled slightly. Brother Yun, what's going on? For Tai Xiaohu, Qinglong is where he came from, and he has a different feeling for Qinglong, so he was more excited when he heard it. Ling Yun patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder. He smiled and said, I went to the city hall this morning. This is the request of Uncle Li and Uncle Tang. Oh, I see. Tai Xiaohu was stunned, and immediately stopped talking. Ling Yun turned to look at Bing. Bing, what do you mean? Hey. Ah Bing smiled and scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Yun, in fact, I have thought about it. Oh? Ling Yun was a little surprised. Not long after Ah Bing took over Qinglong, he had such thoughts in his heart. It was inevitable that Ling Yun would be shocked. Actually, no matter what kind of organization, what name it is, it doesn't matter, what form it is, it doesn't matter, what matters is the inside. The other one is that I did what the boss of Qinglong did. My old man seems to have noticed it. If he really knows that I did this, he will probably send troops directly to catch me back. Break my legs. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other, speechless at the same time. What Ah Bing said is not groundless. His father is the head of the regiment, a deputy teacher, if he knows that his son is doing this. Breaking his legs is light. Originally, Ling Yun thought that Ah Bing was so far-sighted, and he was afraid of his father after making trouble for a long time. In the end, Ling Yun nodded. Then this matter is settled like this. Qinglong Longtang will be changed to a security company, Qinglong Rentong. According to the main projects that each hall is responsible for, it will be changed to other companies. After a pause, Ling Yun added, moreover, this matter must be done as soon as possible, and the restructuring must be completed before the Tiandi group is established. Now, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu are both in Qingshui City. With them around, the situation can be controlled. Even if some old people in Qinglong can't understand and want to make trouble, they can settle it instantly. The matter of whitewashing must be carried out, and there is no room for negotiation. Ah Bing asked again, Brother Yun, there is no problem with the restructuring, so what about our territory? Ling Yun smiled, and said calmly, didn't you just say it? It just exists in a different form, changing the soup but not the medicine, and doing things as they should. The Xiangtong of Qinglong's headquarters, as well as Qinglong's territory, can't be lost. This matter was discussed in this way. Brother Yun, then these 72 people. Ling Yun stopped, looked at those guys who were yelling excitedly, and said with a smile, these 72 people, from now on, are essentially separated from Qinglong. But during this period of time, it is still managed by your side and name, and you are directly responsible for them. Xiaohu, during this time, as long as you are free, call them together and practice them more. Ling Yun handed over the task of managing these people to Ah Bing, and handed over the task of training these people to Tai Xiaohu. Brother Yun, what about Uncle Long? Ling Yun said lightly, I already have some clues about this matter, I will handle it myself, and you don't have to worry about it. Little Tiger, Ah Bing, take everyone back. Xiaohu, before you leave, please tell everyone for me. After giving instructions to the two, Ling Yun and Tang Meng got into the car after 5 o'clock in the afternoon and left the title flat. Half an hour later, the two returned to Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. Brother Yun, I can't accompany you tonight. There is a dinner tonight, and I have to attend. Back at Villa No. 1, before getting out of the car, Tang Meng said with a sad face. I didn't intend to let you accompany me, so get out. After Tang Meng left, Ling Yun changed another car and drove by himself, going straight to the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, Pingfan Clinic. The distance is very close, and it takes only a few minutes to drive there. Ling Yun found a place to park, got out of the car, and walked towards Pingfan Clinic. Now, more than 20 days have passed since Pingfan Clinic was bombed. After more than 20 days of rebuilding day and night, the main building of Pingfan Clinic has been built, and the rest is decoration work. Of course, the construction progress of the clothing store opposite the ordinary clinic is similar. It's exactly the same as before. When he came to the door, Ling Yun looked at Pingfan Clinic carefully and couldn't help sighing. Ling Yun. When Yarou heard Ling Yun's voice, she immediately ran out from the facade of the building. There was some dust on her pretty face, but she couldn't hide her excitement. Didn't you say that you don't need to watch it yourself? Why are you always disobedient? Ling Yan stepped forward with a smile, gently raised his hand, and gently wiped the dust off Yao Rou's face. It's good to do some work, but it's boring to be idle anyway. Ling Yan's sudden intimate gesture made Yao Rou a little shy. She lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice, "How did you get here?" Ling Yan laughed. "You haven't seen me for so long, I miss you, so I had to come to see you." Yao Rukio blushed slightly, and said in a small, imperceptible voice, "I don't want to see you, it's not that I don't miss you." "Well, I really believe that," Ling Yan said stinkingly. Then he straightened his expression and asked, "Rower, everyone has moved to Villa number 9, why don't you come over?" When Ling Yan asked, Yao Rou became even more shy. "At the beginning you were seriously injured and unconscious. In order to take care of you, Sister Menghan and I told my aunt about our affairs. Sorry to live." It doesn't take Yao Rou to say it. Ling Yan also understands that only Lin Menghan and Yao Rou have had a relationship with Ling Yan, and now that Ling Yan is healed, how could the two of them have the nerve to go and live with everyone? If they really live together, that kind of embarrassing scene is absolutely sour. Ling Yan nodded, and raised his chin at the same time. "Is it all built?" Talking about the clinic, Yao Rou was very excited. "Well, it's all finished, and the rest is decoration." Ling Yan smiled and said, "Let's find the former decoration team. They did a good job back then, and they are familiar with everyone, so you won't have to worry about it." Yao Rou happily smiled and said, "Well, I think so too. I have already contacted them, they will come to decorate tomorrow." "That's it, what about Menghan?" "You call her, and we will have dinner together tonight." Yao Rou bit her delicate lips lightly, and said in embarrassment, "Sister Menghan seems to be about to break through, she is hurrying up to practice, and the phone is probably turned off right now." Lin Menghan's stubborn look appeared in Ling Yan's mind, and he couldn't help but smile, knowing that night, Yao Rou made breakthroughs one after another in Villa number 1, and suddenly advanced to the 3rd level of Xiantian, which seemed to have stimulated Lin Menghan. "Then let's go, leave her alone, we will eat together." Ling Yan came alone to accompany Yao Rou, which made Yao Rou feel very happy. She smiled happily, and said happily, "I know there is a restaurant that makes very good specialties, let's try it. Just go there." So the two got into the car and drove almost half of Qingshui City to the specialty restaurant that Yao Rou mentioned. Ling Yan directly asked for the best private room, and the two went in and sat down. "Rower, you have reached the peak of the 3rd level of innate, do you feel anything?" After ordering and waiting for the food, Ling Yan asked Yao Rou. "Well, yes, first of all, it seems that I can feel the things around me, as if I saw it with my own eyes, very clearly. Naturally, this is divine consciousness. Until now, I won't hide it from you. Xuanhuan to Wanggong is actually a cultivation method." Yao Rou nodded and smiled and said, "I can feel it too. Another difference is that the earth is becoming more and more intimate. Well, it's like being able to communicate with the earth, and feel her pulsating rhythm." Ling Yan laughed loudly, "That's right. Xuanhuan Earth Emperor Kungfu communicates the power of the earth. When the realm is reached, all the earth and rock under my feet are for my use." Rower has a good understanding. It seems that tonight, it's time to teach you something new. Ling Yan meant something. Yao Rukio blushed, as if thinking of something, she spat lightly. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart. Suddenly his face straightened, and he asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Rower, now you know that you are a cultivator, and you have already entered the hall, do you think ordinary clinics are still so important?" Ling Yan hopes that Yao Rou can practice seriously. Yao Rou was startled when she heard this, and a flash of memory appeared on her face. "It's very important, because without this clinic, I would not be your woman, let alone today. Don't forget the original intention." That. Ling Yan was moved in his heart, but at the same time, he was quite embarrassed. He asked intentionally or unintentionally, after half a month, I will leave Qingshui and go to the capital. Are you going? To be continued. There was an instant silence in the private room. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, Yao groaned for a while, bit her lips, and shook her head slightly. I won't go to the capital, Ling Yan, although there are many things you didn't tell me. I know that you have a lot of important things to do when you go to the capital. It's your woman, I don't want to be your burden. I guard the ordinary clinic, practice slowly on weekdays, and at the same time help you guard the industry in Qingshui City, and I am satisfied. After finishing speaking, Yao suddenly smiled. Besides, you just went to the capital, and it's not like you won't come back. Now that the transportation is so developed, it's only 3 hours by plane. Why are you talking so seriously? Really? Ling Yan thought about it, so he smiled slightly and changed the subject. Then how about this, when the Tiandi group is established, I will arrange a position for you as a vice president. You don't have to worry about anything, just take a job. Ling Yan stared at Yao and asked, is this the head office? Okay, I promise you. After dinner, Ling Yan drove Yao back to the Nanqui courtyard. When they got home, the two of them couldn't help being tender, making Yao panting and her clothes messed up. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yan told Yao about the disappearance of Long Kuan's father and daughter, and then told her that she needed to go to investigate further. Then I will go with you? No, it's a trivial matter, I'll just go there by myself. Ling Yan left Yao's house, and he didn't drive. Instead, he used his magic walking and headed straight to the north in the night, as fast as a puff of smoke. Yao's villa is in the southwest of Qingshui City, and Long Kuan's is in the northwest. Although the distance is not close, Ling Yan will arrive soon. Brush. Unlike the last time he came here, Ling Yan didn't stop and floated directly into Long Kuan's house. Boom. Ling Yan entered the yard. Immediately let go of the divine sense, which covered the entire yard. He checked carefully, not letting go of any detail. Sure enough, there are surveillance cameras. Having spiritual consciousness is different. Ling Yan quickly found 4 pinhole cameras in a very hidden place in the yard. So, where's the monitoring computer? It seems that Long Kuan has already made arrangements, so as long as he finds the monitoring computer, Ling Yan can know what happened. Go inside and have a look. Ling Yan pushed the door open and entered the room. Letting go of his consciousness again, he inspected every corner of the living room. He focused on observing the nave with the blue dragon painted on it. Especially Qinglong's eyes. Unfortunately, those eyes are only painted realistically. Behind the nave, there is a hard stone wall without anything. Nothing was found in the living room either. Not discouraged, Ling Yan turned around and went straight to Long Kuan's bedroom. Damn it, there it is. As soon as he entered Long Kuan's bedroom, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness was swept away. There was an immediate discovery. The secret is under Long Kuan's bed. There is actually a basement underneath. In Long Kuan's bedroom, there are tiles with a diameter of 80 centimeters, and the same is true under the bed. However, although there are 4 tiles that look the same, they are connected together. And it is movable. The basement, just under these 4 tiles. Ling Yan knew that this was the organ, so he immediately concentrated all his consciousness around the 4 tiles, and then he discovered the wiring, and followed the clues to find the button to control the organ. Organ button. Of course, it's in a place that can be touched with one's hand, right at the head of Long Kuan's bed, made like a lamp switch, very concealed. Ling Yan smiled slightly, stepped forward and lightly pressed the button. Brush. In the consciousness, the 4 tiles under the bed quickly moved horizontally, revealing a square hole with a side length of 1.6 meters. It's here. Ling Yan did not hesitate. He leaned over slightly, came under the bed, put his feet into the hole first, put his hands on the ground, slipped his body, and fell into the basement. This basement is square, slightly smaller than Long Kuan's bed, and is very simple. There is a set of tables and chairs, and 3 computer screens are placed on the table. In addition, there is a shelf full of various books. Because Long Kuan is very tall, the basement is more than 2 meters high, and Ling Yin can easily stand up and move around in it. Ling Yin sat directly on the chair. The 3 computer screens were all turned on, and the images inside were exactly the scene of Long Kuan's entire home, the entire yard, living room, and Long Kuan's bedroom. Long Kuan is at home every day. He did not set up this surveillance system to prevent thieves, so of course he will not monitor Long Wu's bedroom. Ling Yin has been a supervisor, so there is naturally a monitoring computer in the bar. His memory has recovered, and he is extremely proficient in how to operate the monitoring computer. He silently counted the time in his mind, and then adjusted the computer surveillance video to the night of the bombing of the ordinary clinic 20 days ago. He started from daytime, fast forward all the way, and everything was normal, and soon after 10 o'clock in the evening, until the moment when Long Wu entered the house at night. That night, outsiders really came to Long Kuan's house, and they were 2 middle-aged strangers. Maid, it really happened that night. The computer speakers were turned off. Seeing this scene, Ling Yin immediately found the speaker switch and turned on the sound. Long Kuan, go back to the family. The head of the family has already held a family meeting with the elders. As long as you are willing to hand over the key, the head of the house said that the past is not to be blamed. Moreover, the meeting also decided that as long as you are willing to hand over the key if you come out, you will be given an honorary elder seat, and all the treatment of your lineage will be the same as before, or even higher. Long Kuan sat on the Grand Teacher's chair, calm and composed, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, with a sarcasm on his face. Hand over the key? What key? I don't understand. I made it very clear back then that the thing wasn't on me at all, but you didn't believe me and sent people to hunt me down and come here, trying to survive. Seeing this, Ling Yin couldn't help a sneer from the corner of his mouth, thinking that it really was a family struggle. Since Long Kuan has what the other party needs, it seems that the lives of Long Kuan's father and daughter have been saved. A stranger said in a deep voice, Long Kuan, don't be ignorant of flattery. Back then, the patriarch showed kindness to you in the end. Otherwise, you thought it was up to you to hide in Qingshui City. We clearly knew that you were here. You have been comfortable for so many years? If the patriarch hadn't suppressed this matter, your father and daughter would have been captured by us a long time ago, and they would have been punished according to the family law. Another stranger with a beard was obviously not that impatient, and he was very calm in the video. Long Kuan, to tell you the truth, the owner of the family didn't kill the killer. On the one hand, it was because I believed that you would definitely think about the family. Sooner or later there will be a day of repentance. On the other hand, I really thought that the thing was not in your hands, so over the years, many people have been sent there to search for it countless times. Unfortunately, the place was destroyed and we found nothing. Long Kuan said indifferently, so you are looking for me again now? The middle-aged man with a beard was also a little impatient, and said darkly, that thing is the key to the underground palace. You must know its importance to our Long family better than anyone else. The owner of the family has pampered you for so many years. Now people both Huangbi and Di Huang have been born, seeing that the situation in China is about to rise. Whether our Long family can stand on the top of China depends on that key. Can you be indifferent? Fuck, it really is the Long family. Hearing what the bearded middle-aged man said, Ling Yin almost jumped out of his chair in shock. Long Kuan is really a member of the Long family. But, what is the key they kept talking about? It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but that it really doesn't belong to me. If you don't believe me, I have such a big place here, you can search it anyway. As Long Kuan said, he spread his hands lightly, as if you were looking for them casually. Ling Yin thought hard, his thoughts flashed, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. Fuck, It can't be the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant, right? I still remember that when the ordinary clinic opened, after Long Kuan arrived, he once called Ling Yun to the second floor alone, avoided everyone, and gave him the green dragon jade pendant. What Long Kuan said at that time, Ling Yun still remembered very clearly. This jade pendant hides a big secret. When you are strong enough, go to me, and I will tell you everything. However, before you don't have enough ability to protect yourself, you'd better put it away carefully, so as not to invite death, understand? Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly realized that what the Long family was looking for was definitely this Azure Dragon Jade Pendant. The green dragon jade pendant turned out to be the key to the underground palace? What kind of underground palace is that? Where is this underground palace? The Qinglong jade pendant is so heaven-defying, but it is only the key to open the underground palace. What kind of treasure is hidden in the underground palace? Fuck, it seems that Uncle Long really gave me a big gift back then. Ling Yunqing said, for this point, even if he does not hesitate to challenge the Long family, he must rescue Long Kuan's father and daughter, and return them to freedom. Dad, I'm back. When Long Kuan heard the movement, his complexion suddenly changed, and his lips moved. Ling Yun knew that it was Long Kuan's voice transmission to Long Wu, reminding her to run away. I can't go anymore. At the beginning, the stranger smiled coldly, flew up, came to the outside of the courtyard in an instant, raised his finger, and hit the dragon dance. Long Kuan, will you hand over the things? Seeing that his daughter was also caught, Long Kuan looked miserable, but he no longer panicked. Although Long Wu's surname is Long, she is also a member of the Feng clan. How dare you try to hurt a single hair of her hair? He said that the owner of the house had a kind heart and great kindness, so he spared his life, and said that Long Kuan would not believe him when he repented. Of course he knew that at the critical moment that year, it was people from the Feng family who came forward to stop the Long family's persecution. His pursuit. Sure enough, when Long Kuan said this, the man immediately snorted angrily, completely out of control. Since you don't repent, don't blame us for carrying out the patriarch's order and bringing you back to the family, and let the patriarch do what he wants. Then there is the picture of Long Kuan's father and daughter being taken away by these two people. Seeing this, Ling Yun turned off the computer directly, he no longer needed to look at it. It turned out to be like this. The Dragon family, the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant, the key to the underground palace, the Phoenix clan. Ling Yun got up slowly, and smiled faintly. Is it the Long family in the capital? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun turned off the computer, then put the computer host into the space ring, and left the basement. He got out from under the bed, and pressed the button of the basement mechanism again, and everything returned to normal. Tonight's harvest is not small. Standing by the bed, Ling Yun said to himself. Ling Yun already knew Long Kuan's secret, and he already knew the whereabouts of Long Kuan's father and daughter. They were at Long's house in the capital, and they must be safe. But Ling Yun's own safety is hard to say. The Azure Dragon Jade Pendant, the key to the underground palace. Long Kuan's mouth must be tight, but when Long Kuan handed the green dragon jade pendant to Ling Yun, the girl Long Wu was there. People from the Long family may not be able to pry Long Wu's mouth open. That girl Long Wu doesn't care about anything if she doesn't care about it. However, according to Long Kuan's intentions, the members of the Long family did not dare to be tough on Long Wu. It seemed that there were people from the Feng family who would support Long Wu. Mada, look at this posture. If the Long family knows that the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant is in my hand, why don't they all come out? The Qinglong Jade Pendant is indeed a treasure, but it has also become a hot potato. The Long family has been able to stand upright among the secular families in China for thousands of years, and the background is absolutely profound to the extent of horror. It seems that we must restore our strength as soon as possible and return to the peak. He hasn't gone to the capital yet, Ling Yun has become the enemy of the most powerful family in the capital. He couldn't help smiling wryly on the way back to Yao Rou's residence. Without going sip, Ling Yun performed lightness kung fu and quickly returned to Yao Rou's residence. "Rower, I'm back." Yao Rou was pleasantly surprised. "You're back so soon? Then, are you going to leave tonight?" She was very obedient and didn't ask Ling Yun about the result of this trip. Yao Rou knew exactly what to ask and what not to ask, unless Ling Yun was willing to say it himself. "What are you going to do? Didn't I say that I want to teach you something new?" Yao Rou bit Ling Yun's lips lightly. "I ways are gentle, then, teach now?" Ling Yun smiled. "Hey, I don't have time now, let's go to bed to warm up first, and then I will teach you how to use the power of the earth." During this time, Ling Yun regained his strength in order to heal his injuries. Eating a tonic medicated diet every day, it is also 1,000-year-old ginseng and ambergris. Exuberant yang fire in the body is no good, so naturally it needs to be resolved. Yao Rou naturally understood what Ling Yun said. She had a shy face, but secretly rejoiced in her heart. She stepped forward and pushed Ling Yun with both hands and said, "Go and take a bath." The night passed like this, and finally it was the combination of yin and yang. Ling Yun felt refreshed when he woke up in the morning. In the early morning, Ling Yun was still practicing the Diyan gathering star treasure that could not be shaken. After eating breakfast with Yao Rou, who was full of spring breeze, Ling Yun drove away from her home and went straight to Villa No. 1. "Old Wang, don't be in a hurry to pass the test. For the next week, you don't have to worry about anything, just concentrate on training and adjust your body to the best condition," Ling Yun said. He took out a piece of chopped 1,000-year-old ginseng, which was as big as a potato. "You divide this piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng into 7 days to eat. After 7 days, with the dragon saliva and the dragon tiger pill from Longhu Mountain, I will help you break through." Wang Feihu was so moved that he didn't know what to say. "Oh. If you don't want to be disturbed these days, you can live in the villa in front. This is the key to that villa." At the beginning, Ling Yun bought several villas around the villa in advance in order to fight against the major ancient martial arts sects, and now it is naturally useful. Of course, if you're practicing, it's better to live here. There is a large spirit gathering formation I set up here, which is full of aura. Ling Yun and Wang Feihu met and arranged everything properly. "Then young Master Ling?" "Oh, I'm going to retreat for a week to continue healing." Then Ling Yun went straight into the villa, sat on the sofa, took out his phone, called Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Ning Lingyu one by one, and told them that they were going to retreat. As soon as they heard that Ling Yun was going to retreat, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Zheng Mei from Villa No. 9 all put down what they were doing and rushed over. "Stinky boy, where are you going to retreat?" As soon as Qing Dongshui arrived, she didn't bother to ask where Ling Yun went last night, and asked directly. "Auntie, I have rearranged the spirit gathering formation in this villa, and it is full of aura now, so of course it is here for retreat." Of course, Ling Yun still has plans. He is currently at the first level of Qi training, and his Dantian is already very strong. To restore his strength, he needs too much spiritual energy. Therefore, he mainly relies on the spiritual energy of the 3 spiritual grasses. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned to look at Bai Xianer. "Xianer, I'm going to retreat for a week. During this time, you will protect me." There is no need for Ling Yun to specifically say this. Bai Xianer is duty-bound. Ning Lingyu asked, "Brother, what about us?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "You are still the same as before, what should you do? As for you, Lingyu, the aura here is not of much use to you. It is best to go back to Villa No. 9 and practice by the sea." Chao Shanshan suddenly said, "Ling Yun, I will stay and take care of your diet during this time." Ling Yun can't fasten yet, even if he retreats, he still needs to eat, so he directly agreed. Therefore, the matter of Ling Yun's retreat was settled in this way. Bai Xian'er was in charge of protecting the law, Chao Shanshan was in charge of taking care of Ling Yun's diet, Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining also stayed in Villa Number 1. One was to deliver medicinal food to Ling Yun, and the other, Miao, the seedlings also take care of the herbs that grow in the yard. As for Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, according to Ling Yun's arrangement, they returned to Villa Number 9 to practice separately. Then, according to Ling Yun's instructions, Bai Xian'er set up a phantom formation around the 3 spiritual grasses in the backyard of the villa. Ling Yun walked in, sat cross-legged next to the 3 spiritual grasses, took out a piece of divine willow and put it on his lap, started a week-long retreat practice. Time flies, 6 days passed by in a flash. 7th day. At this time, Ling Yun was sitting cross-legged in the phantom formation, with his eyes closed, his 5 hearts turned to the sky, and he was practicing Yin Yang Ju of 1 Qi. After 6 days of closed-door training, Ling Yun's dantian rotated very fast, which was many times faster than when he first recovered. As for the dantian in the shape of a taiji yin-yang fish, where the eyes of the 2 yin-yang fish are located, yin-yang true energy gurgles out. The state of spraying out has been restored again. Although the yin and yang true energy in the dantian is not full, it is already very full. Ling Yun let go of his divine sense, and now, his divine sense covers a radius of 700 meters. In other words, his current strength. He has recovered to 70% of his peak condition. Ling Yun closed his eyes and did not move. After breaking through the first level of Qi training and being severely injured by the golden divine thunder, he used his spiritual consciousness for the first time to look inside and check himself. Now, he is very satisfied with the recovery of Ling Yun's dantian, and the meridians and acupoints in his body. It has almost been repaired, at least 70% has been restored. Fuck, for more thoracic vertebrae have turned pale gold. As mentioned earlier, Ling Yun's spine consists of 7 lowest vertebrae, 5 lumbar vertebrae, sacrum and coccyx. It has already turned into the color of pure gold, but now, the bottom 4 of Ling Yun's 12 thoracic vertebrae have also turned into pale gold. This is not giving up until the goal is achieved. It seems that as long as the dragon's saliva continues to drink, sooner or later, the entire spine will turn into pure gold. Ling Yun knew how this situation came about. He drank too much ambergris. During these days of his healing and retreat, Ling Yun drank dragon saliva almost every day. The dragon spirit in his body was already overflowing, and the excess was used to transform his spine. I want to see what you will turn my spine into in the end. Ling Yun was not surprised, but delighted. His interest increased greatly, because he could feel that this change in his body would only benefit him and not harm him. Then Ling Yun inspected his dantian. Although the dantian rotated very quickly, under Ling Yun's powerful consciousness, he could still see clearly. When he first broke through the first level of Qi training, Ling Yun's dantian rotated so fast that the yin and yang Qi appeared chaotic and gray, but now it is black and white, which shows that the dantian's rotation speed cannot be compared with that at that time. Of course, Ling Yun knew that at that time, he was in the state of using the dragon elephant divine strength, and the 10 times speed was naturally incomparable. In the dantian, the yin and yang Qi are in their own side, black and white are distinct, and there is a dragon-shaped curve in the middle, like a golden dragon, vivid and shining. Fuck, that's the emperor. Ling Yun was extremely excited. This time, he had enough time to see clearly, and finally found the emperor. At this time, the emperor of the earth has become smaller than a human fingernail. In Ling Yun's dantian, he is ups and downs. With the rotation of the dantian, he is sometimes on the side of Yangyu and sometimes on the side of Yinyu, drifting erratically. Curious, Ling Yun tried to mobilize the emperor with his spiritual sense, but found that the other party ignored him at all and could not establish contact at all. The human emperor's pen, the emperor of the earth, it is true that it belongs to me, but when will it be available for my use? Ling Yan sighed, but he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and it was useless to worry. He knew it was a fairy weapon, and his current state was not enough. After checking his dantian, Ling Yan looked up again to check his meridians and acupoints. Ling Yan's meridians, after so many days of repairing, the true qi in it has been running without hindrance. Now, in Ling Yan's meridians, there is pure yang energy, pure yin energy, and dragon aura. Besides, there is a pale golden aura, which is the golden fairy aura, coming down from the center of the eyebrows. The airflows of the four colors run independently, without interfering with each other and running in parallel. Now Ling Yan's Ren and Du 2 meridians have been opened, and the four kinds of air in the body travel through the meridians, down to the dantian, and up to the center of the eyebrows, forming a perfect cycle of the sky. Checking the center of the eyebrows, the Renhuan brush can still be seen clearly. It is still domineeringly entrenched in the center of the eyebrows, standing still. It's been 7 days in seclusion, but I haven't formed a single drop of divine energy. Hey. Ling Yan's retreat this time is mainly to restore his own strength. Although the effect of this practice is very good, Ling Yan is still not satisfied. At the beginning, choosing to break through in the state of dragon and elephant spirit, and then engaged in the battle of life and death, and also crossed the catastrophe, the damage to the body was too great. Going further up, Ling Yan looked at the opening of the entrance above his head, and found that there was a dark blue air current, which was so hazy that he couldn't see it clearly. Ling Yan put away his consciousness and stopped looking inside. With a thought, he took out a dragon and tiger pill, raised his hand, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it. Retreat for another day, and see what it looks like after all. On the morning of the 8th day, Ling Yan suddenly opened his eyes, one black and the other white. The yin and yang eyes reappeared, the eyes were like lightning. On August 3rd, Ling Yan's retreat is over, let's go out. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brother Ling Yan, have you left the customs? Seeing Ling Yan walking out of the phantom formation, Bai Xian'er, who was always guarding outside, came forward to meet him. Well, Xian'er, you have worked hard for protecting me day and night these days. Ling Yan raised his hand, stroked Bai Xian'er's beautiful hair, and said with a smile. Xian'er didn't work hard, brother Ling Yan can recover his strength. Xian'er is very happy. Bai Xian'er can naturally see that Ling Yan is in a very good state now, and she is happier than her breakthrough. The time is too short, it's not perfect yet, only about 80% has recovered. Ling Yan would not hide Xian'er, and directly revealed the effect of the retreat. However, the remaining 20% is estimated to take up to a week, which is almost the same. Counting today, there are only 5 days left before the opening of Tiandi Group on August 8th. Ling Yan was afraid that Tang Meng would be too busy alone, so he could only leave the customs. Xian'er, withdraw the phantom array, these 3 spiritual grasses will mature in 2 days. Ling Yan turned his head, glanced at the 3 spiritual grasses in the phantom formation, and said with a smile. Boss. Ling Yan. Master Ling. Hearing that Ling Yan's retreat was over, the 2 blood counts Paul and Jester, Chao Shanshan, and Wang Feihu all surrounded him. Let's go into the house and talk. Ling Yan's complexion is fair now with a healthy rosy complexion, and he is in high spirits, and he said to everyone with a smile. Back at the villa, sitting on the sofa, Ling Yan roughly told everyone about the situation of this retreat. While eating breakfast, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and others all rushed to Villa No. 1. They knew that Ling Yan was retreating for 7 days, so they all came over on the 8th day. Ling Yan had no choice but to retreat himself again. I told everyone that when I heard that Ling Yan's strength had recovered to 80% of its peak state, Villa No. 1 cheered. Okay, this is the situation of my retreat this time. Now, tell me about your affairs, how is everything going? Ling Yan became concerned about everyone. His eyes turned to Tang Meng first. Tang Meng looked very excited. He doesn't know how to cultivate, and he doesn't have much feeling about Ling Yun's retreat and exit. He came here today to visit Ling Yun, but mainly to tell Ling Yun about the progress of Tiandi Group. Hey, Brother Yun, we have successfully captured the 1,500 acres of land. Of course, this was within Ling Yun's expectation. He nodded nonchalantly. The contract is signed. The procedures are completed? The money is also paid? Signed. The contract you signed on the day of your retreat. Then it took 2 days to go through all the procedures, and the 1.8 billion funds have already been transferred. Now, Ling Yun's ID card and bank card are in Tang Meng's hands, and the bank provides him with top VIP services. He had already signed a contract with the bank, and all transactions of funds were authorized to Tang Meng's agent. Ling Yun couldn't help but grinned when he heard that, although he knew that he would make a steady profit in the future, even 10 times or dozens of times, but he could sell 1.8 billion in one go. He also felt pain in the flesh. Moreover, the land has been bought, and it needs to be developed in the future. For such a large land, if it is to be developed as a whole, the funds required are also astronomical. Without waiting for Ling Yun to think too much, Tang Meng immediately said, Brother Yun. There are a total of 42 companies that you decided to acquire at the beginning. As of yesterday, a total of 35 companies have successfully negotiated and signed contracts. The contract was successfully acquired. Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, that is to say, the 35 companies now belong to us? Tang Meng smiled happily, yes, it's ours. When I'm free these 2 days, one of my favorite things to do is to drive around the city and see almost every street. There are our companies all over the world, that feeling is so cool. Can you be upset? In a city, no matter where you go, this supermarket is yours, that hotel is yours. There are also clothing stores, cinemas, hospitals, auto force stores, department stores, etc., all of which are your industries. Who is so cool? While talking, Tang Meng was so happy that he carried himself away, and directly extended his thumb to Ling Yun. Brother Yun, I want to give you 132 likes, your decision back then was really wise. Haha. Tang Meng was so happy that he couldn't find Bei. Ling Yun frowned slightly at his nagging, and said in pain, don't be naughty, just tell me how much you spent in total. Tang Meng was finally rescued from the ocean of happiness, and he slapped his head, 2.8 billion, or 2.9 billion? Anyway, it's not more than 3 billion. Ling Yun's heart trembled again, what the hell, it's another 3 billion. But when he looked up, he saw that all the beauties in the room were all excited and eager to try, so he didn't say anything. Why are Zheng excited? Still need to ask? In the future, you don't need to spend money to go shopping, you can get food and clothing directly from Ling Yun's shop as long as you walk on the street. Of course, the goal of the enterprise is to make profits, and each store has its own rules, and sometimes it has to pay, but that is also left-handed and right-handed, and what is spent here goes into Ling Yun's pocket again. Anyway, I didn't let outsiders make money. Besides, there are rules in the store, so that's fine. Wouldn't they ask Ling Yun for a shopping card? That. Let's agree. In the future, when you go shopping, you still need to spend money. I can give you a discount. Ling Yun had the courage to say such a sentence. Then he saw that Zheng complexion changed, and everyone's eyes were gouging him like knives. Looking like that, he wanted to swallow Ling Yun alive. Okay. Seeing this, Ling Yun had no choice but to give in. He spread his hands together. It's free, everything is free, right? Zheng smiled at the same time, and then let Ling Yun go. He turned to look at Tang Meng. There are still 7 companies, how much is the budget? Tang Meng scratched his head. The remaining 7 companies are relatively large and well-known enterprises in the city, and they are also relatively difficult to deal with. Qin Jiantao and Qian Rohai don't have a home at all now, and they run outside every day. It is estimated that if it is bought, it will cost 1.5 billion. Calculated in this way, the purchase of all 42 enterprises seems to cost 4.5 billion. At the beginning, although they judged that at least 3 billion was needed, that was at least, and Ling Yun demanded that it be done within half a month, and there was no time to negotiate, so they could only spend money. The extra billion was actually paying for efficiency. Ling Yun pondered for a while, and then immediately expressed his opinion, money is not a problem. However, since it is difficult to chew, it is time for the city to come forward. Today you greet Uncle Li, and tell me to speed up. Tang Mei was overjoyed. Okay, Brother Yun, with your words, I have a solid foundation in my heart, let's see what happens next. Ling Yun nodded calmly, and said with a smile, it seems that Qin Jiantao and Qianruhai are indeed capable, and the speed actually exceeded my expectations. Tang Meng absolutely agrees with this point, he said with a smile, Brother Yun, let alone, you see that people are really good at employing people, their level is not generally high, Qin Jiantao is in charge of negotiations, Qianruhai is in charge of settling accounts, especially Qianruhai, he counted the other party's assets and profits clearly, and we won't suffer. Ling Yin smiled and said, then when this matter is finished, remember to reward others. Tang Meng laughed and said, I will definitely give it, you don't need to say it, I will give it to you. They both seem to have been beaten up now, saying that they have worked for so many years, and they have never been so happy. Ling Yin laughed, then speed up and try to take down these 7 companies within 3 days. We are running out of time. Tang Meng didn't speak this time, but nodded very solemnly. Ling Yin looked at Tai Xiaohu, then, how is the progress of Qinglong's reorganization? Tai Xiaohu immediately replied, Brother Yun, the restructuring of Qinglong went very smoothly. After Bing and I went back, we specially called a meeting with the head of the 10 halls. Bing made the matter more serious, so most of the elders in Qinglong, they all accepted it. Of course, there are 1 or 2 things that I can't think about, but I told Bing that if they disagree, they can go out and set up their own family, and then there is no more. How strong is Ling Yun? How strong are Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao? How strong is Qinglong? Whoever really wants to make the door frame squeezed can't think about it, and clamors to go out and set up his own house, and he will be wiped out in minutes. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing, and smiled lightly, then the restructuring is complete? Tai Xiaohu also smiled and said, the restructuring is complete, and Long Tang has become a security company registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It is much easier for Rentong, because they used to be a company. Nightclubs, KTV, discos, bathing centers, teahouses, pig operation centers, building materials companies. Qinglong Rentong participated in nothing more than these projects. It was originally registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so it was easy to restructure. It is said that Qinglong is to be reformed, but in fact the main thing is to reform Long Tang. You guys are doing great. Tai Xiaohu and Bing did not disappoint Ling Yun. So, the guys I picked, did you drill them? What Ling Yun is talking about now is naturally the 72 people he has painstakingly selected. Hey. Now it was Tai Xiaohu's turn to laugh. Practice. How can we not practice them? Brother Yun, now I will practice on the embankment of Qingshui River at night, and I will pull them over and run on the embankment. Tai Xiaohu is now at the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian, how he practiced in the past, he trained these guys, and Ling Yun didn't need to worry about it at all. Ling Yun smiled and said, what's the effect? Is there anyone who can't hold on and wants to quit? Tai Xiaohu shook his head resolutely, Brother Yun, after the 3 rounds of tests, these guys are very tough, and there are too many people and they are lively. None of them said they would quit. Ling Yun was more satisfied with this result. Everything went so well, it was perfect. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.